Today's story is one you won't want to pause, and if stories like this are how you unwind, you can request the next one I narrate. Your pick, your novel, your audiobook. Try Patreon free for 7 days, then just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's begin.
Drawn by the allure of the noble blood, Adele's fangs involuntarily extended. It was a natural reaction for a vampire when attracted to fragrant blood. Although Adele's fangs couldn't compare to those of high-ranking vampires, they looked like ordinary little canines, which might make people laugh. But no one would laugh at her. Celeste wouldn't, she was willing to offer her blood to her master devoutly. Sharon wouldn't, she saw Adele as her only friend, her dream lover. Hermione wouldn't either. She was so noble, a proud and gifted aristocrat, yet she was willing to offer her first blood to Adele. If humans had the concept of first kiss and first night, then for vampires, it would be first blood, right? It referred to the first time someone sucked their blood, either to alleviate bloodlust or simply out of craving. As mentioned before, vampires considered bloodsucking a more intimate act than sexual acts. Hermione's actions tonight were no different from offering her virginity to Adele. As for Adele's virginity, unfortunately, if possible, Adele would also like to offer it to an elegant and noble ice beauty like Hermione. For a mutual expression of love. But the cruel reality was that Adele's first blood was actually taken on that warm and sunny autumn day, when flowers bloomed and leaves were lush, at the beginning of the school year. Just when Adele thought her new life was about to begin, that she would have a happy future, it was snatched away by the vampire princess, Dorothy, with an irresistible force and authority. Leaving behind a girl covered in wounds, crying her heart out, and haunted by nightmares in the endless nights. Dorothy, you deserve to die. But that was the original Adele's immense hatred for Dorothy. The current Adele also hated Dorothy, but she was also afraid of her. In short, she was in a state of being frustrated and unable to retaliate, her teeth itching with anger. Hermione gently and deliberately ignored this. She ignored the fact that Adele's first blood didn't belong to her. But at least she could be sure that her first blood was given to Adele. Adele wasn't a fool, she could naturally feel Hermione's deep affection. So much so that at this moment, somewhere in her heart, Hermione's position was gradually catching up to Celeste, who was at the top. The two were neck and neck, neither could win over the other. Then. I'll bite. If it hurts, tell me. Adele's gentle and cute words made Hermione chuckle. How could it hurt? Adele's little fangs were so delicate and cute. But Hermione would only think this in her heart. If she said it out loud to Adele, it would probably hurt Adele's self-esteem. There was a saying that the length of a vampire's fangs was about the same as a human's, you know, down there, or a girl's cup size. If they were too small, it was easy to be looked down upon by their partners. But Hermione didn't care about this. Instead, she thought that vampires were too influenced by humans, leading to some inexplicable sense of comparison. Being small had its advantages, it didn't hurt. And what other use did sharp fangs have besides causing pain to their partners or subordinates when they were thirsty for blood? Looking good? They weren't that good looking, they were even a bit scary. Therefore, many vampires nowadays were secretly competing over the length of their fangs. To be honest, in Hermione's opinion, they seemed to be blinded by human perspectives, unable to think independently. After Adele finished speaking, she found a blood vessel on Hermione's snow-white neck and gently bit down. She didn't use any force at first, just gently rubbing, making Hermione's heart itch. When a vampire was thirsty for blood, their fangs would secrete a strange enzyme that could make the skin incredibly tender, allowing the vampire's fangs to easily break through the skin's defenses. And after the bloodlust subsided, this biological enzyme would remain in the wound, stopping the bleeding and allowing the wound to quickly scab and heal. When Adele's fangs pierced the Ice Queen's skin and blood vessels, Hermione didn't feel any pain. Instead, an unprecedented sense of comfort, a slight numbness, swept through her body and soul. It was like floating in a hot spring, completely immersed, feeling a different kind of comfort and enjoyment. Adele wasn't so much sucking blood as she was kissing. She kissed with deep emotion, her small hand restlessly kneading Hermione's plump and alluring body. She even pushed Hermione down, just to satisfy herself further. Hermione, who was used to taking the initiative, felt the taste of being passive for the first time. And it wasn't that bad. An unknown amount of time passed, and it was late at night. Hermione sat on the edge of the bed, quietly looking down. Her slender fingers buttoned up her pure white shirt one by one. But her gaze seemed to be staring into the air, lost in thought. Beside her were scattered clothes that needed to be washed. Adele sat on the edge of the bed, hugging a pillow, half of her face hidden, looking guilty and blushing. It was as if she had done many excessive things to Hermione. Partly out of her own will, and partly out of instinct. Not just blood-sucking, but also. It was because of these things that she realized that the Ice Queen's moans could be so beautiful and seductive. Even a little weak and submissive. Ahem, Adele only dared to think these words in her heart. If she said them out loud to Hermione, she didn't know what kind of reward or treatment she would receive from the enraged Hermione. Maybe Hermione would return everything she had done to her, exactly as it was. Or even more stimulating, more terrifying. After finishing dressing, Hermione's expression and demeanor were so calm that it made Adele's hair stand on end. Adele didn't dare to ask anything, didn't dare to say anything. After a long time, Hermione finished buttoning her white shirt and touched the wound on her neck with her hand. The small hole left by the fangs had already begun to scab. If Hermione wanted, it would heal even faster. But she didn't urge her body to heal, instead, she wished it would heal as slowly as possible. When Hermione slowly lowered her finger, she turned to look at the timid Adele and gave her a warm smile, just like before. Seeing Hermione's smile, Adele finally felt relieved. But before her heart could fully settle, a casual remark from Hermione made her heart jump to her throat again. Is it my imagination? Why does it feel like Adele is very skilled at sucking blood? But with Adele's Sequence 5 status, she should only be able to taste the lowest grade of refrigerated blood. She shouldn't be so proficient. Not to mention, she even made Hermione feel genuinely comfortable during the bloodsucking process. All of this seemed like something only a seasoned bloodsucker could do. Hermione remembered that the last time she enjoyed Adele's blood, Adele even cried out in pain. Comparing the two, didn't it mean that Adele was even more skilled than Hermione? Is that so? I don't know, I was also very confused at the time. It just felt like my teeth and body were moving naturally. Adele nervously pressed her knees together, her shoulders shrinking, looking pitiful. Attributing it to instinct. A good answer. It was probably the best excuse Adele could find at the moment. Hermione was skeptical, but ultimately chose to believe. Because Adele was that kind of girl, a girl worthy of trust, a girl with a pure and innocent heart. Besides, who else would be willing to let Adele suck their blood? Celeste, that nouveau riche? Dorothy was absolutely impossible, even saying that the possibility was negative wouldn't be wrong. As for Sharon, Adele didn't have much interaction with her, especially now that Dorothy's faction had become history. It would be even harder for Adele to get close to Sharon, and with Sharon's introverted personality, it was even more impossible for her to take the initiative to approach Adele. Finally, there was that human girl who had a close personal relationship with Adele, the descendant of the vampire hunter, Tang Linlang. But Hermione wasn't worried about her. Because between Tang Linlang and Adele, there was a huge obstacle called friendship. The deeper their friendship, the less likely Adele would suck her blood. So the final conclusion could only be, Adele's fangs were small, so it didn't hurt, and her talent was high, making it easier for the person being sucked blood to feel better. Adele saw the slight relief in Hermione's expression, which showed her trust. She let out a sigh of relief inwardly. At the same time, she thought that she had to be more careful in the future. Otherwise, if she encountered someone more suspicious, and with more and more questions, the more lies Adele weaved, the more likely it was that everything would collapse. A perfectly good and enjoyable night could turn into a crisis. It's getting late, Adele. Hermione glanced at the messy sheets stained with unknown fluids, her icy face rarely blushing. Why don't we go to another room to rest? Okay. Adele shyly buried her face in the soft pillow she was holding, giving her consent. Hermione came to her side with a smile and teased. Who did strange things to whom? Why are you the one being shy? It's okay, I like it too. At this time, she needed to affirm Adele's actions. Hermione thought to herself. Otherwise, if Adele mistakenly thought that she didn't like it and deliberately avoided her in the future, refusing anything related to this, then Hermione would suffer a great loss. She wasn't trying to deceive Adele with comforting words. Hermione could really accept that feeling, she even vaguely liked the pleasure of being touched and caressed. As long as it was Adele. Without this premise, Hermione would only freeze anyone who dared to tease her into an ice sculpture. Then she would take them to the highest place in the city and let them fall without mercy. Only after hearing that pleasant bang sound, seeing them completely shattered into pieces, would Hermione feel satisfied and relieved. Fortunately, Adele didn't know this. Otherwise, she would have been so scared that she would have frozen stiff just now, not daring to have any inappropriate thoughts about Hermione. Compared to satisfying her lust, Adele felt that her life was more important. If it weren't for the great enemy Dorothy, and the existence of characters like Amaterasu Kuro and Tsukimi Shiro, who constantly threatened her life and freedom, Adele might not be so eager to become stronger. She could just live a carefree and comfortable life relying on the love of Hermione and Celeste. The two of them left the room and went to another clean room. Later, the maids would come to clean up this place, and maybe they would even tell the elders of Hermione's family, the higher-ranking vampires, that their young lady had a girlfriend. But it probably wouldn't cause much of a stir. It was normal for the heir of a family to have such needs, it was only natural for her to have a few girlfriends for fun. They were necessities, consumables in the growth process of the descendants of great families. It could be said that Hermione was a bit too indifferent to desires in the past. If this continued, and she couldn't produce an heir for the family would definitely regret not interfering in Hermione's personal life. After all, once she became strong enough, it would be difficult for the family to change her mind. Also, it was worth mentioning that among vampires, apart from the normal way of having children through heterosexual intercourse, they could also have offspring through blood cocoons, where same-sex couples could use each other's bloodlines to conceive. This guaranteed the need for same-sex couples to pass on their lineage. No wonder the relationships within the vampire race were much more open than those of humans. Male-male or female-female couples were not uncommon. Therefore, Adele's existence wouldn't worry Hermione's family, making them think that their daughter was going astray. Rather, they were probably overjoyed. Celebrating their daughter's first time. Anyway, in their eyes, it was unlikely for Hermione to truly fall in love with a poor girl like Adele. She was just a tool to satisfy her desires. Play with her for a while, then throw her away. So what did it matter if she was a mixed blood, what did it matter if she was a sequence 5? 5 minutes after Hermione and Adele left, several maids entered the used room. They started to tidy up the messy clothes scattered on the bed, started to change the sheets. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner, and the washed clothes would appear in front of Miss Hermione and Miss Adele the next day. But suddenly, one of the maids exclaimed in confusion. "Huh, strange. What's wrong?" her companion asked curiously. Then, the maid who had exclaimed blushed and sniffed the bed sheet she was holding. The other maid chuckled. "What's so strange about that? It's perfectly normal. It's the young lady's first time, it's normal for the girls sent to be stronger. It was just a bit too enviable. Why could that kind of girl get the young lady's favor?" They were professional maids who were responsible for taking care of the young lady's daily life, including her needs, but they couldn't get Miss Hermione's favor. Their family background and sequence were far superior to Adele's. But. No buts, take the sheets to the laundry room. Even so, the maid still looked flushed and couldn't help but say. "But. The scent on the sheets is clearly the young lady's." "Eh? You mean, the large wet patch on this sheet belongs to Miss Hermione? Not to that delicate little girl?" The maid who received this information instantly felt dizzy. Didn't this mean that the relationship between the young lady and that girl might be the opposite of what they imagined? How was that possible? However, Adele had the magic to turn the impossible into possible. At the same time, in another lounge, Hermione was hugging Adele, the two of them sleeping together under the same blanket. Perhaps it was because they had just expended a lot of energy, especially Adele. Perhaps it was because being with the person they loved, in that warmth, made it easy to let go of all fatigue. They both quickly fell asleep and slept soundly until dawn. In the morning, Adele was still half asleep when she felt someone planting deep and devout kisses on her forehead, her cheeks, and finally her lips. This someone could only be her. Making Adele smile even in her sleep. But when she murmured, "Hermione," and woke up from her sleep, she only saw the empty pillow beside her and the empty room. Where did Hermione go? Before Adele could try to solve this mystery, the maid who had been waiting outside the door entered the room. It was a tall maid with light blonde hair, her beautiful face showing a professional politeness. Seeing her blonde hair made Adele think of Celeste's golden fur. Unfortunately, the maid's blonde hair was dyed, far inferior to Celeste's natural nobility. Her attitude towards Adele wasn't as humble as Adele imagined, just approachable. It was true that servants would judge people based on their status. After all, Adele was just a sequence 5 that most people wouldn't think much of. "Good morning, Miss Adele. My master asked me to tell you that she has something important to attend to and had to leave. Please don't worry about her when you wake up. She's sorry that she couldn't stay with you. Breakfast is ready in the dining room on the first floor, my master hopes you enjoy it." After saying that, the maid left the bedroom. Adele's expression was slightly disappointed. She pouted, but unfortunately, no one was there to appreciate her cuteness. How could Hermione do this? Although she did feed her well, a relationship shouldn't just be about passion, the more important thing was the company and the long-lasting flow, wasn't it? She sat on the bed with her knees hugged, her expression downcast. Her long black hair cascaded down her back and arms, like a soft night sky, enveloping her body. The girl's pink eyes, which should have been as bright as the stars in the sky, were dim. After feeling emo for a while in the morning, Adele forced herself to cheer up, changed into the clothes that Hermione's maid had washed and dried, and then left the love nest, where they had rested, heading towards the dining room on the first floor. The girl's spirit was good, but her mood was still a little low. She had been fed too much recently, the blood and magic power from Celeste hadn't been fully digested yet. And yesterday, she enjoyed another top-grade blood, Hermione's first blood. There was no other lowly sequence 5 in this world who enjoyed such a luxurious treatment as Adele. Counting it all up, Adele had already sucked the blood of 2 sequence 1s and 1 sequence 2. They were Hermione and Sharon from the senior year, and Celeste from the same year as Adele. This was already a very impressive achievement. The corner of Adele's lips curled up proudly, then she quickly suppressed her smile. The girl wasn't so easily satisfied, at least not before getting revenge on a certain hateful person. But this seemingly impressive achievement also brought a problem for Adele. That was, she couldn't stand ordinary blood anymore. In short, her taste had become too refined. It was difficult for Adele to swallow the refrigerated blood packs that the school distributed every month. Celeste was very willing to give Adele her portion, including her blood. But in the long run, Adele would always feel guilty towards her puppy. "I still have to find a way myself, I can't be supported by others forever." Adele's thoughts often jumped back and forth between contradictions. Sometimes she felt that she should revive the spirit of the destined heroine. Sometimes she felt, why bother? Wouldn't it be better to just hug the thighs of a few big sisters? She was the type who was intermittently ambitious, persistently lazy. Adele had breakfast at Hermione's villa. Feeling a little uncomfortable being stared at by the maids, she said goodbye and left Hermione's home early. Actually, there was another reason. That was, without Hermione, the place felt unfamiliar. She didn't want to stay any longer. She wanted to go back to her small and shabby school dorm. At least there was a clumsy girl waiting for her there. She specially bought breakfast for Sharon, a basket of steamed dumplings with vinegar, and a cup of soy milk. Girls had small appetites, this was enough, buying more would be too much. After all, the two of them had to pretend that they didn't know each other. Adele didn't buy it for Sharon, but for her stranger roommate. Whether she wanted to eat it or not, the thought was what mattered most. When she returned to the dorm, the breakfast was still warm. Adele, on the other hand, was out of breath. Without even taking a break, she climbed the stairs. The sound of her panting must have been heard by Sharon next door. Thinking that the clumsy girl might come to the door and eavesdrop, Adele felt both touched and amused. "Xiao Meng, I'm back. I spent the whole day at the amusement park with a friend yesterday, and I was thinking, it would be great if I could go out and play with Xiao Meng sometime. Oh right, when I was coming back to school this morning, I was wondering if Xiao Meng had gone out for breakfast. Because I rarely see Xiao Meng go out, it's not good for your health to always eat instant food. So I took the liberty of buying you some dumplings. Xiao Meng, you won't blame me, will you?" Not only would she not blame her, Sharon's heart even trembled with gratitude for Adele's caring gesture. It was precisely because Adele didn't know that the girl next door was Sharon, and completely treated her as a stranger, Xiao Meng, that it highlighted Adele's kind heart. She was always like this, instinctively considerate and caring towards others. This made Sharon feel even more touched by Adele. But she was timid, she didn't dare to approach such a beautiful and warm girl, like a little son. She didn't dare to reveal her identity, afraid of Adele's disappointment and disgust. So she just remained silent, her guilt building up in her heart. Xiao Meng is still the same as usual, liking to be alone and quiet. Adele's tone was slightly lonely, but her voice quickly lifted again, showing her respect for the girl's personality. "But it's okay, Xiao Meng can just live the way she likes. I'll leave the dumplings and soy milk at your door, Xiao Meng, and then I'm going to the library to study. It's okay if you don't like them, I can just reheat the leftovers for lunch. Bye." As she said that, Adele left the dorm without any hesitation. If she stayed, Sharon would definitely not risk being discovered and eat the breakfast. That would completely contradict Adele's original intention. So Adele had no choice but to continue being a homeless girl favored by the gods, referring to girls who run away from home for some reason and wander around in society. As for going to the library, that was just an excuse she made up. Adele wasn't as lazy and unmotivated as she seemed, but she definitely wasn't as studious as she seemed either. Anyway, the scenery in the academy was good, the atmosphere was open, and there were lovey-dovey girls everywhere. Adele considered it a walk and sightseeing. But suddenly, a strange yet somewhat familiar female voice came from not too far away, interrupting Adele's leisurely stroll. "What a coincidence, to meet Miss Adele here. Could it be that you came out specifically to greet me?" Adele immediately turned around, her eyes widening slightly at the woman she saw. Miss Black Veil, Edith. This woman was really persistent. Miss Edith was still wearing her black raven feather dress today. Her purple eyes were alluring. She looked like a witch who had stepped out of a fairy tale. Exquisitely beautiful, breathtakingly gorgeous. Like a faint purple epiphyllum, blooming in the depths of Adele's eyes. If Adele had no memories of reading this novel, she might have been attracted by Edith's persona and joined the Black Feather Society she led. It was a pity that Edith, the werewolf player, was no match for Adele, a player who had opened her heavenly eye. So no matter how innocent and pure Adele appeared on the surface, she would never fall for Edith's tricks. If she did, it would be because Edith offered too much, tempting Adele to willingly enter the tiger's den. After all, how could one catch tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den? After finishing her opening remarks, Edith approached Adele intimately, her gaze always gentle. But Adele was like a weak and easily frightened little animal, she just took a step back timidly and called out Edith's name. "President Edith." Edith narrowed her eyes slightly, she liked Adele's born prey posture. No wonder she had attracted the favor of top predators like Dorothy and Hermione. Similarly, she didn't doubt that the pitiful appearance Adele was putting on was a disguise. If she doubted it, wouldn't it mean that she was even worse than a little girl? Edith herself was a predator who was used to disguises and was good at manipulating people's hearts. She could see that Adele seemed to be still traumatized from that day. That's why she was so wary of her, even though they were both sequence ones. But the more wary the prey, the more interesting it was to slowly eliminate her vigilance and anxiety, and gradually make her develop intimacy and dependence on herself. And then, at the moment when she completely trusted herself, she would tear off the mask. Let her see the terrifying self beneath the mask. And her even more terrifying heart. Make her tremble, torment her, play with her, until she completely submitted, both physically and mentally. Become a good girl who even felt excited when being abused. Yes, at that time, Adele would become a good girl in her eyes. She would become one of her black feathers. Now, let's start with the first step. Make Adele trust her, get close to her. I'm very sorry that I couldn't arrive in time that day and you were frightened, Miss Adele. Edith looked sincerely apologetic and quickened her pace slightly. This way, she could finally reach Adele's side. This is the responsibility of our Black Feather Society, it's my negligence. Please don't say that, President Edith. Adele's eyes, which should have been shimmering with a beautiful light, were now so dim, like fragile petals in the wind. But it was clear that her vigilance towards Edith had lessened, and she stopped backing away. Edith pressed her advantage, coming to stand in front of Adele. She was tall and had to lower her head to look Adele in the eye. But what did she do? She actually bowed, assuming a humble posture of a listener, looking at Adele's delicate expression seriously and gently on the same level. Adele forgot to breathe, stunned. The woman's sincere words followed. No, it's my negligence. I promised to protect every vampire in the academy, that's why I founded the Black Feather Society. But I let you down, Adele, I'm sorry. The famous Miss Black Veil, the president of the Black Feather Society, Edith, was actually apologizing to a seemingly ordinary girl. Vampire students passing by were all surprised and looked at them with wide eyes. There were also members of the press that Edith had arranged beforehand, hiding in a secluded spot, holding cameras, capturing this scene from a perfect angle, an angle that especially highlighted the president's beauty. It was conceivable that the Black Feather Society's publicity department would use this photo as a theme to promote President Edith, making her image of being approachable and respectful of talent even more deeply rooted in people's hearts. Low-ranking vampire students were the majority in this academy, although they weren't as famous and dazzling as sequence ones. But unlike ordinary sequence ones, who were arrogant and didn't care about this group, Edith was different. She valued the voices of these low-ranking vampire students. Based on this, the Black Feather Society she founded was able to rival the student council in a short period of time. The days when a small number of human elites ruled the entire student body were gone. It was hard to say whether it was the dissatisfaction of the vampire students, who made up the majority of the student body, that led to the birth of the Black Feather Society, or Edith's personal ambition. Edith was a formidable opponent. Unlike the student council, which preferred action over words, she valued the role of public opinion and discourse power. So even though the Black Feather Society was still far from being the student council's opponent in terms of hard power, under the subtle influence of long-term propaganda, in the eyes of many uninformed students, the Black Feather Society's reputation was much louder than the student council's. This led to more and more vampires joining the Black Feather Society, both high-ranking and low-ranking. Accordingly, the Academy also allocated more resources to the Black Feather Society. But just as Edith thought her acting was flawless and she could use this opportunity to lure the weak Adele into the Black Feather Society, making her the key to dealing with Hermione, Dorothy, and the others, Adele, who appeared nervous and surprised on the surface, actually sneered in her heart. Hee, what grand words. If you really cared about low-ranking vampire students, why didn't you stand up for Adele when she was being bullied and chased? If she had nothing to do with Dorothy and Hermione, would you even give her a second glance? But complaining was complaining. For the current Adele, exposing Edith's true colors and tearing off her disguise to confront her was obviously not a wise move. So she acted flattered. President Edith. No, you don't have to do this. Rather, I'm very grateful that you came that day. So, Miss Adele, does that mean you're willing to join our Black Feather Society? She said even this detail was flawless. But Adele shook her head frantically. No. I don't mean that, I'm sorry. For the time being, I think I'm more suited to living a quiet life alone, I don't want to have contact with more vampires. To be honest, President Edith. Adele's face turned pale, her voice trembling. "To even feel uneasy and scared when I'm around other unfamiliar vampires now. Including you, President Edith. To have no ill feelings towards you. But my body is rejecting. I'm sorry. Is it a side effect?" Edith made her judgment. The side effect of being abused by the black and white twins, causing her to resist any vampire. Commonly known as PTSD, or post-traumatic stress disorder. At the same time, she looked at Adele with a very sympathetic and concerned gaze. She even politely took a step back to give Adele some space. If it were someone who didn't know her true colors, they would probably be touched by her consideration at this moment. "It's okay, Miss Adele, live the way you want. But if you change your mind one day, please remember that the door of our Black Feather Society will always be open for you. This is out of public interest. And personally, I wonder if I could have the honor of being Miss Adele's friend? Perhaps by trying to get close to me and spending time with me, Miss Adele, you can gradually alleviate the symptoms of the side effects and return to a normal life." What a persistent person, Adele thought to herself. Even though she had clearly refused to join the Black Feather Society, Edith was still clinging to her like a piece of candy. Didn't her upbringing teach her to be a reserved lady? She even wanted to be her friend. Wanting to be her friend now. Adele didn't even dare to imagine what she would want to be in the future. But her approach was very friendly, making it impossible to refuse, at least not on the surface. Adele could only agree half-heartedly. She quickly changed her expression. At first, she widened her eyes and opened her mouth in surprise, as if she couldn't believe her ears. Then she repeated her question. "President Edith, are you saying, you want to be my friend?" Adele raised a delicate, white hand and placed it on her chest, where the bow on her school uniform seemed ready to take flight. This was a normal reaction for an ordinary girl in the academy when faced with the favor of a talented and beautiful girl. Edith smiled, not surprised by this at all. But vaguely, she felt that the more normal the conversation, the more abnormal it seemed. Maybe, it was just her imagination, Edith thought. She had made a preconceived judgment, thinking that the reason Adele could attract the attention of Dorothy, Hermione, and the others must be because of her purity and kindness. Only this kind of naive and innocent girl could attract those real aristocratic girls. The settings in novels and TV dramas weren't without basis in reality. So she naturally wouldn't suspect that Adele might be scheming. "Yes, I hope to be Miss Adele's friend," Edith repeated naturally. "Why? Why me?" "Because in my heart, Miss Adele is a girl I can't help but worry about. In fact, ever since I met you last time, I've been thinking about you, Miss Adele. Even when I invited you to join the student council, I just wanted you to be closer to me. That way, I could still protect you and prevent you from being hurt like last time." Edith spoke sincerely. If it were anyone else, they might have believed her. Then, after joining the Black Feather Society with gratitude, they would discover the darkness and terror within, and either lose a layer of skin or a kidney. Adele sneered inwardly, but on the surface, she still looked deeply touched. The girl's eyes flickered with a strange and moving light, trembling slightly. Adele remained silent for a moment before saying, "Sorry, I still need time to digest this information." "It's okay, I'll wait for you." Adele didn't nod or shake her head, she just looked at Edith deeply, her cheeks blushing slightly. Then, she brushed past President Edith, her steps flustered and nervous. Edith showed a "victory is in my grasp" smile, and after Adele left, she no longer concealed it. If nothing unexpected happened, Adele would soon be hers. At that time, how should she tame her into her exclusive slave? Anyway, as long as she joined the Black Feather Society, it would be difficult for her to escape. And she had plenty of ways to slowly influence her. Thinking of this, Edith couldn't wait. She wanted to see the girl that even Dorothy and Hermione were chasing after, kneeling before her like a dog. That would definitely be an interesting scene. But if nothing unexpected happened, something unexpected would definitely happen. After Adele walked away, she muttered and cursed to herself, venting her dissatisfaction with Edith. "Can you make keys? How many can you make?" She thought that one actress in this whole book was enough. Who was Edith to try to act? Didn't she know that colleagues were like enemies? What bad luck. Her good mood for the day was ruined. Not to mention that from what Edith said, she still wanted to cling to Adele. This slit-mouthed woman was really hateful. But speaking of her face under the veil, those lips stitched together with needles and thread, just thinking about it made Adele shudder. Adele's heart skipped a beat. Could there be a story behind this? For example, Edith's past. Or maybe her biggest weakness. The so-called Miss Black Veil gave people a sense of mystery, making them admire and yearn for her. But what if she deliberately created this persona? To hide her ugly appearance and live with a mask every day. And the scar wasn't congenital. So who was it that did such a cruel thing to her? Adele realized that finding out the reason behind the scar on Edith's face would, to a large extent, reveal how the girl had gradually become the Miss Black Veil she was today. However, Adele currently had no intention of empathizing with the two-faced president of the Black Feather Society. She even wished Edith would stay far away from her. It was best for annoying people to stay out of sight. Adele hadn't been out for long, and it was obviously inappropriate to return to the dormitory now, which would also make Sharon uneasy. So Adele had no choice but to continue wandering around the campus. She didn't want to go to the library this time. The girl thought about it and decided that the swimming pool was a good choice. Yes, she could exercise and cultivate her sentiments, hee. But on her way to the swimming pool, excited, Adele unexpectedly ran into a senior she had recently met. Lin Baiyuan, the vice president of the student council, was also present on the day Adele was kidnapped by the twin sisters, Amaterasu Kuro and Tsukimi Shiro. At that time, she seemed to be in a hurry to take some important documents somewhere. But when she saw Adele, she stopped in surprise. And she took the initiative to greet Adele. "Miss Adele? I didn't expect to see you here. Are you feeling better? I'm ashamed that the student council was the last to arrive that day. On behalf of the student council, I apologize to you." Unlike Edith's pretentious gestures, Lin Baiyuan's demeanor, both inside and out, exuded sincerity. Genuine sincerity, not a poorly disguised performance. And there were no members of the press or photography club holding cameras around the student council vice president, ready to capture her shining moments for publicity and further solidify the president's persona. The student council never had personas, they were all about authenticity. At the same time, they were very pragmatic. Everyone adhered to their duties and always did more than they said. It was a different style from the Black Feather Society. It could even be said that they were two completely opposite extremes. Although Adele was somewhat touched that the student council vice president was still thinking about her, and even felt guilty for the student council's late arrival and apologized to her, Hermione's words to Adele suddenly came to mind. Like a cold wind, they lingered in Adele's mind, making her expression stiffen slightly. The condition for joining the student council is to kill your fellow vampires. You will always have half vampire blood flowing in your body, you can't change that, you are a vampire. The girl's breathing became erratic, and it took her a while to calm down. Adele gave Lin Baiyuan a wary look, pursed her lips, and said softly. "I'm feeling better, thank you for your concern, Vice President." Faced with the girl's sudden coldness, Lin Baiyuan just smiled bitterly. She could probably guess the reason. "That's good." With that, she brushed past Adele. At that moment, Adele didn't turn her head, but simply asked in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft. "If no one had come to save me that day, would your student council have come?" Lin Baiyuan paused in her steps. "At least, I would have come." "I see, I understand." Adele snorted softly and left without looking back. Lin Baiyuan couldn't represent the entire student council. She might be one of the few doves in the student council who were friendly to vampires. Or maybe she wasn't friendly to vampires at all. It was just that because Adele had half-human blood, she tried to understand Adele as half-human, so she showed concern and sympathy for Adele. As for what the other student council members thought, it was obvious. They were all the same, the student council and the Black Feather Society. No one would take a marginal person like her seriously. No one would protect her. As Adele walked, she sniffed, her eyes reddening uncontrollably. She finally understood what it felt like to be a mixed blood. Rejected by vampires, not accepted by humans, existing in the cracks, struggling to survive. And this feeling, the original Adele might have experienced for a long, long time. It was a sunny day, but she felt dizzy under the bright sunlight. There wasn't a single ray of light in the whole world that belonged to her. Might as well let the whole world fall into darkness. If someone else said this, it would just be dismissed as a Chinibu outburst. But who would have thought that the future Adele might actually have the power to do it? She walked unsteadily under the sunlight. After a few steps, Adele suddenly squatted down, hugged her knees, and buried her face in her arms. Ignoring the surprised and mocking gazes of passers-by, the girl's shoulders trembled. After a while, she calmed down. Adele wiped the corners of her eyes with the back of her hand, her delicate and cute appearance even more pitiful. She suddenly didn't want to go to the swimming pool anymore. They were all bad people. They weren't even as good-looking as her Celeste and Hermione. But she had already acted spoiled with them recently. If she went to them again, would they find her annoying? The reality was, of course not. Celeste and Hermione couldn't wait for Adele to cling to them forever. But at this moment, Adele, with her sensitive mind, was overthinking. After thinking about it, she decided to go to the study room in the academy library to rest for a while and take a nap. When her mood improved, she would go home and happily spend the last 2 days of her vacation, preparing for the upcoming internship tasks. Adele specifically found an empty study room in a corner of the library, then pushed the door open and entered. There was a small bookshelf in the study room. She rummaged through it and picked out an interesting storybook. Then she placed it on the desk in front of her, using it as a soft cushion for sleeping. So that's what you're looking for books for? Why not just grab any book then? But of course, that wouldn't do for Adele. If she woke up, she would still need this book as entertainment. Perhaps because she was distracted, or maybe the temperature of the air conditioner in the study room was just right, and the ordinary study desk gave her a feeling of being in class. Adele relaxed her body and fell asleep not long after. When she woke up, she heard the chirping of birds outside the window. The sound of the air conditioner blowing cold air was clearly audible in the quiet study room. And also noticeable was the rustling sound of a woman flipping through pages. Adele opened her eyes, looking dazed from sleep. Her mind was blank and confused. For a long time, she didn't realize anything was wrong. Her thinking ability was on hold. It wasn't until her senses returned that she involuntarily retracted her exposed calves under her school uniform skirt and gasped. They felt a little cold. But her body was fine. It was like her upper body was in summer and her lower body was in winter. Could it be because she forgot to wear white silk stockings, so the air conditioner in the study room was punishing her? No, why did her shoulders feel a little heavy, like there was a reassuring weight on them? Adele looked up at her shoulder and found that it was covered by a woman's jacket. It could be seen that the owner of the jacket was tall, otherwise, it wouldn't have reached Adele's buttocks. Adele finally reacted and sat up straight, startled. Her vision was no longer limited to the small desk, instantly encompassing most of the study room. And the mature woman sitting in front of her, her beautiful long hair cascading down, wearing only a white shirt. No need for complicated decorations, just a shirt was enough to highlight the woman's stunning beauty and maturity. The temperature in the study room wasn't high, but the woman had unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of her shirt, the faintly exposed collarbones making Adele's imagination run wild. At least Adele couldn't help but gulp. The woman was focused on reading a thick book in front of her. Noticing Adele waking up, she immediately greeted her in a friendly tone. "I think you must have had a good dream, welcome back." The woman smiled and raised her eyes. The hint of purple in her pupils made Adele's heart skip a beat. Because at that moment, Adele remembered another woman with purple eyes. Edith, the president of the Black Feather Society. But it was obvious that the woman in front of her was a human. Adele didn't sense any bloody smell from her. Instead, her jacket smelled very nice, with a faint milky fragrance. At the same time, if you observed carefully, you would find that she was clearly different from Edith. Although they both had long black hair, the woman in front of her had straight hair like tassels, reaching her waist. Wait till my hair reaches my waist. As for Edith's long hair, the ends were slightly curled lazily. Her purple eyes were also more hypocritical, far from being as clear and trustworthy as the woman in front of her. A senior? Or a young teacher? Adele couldn't tell the woman's identity, but she knew that the jacket on her back belonged to this woman. So she immediately expressed her thanks, feeling a little embarrassed that a stranger had seen her sleeping face, and wanted to escape from here quickly. Thank you. Here's your jacket, I won't stay in the study room and disturb you anymore. The woman shook her head gently. I don't think it's a disturbance. Rather, it was me who barged in knowing there was someone in this study room. Did I disturb you? No, not at all. Adele's gaze lowered guiltily, thinking that the woman didn't have to be so polite. This study room wasn't hers, and she couldn't occupy such a large space alone. She just came in to rest because she saw that there was no one inside. As for now, she should return it to someone who really needed it. Adele handed the jacket back to the woman with purple eyes, her cheeks slightly flushed. Then she put the storybook she hadn't had time to read back on the bookshelf according to her memory and prepared to leave. But at that moment, the woman with long, straight black hair tapped her fingers lightly on the desk, making a tap, tap sound. This action drew Adele's attention back, and she looked at the woman's face curiously. She was sure that she had never seen this woman before, she was a stranger, but beautiful. Was there such a person in the academy? But since she was a human, it was normal. Humans were all low-key weirdos, they liked to play the underdog. Unconsciously, Adele had even mentally separated humans as a separate category. Did this mean that she was gradually starting to accept her mixed-blood identity as neither human nor vampire? Subconsciously, Adele was starting to distrust both humans and vampires. She would probably only trust a few specific people. She began to understand that she didn't need to find a sense of belonging, she just needed to find a home. A sense of belonging came from a group. A home came from individuals. Is there something I can do for you, miss? Adele asked the kind and considerate woman who had put a jacket on her. If it was a small matter like bringing her a pancake or picking up a package, Adele would gladly help. But her train of thought was too strange, who would ask a strange girl to do these things for them? The woman smiled and turned to look at Adele. No, not me. It's you, are you sure there's nothing I can do for you? What do you mean? Adele was a little flustered, her pink pupils like delicate flower petals swaying and falling in the breeze, landing gracefully on a clear pond, causing ripples on the surface. Vengeance Witch, you searched for this information on the forum, right? And, you spent almost 3 hours on it. The woman chuckled. In her calm eyes, Adele was like a naked person, with no secrets to hide. Adele opened her mouth slightly, her hands involuntarily clenching into fists, although they were small and powerless pink fists. You, how did you know? Are you a forum administrator? A hacker? Who are you? Administrator. I guess you could say that. I didn't expect them to haven't revoked my account privileges yet. As for who I am, that's a really troublesome question. Different people will probably come to different conclusions. Then what about me? Adele asked nervously. To you, I am the one you've been looking for, the Vengeance Witch. Like being struck by lightning, the astonishing and unbelievable answer appeared before Adele's eyes, making her pupils tremble. If Adele hadn't instinctively grabbed the wall beside her, she might have collapsed. But even though she didn't collapse, her legs still went weak. Oh my God! The experience pack wants to devour its host. It was like the legendary butterfly effect, a butterfly flapping its wings could cause a storm on the other side of the ocean. Now, Adele's actions of searching for information related to the vengeance which had caused the Vengeance Witch to appear. The impact was no less than a storm. And poor Adele was at the center of the storm. It seemed calm on the surface, but she could be destroyed by the approaching storm and waves at any time. The moment Adele most wanted to meet the Vengeance Witch was undoubtedly during her internship task in the near future, when she encountered the dying Vengeance Witch. Because only then would the Vengeance Witch's powerful strength not harm her. And only then could she inherit the witch's power. Although she would transform from a human into a witch because of this, Adele no longer had much hope for humanity. Instead, power was what she desperately needed. If everything went according to the script, it would be the best route for Adele. But the script had gone crazy. Why did she have to provoke the vengeance witch in advance? The complete, beautiful, and powerful witch. But these attributes, apart from making Adele feel fear, didn't arouse any excitement in her. Sorry. I shouldn't have been so nosy, I shouldn't have searched for that, sob. Adele shamefully cowered. She had heard that witches were ruthless killers, the outliers among foreign races, the scum of the earth. Under these circumstances, it was already good enough that she could stand properly without collapsing in fear in front of this woman. Searched randomly? You weren't searching randomly. You searched for 3 hours straight, not even letting go of information about other witches. You even found out that the current student council president might be investigating me, her senior. The vengeance witch smiled faintly, easily seeing through Adele's clumsy lie. Senior. Adele keenly caught this identity. Could it be that the vengeance witch was also a member of the Cromwell Academy Student Council? And from what she said, she used to be a forum administrator. And only student council members above the rank of minister could hold the position of administrator. But now wasn't the time to focus on this. Adele's eyes were welling up with tears. She could only hope that by acting pitiful, she could make the witch spare her. Why are you so afraid of me? She didn't know if Adele's delicate and pitiful appearance really worked, or if her playing pitiful tactic was effective. But judging from her tone, this witch didn't seem to have any hostility towards Adele, nor did she intend to do anything cruel to her. Because. Adele stammered, like a primary school student being scolded by a teacher, standing in front of the witch, her head lowered, at a loss. Because I'm a witch, one of the most dangerous foreign races, that's what the current textbooks teach, right? Adele didn't dare to nod, nor could she shake her head against her conscience. So she simply responded with silence. The witch's smile was so beautiful that even though she was a faint flame ignited in Adele's heart. The emotion called revenge began to envelop her entire being. Revenge, on her. Adele was like a puppet who had lost the ability to think for herself, her eyes becoming vacant, pitiful, and cute. And incredibly alluring, like a young, ripening fruit. Even knowing its sourness, one would still want to savor its sweetness. Yes, revenge, what a wonderful taste it is. Imagine the person you fear, the person you hate, kneeling before you, begging for mercy, pleading for your forgiveness with tears streaming down their face. But you won't forgive her, how could you possibly forgive her? Let them receive their due punishment in despair. The justice of this world won't be given to us. The woman's pupils gradually contracted into a tiny dot, then expanded wildly. Then we'll take it ourselves. Her voice was soft, but it contained a thunderous power. Adele shivered violently, but after the shiver, she was inevitably engulfed in a burning heat. Her eyes went from fear, timidity, and cowering to calmness, and then to anger. The vengeance which admired her masterpiece with satisfaction, listening to Adele ask. Really, is it okay? To take revenge on them, to make them regret, to make them. Adele's small hands clenched tightly. But this anger was meaningless. At least before meeting the vengeance witch, it was meaningless. The witch took Adele's small hand with heartache, giving her warmth through her touch. Even though she couldn't directly see Adele's tragic past, she could still tell from her expression and demeanor what kind of terrible treatment the girl in front of her had suffered. Just like the saying, a harmless man is guilty of possessing a jade. Adele was innocent, her beauty and gentleness were her original sins. Make them pay the price. The vengeance which completed Adele's unfinished sentence. A tear slid down the corner of Adele's eye, followed by uncontrollable sobs and murmurs. Make them pay the price. Sob, make them experience what I went through. The vengeance which pulled Adele into her arms, like a mother comforting her daughter. She gently rocked Adele, her warm hand stroking the girl's hair, her fingers wiping away the tears on Adele's face. Yes, that's right. Yes, my Adele, you're not wrong, it's all their fault. You've passed the test. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Lee Legay, the Vengeance Witch, and also Cromwell Academies. Lee Legay paused, a little dazed. It turned out that she still cared, still couldn't let go of the past. Otherwise, she could have said it more calmly. Also Cromwell Academy's former student council president. In other words, the current student council president had personally taken over the authority from Lee Legay, achieving her current self. No wonder Lee Legay could still freely enter and exit the academy, even staying in the library to quietly enjoy reading, even though the witch hunt was becoming increasingly intense. This couldn't even be described as turning a blind eye. This was practically letting her off the hook. The student council president, who was so ruthless towards foreign races, was actually so tolerant towards her senior, towards Lee Legay, who had completely become a witch, letting her go time and time again. No wonder the vampires couldn't accept it. Humans were really protective of their own, commonly known as double standards. From the human perspective, of course, they readily accepted this. But as a vampire who would fight witches in the future, it was really hard not to feel disheartened by humans. This huge and shocking inside information made Adele's pupils tremble. Fortunately, she was huddled in Lee Legay's arms, her performance flawless, so Lee Legay didn't notice. Today, I will fulfill one of your revenge wishes, but the road ahead may require you to walk alone. My time is running out. Tell me, who do you want to take revenge on? Who to take revenge on? This was a good question. It was also a question that completely reassured Adele. Adele finally understood the purpose of the witch, Lee Legay. It wasn't to do anything to her. On the contrary, she was even kind enough to want to do something for her. But perhaps it shouldn't be called kindness. This was also the result of Lee Legay becoming a witch and being influenced by the witch's traits. In short, it meant that Adele was not only not in danger, but Lee Legay was even willing to use her power to help Adele fulfill her wish. A crisis had thus unexpectedly turned into a pie falling from the sky for Adele. She didn't need to pretend to be pitiful anymore to gain sympathy. Yes, that's right, before this, Adele's fear, timidity, and pitiful cuteness were all a disguise. She didn't expect that she could actually deceive a witch born from the sins of humanity. The sins of humanity, also known as the 7 deadly sins, were a concept mentioned in most novels, originating from Catholicism. The sins were pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. Witches were human ability users who embraced the original sins. The witch traits displayed by Lee Legay, according to classification, should belong to wrath, one of the 7 deadly sins. Adele thought for a moment, if she were to become a witch, which of the 7 deadly sins would she belong to? She felt like it would be lust. Ahem, back to the question. Who did Adele want to take revenge on? Dorothy? Amaterasu Kuro and Tsukimi Shiro? Or someone else? This was a difficult question to decide, but one thing was certain, Adele wouldn't miss this free opportunity. Logically speaking, Adele should choose to take revenge on Dorothy. But considering that Dorothy was the true strongest villain in this world, the final boss for her future self to deal with, letting the Vengeance Witch, a character who was strong in the early stages but would eventually become an experience pack, take revenge on Dorothy. It just didn't seem realistic. Even though the strength Dorothy currently displayed might not be as strong as Lee Legay's, who knew what kind of cheats she, as the villainous heroine and the vampire princess, could pull out. Forget it, she wouldn't do it. Adele wasn't just thinking about Lee Legay's life, she also had to consider her own life. Got it. Adele's eyes suddenly lit up. She had figured out who she wanted to take revenge on. Edith. After a long time, the name finally came out of the slightly trembling girl's mouth. Edith? Sounds a little familiar. Lee Legay seemed to be lost in memories. After a while, she suddenly realized. Oh, it's her. I remember she was a nasty girl before, I didn't expect her to have made no progress after all these years. As the previous student council president, Lee Legay had personally handed over the organization she led to the current student council president. And the current student council president was 1 year older than Edith, but they were rivals, a rivalry where Edith was unilaterally crushed. So, the year Leela was about to graduate seemed to be the year Edith entered the academy. She didn't expect Edith to have been a tough character in the academy since then. To the point where even Leela had an impression of her. Have you decided on her? Leela asked gently, looking at Adele's teary eyes. Adele bit her lip and nodded firmly. It was her, this annoying person. The one who even raped her in the original novel. How could Adele let her succeed in this life? So she might as well take revenge on her with Leela's help before anything happened. As for the result of the revenge, Adele guessed that Leela wouldn't really kill Edith. She couldn't do that and make the current student council president look bad. But she would definitely teach Edith an unforgettable lesson. Yes, Edith. I want to make her pay. Okay, we'll make her pay. Leela narrowed her eyes. Her words were calm, but they sent chills down Adele's spine. At the same time, in the office of Edith, the president of the Black Feather Society. Edith swiveled in her chair, one leg crossed, her black silk stockings visible. She frowned slightly, looking out the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Under the clear sky, crows with crimson eyes cawed and circled in the air. Why do I feel uneasy? The girl murmured to herself, but couldn't find an answer. Crows were the symbol of the Black Feather Society. But most of the time, they were also ominous birds that symbolized disaster. President, the report you arranged has been published, including online. We also have people fueling the flames. Okay, I know, thank you, Vicky. Edith smiled and interrupted the girl's words. Everything was proceeding according to her expectations, the situation was under control. Edith couldn't compete with that deeply rooted organization in terms of strength yet. But in terms of public opinion, the current Black Feather Society was crushing the student council. Although occasionally someone would anonymously post online, accusing the Black Feather Society of its atrocities, they would be quickly silenced, physically. As long as the person who spoke up was dealt with, then the matter they spoke up about wouldn't exist anymore. The Black Feather Society was truly living up to its name in its darkness, but it also wanted to portray itself as a beacon of light. And most of the vampires who joined the Black Feather Society, after witnessing the reality within, didn't think about rebelling. They even submitted in a way that made people feel frustrated, and naturally became supporters. If you asked why, it was because the vampire concept of hierarchy was so deeply ingrained in their hearts. There's one more thing. Vicky's expression was a little unusual, which piqued Edith's curiosity. What is it? She narrowed her alluring purple eyes and unconsciously tugged at the black veil on her face, making sure it wouldn't fall off. Edith always did this, it had become an unconscious habit. She was afraid of others seeing her face. No matter how she used public opinion to portray herself as a stunning beauty behind the veil, it couldn't change the reality. A lie repeated 100 times wasn't the truth. Vicky reported truthfully. President, that girl is here to see you. Adele. Edith was a little surprised, but after the surprise, she couldn't help but utter the girl's name with delight. Yes, I've invited her to conference room number 1. Vicky deliberately emphasized the words, conference room number 1. Edith naturally understood. That place was, in a sense, the origin of evil. It was one of the places where the Black Feather Society hid its dirty secrets. Edith had also played with some girls who interested her there. It was called a necessary test to join the Black Feather Society. It was like learning all the worst aspects of the West. Even now, many prestigious universities in the West, whether it was the student council or fraternities, still retained many disgusting initiation rituals. Some were bizarre, some were terrifying, and most were a form of physical and mental humiliation. For example, new members need to run naked around the academy, new members need to pleasure themselves in front of everyone, or reveal their deepest secrets. There were even cases of offering their virginity to the seniors of the student council, such a vile practice. But she was a Western vampire. Historically, with the high degree of integration between vampires and humans, many vampires became nobles and capitalists with their powerful abilities. Their vampire descendants, after entering universities, might also become leaders of student councils, and might even be the ones who established these initiation ritual rules. Of course, this was just speculation. There were noble vampires in this world, and there were also despicable humans. Clearly, Edith wouldn't let go of the lamb that had delivered itself to her doorstep. "I understand, Vicky, go pour her a cup of black tea, I'll go and keep her company soon." Edith's tone revealed her good mood, and she completely dismissed her previous unease as an illusion. Vicky's eyes flickered slightly when she heard her order, then she nodded gently. "Yes. Are you interested in her, Vicky?" Edith suddenly asked. Vicky was her capable assistant, with long, curly brown hair, always wearing a long robe that covered her ankles, like a medieval witch. Also a sequence one, she didn't have the arrogance that other blood nobles usually had, instead, she was normal and low-key. In other words, among the blood nobles who were all guilty of the sin of pride, she, who was almost humble, seemed out of place. She had been following Edith since she entered the academy, as if she was born to recognize her monarch. She believed that Edith could bring something to the vampires in this academy. And reality proved that Edith had indeed done it. The existence of the Black Feather Society had gradually elevated the status of vampire students in the academy, this was a fact, and it had also taken away many rights that originally belonged to the student council. The days when human elites led the student council, and the student council led the entire academy, were gone. Although there were inevitably some necessary sacrifices in this process. For example, Adele might soon become one of these necessary sacrifices. "Welcome to the Black Feather Society, Adele. You have to experience darkness first before you can have wings to fly." "No, President, please enjoy it yourself." Vicky replied calmly. As for her impression of Adele, although she seemed pure on the surface, maybe she was a minx in private? Otherwise, Vicky couldn't explain how a pure and innocent girl could make so many goddesses fall for her. The girl instinctively realized that there was more to Adele than met the eye. But she wouldn't pour cold water on President Edith's excitement. She could only wish her a good time. And hope that President Edith wouldn't get into big trouble because of this. Edith nodded slightly and joked. "I'm really curious what kind of person Vicky would like, a man or a woman. You're too chaste, it makes me, the president, feel a sense of crisis." If their relationship wasn't close enough, saying this would be no different from saying, "Are you trying to usurp my power?" But obviously, their relationship didn't need this kind of testing. Vicky turned around to entertain Adele as Edith requested, and replied casually. "You're joking, President. Can't I be asexual?" "Ah, I forgot about that possibility, my mistake." Vicky dragged her long robe and left Edith's office. At the same time, in the conference room, Adele was waiting anxiously. Unfortunately, Leela Gay wasn't by her side, making her feel uneasy. Although Leela Gay said it was to avoid alerting the enemy, letting her enter the enemy's base camp alone, wasn't this a bit too risky? And what if Leela Gay was just bragging? Wouldn't she be trapped in the Black Feather Society? The door of the Black Feather Society was easy to enter, but difficult to exit. She would at least lose a layer of skin. But now that the deed was done, Adele could do nothing but wait nervously for Edith's arrival and trust Leela Gay. She could only hope that this early-stage experience pack could be a little more reliable. After all, she was the first human cheat in Adele's protagonist career. Time passed slowly as Adele waited anxiously. Then, with a creak, someone suddenly pushed open the door of the conference room and walked in. Adele immediately looked over and saw Miss Vicky, who had received her earlier. She had a low-key personality, but her status was the vice president of the entire Black Feather Society, second only to the president, and she was carrying a pot of hot tea. Adele quickly stood up from her seat as a sign of respect for Vice President Vicky. From this, it could be seen that Adele was really cowardly. But she had a different attitude toward Celeste and the others. She was indeed a spoiled bad girl. Vicky gave her a natural smile. "Don't be nervous, Adele, Edith thinks highly of you, and so do I. But I'm not ready yet." Adele wanted to say, "I'm not ready to join the Black Feather Society yet." But before she could finish, Vicky interrupted her. "Some things never require preparation, when they come, they are unavoidable." It felt like her words had a deeper meaning. Adele shrugged, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Vicky had already walked closer to her. I've already reported your visit to President Edith. She's busy right now, preparing materials to apply for higher subsidies and benefits for vampire students in need from the Academy. After all, rights are earned, and that's the original intention of President Edith in establishing the Black Feather Society. It sounded very grand, Adele thought. But she could only cooperate with Vicky's performance, saying softly in an admiring tone. President Edith is a very capable person. Please have a seat and some tea while you wait for her. Okay, wait, what kind of tea? Only black tea, is that okay? Vicky's smile never changed, but Adele's smile stiffened. Wait, black tea? Lily Gay. Where are you? Someone is about to rap asterisk your little sister. Adele couldn't help but steal a few more glances. She had a kind of mature beauty, even more mature than Hermione, who had just entered the realm of being a big sister. Adele felt more and more in her heart that the vengeance which was unreliable, and she wanted to cry but had no tears. Now, she could only treat this as a solo survival mission. Fortunately, after her efforts, Vicky didn't force her to drink the black tea that might have been spiked with something strange. However, Vice President Vicky's gaze towards Adele became filled with an indescribable meaning. She was clearly starting to doubt the authenticity of Adele's innocence. Please, Adele didn't even smoke, how could she be innocent? But they both exercised restraint, avoiding tearing down the facade and making things too ugly. Besides, Adele had already come to the Black Feather Society, they believed she couldn't pull off any tricks. It's my poor hospitality, I didn't check beforehand that Miss Adele doesn't drink black tea. Vicky saved some face for Adele. But it doesn't matter, milk tea, coffee, green tea, jasmine tea, there's always a drink that Miss Adele will like. I'll be well prepared next time. I'll take my leave now, Miss Adele. Okay, goodbye, President Vicky. Would flattery still work at this time? Adele had heard that vice presidents usually like to be called presidents. It felt like she had been marked by Vicky. But actually, as long as Adele kept one thing in mind, after safely leaving the Black Feather Society this time, she would never come back. That was, if she could actually leave the Black Feather Society safely. She didn't know if Edith was deliberately testing her patience, but after Vicky left, Edith came after a while, appearing gracefully. The first thing Edith did upon entering the conference room was to lock the door from the inside. The two clicks made Adele's eyelids and heart jump. Damn, this person wasn't even trying to hide it. She even put on a 3 visits to the thatched cottage act outside, and now that Adele was on her turf, she wasn't even pretending. Lily Gay. Save me. Edith's intentions were too obvious. So obvious that even if Adele wasn't a naive little white flower, she should have been a little wary. But unfortunately, her current role was precisely that of a naive little white flower. Sorry to keep you waiting, Miss Adele. Edith's tone was enthusiastic, perhaps she still wanted to play a hypocritical game with Adele. Then, when Adele truly believed her lies, she would tear off her mask and enjoy Adele's despair upon seeing her true face. Perhaps because they were both naturally good at acting, Adele could almost see through Edith's purpose at a glance. But in this situation... Oh my God, apart from continuing to act along with Edith, delaying until Lily Gay came online, and avoiding being raped, Adele had no other choice. It's okay, Miss Vicky is a very nice person, she chatted with me for a while. The most eye-catching thing in the conference room was the round table in the middle and the cushioned chairs surrounding it. Adele was sitting on a chair near the window on the right side. Logically speaking, Edith should be sitting at her chairman's seat, that way, she would be far enough away from Adele for Adele to have time to react. But she gave up her usual position and instead came to sit beside Adele, acting very familiar. As if their relationship was naturally close. At the same time, Edith's gaze also fell on the cup of black tea in front of Adele, which was still steaming slightly. It seems that Miss Adele hasn't touched the tea, is it not to your liking? Edith asked, her expression unchanged. I'll tell the others to pay attention next time. No, you don't have to be so polite. Why not? I'm sincere towards Miss Adele. As she spoke, Edith moved closer to Adele. Her hand rested on the chair, and the two chairs were so close together that their fingers almost touched. Or rather, they were already touching. A tingling sensation spread from her fingertips to Adele's heart, making the hairs on her back stand on end. "Please don't do this, President Edith." "Don't do what?" "We're just having a normal conversation." "Since Adele came to me, it means you've accepted to join the Black Feather Society, right?" Edith pressed on. "This is our Black Feather Society's initiation ceremony for new members, haven't you heard of it?" "No." Adele didn't dare to directly say that she wasn't here to join at all, that would only make Edith think that she was playing with her, and Edith's patience would wear thin. When her patience completely disappeared, Adele thought that she would be devoured. Edith smiled playfully. "If you haven't, then it's just the right time for your big sister to teach you. Don't worry, it's very enjoyable. It can make you forget all your worries and pain. What Hermione and Dorothy can't give you, I can give you." Edith had unknowingly leaned in close to Adele, the black veil swaying gently with her movements. Adele was transfixed by her naked, undisguised gaze. She forgot to breathe, forgot to struggle, or maybe she didn't dare, didn't have the strength. One of Adele's small hands was tightly gripped by Edith. Instead of warmth, it felt ice-cold. As if Edith could hurt her with just a little force. "No, don't." Adele was almost in despair at this moment, only able to utter a refusal instinctively, unable to make any other sound. But this refusal seemed to please Edith even more. "It's a pity, it's not up to you to say no now. If you had drunk that black tea, maybe I would have been gentler today, making you mistake it for just a bad dream. But now, I'm more interested in seeing you struggle desperately, seeing you add more fun to this." It seemed that Edith was doing the same thing as Amaterasu Kuro and Tsukimi Shiro. But the outcome might be completely different. She would get away with it, and Adele would become one of those voiceless victims. Firstly, she had never forced Adele to join the Black Feather Society. Since Adele had willingly jumped into the den of evil, then everything that happened after that had nothing to do with Edith. Secondly, she wasn't as stupid as the twins. The twins used brute force and didn't care about Adele's feelings. But Edith cared, she cared in a hypocritical way. She was very good at bullying and manipulating pure little girls like Adele. She was also confident that after Adele experienced the pleasure, she would become completely dependent on her. If the feeling of pleasure alone couldn't make Adele fall, she also had other ways, some unspeakable methods, to make Adele obey her every word. That's why she dared to be so unscrupulous, in this territory that belonged to her. In front of Adele, who was already like a trapped little animal. One wrong step can lead to a lifetime of regret, this was Adele's current situation. Edith didn't want to explore why Adele suddenly changed her mind after half a day. But what remained unchanged was that Adele would become a puppet she manipulated, a pawn or a sharp blade she placed between Hermione and Dorothy. Edith was very ambitious, otherwise, she wouldn't have gathered the originally scattered vampire students and formed the so-called Black Feather Society. The Black Feather Society was her brotherhood, which would give her great help when she left the academy and made a name for herself in the vampire world, becoming a force to be reckoned with. In fact, in the later part of the book, she did become an important boss in the vampire world. And the role of a boss was obvious, wasn't it, to be defeated by the protagonist for revenge? Edith abused the protagonist in the early stages, and was then abused by the protagonist as a stepping stone in the later stages. But back to reality, Adele didn't even want to be abused by her in the early stages. If anyone tried to entice Adele with promises of bitter first, sweet later, Adele would only reply, "Sweet your ass." Why should she suffer? Couldn't it be sweet from beginning to end? She was already regretting it to death. She thought to herself that she shouldn't have trusted the evil of the vengeance which, Lee Legay, that experience pack. Did that experience pack peek at the script? Was she planning to kill her, the protagonist, in advance and then take her place? Adele never hesitated to attribute the worst intentions to people. And it was at this critical moment, a sentence suddenly popped up in Adele's mind. The voice was also strangely familiar, it was clearly Lee Legay's. "Little girl, do you understand the principle of luring the tiger out of the mountains? Just because I was a little late, I've become your target of revenge too. The vengeance which could sense the resentment in other people's hearts, and obviously, Adele's resentment towards Lee Legay was quite deep at this moment. Of course it was deep, she was about to be raped. How could it not be deep? This vengeful nature of yours, maybe you're even more suitable to be the vengeance which than I am. It was probably magic voice transmission. Adele couldn't do this, she was too bad at using magic. Besides, she couldn't find Lee Legay's location either. So Adele could only complain and get excited in her heart. You finally came online. But thanks to Lee Legay's sudden voice transmission, Adele's nervousness and fear also subsided a lot. Even though her current situation was still not optimistic, Edith was about to violate her, and had already tightly gripped her wrist, Adele's heart was unprecedentedly calm. And just as Edith was about to take the next step, the sudden change in the atmosphere made her feel a great sense of danger. It was like a predator at the top of the food chain enjoying its prey. And suddenly being targeted by an even higher level predator. Outside the conference room, the sky gradually darkened. Like ink spilling, the whole world was enveloped in an unknown darkness. Making one's heart clench, filled with an ominous feeling. It wasn't the natural transition from day to night, but the unfolding of some kind of domain. The conference room was enveloped, becoming a sealed chamber with no escape. Edith's whole body tensed up, her heart turning cold. She didn't even notice that Adele in front of her was starting to be swallowed by the darkness, as if sinking into a dark swamp. From her arm to her body, finally only her face remained visible to Edith. Then Adele completely fell into the boundless darkness, disappearing without a trace. At first, Adele was also a little panicked, but when she realized that this darkness wouldn't harm her, but was protecting her, separating her from a certain domain, she was no longer nervous, she even gave Edith a strange smile smugly. Ring in equal to ring in equal to. Edith only felt her hand empty, Adele's wrist disappearing. Her first reaction was to hug Adele in front of her, wanting to take her as a hostage, but she missed. Adele mocked her with her disappearance. And from this point on, she watched as everything around her, the chairs, the solid wood round table, the bookshelves, and the curtains, were swallowed by the invisible ink-like darkness bit by bit. The whole world became pitch black, and she was in it, as if she had descended into a hell where she was neither in heaven nor on earth. Edith's expression instantly turned gloomy, becoming terrifyingly scary. If someone took off her veil, they would see an even more hideous and terrifying sight. She knew she had been tricked by Adele. As expected, any change of heart was ulterior motive. Adele wasn't as innocent as she appeared. This reminded Edith of a story from the Eastern world. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Adele was the cicada, and she was the mantis that had been tricked to death. Then who was the oriole? Who was it? But no matter who it was, being able to drag her into their domain without her knowing proved one thing: the other party was far stronger than her. The next moment, Edith began her futile resistance. With a soft shout, countless black feathers shot out at an incredible speed, like sharp flying knives, piercing the surrounding darkness. Although the damage wasn't high, the range was wide, it was a very powerful AoE skill. In fact, Edith wasn't aiming for damage, but to use these black feathers to probe the boundaries of the darkness. Using your brain in battle could save a lot of energy. But unfortunately, the difference in strength was clear. Being completely overpowered would render all strategies useless. Those black feathers were swallowed by the ink-like darkness, unable to detect any boundaries. It was as if it was endless. At the same time, they also attacked Edith. Although she tried her best to resist, briefly delaying her fate of being swallowed, it was destined to be futile. Apart from buying time, she couldn't do anything, she couldn't change the final outcome. Edith was just the president of the Black Feather Society, her strength was far inferior to the current student council president. Lee Legay's identity was even more significant, as the former student council president, it meant that she was the strongest among the students of that generation. Not to mention that she had also undergone witchification. There was a saying, whitewashing weakens you by 7 points, blackening strengthens you threefold. Maybe reality wasn't that exaggerated, but it wasn't unreasonable. Leela Gay, as someone who had experienced it firsthand, truly felt that she was much stronger now than she was in the past. In the battle between the senior and the new generation, the situation was destined to be one-sided. But Leela Gay obviously didn't plan to just defeat her opponent and teach Edith a lesson on Adele's behalf. That would only create a relentless enemy for Adele, with no benefit to herself. Therefore, Leela Gay had other considerations. She would wait until Edith was completely swallowed by her domain. After that, it would be her time to perform. And Adele would watch the show with her. This was no longer the real world, but more like a separate space. It felt magical, like floating in a huge transparent cube, with light blue magic power swimming around like nimble fish. Within the cube, there was a separate sphere, slowly rotating. Inside the sphere was a thick, ink-like darkness, imprisoned and restrained, wanting to find something to erode, spreading and swirling like crazy. Perhaps this was the reason why Leela Gay had remained calm and rational so far. When the day came that she no longer suppressed the darkness in her heart, shattering that sphere, shattering this huge cube, it would be the time for the black flames of revenge to spread and burn the entire world. Edith was trapped in the center of the sphere, unable to pierce the darkness, unable to escape. She tried her best to resist the erosion of the darkness, but to no avail. Adele and Leela Gay were in the cube outside the sphere, observing the situation inside. In Leela Gay's eyes, Edith was just struggling in vain, it was meaningless. But in Adele's eyes, Edith was indeed the president of the Black Feather Society, she had real skills, using her abilities one after another. Those gorgeous moves made Adele drool. So the Black Feather ability could be used to such an extreme. Edith's performance also made her fantasize about becoming that strong one day. Thinking about it, she glanced at Leela Gay beside her with a guilty conscience. An experienced pack, but so strong, sob, she couldn't handle it. So, Adele, who had just been saved by Leela Gay and now saw her as an experienced pack, was truly the scum of the earth. But Adele also had her reasons. If she hadn't listened to Leela Gay's suggestion, she wouldn't have dared to come to the Black Feather Society, this filthy place full of dirt. And in order to lower Edith's guard and give Leela Gay time to deploy her domain, Adele had sacrificed her beauty, making Edith reveal her weakness. This allowed Leela Gay to successfully invade, leaving Edith with no chance to react or escape. Leela Gay noticed Adele's gaze and just glanced at her indifferently. An inexplicable sense of frustration arose in Adele's heart. Damn it, why were they all so tall? Only the little angel Sharon cared for her, her height was similar to Adele's, sob. Her ability, Mist Phantom Crow, is considered one of the best among ability-type vampires, agile and Mist Branch? Where's Mist Branch? The protagonist of the first installment of Pretty Girl Kaleidoscope, a Tsundere and sharp-tongued vampire. Adele tilted her head and asked. Leela Gay suddenly felt like she was talking to a brick wall. She finally met a girl who had a connection with her, and she wanted to teach her more in her remaining time. But unfortunately, she was eager to teach, while Adele was not eager to learn. It seemed that there was a reason why her strength was so low. Was she content to be a vase, protected by others? Leela Gay sighed softly in resignation. And Edith in front of them was already showing signs of exhaustion. She had tried many times to transform into a black feather and pierce through the darkness, but all she got was failure. If she could choose again, she would definitely regret it, she would definitely not provoke Adele. Why did it seem like there was always someone helping her? Every crisis Adele faced would always turn into safety. Resentment gradually eroded Edith's heart. The result was that the moment she was completely swallowed by the darkness came even sooner. Edith's strength was finally exhausted, and the moment she showed fatigue and weakness, the surrounding black mist surged towards her. Even though she widened her eyes and struggled, she couldn't change the outcome. In an instant, Edith's world was plunged into darkness. Is this the end? Adele shrank her shoulders timidly, her voice weak and pitiful. As if it had nothing to do with her, she was still that delicate and pitiful little thing. But the truth was the opposite, everything in front of her was precisely because of her. She looked at Edith from afar, seemingly drowning in the water, enveloped by darkness, completely losing the strength to struggle, even her purple eyes dimmed. She looked no different from a dead person, except that Edith's limbs and fingers were all spread out, her fingertips sharp, showing a ferocious look. But how could she die just like that? Adele could see that the current Edith was more like her body was asleep, her consciousness trapped in some kind of illusion. Perhaps she didn't even realize it, she still thought she had defeated the darkness. Of course not. Leela Gay looked at Adele deeply. Adele nodded slightly. She thought to herself, she couldn't let Edith off so easily. But if she were to kill Edith, Adele felt that it was a bit too much. But who knew what the Vengeance Witch was thinking? These beings who had fallen from humanity into foreign races, it wasn't surprising what they thought or did. Adele fell into deep thought, not realizing that a crisis was gradually approaching from behind her. From the Vengeance Witch she briefly trusted. A smile with an indescribable meaning appeared on Leela Gay's lips, then she reached out and suddenly pushed Adele's back. A gentle push, not using much force. But it was enough to send the unsuspecting Adele into the abyss. Ah! Adele let out a short cry, then fell uncontrollably towards the spherical object that seemed to be suspended in the center of the cube. Everything in the domain was controlled by Leela Gay. The ground beneath Adele's feet was given to her by Leela Gay. But if Leela Gay wanted to take it back, it was also easy. Poor Adele would never have dreamed that Leela Gay would suddenly attack her. Her body fell, her mind blank, without a single thought. But to say that Leela Gay went through all this trouble to betray her. Was she crazy, or was Leela Gay crazy? So there must be a reason that Adele didn't know. This wasn't to excuse Leela Gay. It was just that a desperate person would always want to grasp at a straw, even if it was just self-deception. Seeing that her body was about to hit the sphere that seemed to be suspended in the center of the cube, Adele closed her eyes tightly in fear. She was always afraid of pain. But the imagined pain didn't come, the feeling of being enveloped by darkness was clear, like sinking into the deep sea, but not suffocating. Someone was singing a sad and ethereal song in her ear. Unlike Sharon's hypnosis, the song was luring her soul forward. She forgot everything, she just wanted to follow. Following the song to an unknown and unreachable place. When she opened her eyes again, she was in a dusty palace. The dark red tone was very much in line with the vampire style. There were portraits of people with indistinguishable faces hanging on the walls, the colors of the oil paint dull. Adele looked around in confusion. She couldn't understand why she was suddenly here. But the moment she turned around, the girl's heart stopped. She saw a pair of purple eyes filled with tears. And she was all too familiar with the owner of these purple eyes. The president of the Black Feather Society. Edith. More importantly, there was a certain charm about her, always calm and composed, as if nothing could affect her emotions. As for Hermione, just Adele alone was enough to make her mood fluctuate. The witch beckoned to Adele. Adele, like a puppet being manipulated, walked towards her with mechanical steps. Of course, she wasn't really being manipulated, she was just acting too obedient and cowardly, even the witch couldn't help but laugh. You don't have to be so afraid of me. It's fate, actually. This study room you're in is one I used to frequent. As she spoke, the witch showed a hint of loneliness. What was the difference between being a witch and an ordinary person? At least for now, Adele hadn't noticed anything. And quite coincidentally, I met you here. Adele had already arrived in front of the witch, very close to her, stopping in her tracks, her hands nervously clasped together. The Vengeance Witch reached out and gently lifted Adele's cute chin, carefully observing and admiring her. She sighed sincerely. You're so cute. You're my type. Adele felt the coolness of the Vengeance Witch's fingertips, her hair standing on end, trembling with fear. So, tell me, who bullied you so badly, who broke your heart? Let's make her pay, okay? The woman's voice gradually turned cold and sharp. It was as if a monster was residing in her body, peering at the world through her deep purple eyes, peering into people's hearts. She wanted to overturn all the darkness, to subvert this disappointing world. Affected by the Vengeance Witch's emotions, Adele became dazed. The only thing she could hear was the woman's words. Let's take revenge on her, together. A soft chuckle came from the depths of Adele's mind. It belonged to Lee Legay, not mocking, but a kind of sigh. It sounded like she was quite pleased with Adele's answer. Then I'll wait and see. Just watch quietly. Why do you have to suddenly pop up in my head and scare me? Oh, you're getting feisty, huh? Lee Legay snorted coldly. Adele's arrogance was immediately extinguished. No. After all, their strength difference was clear. Adele was already racking her brains and having a headache trying to deal with one Edith. Let alone dealing with the even more powerful Lee Legay. Lee Legay was very satisfied with Adele's timely surrender, and she also took Adele's words to heart, trying her best not to suddenly pop up and scare Adele again. The world simulated in the vengeance domain was once again left with only Adele and Edith. The two looked at each other, the atmosphere a bit strange. Little minx. Adele murmured, half helpless, half venting her anger. After all, in this situation, even looking at Edith made her feel ashamed. Who would have thought that Edith would take off her black robe at every turn, revealing her perfect body underneath? Neither too plump nor too thin, her skin was as bright as jade under the moonlight, glowing with a healthy radiance. If she didn't look at her face, well, it would be very tempting. Even if she looked at her face, it was still tempting. Edith probably couldn't understand Adele's words. Or rather, her subconscious would twist Adele's words into another meaning. It was like cross-channel communication. Upon hearing Adele's words, Edith suddenly wasn't so afraid anymore. She showed a pleased expression, looking at her mother with a smile and devotion. Okay, mother. Was this the reaction to being called a little minx? What do you mean okay? Okay what? Adele's dumbfounded look made Lee Legay, who was outside the core domain, watch with great interest. It was worth mentioning that Adele only had about an hour to resolve the conflict and trouble with Edith. Any longer, and Edith's subordinates would definitely notice the president's abnormality. At first, those scheming vampire elites would probably think, the president has been in the conference room for over an hour, she's so fierce, or is that girl really as pure and seductive as the rumors say, making people want more? I'm so envious. But after a while, they would probably start to suspect that something might have happened to the president. By that time, Lee Legay would have to retreat. Or, before that, her actions might be sensed by the remaining strong individuals in the academy. Like some teachers and professors, like the principal. Like, the principal's catbird. Speaking of the catbird named First Snow, when Lee Legay was the student council president, she often brought dried fish and canned tuna for First Snow to enjoy. But until she graduated, Lee Legay hadn't petted her many times. A few times, she tried to secretly touch First Snow's fur while she was sleeping, but First Snow discovered it and immediately licked and groomed her fur with disgust. In this aspect, catbirds and cats had the same habits, they used licking to keep themselves clean. If you petted a cat and it immediately turned around to lick the spot where you touched it, there was no doubt, it was disgusted with you. Lee Legay still remembered the time she angrily wanted to teach this ungrateful cat a lesson, but First Snow nimbly flicked her tail and easily tore open space to teleport away. At that time, Lee Legay was dumbfounded and shocked. From then on, she became more respectful towards First Snow, and never missed a single offering of dried fish and canned food. The current First Snow should still be a carefree and free kitten in the academy. Occasionally helping students in need. But she probably still wouldn't let anyone pet her if she didn't want to. Sometimes Lee Legay would also fantasize, would First Snow choose someone else like she chose the principal? There was a legend about catbirds. If unicorns favored pure virgins, then catbirds favored future strong individuals. Their judgment was always good. Because they were cats, and cats needed to find a strong backer to rely on. Let the strong ones do the fighting and killing, they were only responsible for being cute and acting spoiled, meow. Although catbirds themselves were already considered top tier among magical creatures, and they could become very strong with little effort in magic, catbirds themselves didn't seem to realize this, they still spent their days acting cute, rolling around, and begging for dried fish and food. Even when facing beings countless times weaker than themselves. Disqualified as strong individuals, meow. Adele's mentality was crumbling. After she called Edith a little minx, Edith's response was actually, "Okay, mother." She looked pleased, as if she had received her mother's forgiveness or even some kind of reward. Who knew what mother had said to her in her illusion? But then she slowly walked towards Adele. Before Adele could blush and push her away, Edith stopped with perfect measure, about an arm's length away from Adele. Then, Edith bent her knees, slightly tilted her face up, and knelt in front of Adele, her hands resting flat on her thighs. The look in her eyes above the veil was no longer sinister and deep, but filled with fervent purity and submission. From her eyes, you could see how much she longed for her mother. Even though she should be the object of her hatred and revenge, she was completely devoted to her. It had to be said that Edith's mother had completely turned Edith into someone just like her. Adele didn't know what happened to Edith's mother. But she must have paid the price for her madness. Otherwise, with her strong possessiveness towards Edith, towards her own daughter, Edith shouldn't have been freed from the shackles on her ankles, shouldn't have been released from that castle. She shouldn't have entered Cromwell Academy and become a student. And she shouldn't have been reborn, or rather, she wasn't reborn, as the president of the Black Feather Society. Her past self was still deeply rooted in Edith's heart, and would suddenly pop up at certain moments, influencing Edith's every action and thought. Some people believed that because they had been caught in the rain, they wanted to hold an umbrella for others. But reality was far from being that beautiful and natural. Sometimes, reality was illogical, or rather, the lack of logic was the biggest logic. From many studies, it could be concluded that most criminals and murderers had a tragic childhood or had been subjected to terrible treatment. They were easily angered, easily turning from victims into perpetrators, venting everything they had experienced onto others. Edith was violated by her mother. The result was that she couldn't hate the person she should hate, and was cruel to innocent people. She had been molded into the image of her mother. When Edith violated girls in the conference room, in the office, she actually imagined herself as her mother, and the girl in front of her as herself. She would even wonder, why was her daughter crying? Why would her daughter reject her? She was so disobedient, even though her mother loved her so much, even though mother loved her so much. She didn't think there was anything wrong with her actions. A logical loop had already formed in her mind, a mother should be like this, a daughter should be like that. No one told her what a real mother should be like. No one told her that as a daughter, she could also have a different childhood and different experiences. No one helped her find her original self. Saying this wasn't to whitewash Edith, black was black, a murderer who cried about their tragic childhood, no matter how pitiful they pretended to be, should still pay for their crimes with their life. This was just an analysis of the causes of her behavior, providing a possible line of thought. Once she had a line of thought, Adele could prescribe the right medicine. She had realized that no matter what she said, it would definitely be misinterpreted by Edith in front of her. So she simply stopped talking. At this time, she had to use actions to awaken this mother-obsessed, rebellious daughter. No, wait, it seemed that Edith's mother was the bigger problem, it wasn't Edith who was mother-obsessed. Anyway, the problem child correction operation, start now. Adele wouldn't respond to Edith's expectations. Edith knelt down and looked up at her with pleading eyes, clearly hoping that Adele would do something to her. Preferably supermarket sweep this little minx. Are you kidding me? Adele felt that even touching her would dirty her fingers. But to be honest, the real Edith was a complete criminal. But this one in the vengeance witch's domain, seemed to have no memories of her outside self. Instead, she had returned to the past, facing Adele with the image and memories of the past Edith. Essentially, they were the same person, but on a conscious level, they were two completely different people. At least the Edith kneeling in front of Adele now was still the pitiful victim, not the criminal suspect Edith. So, Adele couldn't treat this victim Edith the way she would treat the real Black Feather Society president Edith. She remained silent, acting aloof. Then she brushed past Edith. Edith didn't know what her mother was going to do, but as a daughter, she had no right to refuse whatever her mother wanted to do to her. Adele realized this and, abandoning her hesitation, acted decisively. If it were the Black Feather Society president Edith in front of her, would Adele dare to touch her? No, she wouldn't dare. Adele went to the spiral staircase of the old castle, holding the handrail and going upstairs. Edith silently gazed at her mother's back until she disappeared completely, a faint, almost imperceptible light flashing in her dazed eyes. On the second floor of the castle, Adele began to recall the memories she had witnessed of Edith's past. That is, Edith's tragic past. The root of all the tragedy should be that day. The day her mother went mad. Actually, it was hard not to suspect that Edith, to a certain extent, had also gone mad. The blow from her mother's failure might be far greater than the physical pain. Adele tried to enter Edith's mother's room, but a force seemed to be resisting her entry. Was she still protecting her mother at this time? Refusing to let others see her mother's madness? That fall from grace, that ugly madness. No wonder when Adele was watching Edith's memories, Edith's mother's face was always covered in a layer of mist, she couldn't see anything except her crazed eyes. Even with the power of Leligay, the vengeance witch, she still couldn't break through Edith's inner defenses and see her mother's true face. Fine, Adele respected Edith's subconscious and withdrew her steps. It was truly sad to see Lady Qinshi's descendant become like that. The overly perfect Lady Qinshi probably never thought that she would become the object of mad love for a descendant she had raised. It was precisely because of Edith's mother's crazy love for her grandmother, Lady Qinshi, that led to the second generation's tragedy. Adele shook her head and turned to go elsewhere. Edith's room was right next to her mother's. Adele tried to push the door, and found it surprisingly easy, it wasn't even locked. She didn't reject her mother, even though this mother might destroy all the good things in her memory. And the moment Adele saw the whole room, she couldn't help but hold her breath. It wasn't because the scene inside was bizarre or scary, on the contrary, it was ordinary and warm, a normal princess room for a little girl. Pink decorations, dresses, a princess bed, dreamlike pony and pumpkin lamps on the wall emitting a soft glow, a music box in the corner playing a beautiful nursery rhyme. But in such a world, having such a normal place was the most abnormal thing. Edith hid all the good things she had experienced in the past in this small room. It was the sanctuary of her soul. Adele took a deep breath, composed herself, and slowly stepped inside. She came to Edith's wardrobe and reached out to open it. With a creak, the entire wardrobe was revealed before Adele's eyes. Inside, there was only one dress hanging lonely. It was the dress that was torn to shreds by her mother in Edith's memories. Now, it was completely intact here, and its size had even grown with Edith's age. Adele's expression turned serious. But this was actually within her expectations. Actually, Edith had always been longing for it, right? Longing for this dress that was torn, that was taken off by her mother, to be put on her again by her mother. As if all the pain had never existed. It wouldn't be torn, it was still complete and beautiful. Just like her daughter's heart. As if her mother was still the same mother who would gently braid her hair, buy her clothes, hold her hand and walk through the garden paths, and sing lullabies to her when she couldn't sleep at night. As if she could go back to before anything happened. She could still enjoy her mother's love in a normal way. She could still love her mother in a normal way. The moment Adele touched the fabric of the dress and took it off the hanger, Edith, kneeling in the hall of the castle, seemed to sense something. Tears instantly streamed down her face. The black veil slipped off. The scar on her lips healed inch by inch, returning to its original purity. An hour later, in the Black Feather Society's conference room. Leligay sat on the chairman's seat. She had deactivated her witch's domain and looked at Adele, who was the first to wake up, teasing her with a smile. I didn't know you had a virtuous wife and good mother side. Shut up. Adele replied, her face flushed, while rubbing her still dizzy temples. She hadn't forgotten what she had just done. To put it in simple terms, it was, playing mommy. At the same time, Edith also returned to reality, her consciousness gradually regaining clarity. When she realized how she had been tricked, she stared at Leligay, who was sitting in her seat, with murderous intent. But when her gaze accidentally landed on Adele, Edith's pupils trembled violently, and then she backed away. Adele looked back at Edith with a complicated expression. But Edith didn't even dare to meet her eyes. Covering her veil, she rushed out of the conference room. Perhaps it was just an illusion, but it seemed like there were a few sparkling things in her eyes as she fled. "You're quite impressive, scaring away a sequence one just like that. It seems like you can handle the Black Feather Society on your own without my help in the future." Leela Gay continued to tease. "It's only natural for a daughter to be afraid of her mother. That's not what you were doing just now. If there were ranks for playing house, with Adele's acting skills, she would definitely be at least a master, if not a king. She played the role of a normal mother who cared for and loved her daughter very well. Edith was immersed in it, wearing a beautiful dress, walking in the garden with her mother, crossing streets and crowds, never letting go of her hand. Compared to reality, her ambitions and aspirations. Perhaps she preferred to stay forever in this land of longing and dreams buried deep in her memories. If it weren't for the fact that staying any longer would exponentially increase the chances of the Black Feather Society barging in or being discovered by someone, Leela Gay wouldn't mind continuing to watch this heartwarming family drama. When she removed the domain from Adele and Edith, the following scenes unfolded. That was then, this is now. You also know that the Edith in the dream was her past self, hidden in her heart, without any of her real memories. Adele argued. But that's still her, isn't it? Leela Gay tried to remind Adele not to confuse the boundaries between the two. Some people and some things couldn't be forgiven. But unexpectedly, Adele suddenly chuckled. "Hey, are you stupid? Do you really think that I actually consider Edith my daughter just because I played mommy once? I don't acknowledge such a mother-obsessed, rebellious daughter." "Then what do you mean?" Leela Gay asked with interest. Adele thought to herself, "You shouldn't be called the vengeance witch, you should be called the gossip witch. She's afraid of me, she has me in her heart, whether she sees me as a substitute for her mother or something else. People are most afraid of falling in love, whether it's romantic love or familial love. Once they're bound by love, they often lose control of themselves. So Edith can be a useful tool, I have her secret. From now on, the Black Feather Society will be led by her on the surface, and I'll be the mastermind behind the scenes. How nice does that sound? I didn't know you were so ambitious, but unfortunately." Leela Gay trailed off. Unfortunately, Adele didn't have the strength to back up her ambition. That little secret wasn't enough to negotiate with Edith on an equal footing. Adele snorted, ignoring Leela Gay's concerns. "What's so great about a mere Black Feather Society? Leela Gay, you just have bad taste, otherwise, you wouldn't have died so early in the story." Speaking of which, Adele was a bit conflicted now. She said that once a person was bound by love, they would lose control of themselves, and even Adele herself couldn't escape this law. Although Leela Gay had bad taste, she was a good person, willing to stand up for Adele. Although they had only known each other for a short time, a budding friendship had already formed between them. Thinking that this woman, a black-haired, purple-eyed, mature beauty, would die in a few days, Adele couldn't bear it. But if Leela Gay didn't die, where would she inherit such a powerful force? If she couldn't even activate the first cheat in the early stages, how could she activate the later cheats? So Adele's mood at this moment was conflicted. Very conflicted. She pushed the black tea on the table towards Leela Gay. "Do you want to drink this?" "Yes, thank you." Leela Gay didn't think much of it, she just thought Adele didn't like black tea. It would be a shame not to drink this high-quality Darjeeling black tea. But she didn't know why Adele was staring at her with a smile the whole time. Ever since she learned about Adele's pure and scummy nature, Leela Gay felt a chill whenever she saw Adele smile. Even though Adele was so weak, it seemed like she had the power to manipulate everything. Just like Leela Gay couldn't figure out how to solve the problem of Edith, but Adele could easily find the root of the problem and resolve it. Facing a woman who had just tried to violate her, the next moment she could act like a gentle and loving mother. To be honest, Leela Gay couldn't do that. She seemed to have met an extraordinary girl. Also worth mentioning was that this black tea really tasted good. After finishing the tea, Leela Gay and Adele should leave this place of right and wrong. Adele walked in front, Leela Gay behind. At the door of the conference room, Vicky's expression was strange. She had been waiting here, keeping watch for the president. Anyway, she had nothing else to do for the time being. President Edith came in high spirits, exchanged a knowing glance with Vicky, and entered the conference room, ready to savor the delicious girl. A whole hour passed. Just as Vicky was blushing and secretly admiring the president's increasing stamina, President Edith rushed out of the conference room as if she had experienced something heartbreaking. Yes, it was rushing, otherwise, Vicky wouldn't be so surprised. Just as she hesitated, wondering if she should enter the conference room. The door was opened again, but this time it was Adele who walked out, her clothes neat and tidy. She actually looked quite good, not at all like she had just been ravaged. Adele even smiled at Vicky, a chill running down Vicky's spine despite the calmness. This made Vicky's heart instantly confused. A terrifying thought appeared in her mind. Could it be that Adele had, the president? But how was that possible? As for Lee Legay, who didn't even bother to hide her actions and came out of the conference room after Adele, in Vicky's eyes, it was enough to shatter her worldview. So the three of them were. No. Who was this woman, and how did she get into the conference room? Vicky had never been so dumbfounded in her life. But the moment she realized that something was wrong, she rushed to the president's office, wanting to get instructions from the president. In the president's office, Edith was rarely out of control. She covered her face with her hands, refusing to put them down for a long time. Vicky pushed the door open and entered. Their relationship didn't require so much formality. President. Should I send someone to stop them? Out of consideration for the Black Feather Society's reputation, she made this suggestion. Edith didn't look up. Vicky couldn't believe her eyes. In her eyes, the always confident and ambitious president was actually showing signs of vulnerability. She hunched her back, her shoulders trembling slightly. After a while, a strained answer was squeezed out from between Edith's teeth. Let them go. Vicky, you go too, I don't want to see anyone now. President, but. Don't make me say it again. Vicky didn't know what emotions were suppressed in Edith's calm words. The only thing she knew was that her president needed to calm down now. Staying here would only make their relationship worse. Yes, President. With that, Vicky dragged her robe and left, thoughtfully closing the door behind her. Edith was once again alone in the office. The girl murmured to herself, her voice filled with sadness, her purple eyes wide and teary, staring at the darkness before her, which was filled with nothingness. Fake, it's all fake. But even if it was fake, she still wanted to experience that feeling again. Besides, was fake necessarily inferior to real? The reality was, what did Edith's real mother do to her? And even if it was that unforgivable mother, Edith couldn't reach her now. Her mother died trying to take revenge on humans, and the terrorist acts she planned had serious consequences. But because she was Lady Qinshi's descendant, Edith was even allowed to attend Cromwell Academy. Humans tried their best to compensate the vampires, especially Lady Qinshi's descendants. This was also one of the long-term effects of that incident. After her mother's death, Edith lived with her aunt. She hid her past, everything her mother had done, and even told outsiders about her warm daily life with her mother. Those sweet dreams she weaved, the dreams that belonged only to her, in every night of imprisonment and violation. She wouldn't let anyone slander her mother, no. Only she herself swallowed the deep and dark pain. But she would still wake up from nightmares in the middle of the night, her whole body covered in cold sweat. Even if it's fake. Edith slowly lowered her hand, her face calm, letting the tears flow freely, her dark eyes showing an unimaginable obsession. I want to wear that dress again. Strange. I suddenly feel dizzy. Lee Legay's body swayed, her steps faltering, almost losing her balance. Fortunately, Adele caught her in time. This made Lee Legay feel very grateful. Maybe it's because I overused my power. Why don't you come to my dorm and rest for a while? Is that okay? Lee Legay actually believed Adele's words without any suspicion. Or maybe she understood herself, knowing that the domain's consumption of power was indeed terrifying. Adele smiled kindly. Of course, my place is quite small, but it doesn't matter, I'm always willing to help homeless beauties. Lee Legay really wanted to tell Adele to stop smiling at her like that. It always felt a bit malicious, that was, if you knew Adele's true nature, unlike some people who were still in the dark. Leela Gay felt uneasy just looking at Adele, she even suspected that her dizziness might be Adele's doing. But it was an undeniable fact that Adele wanted to help her. Therefore, Leela Gay didn't voice her thoughts, but nodded to Adele. Meaning, thank you for your help. Adele on the surface, leave it to me. In her heart, hee, I finally got my chance, Leela Gay, it's useless even if you scream now. Leela Gay forced herself to go to Adele's dorm. It wasn't her first time entering a vampire's dorm, last time, did she feel this safe. Lying on Adele's faintly fragrant bed, Leela Gay's eyelashes fluttered a few times before she finally gave up struggling against sleepiness and slowly closed her eyes, falling asleep. But she didn't know that the moment she fell asleep, Adele revealed a mischievous smile of success. Leela Gay, oh Leela Gay, weren't you very smug when you pushed me just now? I finally got my chance. The girl's vengeful nature was fully on display. The next second, she pounced on Leela Gay on the bed. Leela Gay woke up again when it was almost dusk. She was woken up by the meows beside her ear, otherwise, she could have slept even longer. How long had it been since she had such a peaceful sleep? Leela Gay couldn't give an answer, she just stared at the ceiling in a daze. She still remembered her experiences from these past few days. Every night she couldn't sleep. Haunted by that voice. Tormented by those familiar faces, unable to sleep, her face covered in tears. Walking on campus, filled with memories of them. In the library, she had also sat side by side with her. They didn't say anything, just reading books together, and it was beautiful. She always got sleepy while reading, so when she saw Adele sleeping in the library lounge, memories instantly flooded Leela Gay's mind. Then she unconsciously walked into the study room and sat down beside Adele. She saw Adele's student ID card beside her and learned her student number and name. Leela Gay logged onto the forum and used her administrator privileges to check Adele's browsing history and posts, which led to everything that happened after that. That's why she said it was fate that brought them together. You're awake. The sudden voice of a girl interrupted Leela Gay's memories. At the same time, a cute, fluffy cat face also appeared in front of Leela Gay. Classic composition, cat head, you're awake.jpg. Leela Gay was stunned at first, then she woke up with a start. The principals. Catbird. First Snow wasn't in human form at this moment, she was still the little catbird with soft golden wings, her nimble tail swaying back and forth, able to fly and hover freely in the air. She came to Adele's place as usual for food, petting, and cuddles. But she found someone lying on Adele's bed. So she came over to take a look. How strange, why was this person's face covered in colorful markings, like she had been drawn with many curse marks? But upon closer inspection, First Snow realized that it wasn't a curse mark, but something like paint. Well, with Adele's current power, there was no way she could cast a curse on Leela Gay. First Snow immediately felt relieved, and couldn't help but laugh in her heart. Hee, meow, a big painted face. But come to think of it, this painted face, she felt like she had seen it somewhere before. The other party also seemed to know her, with a surprised and astonished expression. Meow. Meow. With a surprised meow, First Snow did recognize Leela Gay. The next moment, a golden light flashed, and First Snow transformed from a cat into a catgirl in the air. The cute and petite catgirl sat on Leela Gay's stomach, almost suffocating her. It's the bad person who secretly touched First Snow but would give First Snow dried fish, meow. Bad person. Leela Gay's mentality was crumbling. What an ungrateful cat. She didn't know how much of her student council allowance had been eaten by this ungrateful cat. In the end, she became the bad sister who secretly touched her. As for First Snow being able to transform into a human, Leela Gay didn't seem that surprised. Although she had never seen First Snow transform herself, she had heard about this ability of catbirds. You guys know each other. At this moment, Adele was squatting in the corner, adding a bowl of cat food for First Snow. Although First Snow had now transformed into a human, she still liked to eat cat food and dried fish. The biggest advantage of her human form was probably that she could go from being the one being hugged to the one who took the initiative to hug Adele. "Thank you, Adele, meow." She called Adele, sister, with a sweet and greasy voice. Adele smiled with satisfaction and comfort. But to Liligay's ears, it was enough to make her furious. You called her sister. I fed you so much food, you wouldn't even let me touch you. You call her sister, and you call me a bad person. This blatant discrimination. Humph, meow. First Snow even threw a tantrum, flying lightly from Liligay's body. She didn't want to explain anything to the big painted-faced bad person, meow. First Snow came to Adele's side and knelt obediently in front of her, slightly tilting her face up, revealing her cute and soft chin. Adele, as if teasing an ordinary kitten, reached out her finger and gently rubbed First Snow's chin. This was First Snow's comfort zone, right under her chin. And as long as the master stroked the kitten's chin, it could promote the secretion of scent glands through friction. Through this method, the cat exchanged pheromones with its master, feeling a sense of security, marking its territory, confirming its position in the family, and declaring its sovereignty. It basically meant, "I'm a cat of this house now." She didn't know how the principal would feel if she saw First Snow's flattering appearance. But Liligay only knew that the emotion in her eyes was shock. Why was First Snow so docile in front of Adele? Could it be that Liligay's worldview was shattered, and she just wanted to be left alone? "Liligay, why are you being so mean to a kitten?" Adele said casually. "A kitten." Liligay's lips twitched. Did Adele even know what she was raising? Liligay was almost speechless. "I need to use the bathroom." "Go ahead, it's downstairs." Liligay got out of bed and walked out of Adele's bedroom. She dragged her messy thoughts to the bathroom. Just as she took off her skirt and was about to sit down, the woman froze at the sight before her. Then, her lips twitched, veins popping on her fair forehead. Liligay was so angry that even her eyebrows were twitching. She suppressed her voice and shouted. "Adele. Fine, I won't stoop to arguing with a cat. But you're going to explain this." She pointed at her thighs, her voice trembling with rage. They were covered in tally marks. One of the most admirable things about Adele was her audacity to act even if it meant death. Even though she knew the consequences, that she might be subjected to who knows what by the enraged Liligay, and that she was still a weakling who couldn't resist at all, she still did it, without hesitation. In the bedroom on the second floor, facing the menacing Liligay, Adele quietly swallowed. Then she smiled slightly, putting on a casual expression like, "The weather is nice today," and greeted her. "Good evening, Miss Liligay." At this time, she was actually trying to play dumb and get away with it. Did she really think Liligay was a fool? "Who's saying good evening to you?" Liligay's face was flushed and patchy. Although she had washed off most of the paint, there were still some traces left. Of course, it was mostly redness caused by her own vigorous rubbing. As for her inner thighs, they were also feeling a cool breeze at this moment. Fortunately, she was indoors, and there wasn't much air circulation. Otherwise, Liligay would have felt what it meant to have wind blowing from an empty cave under her skirt. Seeing that playing dumb and acting cute didn't work, Adele immediately adjusted her strategy. This time, she switched to a sincere apology. Clutching her skirt, she lowered her head pitifully, her gaze fixed on her toes, which were pointed inwards, and of course, her white silk stockings. "I'm sorry, it was just a little prank." "It's okay, then I'll play a little prank on you too, how about that?" Liligay showed a creepy smile. Now Adele realized that she couldn't escape punishment. She immediately dropped the act and picked up First Snow, the little glutton who was munching on her cat food. She used First Snow as a shield, closed her eyes tightly, and shamefully shouted. "First Snow, save me." Adele, who was both human and vampire, had actually been reduced to relying on someone else's pet cat to save her. This was a disgrace to the students of Cromwell Academy. But Adele had her reasons. There were differences between cats. First Snow was a very precious catbird, not to mention. And who was this someone else? It was the Stargazer, the principal, one of the legendary mages. Leela Gay, even if you didn't give face to the cat, you should at least give face to the principal and let her go. Besides, it was just paint and writing. It wasn't like she had actually done anything to Leela Gay that those tally marks implied. First Snow didn't realize that she was being used as a shield by Adele at all. Instead, the cute little kitty protectively waved her little paws at Leela Gay. Meow. It was as if she was saying, if you want to hurt Adele, you have to step over my claws first. And you know what, seeing this, Leela Gay was actually helpless and gradually calmed down. After a while, she let out a sigh and said, defeated. I'll let you off this time. Hearing this, Adele's eyes lit up with joy. It felt good to have a backer. But the backer Adele was thinking of was the principal, not this gluttonous little catbird in front of her. In her mind, if her own power level was 0.5, then First Snow was at most 1. Wait, why was she subconsciously thinking that she wasn't even as good as a cat? Adele, hee. Not ashamed, but proud, was the perfect description for someone like Adele. At the same time, Adele would never have thought that Leela Gay really did let her go because of her backer. But her backer was clearly this soft and cute little catbird, First Snow, who was being held in her arms. First Snow's strength might be far greater than people imagined. In the beginning, it might not have been the principal who protected her. It could be said that it was First Snow who protected the principal. Leela Gay finally gave Adele and First Snow in her arms a complicated look, then left Adele's dorm. Aren't you going to stay for dinner? Adele actually showed some hospitality at this time. Hee, no thanks, who knows what might be in the food. Clearly, Leela Gay had also realized that something was wrong with the black tea in the conference room. Adele pouted. Humph, fine, don't eat then. First Snow and I will eat. First Snow, what do you want to eat? I'll order it for you. How about tuna sushi? As she spoke, Adele took out her phone and was about to order a sumptuous takeout meal. First Snow glanced at the bowl of cat food that she had already eaten most of, then looked at Adele. She felt speechless. She let out a pitiful meow. The clever kitten had already realized that maybe even her master's treat wasn't that sincere. She was a completely different type of person from Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei would do everything to the best of her ability. She was also very hardworking. She would rather go hungry herself than let First Snow be poorly fed. As for Adele, First Snow was already prepared to be the one to support her. Meow meow meow. This generation is getting worse and worse, meow. But was there a possibility that it was simply because Adele was a scumbag? But even though she said that, Adele wasn't actually that heartless. At least, she still cared about Leela Gay's departure. So she randomly swiped on her phone screen, seemingly choosing takeout for dinner, but she didn't actually look at any of the food names. Unable to hold back anymore, Adele threw down her phone and went to the window. She pulled open the curtains and pushed open the window. The evening sun instantly bathed her face. Downstairs, Leela Gay's back looked slender and lonely. She walked forward silently. Hey! Adele suddenly shouted. Leela Gay's back clearly paused, but she didn't turn around. Adele continued shouting, her head filled with a rush of blood. Don't do anything stupid. Although you're an annoying person sometimes, I still hope you'll be okay. Adele's voice became smaller and smaller, until only she could hear it. After all, Leela Gay's figure had long disappeared into the setting sun. She was walking towards the end so resolutely. Adele could only watch, but she was powerless. Fool. After walking far, far away, Leela Gay suddenly muttered to herself. She took out a pair of sunglasses from her pocket and put them on. She didn't know if it was to look cool or to hide her reddened eyes. The scene returned to Adele's room. The girl stood by the window, her gaze slowly retracting. The emotions she revealed were no longer as carefree as usual. Leela Gay didn't understand what Adele had done. Adele didn't expect her to understand, nor did she need her gratitude. Knowing that Leela Gay was the experience pack provided to her by the main plot of the novel, she was still willing to remind her, to tell her not to do anything stupid. Otherwise, she would be robbed of all her power by bad girls like Adele. In other words, Adele was willing to give up the stable path to strength for Legay, a woman she had just met. Rich emotions and indecisiveness were always stumbling blocks for the strong and distinctive characteristics of the weak. Adele wasn't unaware of this, she just couldn't go against her heart. Whatever happens in the future, happens. Why do I have to become strong? Who says that a transmigrated protagonist can't be a kept woman? Adele puffed out her cheeks and grabbed First Snow, who had jumped onto the window sill, burying her face in the catbird's soft fur, seeking some comfort. In the worst-case scenario, she could be kept by First Snow. The cute cat would never have thought that there was someone in this world who was even better at freeloading than her. She only sensed Adele's low mood and comforted her with soft meows. Even the principal rarely received such comfort from her. After all, they were fundamentally different beings. Principal Winona had been a world-renowned genius for a long time, seemingly capable of anything. Even if she couldn't do something temporarily, she would only think about working hard to achieve it on her own. She was a recognized top student in the Magic Academy. Adele, on the other hand, was the kind of poor student who couldn't do most things and was very worrying. As a teacher, she would naturally pay more attention to the latter. Because the former could do everything well on her own. Of course, First Snow wasn't a teacher. But she thought that for the pitiful Adele, it wouldn't hurt to be a teacher once, meow. Raising a child, Winona, who didn't need her to worry about anything was also very lonely for First Snow, meow. Perhaps it was to respond to First Snow's feelings that God gave her a second girl, Adele, she wanted to take care of and follow. But this time, the girl was someone who needed First Snow to worry about everything. Sunday night, before midnight, Adele was already asleep. She couldn't stay up late playing games tonight, tomorrow was the day to receive internship tasks. As a vampire, even students on sick leave had to go. Besides, Adele didn't plan to continue pretending to be sick. After a long vacation, Adele suddenly missed her time in class. Sleeping was sweet, snacks were delicious, and she hadn't seen Linlang for several days. Rich second generation, Tang Linlang, she was a little excited to see her. But Adele wouldn't change the way she interacted with Tang Linlang just because her worth had increased. That was what Tang Linlang liked about Adele. She didn't refuse to be friends with her when she was poor, and she didn't change her attitude after she became rich. Unwavering in poverty, unyielding in adversity, and uncorrupted by wealth, was the best description of Adele. When Adele was on sick leave, Tang Linlang didn't know about others, but at least she was always worried about Adele. The girl went to bed early, hoping to meet Adele in her dreams. If it was just her longing, then another girl who could actually meet Adele in dreams had been holding back for a long, long time. Sharon, she desperately tried to control herself, not to indulge in the beauty of dreams. Because that would only erode her will, make her fall. Make her someone who would disappoint Adele. Because of Adele, she was willing to embrace the cruelty of reality. Just a door away, but they couldn't see each other, couldn't hug. Sharon had recently developed the habit of sleeping against the wall. Because that way, she could be closer to Adele, closer. An unknown amount of time passed, and the night was silent. Flutter, flutter. The sound of small wings flapping unsteadily, struggling to maintain balance and avoid falling from the sky, could be heard. Outside the window of Adele's dorm, under the moonlight, a magical creature with both feline features and hawk-like golden wings was carrying something heavy, flying from who knows where. It seemed like the cat had reached its limit. Finally, she gritted her teeth. "I'm going to die from exhaustion, meow." Then a golden flash was seen, and in an instant, even the magical creature disappeared. The next time she was seen, she was already in Adele's room. At the same time, a long, cylindrical object fell from the catbird's mouth and hit the floor, the sound instantly waking Adele from her sweet dream. Clang! Wah, what happened, what happened? Adele's heart almost jumped out of her chest. Then she turned her head and saw an innocent and cute cat face staring at her with confusion. First Snow. Adele shouted the cat's name angrily. "Don't think you can disturb people's sleep just because you're cute." Meow. First Snow was startled and immediately flapped her wings and flew back to avoid Adele's reaching hands. She was fast and agile, like an elf in the air. Meow meow meow. The little catbird anxiously tried to explain something. But Adele couldn't understand a single word, and she responded with some dissatisfaction. I told you I don't understand cat language. Why don't you bring me a bottle of high-level potion from the principal's collection that can make me understand the voices of all things, like in One Piece, so I can experience what it's like to be the Pirate King. Meow. First Snow tilted her cat head in confusion. What was One Piece? Meow. But a potion that could make her understand the voices of all things. She could try to find it in Xiao Wei's storeroom and bring it to Adele next time. She also realized that she couldn't communicate effectively with Adele in her current catbird form. The sounds they could make were different in different forms. A catbird could meow and chirp, but it couldn't make human sounds, it couldn't communicate in human language. So the next moment, with a flash of golden light, First Snow transformed into a catgirl and landed lightly on the ground. She was a white-haired little girl whose beauty would captivate anyone at first glance. Even though Adele and First Snow were already familiar with each other, at this moment, in the quiet and beautiful night, Adele was still captivated by her beauty and held her breath. Fortunately, the time she was blinded by beauty was short, and Adele quickly recovered. Just as she was about to grumble at First Snow, with the ultimate goal of making the little catgirl her pillow for tonight, the little catgirl suddenly bent down and carefully picked up something that had fallen on the floor earlier. It was the source of the clanging sound. Adele's eyes widened slightly as First Snow, with a omega expression, handed the thing to Adele. Adele finally recognized what First Snow was holding. It was a magic staff. Made of some unknown magic material. Even in the darkness of the night, the staff still emitted a faint starlight, as if mysterious elves were dancing around it. This was enough to show its extraordinary nature. It was at least a third-grade magic staff. In the magic world, magic staffs were divided into 5 grades. The first grade was called ordinary, only containing a small amount of magic elements. The second grade was advanced, made by professional mages, and could be mass-produced. The third grade was rare, requiring precious magic alchemy materials and forged by powerful mages. The fourth grade was legacy, based on the third grade, but with the skills and understanding of a previous top mage imbued into it. It was a staff that had been used by a top mage, and the magic patterns engraved and integrated into it from years of companionship and exploration of magic mysteries made it extraordinary. It was a staff with 100% proficiency, with many enchantments, ready to be used. Only the direct descendants of magic families had the chance to obtain such a legacy. The fifth grade was the mythical realm. The level was too high, and Adele couldn't really say anything about it. After all, most vampires didn't use staffs. They directly cast high-level magic with their hands. No wonder some noble blood nobles had said bluntly, sideways paths, like magic staffs, were mostly used by humans. But Adele didn't care about these let-them-eat-cake remarks from the upper class. The moment she saw the staff, she almost drooled. Slurp, ahem, snow, snow my snowbow. Meow. First Snow almost choked on the sweetness in Adele's voice and instantly shrank her shoulders. Perhaps Adele also realized that she was being too flattering and quickly restrained herself. But she was still reluctant to miss the staff, so she tried to beat around the bush. First Snow, that hat staff is. It's for Adele, meow. First Snow answered without hesitation. The pure expression on the cute face of the white-haired little girl was incredibly seductive. Adele declared that from this moment on, First Snow was the best cat in the world. Adele finally got to touch the extraordinary magic staff. Unlike First Snow, who casually tossed it on the ground because it was too heavy, Adele treated the staff as if it were her first love, with utmost care and gentleness. She held it in her palms, reluctant to even stroke it. As for her previous sleepiness, it was completely washed away by the excitement of having the staff. Adele was full of energy. But this was understandable. For every magic apprentice, a magic staff was a coveted item. Its main function was to amplify the mage's own magic power, and using the staff as a medium could also better communicate with the elements, making spells form faster. Although for top-level powerhouses, the auxiliary effect of a staff was limited, for Adele, having a staff or not was the difference between a whale and an ordinary player. Anyone who had been abused by whales in the arena, experiencing that overwhelming numerical advantage, would understand the importance of a staff, just like Adele. As everyone knew, Adele only had a magic refinement level of 0.5. But if she added the staff, she could at least double it, reaching a magic refinement level of 1. In other words, she became a 1. Was this not enough to show the necessity of a staff? However, Adele was too enthusiastic about the staff, which led to her neglecting First Snow. First Snow, sitting on the soft carpet in her girl form, holding a cat teaser in her hand, was very dissatisfied. Her puffed-up cheeks became 2 cute snowballs. Meow. Play with me, meow. Even her voice became a little whiny, showing how unhappy she was. Was that stick more charming than her? Seeing First Snow's rare tantrum, Adele realized that she had indeed been too focused on the staff and forgotten that it was actually First Snow, the cat girl, who brought it to her. For this alone, shouldn't she open a few cans of tuna for First Snow? Okay, I'm coming, I'll play with you until you're satisfied. But try not to make too much noise, or it will disturb the sister next door, meow. When Adele was with First Snow, her verbal tick would also temporarily become ending her sentences with meow. Okay, meow. First Snow happily raised her tail. It wasn't wagging its tail because when a cat wagged its tail, it actually meant it was angry or annoyed. A cat's truly relaxed and happy state was when its tail was held high, raised, and its paws were light and nimble when it walked. It was dogs that wagged their tails when they were happy. Like Celeste. Adele played with First Snow for a long time, until First Snow was tired and curled up comfortably in her arms. Adele gently brushed away the strands of hair that were clinging to the girl's fair, pink cheeks. Adele was also quite tired, but it was far from outweighing the surprise First Snow had given her. So she could tolerate the cat's willfulness, sacrifice her sleep time, and satisfy First Snow's need for companionship. Yes, the need for companionship. Cats needed the company of friends, otherwise, they would be lonely, meow. Although most people regarded First Snow as Principal Winona's pet, only Winona and First Snow knew that they were friends. Friends who had been together since they were young, growing up side by side. Unfortunately, as Winona became stronger and her status in the magic world rose, becoming the youngest legendary mage and the principal of Cromwell Academy, her personal time was severely limited, and she could no longer satisfy First Snow's need for companionship like she used to. So the students often saw the lonely First Snow catching butterflies in the garden, spreading her fluffy belly on the roof of the castle-like house to bask in the sun. Occasionally, she would go to the artificial lake in the academy and steal the small fish from the buckets of the old professors who were fishing. Ahem, could a cat eating fish be called stealing? It wasn't stealing, it was taking fish, meow. She would also encounter girls like Lee Legay, and then peacefully enjoy their offerings. Constantly using this method to alleviate her loneliness. But it still couldn't compare to the time she spent with Xiao Wei. Why did Xiao Wei have to grow up? The world she faced after growing up wasn't fun at all, meow. She wanted to find someone like Xiao Wei again, someone to accompany her, meow. The catbird's special ability was to recognize the chosen one. The so-called chosen one was someone who would greatly influence the entire world in the future. Winona, as the youngest legendary mage, the strongest genius in the magic world, was indeed worthy of this title. But Adele, why was she the one favored by First Snow? This was also the reason why Lee Legay was so shocked. But whether she was willing to accept it or not, it was a fact. And Adele was completely unaware of this. Well, the original novel mostly focused on the protagonist Adele and a few vampire characters. The stories of other characters, such as the relationship between the youngest legendary mage and her catbird friend, didn't appear in the main text at all. The reason Adele could have experiences beyond the original novel was because she was truly entering this world as the protagonist. She could feel everything around her, no longer limited by the author's perspective like before. Similarly, she could also change everything through her influence. Like Celeste's ending, Leela Gaze. But this influence was also divided into strong and weak. Strong influence was like Celeste, directly subduing her and making her her dog. Now, if the master said east, the obedient puppy wouldn't dare to go west, and Celeste successfully avoided a tragic ending. Weak influence was like Leela Gaze's situation. Although Adele said some things that could change Leela Gaze's fate, whether she could truly change her fate depended entirely on Leela Gaze's own decision. Adele looked at First Snow quietly. Their current posture was quite intimate. First Snow spread her legs and sat on Adele's closed knees, forming an M-shaped position. She hugged Adele's waist tightly, her face buried in Adele's chest, her soft cat ears twitching slightly. Although they were small, they could still bury her face. But if it were anyone else, Adele would definitely consider them a pervert. But First Snow. It felt like the little girl had no concept of boundaries between girls, so it was acceptable. First Snow was slender, even smaller than the petite Adele. It felt like taking care of a childish little sister. And the little sister's eyes were pure and innocent, her light blue eyes sparkling, looking up slightly at Adele, making Adele sigh inexplicably. Sighing at her purity and clarity, like a jade stone seeing the light of day for the first time. Naughty girl. Adele didn't know where this feeling came from. Perhaps she just wanted to tease First Snow, so she said in a low and soft voice. Unexpectedly, First Snow showed a very indignant look, puffing out her cute cheeks and pouting. First Snow is a good girl, meow. A very good girl, meow. Then, how can you prove it? Adele might not even know that she was unconsciously setting a trap for First Snow, but she still said it. Hearing this, First Snow's breathing instantly quickened. Prove, meow. She muttered to herself, as if thinking about how to make Adele believe that she was the best and most obedient girl in the world. Then, the little catgirl's eyes lit up. She had an idea. Adele can do anything to First Snow, meow. Even touch the feathers inside, meow. When she said the last sentence, First Snow's voice obviously weakened, revealing her hesitation and shyness. The little catgirl probably blurted it out without thinking, and it was too late to regret it. Feathers? The feathers inside. Adele's heart skipped a beat. Come to think of it, that was indeed a place she had never touched before. It was the part that First Snow carefully hid with her long wings, always pressed against her back. If it was deliberately hidden, then it meant that First Snow was very sensitive to being touched there. However, even so, she was still willing to tell Adele about this weakness of hers. This touched Adele's heart. Under normal circumstances, when one person felt another person's good intentions, which were usually promises, they would stop according to the unspoken rules. For example, someone might say, "For you, I'm willing to die." Then naturally, the other party would reply, "How could I bear to let you die? I've received your love." No matter what, they wouldn't say, "Okay, then go die." But for Adele, a weakness only had meaning if it was in her hands. So she ignored those established unspoken rules in her hand, which was resting on the girl's slender and smooth back, slowly moved towards the inner downy feathers covered by First Snow's wings. Her nimble fingers gently brushed against them. Meow. First Snow's reaction was very strong, her whole body trembling in Adele's arms. But the more she trembled, the more she burrowed into Adele's arms, her small and delicate body becoming incredibly soft, like a puddle of creamy white mud. The little catgirl's pupils contracted into a vertical line. A cat's vertical pupils only became a straight line when they were very nervous and uneasy. First Snow's eyes were a mixture of shock and shyness, pulled by different emotions, with a hint of catnip-induced daze. Yes, catnip. Adele's touch was like catnip, alluring, but also with a hint of danger. But this danger was sometimes also called excitement. First Snow's downy feathers were incredibly soft, covered by her light golden wings, showing a pure white color. Now, with Adele's gentle strokes, they were being rearranged at will. Under Adele's touch, First Snow gradually lost the ability to think coherently, only whimpering and meowing, sticking out her pink tongue like a puppy, panting rapidly against Adele's chest. Was it that comfortable? Adele looked at First Snow's reaction with a playful gaze. And her condescending, naked gaze also became one of the sources of First Snow's increasing sensitivity. Being looked at by Adele like this. It felt like her whole body was going to meow. It was a place that even Xiao Wei hadn't touched. Xiao Wei and First Snow were purely platonic friends, no lewd elements. But Adele's intentions towards First Snow weren't so pure. After all, who doesn't like catgirls? Can I continue? Adele asked pretentiously. But her hands didn't stop. She didn't seem to have any intention of listening to First Snow's opinion. She was just using the question to see First Snow's more interesting reaction. To see her ears flapping, to see the soft white hairs on her tail stand up slightly and become fluffy due to excitement. To see fine, fragrant beads of sweat appear on her fair cheeks. Adele couldn't help but taste one. It was actually sweet. It was already difficult for First Snow to endure the impact of that feeling rampaging within her, and now she had to endure Adele's teasing. Meow, no. Don't. Meow. Why did she lick her? First Snow's expression was too shocked. As for how to describe the little catgirl's eyes, those who had cats at home could try licking their cat. The expression the cat showed would be the same as First Snow's, meow. Adele pursed her lips, her gaze shifting slightly to the side. She clearly looked a little guilty. I teased just, to express friendship. Adele quickly came up with an excuse. When it came to deceiving girls, Adele's mind was countless times faster than usual. If she used this ability in her studies and exams, getting accepted into a prestigious university would be a piece of cake. First Snow must have seen it, right? Those stray cats in the academy, all of them are fed by the students until they're like little pigs. Ahem, that's beside the point. Don't they lick each other's fur to express friendship? Adele stopped her fingers to ensure that First Snow wouldn't lose her ability to express herself normally due to sensitivity. The cute little catgirl panted softly and started to recall. It seems, that's right, meow. They groom each other's fur, licking and combing with their tongues. That feeling seems to be very comfortable, meow. But First Snow was a slightly germophobic catbird. She would occasionally play with those cats. But some of them wanted to lick First Snow, and as soon as First Snow sensed their intentions, she would immediately fly away with disgust, flapping her wings. In short, First Snow's attitude towards those cats was probably like looking at fools. First Snow could be merciful and play games with these fools, it wasn't because she was playful herself. But letting them lick her fur, no way, meow. But Adele was obviously different. Adele was special. Adele could do anything to First Snow, meow. Seeing that First Snow seemed to be somewhat moved by her crooked logic, her jade-like eyes rippling with seductive waves and mist, Adele couldn't help but feel secretly delighted and even more tempted. Although it was wrong to deceive fools, but it was so irresistible. Besides, she wouldn't just bully First Snow, she would also spoil her. Such a cute little First Snow, so pure and capable, who wouldn't like her? It was like facing a delicate flower, dewdrops wetting its soft petals, making people want to get close and smell its fragrance. Yes, comfortable is enough. Adele hugged First Snow even tighter, her fingers continuing to tease and touch. She even used her tongue to lick First Snow's flushed and burning cheeks. Making her feel her presence, overwhelming. Completely captivating her heart. I'll make First Snow comfortable, I'll play with First Snow. I'll stay by First Snow's side, just the two of us, only looking at First Snow. Staying by First Snow's side. Only looking at First Snow. The catgirl's pupils gradually turned peach pink. Really, is that okay, meow? Her eyes were so easy to read, so full of longing for companionship. A lonely and playful child. Of course, according to human age, First Snow had probably lived for decades or even centuries. A legally legal loli, meow. Adele was best at reading such lonely eyes. And she was also good at making seductive promises. Of course, I'll play with First Snow. I'll do more fun and comfortable things with First Snow. But there's one thing, First Snow, don't tell. Principal Winona, okay? Xiao Wei. Yes, don't tell Xiao Wei. Because this is our little secret. Under the moonlit sky, Winona's residence. A beautiful estate allocated exclusively to her by the Academy. From afar, one could see the castle-like villa within the estate. Winona herself preferred a more modern style. But the humans seemed to think that mages should have a mage's aura, so they made it so solemn. In addition to serving as Principal Winona's living quarters, this villa also functioned as an alchemy lab, a treasure vault, an observatory, and more. It was one of the forbidden areas of the entire academy. Principal Winona had set up multiple magic circles to prevent disturbances. These circles could sense the identity of intruders and choose to allow passage or attack. Of course, it wasn't as mysterious as others imagined. Actually, these magic circles could only sense Winona herself and First Snow, the catbird. Anyone other than Winona and the catbird would be judged as an intruder and attacked indiscriminately by the circles. The deeper into the estate, the more layers of magic circles were activated, and the stronger the attacks the intruder would suffer. No one would dare to risk facing a legendary mage and try to steal from Winona's residence. It was even more impossible to sneak in and take the treasures inside without anyone noticing. However, in the dead of night, Winona looked at the display cabinet containing all the staffs she had used from the past to the present, staring at the empty space on the top shelf, lost in thought. If Winona remembered correctly, there should be a third-grade staff displayed there, one that had accompanied her through her youth until she received a new staff from her mentor at the Magic Academy. Perhaps in terms of value, it was far inferior to the later collections. But in terms of sentimental value, for the nostalgic Winona, it clearly held an extraordinary significance. Moreover, it was in Winona's hands that it was successfully transformed from a third-grade rare staff to a fourth-grade legacy staff by engraving magic patterns on it. Yet, such a valuable item was stolen from within. At the same time, a certain catbird who should have been sleeping soundly at home was also missing. And the magic circles weren't triggered by any intruders. So the answer was obvious. After a long silence, Winona murmured, with a calm but somewhat helpless tone. At least find a replacement and put it there. Such blatant theft from under my own roof makes things difficult for me. What should she do about her cat being so brazenly disloyal? Shaking her head slightly, Principal Winona didn't say anything more, her emotions didn't fluctuate much, and she turned to leave. But the moment she left, a similar staff in another storage room suddenly levitated and flew over, finally landing steadily on the empty space on the top shelf of the display cabinet. Everything seemed as before, nothing had happened except for the dust in the air changing position. The whole city was asleep, but there was still a lonely soul drinking alone in the dead of night. She looked up at the sky bathed in cold moonlight, a huge full moon hanging high in the sky. A silhouette shaped like a cat, but with wings on its back, flew across the middle of the moon. The woman was startled awake from her drunken stupor and hurriedly rubbed her eyes. Looking at the sky again, the moon was as before, everything seemed like just an illusion. At the same time, First Snow soared through the cold wind. Feeling shy, she didn't return home through the main entrance of the villa, but whooshed into the chimney on the attic, then fell with a thud, covered in soot. Cough, cough. First Snow, who landed on her but on the soft carpet in the attic, couldn't help but cough. The little white cat had now become a little gray cat. Then she used cleaning magic, thoroughly cleaning the chimney that would even make Santa Claus frown. All the dust disappeared instantly, everything was clean and new. This satisfied the slightly germophobic catgirl. But come to think of it, even though she had a cleanliness obsession, she still chose to enter the room through the chimney. She was really shy about what happened tonight, so shy that she definitely didn't want Winona to know. It was worth mentioning that the Santa Claus First Snow mentioned did exist. He was an old mage with a unique hobby who lived in the Arctic Circle. A long, long time ago, he was keen on riding his magic reindeer on the night of December 24th every year, delivering gifts to good children who were recognized by the benevolent staff. Later, he stopped doing it, obviously, tossing and turning all night wasn't good for an old man's health. But thanks to this, the legend of Santa Claus remained in the mundane world. In fact, behind many ancient legends were actually the creations of old mages from the magic world, and a considerable part also came from foreign races. First Snow tiptoed out of the attic, relieved that her return hadn't been discovered by Xiao Wei. Next, as long as she returned to her room, she would have succeeded. Everything that happened tonight wouldn't be known by Xiao Wei, and she wouldn't have to listen to her lectures, meow. Adele was right, how could a kitten of her age sleep, meow. Not wasting a beautiful night, going out to play and have fun with Adele was the most natural way of life for a pubescent kitten, meow. Adele, you're a bad influence on kittens, you're a terrible person. However, just as First Snow thought everything was foolproof and was about to enter her room with silent cat steps. Ahem. A sudden cough and the inexplicably lit chandelier above her head made First Snow freeze. Then she turned around, and as expected, Principal Winona in her mage robes was standing there. Xiao Wei. Why are you still awake so late, meow? First Snow put her paws on her hips. She was the one who got caught, but she turned around and questioned Winona righteously. What a bold little bad cat. Compared to whether I'm asleep or not, it's more important where First Snow went tonight, isn't it? Seeing that Winona wasn't fooled, First Snow immediately weakened. Her pupils started to dart around. Winona knew in her heart that this was a sign that the little cat girl was about to lie. But she chuckled inwardly and didn't expose it. As expected, First Snow came up with the best excuse her little brain could think of in the shortest amount of time. Meow. I went fishing by the lake, meow. Is it really that simple? It's that simple, meow. First Snow puffed up her cheeks, acting like, if Xiao Wei didn't believe her, she would be angry. She thought this excuse was perfect. Could Winona really go and ask the fish in the lake? But Winona could actually use magic to make the fish in the lake tell her the truth to a certain extent. But if she was that serious, First Snow would definitely be unhappy. Helplessly, Winona could only sigh softly in her heart, then said. I'll believe you this time, go to bed early. As for the missing staff, First Snow didn't want to talk about it, and Winona didn't want to get to the bottom of it and make First Snow feel ashamed and sad. Although their relationship was that of friends who grew up together and had a deep bond, First Snow was childish, while Winona was mature. First Snow was willful, while Winona was rational. Therefore, Winona's current mood was actually more like a mother facing a willful daughter. Her willful daughter had grown up and started to have her own social circle, her own little secrets. She wouldn't tell her mother everything like she used to. At this time, as a mature adult, Winona looked at First Snow, who was starting to grow up mentally, with a happy and supportive attitude, accepting her growth. But on the other hand, she was worried about whether First Snow would be deceived by bad girls, whether she would be exposed to bad things and behaviors. The current staying out all night and missing staff incident all proved that First Snow might have made bad friends. But she couldn't jump to conclusions, at least Winona hadn't met the friend First Snow knew. At the same time, she also knew very well that facing First Snow, who was in her catbird adolescence, her discipline and questioning might only intensify First Snow's rebelliousness, making the distance between them grow wider and wider. So facing First Snow, who didn't know she was wrong and wanted to cover it up with lies, Winona's choice was still to believe her clumsy lies. She turned and left, not wanting First Snow to feel uneasy. First Snow's hanging heart did gradually relax with Winona's departure. The naive little cat girl was still secretly proud of her cleverness. She even came up with such a good excuse as going fishing by the lake. But First Snow didn't know how to fish, meow. She only knew how to steal fish from the buckets of those bald uncles in the academy. First Snow thought that these teachers and professors hadn't noticed her actions. Actually, they just didn't care because First Snow was the principal's catbird. Fishing was also about social etiquette. Xiao Wei, you should go to bed early too, meow. First Snow shouted caringly, looking at Winona leaving downstairs. I know, I will. Don't drink coffee, meow. After a moment of silence, Winona smiled helplessly. I know, I won't. Even though she said that, First Snow knew that Xiao Wei was the best liar. She always lied to her, saying that she would play with her when she had time, play with her when she had time. But many, many times, she didn't have time. The lonely first Snow could only go out and play on her own, make friends on her own. In a way, the reason why first Snow became this rebellious girl, who stayed out all night and even stole a staff for someone else, was because Winona was too busy and didn't have time to care for her. Wasn't this even more like a busy working mother and a teenage daughter who lacked companionship and went astray? With a bang, first Snow gently closed the door. Exhausted from playing with Adele, she could finally get a good night's sleep. But the comfort of being with Adele was still alluring. Meow. Curled up in bed, first Snow couldn't help but think of Adele, gradually falling asleep. At the same time, Winona returned to her office and continued to work as the principal. After sunrise, it was time to assign internship tasks to the first-year students. As the principal, Winona would naturally participate. At that time, she would carefully look for that potential child who might be a bad influence on first Snow. Since that person needed a staff, they were most likely a student in the academy. She just didn't know if first Snow had given the staff to her as a gift on her own initiative. Or was it that first Snow had actually been instigated by her to commit theft and become a little thief cat? If it was the former, Winona didn't mind first Snow giving away her belongings as gifts to express friendship. But if it was the latter, Winona wouldn't let that person off easily. The consequences of corrupting first Snow were far greater than losing a bit of wealth or treasure. But that person should know that first Snow was her catbird. Therefore, she should know very well that the staff might be related to Winona. So if that person was smart, she shouldn't be so brazen as to carry the staff around with her. But it didn't matter, Winona could sense who had touched her staff, who had been tainted by the aura of her staff. At that time, she would carefully observe what kind of person they were. At this moment, in Adele's bedroom, the girl was hugging the legacy-level staff, sleeping soundly. Although she had tried to persuade first Snow to stay, saying that she could help her climb the ranks, she was rejected by the blushing first Snow. "Two can't anymore, meow." It seemed that she had been mistaken for a bad sister who wanted to do something more to her. But Adele could guarantee that wasn't a misunderstanding. Early in the morning, thanks to the alarm clock fulfilling its duty, otherwise, according to Adele's habit, she would probably have slept in until the sun was shining on her butt, thinking she was still on vacation. Ring 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 ring. With a precise karate chop, Adele swatted the alarm clock away. With a thud, the alarm clock gloriously fulfilled its mission and died. The beautiful girl with stunning features got out of bed sleepily, her delicate body bathed in the faint golden light of dawn, looking ethereal and beautiful. Ah woo! After a simple stretch, Adele finally came back to life, her consciousness becoming clear. She raised her hand and wiped away the tear that had formed in the corner of her eye from yawning. Then she got out of bed to wash up. Looking at herself in the mirror, wearing only a shirt with her lower body bare, the girl couldn't help but blush. Another day of being amazed by her own beauty. She didn't know which girl would be lucky enough to enjoy it. If she wasn't living alone, but with someone else, at this moment, she would probably be hugged from behind by someone, and then they would start cuddling and doing some strange things, right? Adele's mind wandered as she brushed her teeth, imagining a voluptuous woman with long golden hair hugging her slender waist from behind, resting her chin on her delicate shoulder, rubbing her cheek with her nose and lips, seductively calling out, "Master," shamelessly acting spoiled. If it was Celeste, she would definitely do that. A spoiled puppy. Gurgle gurgle, pft. After rinsing her mouth, Adele spat the foamy water into the sink. Perhaps the reason she had such a fantasy was because she missed her puppy a little. It had been a while, and she missed her dearly. Although this while was actually less than 2 or 3 days. She and Winona were completely different types of women. If it was Principal Winona, she would value responsibility more, her focus was on the public good. That's why she always seemed busy and tired, as the stargazer, she strived to be the guiding star for humanity. She didn't even have time to play with her cat. But for Adele, she wouldn't let first Snow be lonely, wouldn't make her puppy wait. Her focus was on private matters, on the people and things she loved. But it couldn't be said who was right or wrong, it was just a difference in values and life experiences. Adele finished washing up, went back to her bedroom to change into her school uniform, and was ready to head to class. Of course, she could also buy a sandwich from the canteen on the way as breakfast. She didn't bring the staff that First Snow had given her. Firstly, she didn't want to be too flashy. Secondly, it wasn't impossible that First Snow had done something bad. She didn't give her the staff as a gift, but stole it for her. The staff originally belonged to the principal. If that was the case, wouldn't Adele be walking into a trap by bringing the staff to school? But even though Adele understood this in her heart, she was still willing to be First Snow's accomplice. She was a greedy girl after all. "Good morning, Adele." The female voice coming from behind, filled with both nervousness and surprise, made Adele, who was munching on a piece of bread, turn around involuntarily. She saw Tang Lin Lang, her eyes shining brightly, and she always gave people a feeling of hard work. But unlike usual, there was an additional air of nobility about her. It wasn't just because the girl's bag and shoes had all been upgraded. Her originally youthful and lively twin tails had also been untied and styled into the sleek, straight hair of a wealthy young lady. Her long sideburns framed her face, and her thin bangs were parted to the sides, revealing her smooth forehead. To put it simply, she had a bit of a Kaguya-sama vibe. Tang Lin Lang, Adele's classmate. And also a descendant of a vampire hunter. The newly rich, demolition money recipient. Adele's eyes widened, looking at Tang Lin Lang's current appearance in surprise. Tang Lin Lang, noticing Adele's gaze, was very shy, but also a little expectant of Adele's reaction, so she asked. "How is it, does it look bad?" Adele pulled the bread out of her mouth. "It looks great. Which Tony teacher did your hair? Introduce me to them next time." Okay. Shopping, buying clothes, and getting a perm, were these the legendary best friends? Tang Lin Lang's hanging heart finally relaxed. The change in her appearance was accepted by Adele. That was great. The girl's thoughts were simple, she just wanted to change her past frumpiness, to become a girl worthy of Adele. So during Adele's sick leave, she tried to make a change, going to beauty salons, taking classes to learn the etiquette of a young lady. Doing many, clumsy but heartfelt things. Oh right, she had also prepared a gift for Adele. She was going to give it to Adele personally when Adele returned to school. Fortunately, she was lucky enough to run into Adele on her way to class. "A gift, for me?" Adele's eyes widened slightly, then filled with delight. Where is it, let me see." A girl's modesty was troublesome and useless. Adele firmly believed in this, and Tang Lin Lang loved it about her. She felt that Adele was a completely different type of person from herself. If it were her, she would definitely hesitate, unable to utter a single word, and even say something like, "It's too expensive, I can't accept it," which would ruin the mood. Because the point of giving a gift was to see the other person's surprised and happy expression when they received it, to hope that the other person would feel warmth and happiness from their actions. Refusing at this time, thinking it was polite and modest, was actually disappointing. Tang Lin Lang just wanted Adele to need her. To need her directly and frankly was the best. In any aspect. Friendship. Material things. Even physically. "Okay, I'll show you." Tang Lin Lang smiled, her eyes crinkling at the corners. She had a faint scent of leaves about her. Perhaps not as strong and alluring as the scent of flowers, but it was refreshing and reassuring. Tang Lin Lang reached out to unzip the new LV bag she had just bought. She wanted to take something out of it. But because she was nervous, the zipper got stuck at first. But it wasn't entirely Tang Lin Lang's fault. Although these luxury goods were impeccable in terms of appearance and craftsmanship, at least they didn't treat the rich as fools, their practicality was questionable. Well, luxury goods were all about the atmosphere, for practicality, you still needed affordable bags. Adele didn't rush her, she just looked at Tang Lin Lang gently, full of anticipation. Tang Lin Lang finally conquered the troublesome golden zipper, and she slid the zipper pull, shaped like the connected letters LV, to the bottom with a sigh of relief. The girl swore that this was the last time she would use this bag. But the process was difficult, and the result was beautiful, that was enough. Tang Linlang carefully took out a small black gift box from her bag. It was square, made of velvet, with an opening in the front, waiting to be opened. However, the moment Adele saw the gift, her eyes trembled violently. She couldn't help but gulp. Oh my God! This couldn't be. Wasn't this too fast? Lin Lang. Even if you were a demolition money recipient now, she wasn't that materialistic, meow. Adele was so surprised that she even started using First Snow's verbal tick. If they were to get engaged, would the Academy really not intervene? Tang Linlang didn't notice Adele's sudden change in expression. She just smiled and opened the square box in front of Adele with a click. Lying on the satin lining was a silver ring made of a strange crystal. Ah! It really was a diamond ring. This had gone beyond the scope of a gift, rushing towards a far too distant future. Adele felt like she was suffocating. It was like the fish you were raising in your pond suddenly jumped out and said it wanted to spend the rest of its life with you. The surrounding students who noticed this scene also stopped and looked at them in amazement. Someone suddenly shouted, "Say yes." Then came a chorus of "Say yes," surrounding Adele and Tang Linlang. Watching the excitement was obviously not a trait unique to humans. Rather, it was the nature of all creatures and foreign races in the world. Even the passerby students who didn't know what was going on, who couldn't even enter the encirclement, who didn't know what was happening and couldn't see the excitement firsthand, still joined in and started shouting. Say yes. Say yes. In fact, the situation had already far exceeded Tang Linlang's expectations. She stammered. Adele. You don't know, this is. Seeing her like this, even though Adele was the most shocked one at first, she quickly reacted and understood. Obviously, it was Tang Linlang's clumsiness that caused this misunderstanding. And the ring in front of her wasn't an engagement ring or a proposal ring. It could be seen from the fact that the stone inlaid on it wasn't a diamond, but a magic stone containing magic power, faintly emitting a faint light. Its real purpose must be something else. So the next moment, Adele, regaining her composure, grabbed Tang Linlang's wrist, who was still dumbfounded. She took Tang Linlang's hand and led her through the crowd. Tang Linlang instinctively looked at Adele's back, who was standing firmly in front of her, and couldn't help but be mesmerized. The students who were left behind thought that the two of them had become a couple and started cheering loudly. Wahoo! The scene changed to a secluded grove. Adele was panting heavily, while Tang Linlang, on the other hand, was fine except for her slightly rapid heartbeat and flushed cheeks. The difference in physical strength. Why was even Linlang stronger than her? Adele. I'm sorry, I messed up. Adele waved her hand, trying to smile reassuringly at Tang Linlang. Even though that smile looked a bit forced. It's okay, what is that? Don't tell me it's really an engagement ring or something. If it was from you, I might actually consider it. After realizing that Tang Linlang didn't have that intention, Adele became bolder and started teasing her. She was the kind of person who would tease you relentlessly but refuse to be touched, making people's teeth itch. But for Tang Linlang, it wasn't her teeth that itched, but her heart. But Tang Linlang also understood that it was just a joke from Adele. So her expression was a bit bitter, and she lowered her head and said, "This is a spatial ring I got for you, Adele. Although the space inside is very small, only about 300 cubic centimeters. But Tang Linlang felt that this size was just right. It was the size of her entire heart." Adele's eyes widened slightly, flickering with a strange light. Although she had already guessed that it might be a spatial ring, when she actually heard it, Adele couldn't help but feel shocked and ecstatic. A spatial ring with a volume of 300 cubic centimeters, it sounded a bit shabby. But Adele knew, this thing was priceless. Let alone 300 cubic centimeters, even a storage space the size of a coin would be enough to make people fight over it. Perhaps because of the prevalence of spatial rings in many novel settings, it had become less impressive and seemed cheap. Often, they would have storage spaces of tens of cubic meters or even larger, and in the end, even boundless, the space inside the ring had no limits, the protagonist could store anything they wanted. That was too crude and brainless. But in reality, spatial rings were extremely rare, and space stones had always been very scarce. Having a spatial ring was equivalent to having a separate small world. Just like the universe in a nutshell, for the space inside a spatial ring, you were the creator of that world. Therefore, Adele's reaction was very genuine. Such a precious treasure, is it, really for me? Tang Linlang nodded without hesitation. Yes. It's too precious, really too precious. Adele still couldn't help but murmur. She couldn't help but ask about its price. Tang Linlang thought carefully and found that it was difficult to measure with ordinary money. So she used a substitute to describe it. It's probably worth a building in Tangshan 1. Tang, what's Tangshan 1? Ah, it's the planning for the area after our street was demolished. They're going to build the most luxurious high-end residential area in Dongdu there. I heard from my father that they're going to call it Tangshan 1. The Tang family will probably get half of the residential complex. Tangshan 1, and half of the residential complex. I'm speechless. Adele was completely convinced by this magical world. But then she stared at Tang Linlang intently, making her feel a chill down her spine. Adele stopped, her face showing an expression of both joy and sadness. Her lips moved, but she didn't make a sound. Her attitude finally became respectful and sad. She called out clearly. Miss Tang. Tang Linlang seemed to shiver. She knew that there was now a sad barrier between them. She couldn't speak either. Adele. Stop it, this isn't funny. Tears welled up in Tang Linlang's eyes. She was afraid of becoming distant from Adele. If they were to become that kind of relationship, she would rather stay poor forever. Ahem, just kidding, Linlang isn't Miss Tang. Linlang is my Linlang. My dazzling Linlang. Hearing Adele's comfort and explanation, Tang Linlang pursed her lips and nodded. Seeing Tang Linlang like this, Adele's heart warmed. Silly girl, how many people would abandon their wives and children after becoming rich, eager to sever all ties with their past, just to become someone superior? Only you would be willing to give up even immense wealth for a relationship. Adele took the spatial ring from Tang Linlang and carefully put it on her left ring finger. Then she hugged Tang Linlang, whose face was flushed red, gently. The bodies of the two delicate young girls pressed tightly against each other. They didn't separate for a long time. Until the bell rang for class. The two of them woke up as if from a dream. Finally, Adele took Tang Linlang's hand and they ran towards their classroom, their skirts swaying. Fortunately, they weren't too late. With the homeroom teacher's permission, Adele and Tang Linlang returned to their seats. The teacher on the podium was talking about the upcoming internship task mobilization meeting. But the students below were gossiping and spreading the shocking news that had emerged this morning. Have you heard about the public proposal in the academy this morning? Yes. I'm so envious. It's so romantic. Do you know who the two protagonists are? I don't know, I only heard that they're junior girls. Juniors? Aren't we juniors? Do you think it could be someone from our class? That's impossible. Tang Linlang listened to the surrounding discussions, her cheeks burning as if they were about to emit steam. At the same time, she wished she could bury her head in the sand. If only she could become an ostrich, unable to see or hear anything. It was all her fault for being so stupid, causing such a big misunderstanding for Adele. Would Adele blame her? But Adele wore the spatial ring she gave her on her left ring finger. That position, under normal circumstances, meant that the girl was already engaged. Did Adele know this when she wore it, or did she just think it was convenient to wear it there? The girl's thoughts were a mess, and she was incredibly embarrassed. She simply lay down on her desk and covered her head, skipping half of the morning reading class. It wasn't until someone gently shook her arm that Tang Linlang raised her dazed eyes. Seeing that it was Adele, Tang Linlang's consciousness instantly cleared, and she sat up straight. What's wrong, Adele? I'm here to remind you that it's time for the mobilization meeting. Adele's face still had her signature innocent and alluring smile. At the same time, she pointed around, and Tang Linlang then realized that the vampire students around them had basically all left in pairs. Only she and Adele, who had stayed to wait for her, were left in the classroom. "Are you feeling unwell, Linlang?" Adele asked softly with concern, her hand reaching out to touch Tang Linlang's forehead. "It does feel a little warm." But Tang Linlang looked away and turned her cheek away in embarrassment. "No. I'm fine." "Are you sure you're okay?" "I'm fine." Tang Linlang stood up and urged, perhaps to hide her true feelings. "Then let's go, Adele." "Okay." The two of them walked towards the academy's grand hall, where the mobilization meeting was being held. This first internship task for the freshmen had to have some sense of ceremony. But before they could even take a few steps while chatting and laughing, a tall girl with long golden hair, wearing a school uniform, looked at them coldly from the doorway of a nearby classroom. Her eyes flashed with hostility when they landed on Tang Linlang's face. But when they landed on Adele, the hostility subsided, replaced by a gentle affection. "Adele, let's go together." Celeste completely ignored Tang Linlang's presence and invited Adele with a smile. This almost provocative act made Tang Linlang furious. It was like she and her girlfriend were walking down the street, and then a blonde jerk suddenly came over and hit on her girlfriend. In a sense, Celeste really was a blonde jerk. Adele didn't respond immediately, but looked at the pretentious Celeste with interest. Celeste calmly accepted the scrutiny from her master, but her heart was already pounding with excitement. She even longed for her master to continue looking at her with contempt, seeing through her true colors, and then chuckling. Just that chuckle alone would make Celeste's heart melt. "Celeste. But you sequence 2s have your own seats, at the front. It's different from us sequence 5s. Sorry, I don't want to walk with you today." Hearing Adele's words, Tang Linlang instantly felt relieved. As expected, Adele wouldn't be swayed by this blonde jerk. Tang Linlang was right about this. In reality, it was the blonde jerk who was swayed by Adele. "I can change for you, I'm willing to sit with you," Celeste said sincerely. But Adele could only sigh helplessly. "You can change yourself, but you can't change the prejudice of the world." "Sorry, Celeste, please don't bother me anymore." With that, Adele and Tang Linlang brushed past Celeste. Tang Linlang turned her head curiously and saw Celeste with a sad expression, her fists clenched tightly. Even though they were rivals in love, Tang Linlang still felt a little sorry for Celeste at this moment. But it was great that Adele could recognize reality. The vampire race had a strict hierarchy, and it was difficult for different classes to overcome the prejudice of the world and be together. Even if they did get together, they would eventually end up unhappy because of the huge difference in their social status. But humans were different. The trend of free love had spread throughout the continents, taking root and sprouting in the hearts of young men and women. Tang Linlang swore that she would only treat Adele as her equal, or even someone of higher social status. In the slang of the Eastern world, there was a saying called henpecked. It referred to someone who was easily influenced by their wife and listened to her. If that day ever came, Tang Linlang would definitely be Adele's henpecked husband. Thinking about this secretly, Tang Linlang glanced at Adele's left ring finger. Instantly, her confidence in that future increased. Adele and Tang Linlang soon arrived at the entrance of the academy's grand hall. Before this, Celeste had been following Adele like a shadow, like a lovesick puppy, watching her from afar. Seeing her like this, even Tang Linlang couldn't help but feel sorry for her. At least among the vampires, with their strict hierarchy and emphasis on order, blood nobles like Celeste, who were willing to respect Adele, were very few, weren't they? But Tang Linlang still disliked Celeste and the others. These vampire sequence ones had no concept of human rights or respect, they always acted on instinct, doing terrible things to Adele. Unfortunately, Tang Linlang's strength was low, otherwise, she would definitely protect Adele. But for now, the girl could only lie low and accumulate strength. Thinking about this, among the messed-up vampires, a vampire like Celeste was truly a breath of fresh air. Adele didn't know what was going on in Tang Linlang's mind. She was just quite satisfied with her puppy's performance. She should reward her with a bone sometime. reaching the highest floor of the academy, the Grand Hall. "Oh my, isn't that Dorothy? Let's look at Hermione in the distance, everyone." Adele avoided Dorothy's gaze and instead met Hermione's eyes, smiling faintly from afar. Hermione's heart skipped a beat, then she recalled the experience of that night, and a certain part of her neck started to feel hot. So, this was what it felt like to be possessed. For her, who was used to dominance and taking the initiative, it was actually quite novel and not bad. Not to mention that Adele was gentle and patient, and the occasional clumsiness and nervousness she showed were also endearing. But the reason she left that morning without saying goodbye was because her family suddenly summoned her. So Hermione couldn't continue to stay by Adele's side, let alone see her off. However, her family didn't call her because she had found a girlfriend, and was even the submissive one in the relationship. Although when they heard the news from the maid, Hermione's family was shocked. They even found it hard to look at Hermione, the most talented descendant their family had produced in centuries. It was probably the reaction of any member of a prominent family when they heard that their heir was the submissive one in a relationship outside. What a disgrace. But for Hermione, this was something she was willing to do for love. Love wasn't just about taking, it should also involve unconscious giving and dedication. The real reason her family called her was to talk about her match with Dorothy that day. Although the Black Emperor of the Vampires had disappeared into the distant past, his reputation still lingered. Not to mention that his bloodline still flowed in Dorothy's body. Generally speaking, the descendants of the bloodline of a true ancestor who was still alive would be stronger than vampires of the same age. For example, the true ancestor of Hermione's family existed in this world, while the true ancestor of Edith's family, Lady Chinshi, was currently no different from dead. Setting aside Hermione's talent, assuming she and Edith had the same talent, then Hermione's power would definitely be stronger than Edith's. This was a common belief among vampires. And what Hermione's family wanted to figure out was whether the bloodline of the Black Emperor, which continued in Dorothy's body, still protected his descendants. Would the Black Emperor make a comeback? On the surface, everyone in the vampire race hoped that the Black Emperor would return with the glory of the vampires. This was the politically correct stance within the vampire race, and no one dared to openly oppose it. But behind the scenes, it was uncertain whether everyone could agree. Obviously, a too powerful emperor was a sword hanging over the heads of the vassals. This sharp blade could be used externally to create a prosperous era, or internally to punish those who were disloyal. Everyone respected the Black Emperor, but if anyone wanted to return to the Black Emperor era, many vampires would only think that they were crazy. However, there were actually quite a few such crazy people. They were the royalists within the vampire race, and also the foundation for Dorothy's future rule. For them, even if the Black Emperor couldn't return, it was enough to welcome the birth of a new emperor. Therefore, Dorothy's strength became the focus of attention for most vampires. Before Hermione and Dorothy had a serious match, most blood nobles couldn't say for sure who was stronger. If it weren't for the fact that Dorothy's contracted familiar was an indescribable and unpredictable being from another world, most people would definitely guess that Hermione was stronger. But after Dorothy contracted such a being, she had unlimited possibilities, making people wary of her. Now, the match began with Hermione's challenge and ended with her defeat. The spread of this news inevitably caused some people to worry. That's why Hermione was summoned. In her family, while Hermione felt that the way people looked at her was strange, she still truthfully reported her feelings and experiences from her fight with Dorothy. In her impression, she might have made Dorothy unusually excited. But to say that Dorothy went all out for her. Sorry, Hermione didn't think she had achieved that. Although Hermione also had some tricks up her sleeve, if they fought to the end, she still didn't think she had a chance of winning. This was undoubtedly bad news for Hermione's family. It was even worse than their daughter being the submissive one in a relationship outside. They obviously didn't want Princess Dorothy to continue growing up peacefully and eventually recreate the glory of the Black Emperor era. Therefore, creating obstacles for Dorothy became their topic of discussion and goal. But these were all things that the current Hermione didn't know. It was also the adults' responsibility to let Hermione, who was still in the academy, maintain her precious innocence. Hermione was about to respond to Adele, but the hall was too noisy. In a blink of an eye, Adele had disappeared. The Ice Queen couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. But she knew that Adele had gone to the area for their lower year. Finally, after finding her seat, Adele began to observe the surroundings. As far as she could see, almost all the students were vampires. Humans were clustered at the front of each area, standing out as the most outstanding. So, sometimes humans were also cunning. Those who could become ability users were all dragons and phoenixes among men, but they seemed insignificant compared to the billions of humans. Those billions of humans were the most ordinary base. But in the academy, the atmosphere that every vampire student felt was the excellence and strength of humans, subtly making the new generation of vampires feel a certain awe towards human ability users. They forgot that even the most ordinary vampire was much stronger than an ordinary human. Tang Linlang sat next to Adele, her gaze occasionally glancing at Adele's left hand, where she was wearing the ring, lost in thought. Celeste was sitting not far away in front of them. She didn't interact with the vampire students around her, like an island in the crowd. But actually, before she met Adele, she also had friends she could talk to. However, these so-called friends all disappeared after Celeste offended Hermione. It could be said that the closer they were to Celeste before, the worse their attitude towards her became afterwards. After all, whether Hermione saw it or not, they needed to express their clear stance in this way. Celeste experienced the coldness of the world early on. That's why she understood how hard-won her relationship with Adele was, how touching it was that her master never abandoned her. She didn't care what others thought, but Celeste would definitely stick to her loyalty, always serving her master. Whether there was any influence from the magic patterns, it was hard to say. But even if there was, it was just the magic patterns further shaping her heart according to her own wishes. Also worth mentioning was that the order in the hall today was maintained by members of the Black Feather Society. This was one of the powers they had taken from the student council. This undoubtedly highlighted Edith's success as a leader. In contrast, the student council's power in the academy was shrinking. The overall situation was one of, the enemy advancing, we retreating, which made the student council members very indignant. They had been the elites of the academy for so long, and naturally, they didn't want others to share their pie and take away their positions as managers. Therefore, criticisms of the student council president arose. Of course, there were also other discordant voices. The most famous argument was that, as long as the student council opened its doors to vampires, the Black Feather Society would collapse instantly. After all, the Black Feather Society was essentially an organization born from the arrogance of the student council. The student council's arrogance made them only allow humans and a very small number of vampires to join, ignoring the majority of vampires who accounted for more than 70% of the entire academy. If the student council chose to abandon maintaining their internal purity and instead accepted most vampires, the Black Feather Society would disintegrate instantly. On one side was the established and powerful organization, and on the other side was a newly established and corrupt one. Anyone should know which side to choose. This argument did sound very tempting. It was also the best way to solve the problem of the Black Feather Society once and for all. But so far, it was only a small-scale discussion, no one dared to bring it up directly to the decisive student council president. But once the tide formed, it would eventually turn into a huge wave crashing against the shore. People were always short-sighted, unable to see the huge crisis hidden behind this. The student council executives even had reason to believe that this argument might not have come from within the student council, but from their biggest rival, the Black Feather Society. Because once the student council couldn't withstand the pressure from the Black Feather Society and chose to open its doors, accepting the influx of vampires, even if they controlled the ratio, even if they controlled the promotion channels for vampires, making them only exist as low-level members of the student council, it wouldn't change the fact that the internal structure of the student council had become impure. Maybe they could still suppress the vampires at the bottom of the student council at first, for 1 year, 2 years. But what if after 3 or 4 years, the current batch of the most determined human executives in the student council had all left the academy? Would the remaining humans still be willing to maintain the policies they formulated under the long-term pressure from the vampires? Loopholes would be opened one after another, the first vampire to become a deputy minister, the first vampire to become a minister, then the vice president. Finally, even the student council president. Only then would the humans and the student council suddenly realize that the Black Feather Society would never die, but the student council had become the biggest Black Feather Society. Edith, I don't understand, you're spreading this kind of public opinion, it's like you're giving up on our Black Feather Society. On one side of the front row of the Grand Hall, Vicky, as Edith's confidant, who knew everything behind this, expressed her confusion to Edith. Beside her, Edith, now the president of the Black Feather Society, was still wearing her signature black veil, only her purple eyes were staring ahead, looking dark and unfathomable. Vicky could actually understand that this was a brilliant scheme that the president had come up with after careful consideration. The point of a brilliant scheme was that, no matter whether the opponent knew your intentions or not, they couldn't stop this plan from being implemented, they couldn't change the final outcome. The only difference was whether the current student council wanted to continue to maintain the purity within their organization and let Edith's Black Feather Society continue to grow rapidly, or whether they wanted to cut off the roots of the current Black Feather Society and accept the risk of the future student council becoming a larger Black Feather Society. Even though Vicky knew the brilliance of this move, she still couldn't help but ask Edith for an explanation. Because in her opinion, if the Black Feather Society didn't belong to her and Edith, then it was meaningless. Even if this scheme was successfully implemented, and after a few years, Cromwell Academy completely became the world of vampires, with human elites declining, what would Edith and Vicky gain? Vicky knew Edith's character, she wouldn't do this kind of, for the greater good, thing. Rather, vampires were all selfish creatures, so it was no wonder they were a disorganized mess. Would Edith be willing to give up the current Black Feather Society in exchange for the future Black Feather Society, a Black Feather Society that was most likely not under her control? Impossible. If such a thing really happened, Vicky would only think that Edith was crazy. Or maybe she really was crazy. Ever since that meeting with Adele in the conference room, Edith had become different from her past self. Vicky, as her confidant, felt this the most strongly. Our Black Feather Society. Vicky, I will never give up. For some reason, Edith seemed a little tired. Recently, she had switched from her favorite black tea to coffee. Although she looked like a mature woman, Vicky, who was loyal to her, couldn't help but worry. But realizing this now is my negligence as the president. Maybe we've unknowingly gone astray, just like the outsider's evaluation of us, a den of filth, isn't it? But that's... Vicky believed that it was the price an organization had to pay to be born and prosper. The members of the Black Feather Society needed cohesion, they needed unity. They didn't rely on beliefs and honor like the student council, but on secrets and darkness. Although she herself was clean, Vicky didn't mind Edith, and of course other executives, doing bad things to low-ranking vampires. Besides, this was the truth of the vampire race, wasn't it? The history of vampires was like this, and it was still like this now, no one could change this reality. Edith waved her hand, stopping Vicky from continuing. The principal's speech is about to begin, and that person hasn't arrived yet. Edith diverted Vicky's attention to the podium in the distance. Vicky also knew very well who the person the president was referring to was. The current student council president, Wen Weiran. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her the former President Li Ligay's prized student. But recently, Edith had heard an incredibly shocking piece of news. On the podium of the Grand Hall stood Principal Winona, with her soft, flaxen, slightly curly hair. She greeted all the students with a calm smile and then began her speech. The biggest feeling after becoming an adult should be having no choice. Standing in a certain position, you had to do certain things, you had to be dignified and elegant. Sometimes, Winona also missed the time when she and First Snow roamed and explored the forest, searching for ancient ruins, looking for traces of magic that contained ancient information. Playing and having fun, feeling the vitality of life. But that time was gone forever. First Snow, unwilling to understand this, naturally sought out a girl like Adele who could make her happy. So Winona was very eager to find the girl who might be a bad influence on First Snow. On the other hand, she had complicated feelings towards that girl. Because she knew that the culprit behind all this was clearly her own neglect and indifference towards First Snow. That concludes my speech. Next, please welcome. Winona returned to her seat on the podium. She saw a lazy cat sleeping soundly at her feet, its soft wings pressed tightly against its back. First Snow was both playful and sleepy. Her record was sleeping for 22 hours a day and then spending the remaining 2 hours playing. A long time ago, Winona even thought that the kitten was sick and took her to the doctor. A doctor in the magic world who specialized in treating magical creatures, but the doctor didn't consider herself a veterinarian. Because she believed that magical creatures had intelligence no less than any human and shouldn't be called beasts. The doctor spent a long time but couldn't find the reason why the catbird was always sleeping. Just when they were both at a loss, First Snow suddenly stretched comfortably in front of the wide-eyed doctor and young Winona. Then she flew off to find food, making a mess of the doctor's house. But the way the little catbird munched on the dried meat in the end was still incredibly cute and amusing. Shaking her head gently, Winona looked away and scanned the students in the hall. She was sure that among them, someone had been in contact with First Snow, someone had received a gift from First Snow. As for the identity of that person, unlike ordinary people, she didn't believe in the legend that catbirds had the ability to find this chosen one. If a person's fate could be determined from the beginning, that would be the scariest thing for Winona. She thought that the reason more people were willing to believe this legend was purely because her own achievements were reflected on First Snow. It had nothing to do with First Snow, the lazy cat. When Winona's gaze swept across the hall, Adele lowered her head guiltily, but fortunately, the principal didn't notice this detail. She was no longer suspicious, but somewhat certain that the staff must belong to the principal. And, it was stolen by First Snow. She had become an accomplice to this silly cat. But to ask Adele to apologize to Principal Winona and return the staff now, the girl was reluctant from the bottom of her heart. She would take it one step at a time. It was a pity that the staff was much larger than 300 cubic centimeters, otherwise, Adele could have hidden it in her spatial ring. However, it was worth mentioning that Adele had already found the best use for this spatial ring. It was to store her phone. The volume of a phone was only about 50 cubic centimeters. And a small knife might be even smaller. If she hid these important things inside, although Adele didn't think she would encounter that kind of cliched, kidnapping, scenario, after all, everyone knew the fate of Amaterasu Kuro and Tsukimi Shiro, it was always better to be safe than sorry. Imagine, if Adele hid her phone or a small knife in the spatial ring, when she encountered danger, she could summon them as tools for communication or self-defense. Very useful. The mobilization meeting ended successfully, and then the students went to their respective teachers to receive their tasks and meet their partners. Although Adele would become a lone wolf player in the future, for now, she would still obediently follow the teacher's arrangements. She and Tang Linlang received their tasks one after another. Tang Linlang immediately shared her task with Adele. Looking for a kappa. Yes, it's a very common task. Actually, kappa is a general term for foreign races related to water. In most cases, what we find are kappa. But it doesn't matter if we can't find them, as long as we fill out the internship logbook, the teachers will usually be lenient. Adele, what's your task? Maybe searching for traces of foreign races, even finding a hair would be enough to report back. Adele guessed casually until she opened her task page. It clearly stated that she was to go to a certain government agency and do some work related to organizing text archives. Adele was speechless, then she seemed to have realized something and looked up in Celeste's direction. At this moment, the golden-haired girl also looked back, giving her master a gentle smile that yearned for a reward. As if saying, I did it, master, you have to reward me well. In Celeste's eyes, her master was too weak, and it was very dangerous to be close to foreign races. So she bribed someone and changed Adele's original task to ensure her master's safety. Adele forced a smile, her lips twitching. A reward, she could give her a reward. She would definitely reward her well. Internship tasks for most of the vampires who were content with mediocrity were practically a vacation. Because they only needed to spend a little effort to complete the tasks, and then they could freely use the rest of the time. As for Adele, who was assigned to work as an archivist in a local government agency. That wasn't called a vacation, it was called going to work. Adele, working is impossible, I'll never work in this lifetime. So it was no wonder she was dissatisfied with Celeste's presumptuous actions. Unfortunately, Celeste herself was completely unaware of this. "Let's go, Lin Lang." "Okay." It wasn't until Adele suppressed her fake smile in front of Celeste and turned to leave that Celeste opened her mouth slightly, looking dumbfounded. Although she couldn't feel it clearly because she was too far away from her master, Celeste still sensed that she might have done something good with bad intentions. Noon, break time. Inside an art classroom, the curtains were drawn tightly. The space inside was no different from a normal classroom, except that the walls were covered with various oil paintings, and the display platform in front of the classroom was filled with plaster sculptures as art pieces. There were busts of famous people, miniature models of the Venus de Milo, and so on. Although these were all student works, in Adele's eyes, they all possessed a high level of artistry. Vampires did generally have a high level of artistic accomplishment. This was determined by their class. The vampires who mingled in the human world weren't from the middle or lower classes, they were all from the upper class, high society. Over time, they were influenced by their surroundings, or rather, the trends of the aristocracy were actually driven and influenced by vampires. Adele admired these delightful works while waiting for someone's arrival. They had agreed to meet at 12:10. Adele summoned her phone from her spatial ring, unlocked the screen, and found that the other party was almost 5 minutes late. For every minute late, she would be punished, with one more time. She wouldn't really be that cruel, Adele was just joking in her heart. But she was indeed very dissatisfied with the fact that a certain golden retriever dared to disobey her orders and be late. Just as Adele was thinking about how to punish Celeste, a sudden knock on the door, accompanied by the girl's slight panting, caught Adele's attention. "I'm here, Adele." There were no other girls in the corridor, but to be safe, Celeste didn't directly call out, "Master." But she didn't know that at this moment, being late meant everything she did was wrong. At least she had to wait for Adele to vent her anger before things could improve. "Come in." Adele replied with a cold tone, crossing her arms over her chest. Celeste obediently pushed the door open and closed it behind her. There weren't many places in the entire academy for two people to have a private meeting, and the art classroom was relatively close. The locker room was further away and out of the question, being there would remind Adele and Celeste of that day's memories. It was a bad place. The study room in the library, using a place for studying to do this kind of thing. Finally, going back to Adele's dorm, Celeste was certainly willing, but wouldn't that be too pitiful for Sharon? Sharon would be caught in the crossfire. Doing this kind of thing again would be too cruel to Sharon, meow. It was all because the poor girl still hadn't mustered enough courage to confess to Adele that she was her roommate. She was too hesitant, too worried about how Adele would see her. But in reality, Adele didn't care about these things at all. She was the type who, if she was cuddling with a girl, and Sharon came over with a disappointed look and said, "I seem to have come at a bad time," Adele would reply, "No, you came at the perfect time. Wouldn't it be better for everyone to be happy together?" So the final choice was this classroom. After punishing the puppy, she would make Celeste treat her to a big meal, Adele planned in her heart. Celeste actually knew what she was about to face, but she wasn't afraid. Instead, there was an indescribable sense of excitement spreading in her heart. She was one of the first to recognize Adele's tough love nature. How severe could the punishment be? For someone with special preferences, it might even be a reward. Celeste didn't think she had those kinds of preferences, but if it was Master Adele. Celeste wasn't so sure anymore. The empty classroom, no one should come in and disturb them. The paintings on the walls added a touch of artistic charm to the atmosphere. Even their cuddling was artistic cuddling. Adele stood in the only place in the classroom where sunlight could penetrate. The light coming through the small window above the back door wasn't very strong, it was the afterglow of the warm sun. It shone on the girl, making her look dazzling and radiant. Her gaze was direct and undisguised, landing on Celeste's prominent chest, and she couldn't help but lick her red lips. Celeste's face flushed slightly as she came to Adele and murmured the familiar title. "Master. You still know I'm your master." Celeste's shoulders trembled, but not because of Adele's words. It was because Adele's right hand reached out towards her and, after gesturing a bit, wrapped around her. Actually, she couldn't completely wrap it around. Sometimes, Adele really wondered what Celeste ate to grow so big. Even Hermione was slightly inferior to her in this aspect. But Hermione had an ethereal and noble aura about her. When she submitted to you, willing to let you touch her, a great sense of satisfaction would surge in your heart. Ugh. Celeste's reaction was very cute, even though it wasn't the first time her master had. But every time, it felt incredibly sensitive and comfortable. It showed that this body had been completely developed by her master, it was already her master's possession. The color of the magic patterns on her lower abdomen deepened, becoming a peach pink that emitted a faint glow even in the dark night. Sorry, master. Celeste instinctively apologized. It wasn't to make Adele stop punishing her, it was just an instinct. I think you don't understand at all. Adele said teasingly, increasing the strength in her hand. A slight pain mixed with pleasure made Celeste's mind hazy. She didn't even know if the pain and the comfortable feeling were separate. Or was it that the pain actually brought her pleasure? Please. Master, enlighten me, Celeste will change. I will definitely change. You did make a mistake, but there's no need to change. After all, Celeste's only mistake was arranging a risk-free task for Adele based on her own thoughts. She had no selfish motives, only concern and care for her master. What kind of master would want their subordinate to change such a sincere heart? But the reason why Adele said she was wrong was entirely because Celeste's actions didn't conform to Adele's original plan, they even disrupted it. Fortunately, Adele could remedy it herself. Otherwise, she definitely wouldn't just punish Celeste lightly like today. She would teach Celeste a harsh lesson, making her compensate for it in other ways. Celeste looked confused. What did, you did make a mistake, but there's no need to change, mean? But Adele obviously didn't want to dwell on such details. Besides, it was quite interesting to see Celeste being teased by her, looking so clueless. So she coughed lightly, clearing her throat, and bringing Celeste's attention back to her alluring light pink eyes. Celeste's throat moved, the longing written all over her eyes and on her expressive face. Adele leaned against the desk behind her. At this moment, for convenience, she sat down with her butt, covered by her pleated skirt, pressed against the desk, her thighs forming a plump, shallow curve. If Celeste dared to lift her skirt, she would be able to see. But Celeste didn't dare, she didn't even dare to look at Adele's delicate collarbones that were exposed after she loosened her tie. Yes, Adele untied her tie right in front of her. The soft, rose-colored silk was flicked gently by the girl, hitting Celeste's face as she looked away. It didn't hurt, but the fragrant scent was refreshing. At the same time, Adele kicked Celeste's knee in dissatisfaction. A small footprint instantly appeared on the golden-haired girl's thin black stockings. It didn't hurt either. Adele was a girl who liked to pretend to be tough, acting like a villain, but only doing it to a small extent, always with a soft heart beneath her harsh words. If others saw this scene, they would only think that she was bullying the poor Celeste. But only Celeste knew that she was actually enjoying this bullying immensely. Why are you standing so tall? Who's the master here? The girl's voice was soft and delicate, not at all like a question or a reprimand. I'm sorry, my master is Adele, it will always be you, master. With that, Celeste obediently knelt down in front of Adele, slightly raising her face filled with devotion. Adele's gaze fell on her soft, red lips, and she almost couldn't help but be drawn in. But today's game wasn't about that. Adele suppressed her aroused desire, picked up the tie, spread it out in her palm, and showed it to Celeste. The latter looked at her master in confusion, then at the soft, rose-colored ribbon in her master's palm. Until her vision also became rose-colored. Celeste's heart skipped a beat. A certain part of her heart instantly melted, as if it was about to drip. Adele used her tie to blindfold Celeste, from now on, she couldn't see anything. In the rose-colored darkness, all her senses except sight would be greatly amplified and expanded. Celeste felt a shiver of longing sweeping through her entire body. As if Adele only needed to touch her lightly to activate the switch in Celeste's body. But Adele deliberately teased her. After blindfolding Celeste, she smiled faintly, just observing Celeste's expression and listening to her rapid breathing, like a fish caught on the shore, longing for the nourishment of water. "Master, master! Who told you to rush me? You have no manners." Celeste's shoulders trembled violently, realizing her presumption and disrespect. She immediately fell silent, not daring to say another word. Adele decided in her heart to leave Celeste hanging for 5 more minutes. This bad girl even took out her phone from her spatial ring, pointed it at Celeste's current state, and took a picture for future use. In the picture, the blonde girl in a school uniform was kneeling in front of her, blindfolded by a tie, her face full of longing, but unable to satisfy it. Her knees were pressed together, showing her endurance. Time passed by minute, poor Celeste didn't know when her master would change her mind. She could only desperately endure the erosion of darkness and loneliness. In this endless torment, a soft touch became the dawn that saved Celeste. She felt her chin being lifted. Her master must be looking down at her, looking at her lowly, begging appearance with contempt. Thinking of this, Celeste's whole body trembled with excitement. But she didn't dare to make a sound, worried that if she called out, "Master," again without permission, she would be subjected to even longer neglect and torment. She didn't want that. It was fine if her master messed her up. Even if she was completely ruined. Just don't leave her alone. Put your hands behind your back obediently. Seemingly satisfied with Celeste's performance, Adele gave her order. Celeste quickly obeyed. At some point, her body had developed absolute obedience to Adele's commands. But because she was in a hurry, the moment Celeste put her hands behind her back, she stumbled a little, losing face in front of her master. Adele found it amusing and let out a clear laugh. Then, the laughter stopped, and silence returned. Celeste, her face flushed red, became flustered again. But she felt her master's breath getting closer, then moving away. "Let's play a game, Celeste." "Yes, master." "No matter what method you use, guess what I've placed in front of you." Celeste nodded, a mix of anxiety and anticipation in her heart. Adele then said, "Good girl, then, let the game begin." As the girl's chuckle faded away, Celeste, who had gradually adapted to the darkness under the blindfold, could indeed see that something had appeared in front of her. But with her hands tied behind her back, she could only use her sense of smell and taste to identify it. She sniffed at first, but there was no smell, so she couldn't tell what it was. Without her master's order, she didn't dare to touch it. It wasn't until her master chuckled and said, "You can use your mouth," that she hesitantly opened her mouth and gently took it in. Her small and soft tongue and mouth instantly enveloped it. Celeste immediately recognized what it was. Finger, ugh. Her master's finger. To be more precise, it should be her index finger. Celeste licked it greedily, she didn't understand what the meaning of this sucking motion was. But as long as she thought that it was her master's finger, she couldn't help but do such a silly thing. "Do you think this is a bone? You really are like a puppy, When Adele pulled her finger away, Celeste still lingered, her breath smelling like musk. Seeing her like this, Adele couldn't help but reach out her finger again, pinching Celeste's soft, warm, and slippery little tongue. Poor Celeste could only whimper incoherently, crystal clear liquid dripping down the corner of her lips, landing on her conservatively buttoned collar and chest. Adele snorted softly. "Even your master is undressed, and you still want to wear clothes." As she spoke, she easily untied the bow on Celeste's chest, along with a few buttons that were in the way. Adele only stopped when she pulled open Celeste's collar, revealing the deep, snowy ravine. From Adele's condescending perspective, she could just see this breathtaking scenery. She held Celeste's head, her fingers intertwined with Celeste's golden hair. "Guess again, what is this?" But Celeste was confused. Her master clearly hadn't put anything in front of her. Not even a finger. She had already adapted to the feeling of being blindfolded, and could even see some outlines of the outside world in the darkness. Because of the light was scattered and intertwined, reflecting on the rose-colored tie, forming an image on her retina. At this moment, all Celeste could see was her master's legs, almost pressing against her head. "Stupid dog!" Adele scolded softly in dissatisfaction. Celeste seemed to understand something, but she also seemed to be overwhelmed by a great surprise, hesitant. Guess quickly, I said, guess quickly. Adele's tone was impatient. She could see from Celeste's expression that she understood, this stupid dog. Celeste's breathing hitched. Then, she made the decision that satisfied Adele. But without the use of her hands, many things were extremely inconvenient. Just using her nose to lift Adele's skirt took Celeste a long time, her fair face flushed red. But fortunately, she finally succeeded, and slowly leaned forward. Have you guessed it? Adele felt a sense of extreme pleasure. She breathed heavily, her hands stroking Celeste's soft golden hair. Her fingers occasionally tightened, pulling Celeste's hair. She didn't know if it hurt. Celeste didn't answer. She had to guess a few more times. Maybe she would never guess. Because compared to the answer, it was the process that she wanted. Adele was right, no one would come to disturb their fun in this place. But she didn't expect that there might be a cat. Outside the window of the art classroom, a small, snow-white paw was pulling the curtain open slightly. Then, the little creature used this gap to peek inside, her innocent and pure eyes with vertical pupils observing the scene. Kitten peeking.jpg. The kitten was naturally First Snow, the catbird with golden wings. She smelled Adele's scent, so she came here. But when she excitedly wanted to greet Adele, the scene inside made her tilt her head in confusion. That meow sound rang in First Snow's mind. Because the clever kitten knew that it was best not to make a sound at this time. So she huddled pitifully in the corner of the windowsill, not even daring to flap her wings, afraid that the sound of her touching something would alert the two people in the art classroom. What is Adele doing, meow? It looks very comfortable. First Snow's body felt hot for some reason. She felt strange. At this time, she recalled the memory of being held by Adele last night. Adele had said that it was their little secret. First Snow's ears, tail, and the base of her tail were touched by her sister. The tingling sensation seemed to travel through time and space, reaching First Snow's body at this moment. She couldn't meow, but it was as if a strange magic was attracting her, making her watch everything that was happening in the art classroom, not wanting to miss a single moment. Until it was all over, and Adele gently kissed the blonde sister's forehead, untying the rose-colored ribbon that was covering her eyes. First Snow's heart still felt like it was being scratched by something, an inexplicable itch. And she didn't know how to relieve this itch. Adele is so cunning, meow. She knows so many things that First Snow doesn't know. Can you teach First Snow, meow? The two lingered in the art classroom for quite a while. The midday sun had already begun to shift westward. If she didn't eat something soon, Adele felt like her stomach would be growling. Seemingly sensing her master's need, Celeste prepared to open the door of the art classroom. Wait a bit longer. My legs are weak. Adele stopped her. Yes, master. Help me tie my tie, I'm exhausted. The girl's voice was filled with a charming coquettishness. Yes. Celeste thought disrespectfully in her heart, but hadn't her master been mostly motionless the whole time? It was she who had been. But she didn't dare to challenge her master's authority on this matter. Otherwise, Celeste might face a real punishment. Not like just now, which was more like a reward than a punishment. Adele leaned back against the desk, tilting her flawless and beautiful face slightly toward Celeste, closing her eyes, and feeling Celeste's gentle and adoring gaze on her cheeks. Although it didn't have the warmth of the sun, it was far better than the spring sun. Celeste straightened the collar of Adele's school uniform shirt, then picked up the tie that had just been covering her eyes and slowly tied it for Adele. Don't act on your own next time. Adele suddenly said. Celeste finally understood, so, it was because of that matter that she was being punished. But thinking about it, it was because her master felt that she had bribed the teacher for her sake, so in the end, she relented and chose this way to teach her a lesson. I'm sorry, I won't do it again, master. Who calls themselves a dog? I thought master would like it. I told you not to assume, forget it, you're a hopeless dog, your biting skills are quite good though. Celeste didn't understand what her master was talking about at first. Until she realized the meaning behind the words, biting. Her face instantly flushed red to the tips of her ears. After she finished tying Adele's tie, Adele jumped lightly to the floor. "Let's go, take me to eat something delicious." Adele naturally wrapped her arm around Celeste's, acting spoiled like usual. Even a master didn't have to put on airs all the time when with their subordinate. That would be too tiring. Celeste smiled slightly, feeling a strange warmth flowing comfortably in her lower abdomen, where the magic patterns were. "Okay, what does master want to eat?" "Spicy hot pot." It sounded like a cheap and ordinary food, Celeste thought to herself, puzzled. Could it be that her master had some special meaning behind it? But actually, Adele didn't think that much at all. She used to be poor and suddenly became rich, so she would subconsciously try to cater to the upper class, eating Western food and buying luxury goods. Later, she got used to being wealthy and lost interest in these things. It was like someone taking a picture of an uncle wearing flip-flops in a high-end restaurant and complaining about how such a person could be allowed in. But in reality, it was just an ordinary lunch for the uncle. It was the person taking the picture who was dressed up and carefully groomed for a meal. The difference was obvious. As they left the art classroom, Celeste suddenly saw a flash of white light on the window sill, but when she looked again, she found nothing. Maybe it was just an illusion, the girl thought to herself. 10 minutes later, in a spicy hot pot restaurant on the corner of the street, Adele added an extra spoonful of chili oil and sesame oil to her spicy hot pot, mixing it evenly. This way, it tasted better. Celeste didn't seem to be able to handle spicy food, so her bowl of bland soup was only decorated with a few chopped green onions. This was Celeste's first time trying spicy hot pot. She immediately started searching online. "My lover treated me to spicy hot pot, what does it mean?" Celeste used the word lover instead of master. Clearly, even as a dog, she had her own desires and ambitions. Soon, the search results came out. And it was precisely these results that made Celeste's face flush crimson. "Celeste? What's wrong?" "Nothing, master. I just think, it's a little too spicy." Adele tilted her head. This was considered spicy. Damn it. Don't underestimate spicy. But on the other hand, Celeste thought seriously. After eating this bowl of spicy hot pot, did she really have to do it 13 times? Would Adele really be okay? Celeste's first thought wasn't about herself, but about her master's body. Could it be that her master was the kind of person who didn't look like it on the surface, but actually had a very strong desire? Adele. While eating lunch, Adele felt that Celeste's gaze towards her was a bit strange. But she couldn't tell what was strange about it. Perhaps spicy hot pot wasn't to her liking. In that case, they should go back to eating Western food next time. Adele felt that she was already doing her best as a master, who would be so considerate and caring towards their subordinate. "By the way, Celeste, what's your task?" "It's about a recent incident in Dongdu, related to beast men." Celeste's expression became serious. Her task wasn't as easy as the one Adele received, it was a matter of life and death. Fortunately, she had a senior leading the team, reliable teammates, and Celeste herself had a talent for this, so it shouldn't be a problem. Beast men. Beast-eared girls. Unexpectedly, Adele's eyes lit up. Her focus was always different, leaving Celeste speechless. No, it's probably different from what Master imagines. Beast men and beast-eared races are two completely different foreign races. The beast-eared race is what Master imagines, they have beast ears and tails, and the rest is basically the same as humans. The beautiful beast-eared girls are probably the beast-eared girls Master is expecting. But beast men are completely different. They are beasts first, then humans. Or it's not wrong to call them upright walking beasts. They have beast-like features all over their bodies, fur and fangs, but they walk upright and use tools. Past legends of wild men and Bigfoot almost all originated from their race. Is that so? How boring, good luck, Celeste. Adele's tone instantly became perfunctory. After all, if there were no beast-eared girls, she really wasn't interested. But speaking of beast-eared girls, although First Snow didn't belong to the bestiared race, she was a real cute catgirl. Yes, I will. Be careful too, their physical abilities should be very strong, right? Yes, but it's okay, I have a few partners, including some vampires who specialize in physical techniques. The so-called physical technique vampires were vampires who had enhanced physical abilities. They weren't good at magic, didn't sign contracts with familiars, and didn't have special abilities, but they had naturally strong physiques. Some could tear metal with their bare hands, and some could travel thousands of miles a day. But just relying on these probably wasn't enough to compare to the other three types of vampires, so their other ability was particularly crucial. It was called blood rage, which could temporarily increase a vampire's physical abilities by several times, even dozens of times. The price was consuming the user's blood essence and lifespan, almost like self-harm. This varied greatly from person to person, so the difference between geniuses and ordinary people among physical technique vampires was even more despairing. However, this blood rage wasn't exclusive to physical technique vampires. To be precise, all vampires could use it after learning it. It was just that the effect of physical technique vampires using it was particularly shocking. Other vampires, like Adele, let's say she could carry 20 kilograms of rice. Okay, let Adele show them what she could do. After activating blood rage, Adele could carry 40 kilograms of rice, congratulations. So apart from physical technique vampires, why would other vampires burn their lives using this skill for no reason? Adele listened to Celeste's explanation and gradually felt relieved. After all, it was just an internship task. They might get injured, but it was unlikely that their lives would be in danger. She was actually no different from Celeste, she hoped that the other party would be safe and sound. Adele didn't tell Celeste that she might not follow the internship task arrangements and go to the agency to organize archives. Otherwise, Celeste would definitely be curious and worried about what she was going to do. The fact that she had met Lee Legay in advance had already disrupted her plan. Whether Lee Legay followed the original trajectory or not, Adele didn't want Celeste to disrupt her plan again. Therefore, she just asked Celeste to drop her off at school. Everything after that had nothing to do with Celeste. Goodbye, Adele. Celeste said goodbye to Adele in front of her dorm. Adele waved her hand, actually quite reluctant, but she still turned and entered the dorm, returning to her quiet little bedroom. She had the afternoon off, and the official internship period would start tomorrow. If nothing unexpected happened, tomorrow Adele should be ostracized by her companions, then leave the team alone, and finally accidentally encounter the dying and escaping Lee Legay, be witchified by Lee Legay, gain her first cheat, and embark on the path of the protagonist. But obviously, the unexpected had already happened, Adele's task had been completely changed, and she had met Lee Legay in advance. A butterfly flapping its wings could cause a storm, Adele had changed so much so far, and the future became even more unpredictable. So instead of worrying about what would happen next, Adele decided to live today well first. Even if she missed this opportunity, spending a while longer as a salted fish might not be so bad. After all, her biggest threat came from Dorothy. But recently, for some reason, Dorothy wasn't as aggressive towards her as before. Even the fact that the chastity curse on her lower abdomen had mysteriously disappeared, Dorothy didn't seem to notice or care much. Could this be the biggest change? The biggest and strongest villain in the book lost interest in the protagonist Adele in advance, the end. If this was really the case, Adele wouldn't mind. But it was most likely not because of this reason. So it could only be attributed to. Was there something else that occupied Dorothy's attention more? No matter what the possibility was, for the current Adele, being able to live as a salted fish every day, not being forced to become stronger by Dorothy, was really great. Adele's mood was reflected in her actions. She ran up to the second floor with light and happy steps. Sharon, who was originally huddled in the corner of the bed, holding her phone, her whole body exuding a gloomy aura, couldn't help but perk up her ears when she heard the sound. Adele was back. This was one of the few things that could make Sharon's mood fluctuate. She hadn't gone out for a while, her silver-gray short hair had grown a little longer, looking messy. Originally, her bangs only covered one eye, now, as long as she lowered her head, both her eyes were completely covered. Sharon fit the stereotypical image of a shootin', or rather, she was a bit too reclusive. Compared to going out to breathe fresh air and socialize, she preferred to stay alone in a corner, reading novels or manga, being moved by the feelings of the girls and the stories, and couldn't help but yearn for it. Yes, the novels and manga she favored were, of course, yuri. She liked to read stories about pure girls ending up with the people they liked, or about lonely girls finding warmth and redemption. It was easy to find the prototypes of these two types of people in reality. First was Adele, and second, was Sharon herself. From this, it could be seen that Sharon was a girl who loved to daydream, which happened to coincide with her ability. But in order not to disappoint Adele, the girl hadn't used this ability for a long time. Just as she thought that Adele would enter her bedroom as usual and close the door with a bang, making Sharon's world lonely again, Adele's voice came through the door. "Xiao Meng. Are you there?" Sharon's heart skipped a beat, and she instantly became nervous. "Are you not there?" Adele's voice sounded a little disappointed. If she did nothing and let Adele give up on communicating with her, it would logically be the best course of action for Sharon. Because that way, she could avoid being discovered by Adele to the greatest extent. But Sharon, as if possessed, raised her hand and knocked on the wall behind her. Perhaps she just didn't want to disappoint Adele. She used this method to reveal that she was actually in the bedroom. Adele was so sharp, she would definitely sense it. As expected, the next moment, Adele's surprised voice came. "Xiao Meng is here." "Ahem, sorry to disturb you, actually, it's nothing important, I just received my internship task and I'm a little excited. So I wanted to share it with Xiao Meng, and I also wanted to know if Xiao Meng has received her internship task, we can discuss it together. Or is Xiao Meng actually my senior? If so, Xiao Meng can also give me some advice." "Ah, sorry, I talked too much. If Xiao Meng hates being disturbed, I'll go back to my bedroom now." "No." A slightly dry voice came through the door, and Adele's eyebrows raised in delight. Anyway, it was always right to try to communicate with Sharon. Adele also wanted Sharon to open up, come out of her room, and be close to her. Sometimes, taking small concealments too seriously would only alienate their relationship. If the thin-skinned Sharon didn't have someone like Adele, who was thicker-skinned, to guide her, it wouldn't be difficult to predict that she would end up forever alone. Adele used her proactive and affectionate approach to pry open Sharon's heart. At the same time, she wasn't impatient and didn't ask Sharon to come out of her room or say anything that would make her wary, like wanting to get to know Xiao Meng in real life. She just chatted about life and studies like an ordinary neighbor and roommate. Confiding in Xiao Meng like an ordinary friend. And this was precisely the atmosphere that Sharon enjoyed. Then, at the right time, Adele would insert her own private goods, hoping to achieve the desired effect. "Xiao Meng, you remind me of a friend of mine, you're both the kind of shy and introverted girls." Sharon's heart tightened, thinking that Adele had discovered something. But she had already tried her best to speak in a voice completely different from her own, and she didn't say much, she shouldn't be discovered. Just as Sharon was feeling nervous, Adele seemed completely unaware of the girl's mood behind the door and continued to chat casually, which made Sharon feel a little relieved. "But speaking of her, she hasn't chatted with me for several days. I'm also thin-skinned, I always stare at her profile page in a daze, and the feeling at that time, how should I put it, it's just a little lonely. If possible, I really hope she could take the initiative to talk to me. I even have this whimsical thought that it would be nice if we could meet in dreams." Sharon's heart skipped a beat, not because she suspected that Adele had discovered that she had entered her dreams before, but because she felt sad. So when she didn't know, Adele missed her so much that she even wanted to dream of her. "I used to dream of her often, but recently, for some reason, I haven't dreamed of her much. They say you dream of what you think about during the day, I'm always thinking about her, but why doesn't she come into my dreams like before? Maybe, she will come to your dreams soon." Sharon was clumsy with words, and her comfort was practically a self-destructing truck. But as long as Adele didn't deliberately expose her, she could continue to play the role of Xiao Meng. Adele smiled, her plan working perfectly, but her tone was slightly melancholy. "I hope so." "Oh, I've talked too much without realizing it. Xiaomeng, I'm going back to my bedroom. Okay. Her private goods had been delivered, and Adele didn't linger. Next, it was up to Sharon whether she wanted to take the bait. With the soft sound of the door closing, Adele's figure disappeared from the corridor. Sharon's hanging heart should have relaxed. But it was still hanging, as if the girl was struggling to make a decision. Back in her bedroom, Adele resumed her salted fish mode during the holiday. She immediately flopped onto the bed, her plump little butt sticking up unconsciously, and started playing with her phone. As for the part about her feeling lonely and staring at her phone's contact list in a daze. That was impossible. With mobile games to play, how could Adele be lonely? Ahem, just kidding, loneliness was an emotion that no one could avoid. It wasn't just caused by the distance or closeness of relationships. Even mobile games had their so-called downtime. Every player must have experienced the feeling of logging in and immediately feeling lost, not knowing what to do. Compared to reality, Adele would also feel dazed when she opened her phone's contact list, looking at the familiar numbers and avatars. But at this time, the girl's mood was more like zoning out, not particularly sad. Perhaps loneliness was like this, a feeling of being submerged in water, soaked and without anything to rely on. When loneliness became too intense, it was like drowning and suffocating. Adele would often fall into a deep sleep at such times. Maybe in her dreams, there would be girls waiting for her. Just like today, after playing games for a while, Adele felt bored and naturally lay down on the bed. She covered herself with a small blanket in her dorm room. There was no need to worry about her falling asleep. Anyone who saw her would call her a pig. But if anyone dared to say it out loud, she would, well, it depended on who it was. She would punish Celeste, Hermione would just grumble and act spoiled, and Sharon would probably never do such a proactive and flirtatious thing, so she didn't need to consider her. Soon, Adele experienced what it meant to have a lucid dream. When she fully realized that she was in a dream, a triumphant smile appeared on the girl's lips, but it was fleeting, afraid of being discovered by the intruder in her dream. But even so, Adele was in a good mood. Because the fish, even facing such obvious bait, still took the bait. The scene she was in was a famous flower viewing spot in the academy. During spring and summer, couples would gather here, watching the falling petals, whispering and even kissing in the rain of flowers. Sharon actually had a more sensitive and shy girlish heart than anyone else, hidden so deep that she would only reveal it in the absolutely safe realm of dreams. Although the so-called absolute had long been broken, Sharon was completely unaware of this. She was just nervously and contradictorily waiting for her dream lover, Adele's arrival. Her nervousness went without saying. The contradiction was because she had broken her original decision and secretly entered Adele's dream, even changing it into her own home ground. But since this was the result Adele desired, Sharon could comfort herself with this. She waved to Adele from afar. The Sharon in the dream was obviously more confident and proactive. If it were in reality, her teeth would chatter for a long time before she could even say hello. Adele immediately noticed Sharon waiting for her under the rain of flowers and ran towards her excitedly. "Sorry, I kept you waiting, Sharon." The role she was playing in the dream was that of a lover who was slightly late for a date. Adele was panting, but she wasn't actually tired, it was just that her heart was beating faster, as if she had really run a distance. Sharon thoughtfully wiped the sweat from Adele's forehead. "It's okay, I just arrived too." Her eyes were gentle, her short silver-gray hair neatly framing her delicate face, making her face look even smaller, alluringly cute. Seeing Adele staring at her, unable to look away, Sharon's embarrassment almost overflowed. She lowered her head, her cheeks flushed red with shyness. I feel like Sharon is especially cute today." "Really?" "Of course, so small and fragrant, I really want to take a bite and see what you taste like." Adele gradually approached Sharon. Seeing that Sharon didn't seem to want to stop her, or rather, the girl almost didn't know how to refuse, Adele gently wrapped her arms around Sharon's slender waist. Feeling Sharon's slender waist that could be easily grasped with one hand, and her sudden stiffness followed by a soft surrender. She was always good at pushing her luck. After all, who would play childish love games with a little girl? Let Big Sister show you what adult love is like, let's get down to business. Sharon's heart was beating so fast that she could hardly think. Was Adele always this proactive? With such overwhelming aggression? But she didn't dislike it. Or rather, for Sharon, who was used to being passive, it was great that Adele could take the initiative. Although if she thought about it carefully, she would sense the deliberateness of Adele's actions, Sharon was just immersed in it, not wanting to think too much. That's what made sweet dreams hard to wake up from. It was ironic that Sharon, the dream eater, who had the ability to manipulate and invade dreams, was now trapped in a sweet dream created by someone else. A dream within a dream, Adele now felt like she was in Inception. After a brief hug, Adele released Sharon's arms. But Sharon was still a little unsatisfied. They walked along the scenic path, petals falling gracefully, people bustling around them. The surrounding pedestrians were all faceless extras. Although Adele noticed this, she didn't care and wouldn't foolishly make Sharon realize that she had discovered it. Otherwise, the fact that this was a lucid dream would be exposed. After all, the main characters of this dream were her and Sharon. Under normal circumstances, the faces that could appear in dreams were definitely those of people or things that Adele was familiar with. They were projections of her experiences or thoughts from the daytime. Theoretically speaking, dreaming of what you think about during the day was very scientific. Just like when Adele was chatting with Sharon like a real couple, making plans to go shopping at a nearby mall, she brushed past Lee Legay on the street. Lee Legay, still in her urban beauty attire, faced everything with elegance and composure, walking resolutely towards the darkness that the dream couldn't reach, as if nothing could stop her determination. Adele looked back in surprise, and Sharon noticed it. This natural reaction didn't need to be concealed. Just like if Adele encountered Dorothy or Hermione in her dream and pretended not to see them, Sharon would keenly sense that Adele was hiding something from her. The most important thing to make someone believe that they were really dreaming was to be natural. Adele wasn't natural in some aspects, for example, when she hugged Sharon intimately, but because this was what Sharon desired, her brain would beautify and explain everything. But if she continued to act unnaturally when encountering Lee Legay, even Sharon, who trusted her, would start to doubt the Adele beside her. Who is she? Sharon asked. The Adele in the dream wouldn't lie. In a way, her reaction was similar to when she was being controlled by a sequence one's mental power. Lee Legay, a senior I met at the library yesterday. Adele answered without hesitation, withdrawing her gaze from Lee Legay's back. Sharon's light golden eyes flickered, the smile on her lips still there. Clearly, she was very satisfied with Adele's answer. And she was finally relieved that Adele still didn't know that she had entered her dream. It was just that the name, Lee Legay, why did it sound so familiar? Sharon thought carefully for a moment, then decided to give up thinking about it. She and Edith were completely different types of people. She didn't have a wide social circle, nor did she have Edith's ambition. So she might have heard of Lee Legay's name. After all, Lee Legay was the student council president when she first entered the academy, before it was replaced by the current one Wayran. But to be able to immediately recall it, firstly, Sharon couldn't do it, and secondly, she didn't want to waste her date time with Adele on such trivial matters. If she had to investigate every clear face that appeared in Adele's dream, it would be too paranoid. Adele would probably also find her annoying and possessive. Soon, they arrived at the mall. Accompanying a girl shopping was a troublesome and tiring task. Fortunately, Adele had already found some fun in shopping. After all, it was she who was buying things now, and it was someone else who was paying. Sharon's ideal date was still the classic three: shopping, eating, and watching a movie. She couldn't think of anything more exciting. Adele didn't expect to completely conquer Sharon in just one dream, so she was willing to adapt to Sharon's desired slow pace and create romantic memories for each other in the dream. Like the last time when she kissed Sharon directly in her room, it was a bit too straightforward. It was only natural that Sharon couldn't accept it at that time. Now, Adele was prepared to work on the details. In a women's clothing store in the mall, Adele chose a dress she liked. When they arrived at the fitting room, she stuffed the dress into Sharon's arms. This caught Sharon off guard. "Hey Adele. This is a dress for Sharon, go try it on." Sharon's expression was a mixture of surprise and delight, but after the surprise, she instinctively wanted to back down. No need, Adele. I've never tried on a dress before. It's not that I don't like the dress you chose for me. It's just that I really. Sharon found it hard to say. She had rarely worn dresses. Sharon still remembered the first time she wore a dress. She was ridiculed, and someone drew on her precious dress. From then on, Sharon never wore a dress again. Her short hair was also more boyish. But anyone who noticed her delicate and weak features would sigh from the bottom of their hearts. It was a pity that such a delicate girl didn't wear dresses. Just try it on. I've always wanted to see Sharon in a dress. Adele's eyes, sparkling with anticipation, were impossible to refuse. Sharon's eyelashes fluttered, a sign of wavering. Just this once. With that, she blushed, hugged the dress Adele had prepared for her, and turned to enter the fitting room. Adele smiled slightly, partly because she got her wish, and partly because, once there was one, there would be two, then 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, Sharon, you can't escape. About 2 minutes later, Sharon came out of the fitting room, blushing. According to the rule that the flow of time in dreams was half that of reality, only about 1 minute had passed in the outside world. Adele originally wanted to boost Sharon's confidence, so she was prepared to shower her with compliments as soon as she put on the dress, regardless of whether it looked good or not. But the reality was that when Sharon, wearing the dress, reappeared before Adele, Adele was stunned on the spot, and couldn't help but exclaim. Wow! Sharon, you really look like a princess. Sharon's delicate shoulders trembled slightly. She was too embarrassed by Adele's compliment, turning her cheek away, her face flushed, her eyes misty. Don't tease me. I'm not teasing you, Sharon, you really look good. Adele took Sharon's arm and led her to the full-length mirror beside them, letting her see her current appearance. At that moment, even Sharon couldn't help but hold her breath. The silver-haired girl reflected in the mirror, was that her? It wasn't because the dress added too much color. It was a dress that Adele had chosen at a glance, thinking it would suit Sharon. It wasn't expensive, and the style wasn't particularly special either. It was thin and light, with a blue ribbon tied around the waist. But the reason it looked so good on Sharon was purely because of Sharon's own beauty. Her delicate features hidden under her short hair, her pitiful eyes, her slender legs that were pressed together shyly under the skirt, like a fawn's. She really looked like a doll or a princess. But looking at this scene, Sharon subconsciously shook her head, her thoughts becoming muddled. Because she knew that this wasn't her true self. The real her wasn't like this at all. Instead, her hair was too long, covering her eyes, her gaze was dull, and her hunched posture with her head lowered was unsightly, without any spirit or temperament. Seemingly sensing the girl's inner turmoil, Adele took a deep breath, then did something that surprised Sharon. She reached out, cupped Sharon's face, and prevented her from lowering her head completely, from immersing herself in that pitiful past. At the same time, she said seriously. Don't look away, Sharon, this is you. Have a little more confidence in yourself, the changed Sharon will definitely be even more beautiful. Admittedly, the Sharon in the dream was more like the perfect self in Sharon's mind. But what Adele wanted to say was that this face, this body, wouldn't change. Whether in dreams or reality, Sharon was Sharon. If her hair was too long, she could get a haircut, find a style that suited her. It didn't matter if her cheeks were pale and her gaze timid, that was how vampires should be. It even gave her a sickly young lady vibe, which was Adele's type, so there was no need to change this. But hunching over and lowering her head, as long as she overcame the hurdle in her heart, couldn't she also stand tall and proud? Throw away those old clothes and pants, and put on beautiful new dresses. And white silk stockings. This was very important. If all else failed, there was makeup, plastic surgery, beauty filters, there was always something for you. If she didn't change, she would never meet a better version of herself. This was the truth that Adele wanted Sharon to know. Have a little more confidence in myself, and make a change. The girl murmured, staring at herself in the mirror, lost in thought. Adele didn't rush her, waiting patiently for Sharon to come to terms with herself. Even if she couldn't do it now, it didn't matter, as long as a seed was planted, it would sprout one day. She leaned towards the slightly dazed Sharon, towards her jade-like side profile, and rubbed her cheek against it with a mischievous smile. Cuddles. Adele's sudden action made Sharon's heart skip a beat. But she didn't dislike this intimacy at all. Later, Sharon, wearing the dress Adele had chosen for her, spent this ordinary but heartwarming date with her. When she woke up again, it was already 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening. For Adele, she had really taken a long nap. Fortunately, Adele had a lazy cat constitution, just like First Snow, she could sleep as much as she wanted. She was very suitable for staying in bed. So she decided to go out for food first, then go back to her dorm to play games for the rest of the night, and finally sleep to prepare for tomorrow's internship task. Of course, working was impossible, she would never work in this lifetime. As she walked out of her bedroom, Adele stretched lazily and yawned, as if afraid that Sharon next door wouldn't hear her. Ah woo. At the same time, she took a deep look at the dorm room door next door, a sly smile on her lips. When would this door be opened for her? Adele thought that it shouldn't be too long in the future. After all, Sharon, you also wanted to go on a date with her openly, in the sunlight, in the real world, right? Just being in a dream was like scratching an itch through your boots, you wouldn't be satisfied, Sharon. Adele was looking forward to that day, to the transformed Sharon seeking her praise. Closing her eyes, waiting for her kiss. The little cat with golden wings spread, like an elf, descended on the girl's window sill, riding the evening breeze. But her sense of direction was always bad. Just as she poked her cat head through the corner of the window, First Snow instantly realized, she had gone to the wrong dorm. Oops, meow. This seemed to be the room where Adele's roommate lived, meow. Realizing this, First Snow, embarrassed, was about to leave immediately. However, the scene that appeared before her made the curious cat stop her little paws again. She saw a silver-haired girl in the dimly lit room, with the lights off, her petite figure perhaps even smaller than Adele's. She was standing in front of a full-length mirror, slowly taking off her clothes, one piece after another. Sharon was so focused on herself in the mirror that she didn't even notice the little voyeur peeking through the window in the corner. First Snow didn't understand what this strange sister was doing. But her curiosity made her unable to move her paws for the moment. After taking off all her clothes, Sharon gasped. Her body in reality also felt the coldness of the surrounding air more sensitively, making her hair stand on end slightly. She hugged herself, her body trembling. But gradually, Sharon tried to straighten her back and lift her head, facing the beautiful body in the mirror, just like Adele had said. Be more confident, be more confident. She kept hypnotizing herself, which sounded a bit ridiculous for a dream eater. But this was what Sharon was seriously doing at this moment. After a long time, Sharon moved on to the next stage. She picked up a pair of sharp scissors and started trying to trim her overgrown bangs. Sharon didn't like going out, wasn't good at socializing, and basically did everything herself, including getting her hair done. There were times when it was really ugly, and she had to go out in public with that kind of hair, becoming a laughingstock in the eyes of others, which naturally increased her sense of inferiority. But later, she was actually able to cut her own hair quite well. Snip, snip. Strands of silver-gray hair fell gracefully to the floor. Sharon was making changes in the direction she desired, working hard silently behind Adele's back. Only a little cat witnessed all of this. But when she saw Sharon picking up the scissors, she immediately ran away. Because First Snow was very afraid of scissors, meow. She had been shaved by the foolish Xiao Wei before, and First Snow was almost depressed at that time, not giving Xiao Wei a good look for several months. Although Xiao Wei shaved her for her own good, First Snow didn't care, meow. She circled to the other side of the apartment building, to Adele's dorm. Then, without hesitation, she used her small-scale teleportation magic to enter Adele's room. Adele, who was lying lazily on the bed playing with her phone, would never have imagined that a cat would suddenly fall from the sky. It landed directly on her stomach, almost making her vomit up her dinner. First Snow. Meow. Realizing that she had caused trouble, First Snow's ears flattened against her head, and she started to run away frantically. Then began a chaotic chase between the girl and the cat. Finally, the pitiful first Snow was caught by Adele, who was holding her by the scruff of her neck. She let out an aggrieved whimper. Meow, meow, meow. Sorry, meow. Perhaps First Snow's apologetic and remorseful expression was too obvious. Adele understood what she wanted to say without any translation. Looking at her like this, even if Adele was angry, she couldn't bring herself to scold this cute and pitiful cat. Helplessly, she could only lightly pat First Snow's little butt as punishment. Unexpectedly, this little minx cat actually got excited from the pat, her butt instinctively lifting up, her tail straightening. But First Snow herself seemed confused. She didn't know why her butt felt tingly when it was patted. It didn't hurt, it even felt a little comfortable. Meow. Little minx. Adele said, not holding back her teasing. Meow. First Snow transformed into her catgirl form, sitting on Adele's bed with her legs tucked under her, her hands clenched into fists, her head lowered, only daring to retort with a weak meow. She didn't dare to say anything more. Meow. First Snow was always mischievous in front of Principal Winona, not caring about her surroundings at all. Even during the mobilization meeting in the morning, she shamelessly lay down under Principal Winona's podium and slept soundly. If the students had discovered this, the principal's authority would have been greatly reduced. As for the principal's colleagues, they were already used to this. But in front of Adele, First Snow's usual arrogance was gone. Or rather, she was more inclined to please Adele. Was this the legendary, those who are favored are fearless, those who are not will always be restless? First Snow used her little brain, thought carefully, then rolled over in front of Adele, exposing her belly. Adele. She didn't know that this was how felines expressed apology and friendliness. Rolling over and exposing their belly. Most of First Snow's habits were exactly the same as a kitten's. This might be related to the fact that she was raised by wild cats in the mountains. In front of Adele, she had no dignity or arrogance as a noble catbird. Adele roughly understood what First Snow wanted to express, she was apologizing. But she still stroked her chin, putting on an arrogant air. Just exposing your belly isn't enough to apologize, little First Snow. Then what should I do? Meow. What to do? Adele quickly racked her brains. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her. She had an idea. It was something that only First Snow could do. And for the current Adele, it was crucial. First Snow suddenly saw Adele smiling at her. Instead of feeling the friendliness Adele wanted to convey, she felt a chill down her spine, even though she was already covered in fur. But after transforming into a catgirl, it was smooth and delicate skin. Meow. She shrugged, unable to stop Adele from approaching. Just as Adele's lips were about to touch her cheek, First Snow closed her eyes, half shy, half surprised. However, Adele's lips brushed past her cheek, finally landing beside her ear. The smooth, human-like little ear made Adele want to gently suck on it. Wasn't it natural for catgirls to have 4 ears? The fact that it wasn't a kiss made First Snow feel a little strange. But she immediately perked up her ears, listening attentively to Adele's soft whispers. Oh. I will, meow. Hearing First Snow's promise, Adele nodded with satisfaction. That's right, First Snow is the best. Hee. First Snow was very happy that she could please Adele by just doing these little things within her capabilities. As for Adele, she felt a little guilty for tricking the little girl into doing something not so good. But, if this action could really achieve her desired goal, then this little bit of guilt was better than letting Adele regret it in the future. First Snow obeyed Adele's words, transformed into a small catbird, flapped her wings, and flew out of the dormitory window, heading towards the home she shared with Xiao Wei. Half an hour later, from First Snow's little paws, Adele received what she wanted. During these few days, Li Ligay's life seemed very ordinary. Even more ordinary than her past self, not at all like a fallen witch. The woman drank coffee, strolled through the campus filled with memories of her and her friends, walked through the streets where fallen leaves and flower petals had once danced. She even rented a homestay, checking out in 2 days. This evening, as night fell like water, before it got completely dark, she felt a sudden urge to cook a table full of dishes. The aroma of the food filled the entire homestay. But it was deserted, only she was there, holding a bowl of fragrant rice, eating with gusto. A sudden knock on the door came at this moment. She opened the door with her usual smile. Even without looking through the peephole, she could guess who it was. And if she looked through the peephole, it would be even more obvious. Because through the peephole, she could only see a head with smooth black hair, it could only be her. "Wei-ran, why do you have the time to freeload off your senior today?" The door opened, and if you looked straight ahead, you wouldn't see anyone. But if you lowered your head, you could see the petite girl looking up at her with a "looking at trash" expression. However, all she could see was Li Ligay's overly ample, height had always been the weakness of this student council president. In contrast, Li Ligay was the kind of person who fit the standard image of a student council president in most people's minds, a mature woman with long black straight hair and a capable and decent demeanor in all aspects. But what she lacked in height, she made up for in strength. When Wei-ran was probably the most talented girl Li Ligay had ever met in her many years. And the human higher-ups were also cultivating and valuing her as the sword of humanity. This was the absolute reason why Li Ligay handed over the position of student council president to her. Otherwise, this arrogant little brat was annoying as hell. But it was already good enough that she didn't directly draw her sword and attack Li Ligay. As a witch, Li Ligay had already become a foreign race, not human. Those who saw her should kill her without mercy. But the defense forces in Dongdu had let her roam free until today. It was hard to say that when Wei-ran wasn't involved. "Is there no place for me?" After the door opened, when Wei-ran looked at Li Ligay's face and said something that seemed confusing. But Li Ligay's expression froze slightly. After a while, she recovered her usual expression and smiled faintly. "Of course there is, I'll go get you some rice, you, just sit anywhere." There were 5 chairs at the dining table, and when Wei-ran knew that no matter which chair she sat in, it wouldn't be appropriate. But she still sat down, wanting to force her way into that memory. That memory, that Li Ligay couldn't let go of, with her 4 companions. Although this would make Wei-ran even more annoying, if she could make Senior Li Ligay change her mind and accept the organization's de-witchification treatment in this way, then even if Senior Li Ligay hated her to the core, it wouldn't matter. When Wei-ran looked at the dishes carefully prepared by Li Ligay, still steaming hot, filled with a warm, everyday atmosphere. She, who was always seen as a cold and emotionless ice cube, couldn't help but tremble slightly. Li Ligay brought her a bowl of rice and handed her a pair of chopsticks. When Wei-ran didn't say anything, she just took them naturally, and then, together with Li Ligay, they silently started eating their dinner. Li Ligay was also quite helpless about this. But the other party was her junior after all, it wasn't a big deal to treat her to a meal. She was just afraid that after eating, when Wei-ran wouldn't leave and would start chattering about irrelevant things. That was pointless. Because from the moment that incident happened, from the moment Li Ligay became a witch, there was no room for maneuver. "When Wei-ran, I appreciate your good intentions. But that's all." The dinner ended quietly in an awkward silence. Although they didn't say anything, when Wei-ran knew that she had received Li Ligay's response. She took a deep breath, put down her chopsticks, stood up from her seat, lowered her head, and said in a cold voice. "Since that's the case, from tomorrow onwards, we are mortal enemies, Senior Li Ligay." The petite girl paused, a rare look of regret on her face, then continued. "This is also the last time I'll call you senior." Li Ligay smiled, a mixture of sentimentality and bitterness. "You didn't call me senior many times before. Also, this seems a bit different from what you said before, mercy to foreign races is cruelty to humans, Wei-ran." She also used this address that proved their past close relationship. Even if this annoying and arrogant junior refused to call her senior, Li Ligay, as the senior, would still tolerate and take care of her. Li Ligay also seemed very calm. "To be honest, I don't mind, even if you draw your sword against me now, I won't blame you. How long has it been since we last sparred?" 2 years. When Wei-ran said the number calmly. "It's been 2 years, that time in the academy was truly memorable. If it's inconvenient here, you can choose the location. But when Wei-Ran had already shown that she didn't want to listen to Li Ligay anymore. She jumped off the chair and turned to leave, ignoring Li Ligay's attempts to stop her. What a strange scene, the executor Wen Wei-Ran and the witch Li Ligay, who was the target of execution. It was the former who avoided the fight, and Li Ligay who sought it. She was tempting Wen Wei-Ran to draw her sword, but if she did, everything would end today. Wen Wei-Ran wasn't arrogant, but her sword could cut through everything, including those cherished memories. Wen Wei-Ran. Li Ligay called out her name, as if trying to stop her. Trying to stop her as a senior. She didn't want Wen Wei-Ran to continue being in a difficult position. Li Ligay, as the former student council president, knew how much pressure Wen Wei-Ran, who had let her go time and time again, was facing. Pressure from the academy, from the organization, from her companions. For her, for a fallen witch. She didn't think it was worth it. You will regret it, Wen Wei-Ran. Every extra day you give a wanted criminal like me is another day of potential crisis and disaster for this world, isn't it? Wen Wei-Ran didn't turn back, but her words were thought-provoking. But this crisis was created by us humans ourselves, wasn't it? It was always humans themselves who created witches. That's why Wen Wei-Ran couldn't bring herself to be ruthless towards witches. After Wen Wei-Ran left the homestay, Li Ligay silently cleaned up the remaining dishes. She wrapped the leftovers in plastic wrap and put them in the homestay's refrigerator. If she had the chance tomorrow, she would reheat them and eat them. And if she didn't have the chance, Li Ligay didn't want them to be thrown away as garbage by the homestay owner. If they were left in the refrigerator, Li Ligay would always remember them, would care about them. Was this considered the last bit of attachment she had left for her life? If it was, then her life was truly pathetic. In the end, there were no close friends or family, no pets or plants to accompany her. There were only a few dishes she made herself. In the depths of the refrigerator, wrapped in plastic wrap, silently waiting for her return. The meaning of her existence was just for a few plates of cold leftovers. Just thinking about it made her feel that it was better to end this kind of life. Li Ligay smiled self-deprecatingly, and the only ones who saw this smile were the dishes in the refrigerator. Then, with a soft bang, the refrigerator door closed. Li Ligay looked at the lights of thousands of homes outside the window, her gaze fixed on the emptiness, as if she was looking at something, but also as if she wasn't looking at anything. After a while, she rubbed her eyes, feeling a sudden wave of drowsiness. Then, she turned and left the living room, preparing to go back to her bedroom for a short nap. She didn't turn off the living room light. As if she could deceive herself in this way. Pretending that someone had left the light on for her. Pretending that she had left a light on for someone who was coming home. In the not-so-distant past, there was indeed someone who would complain softly about Li Ligay not leaving the light on for her when she came home. Complaining that Li Ligay only cared about herself, that she wouldn't cook or clean at home, that she was a lazy little worm who needed to be taken care of. No matter how capable and efficient you were outside, it was all fake. The lazy you at home was the real you. But because there was someone else to take care of her then, she didn't feel that time was precious. It was wasted and squandered. Those wasted moments were then romanticized in her memories as fragments of happiness. Even though there were no onions in dinner, Li Ligay, who buried her face in the pillow, suddenly felt her eyes welling up. She started coughing violently. There was no one to hand her water, no one to pat her back. Memories surged forth unexpectedly. When someone left, at first, you might not even feel anything, just an emptiness in your heart, no pain. It wasn't until you found traces she had left behind at home, recalling the days you spent together, that the emptiness in your heart was filled brick by brick. Only then could you truly understand what it meant to be heartbroken. That girl with short, light golden hair would never return to Li Ligay's side. Her name was Chi Li, and she was the minister of the logistics department during Li Ligay's tenure as student council president. But everyone in the student council just called her Li Ligay's personal secretary. At that time, she was so embarrassed that she chased after those who called her by that nickname. The surrounding laughter seemed to travel through time and space, still faintly echoing in Li Ligay's ears. After that year's student council graduated, Chi Li and 3 other members stayed by Li Ligay's side, forming an exploration team with her. And all the changes began with their last exploration mission, slowly unfolding. The so-called exploration team was a completely different position from the defense team stationed in the city, responsible for protecting the city's peace and eliminating foreign races hiding in the shadows. Perhaps those who stayed in the city envied the exploration teams who traveled all over the world, seeing beautiful scenery. And the members of the exploration teams envied those who could stay in big cities, enjoying a comfortable life, without having to live in fear like them every day. Li Ligay, as an outstanding graduate of Cromwell Academy, shouldn't have been buried in an exploration team. But because she wanted to fulfill Chi Li's wish to travel the world, Li Ligay chose to join the exploration team, becoming Chi Li's shield and sword. After all, Chi Li's special ability was analytical ability, which was very suitable for exploration teams, while Li Ligay was strong in combat. The 5-member team that grew up together crossed mountains and rivers, vast grasslands and snow-capped mountains, and discovered a lot of important information for humanity. At the same time, another exploration team sent news that they had discovered an ancient ruin. Ancient ruins were very likely to contain items left over from the glorious magic era, so they were of high importance. Li Ligay and the other 4 were sent to communicate and cooperate with the other exploration team, to explore the interior of the ruin and find the crucial relic items for the country. But when they arrived at the location of the ancient ruin, they couldn't find any trace of the other exploration team. From this moment on, Li Ligay had some doubts. But Chi Li, who trusted the organization from the bottom of her heart, believed the false information from the mastermind behind the scenes, mistakenly thinking that the ruin was safe, and led the 4 of them into the ancient ruin. At first, they were very successful, and even found some precious relic items. Everyone was very excited. However, perhaps it was the legendary intuition, Li Ligay tried to stop Chi Li and the others from going deeper into the ruin. After discussing it, Chi Li and the others decided to listen to Li Ligay, who had always been their leader. But at this time, the mastermind behind the scenes, not satisfied with just these meager gains, deceived Chi Li and the others into going deeper into the ruin. On one side was the urging and orders from the organization, on the other side was Li Ligay's intuition. The group had a heated discussion, some decided to retreat and some decided to move forward. Chi Li was one of the latter. But she, who always lacked assertiveness, left the decision to Li Ligay. Looking at Chi Li's unwilling eyes, Li Ligay wavered in her intuition that had been honed through many dangerous situations, coupled with her desire to fulfill Chi Li's exploration wish. Li Ligay finally made the decision, that she would regret for the rest of her life. The 5-member team continued forward. In the deepest part of the ancient ruin, they found the bodies of the other 5 members of the exploration team, who had entered the ruin from another entrance. Boundless horror struck their hearts. But the intelligence clearly stated that these 5 people had safely returned to headquarters. Therefore, there was only one answer: someone with high authority within the organization had lied to them. It was for something that existed in the depths of the ancient ruin. To satisfy their desires, exploration teams were like consumables, they could be sacrificed at will. And they finally saw what the mastermind behind the scenes desired. They saw a dazzling, death-bringing angel. According to the law of cat conservation, when Principal Winona was alone at home, without a cat to keep her company, there must be a little catbird curled up in Adele's arms, sleeping soundly. One wondered what complicated emotions Principal Winona would have about this. Perhaps something like, a mother watching her daughter stay out all night, anxious and worried, afraid that her daughter had chosen the wrong person and been taken advantage of by some scumbag. But on the surface, she had to respect her daughter's right to choose her friends, persuade her kindly, and try not to trigger her daughter's rebelliousness. They were friends who grew up together. How did Winona become the mom? Was this an inevitable consequence of the friendship between a long-lived species and a short-lived species? Just like humans raising a cat would be old and frail at the age of 10, would they think that humans, whose appearance didn't change much, were some kind of immortal elves? And in Winona and First Snow's case, it was a catbird raising a human. Even though Winona was now 30 years old, First Snow hadn't even shed her childishness, still playing with her cat life like a naive little girl. Would First Snow also feel that Winona had grown up too fast, becoming a boring and rigid adult, meow. At this time, Winona had to take on the responsibility of raising and educating First Snow. And in this education, a proper punishment system had to be introduced. Principal Winona thought so as she looked at the mess in her alchemy lab. The woman shook her head helplessly, extended her finger, and used magic without chanting, guiding the alchemy equipment and various potions back to their original positions. After cleaning up, she would know what that disloyal little cat had stolen for that scumbag today. Although Winona didn't know Adele personally, the fact that Adele had First Snow bring her this and that after knowing her for such a short time, it was hard not to think of her as the kind of scumbag who would cheat both money and body. But for Winona, being cheated out of money didn't matter. That staff did have a certain sentimental value to her, but apart from that, it was just an ordinary beginner's staff. The so-called legacy grade wasn't that impressive. As for potions, they were even less important to her. What was truly precious were the formulas and a few ancient potions with missing formulas, which were becoming increasingly rare. But if Winona found out that First Snow had been taken advantage of, Winona's gaze became as cold as a frozen lake in winter, without a trace of warmth. Adele's fate would probably be very miserable. Early the next morning, First Snow woke up early, stretching. The cute little catbird stretched her front paws forward, raised her butt high, and her hind legs twitched. Only then did she feel like her whole body was stretched. In yoga, this seemed to be called cat-cow pose. After doing her yoga, First Snow was still not satisfied. She extended her sharp claws, looking for something to sharpen them on. Her gaze swept over Adele, the bedboard, the desk, the chairs. Finally, she chose Adele's carpet. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Now that her claws were sharpened, two of the three most important things in a kitten's daily life, sleeping and sharpening claws, were done. Only the last one remained. So she nimbly jumped to Adele's side, who was still sleeping like a pig, and sat there quietly, thinking about how to wake Adele up and get her to refill her food bowl. First Snow was very good at this, unlike many house cats that would run around and make noise in the middle of the night, even mercilessly stepping on their owners' stomachs. Have you ever experienced the fear of being crushed by a 20-pound orange tabby? After thinking about it, First Snow transformed into her catgirl form, still with a childish appearance. Her long, silver hair covered her slightly budding chest, and her waistline was incredibly slender and graceful. She knelt in front of Adele and tried to push Adele's body with her hand. Adele's breathing quickened slightly in her sleep. Seeing that it was effective, First Snow leaned closer to Adele's face, stunned for a moment. She couldn't help but be attracted by Adele's beauty and wanted to get closer. But First Snow quickly came back to her senses, blushing and shaking her head. Following her initial plan, she whispered in Adele's ear. "Sister, Adele. First Snow is hungry, meow." She was afraid of being disliked by Adele, so she never thought about stealing cat food. Even though she could do it herself, feed herself. But this didn't seem to be the case with Principal Winona. Perhaps when their relationship was very close, there were more instances of mutual offense than politeness. Not to mention that First Snow was actually at the turning point from kittenhood to adolescence. And at this critical juncture, Adele entered her life. So it was natural for her to have special feelings for Adele, and these feelings made her feel restrained around Adele. I am a little hungry. First Snow, can you make breakfast? Adele mumbled in her half-asleep state, smacking her lips. What a reversal of roles. The little kitten was speechless. But what First Snow wanted to say was that she was hungry, meow. Helplessly, she pushed Adele's arm again. First Snow hungry, food, meow. Sleep a little longer, just a little while. First Snow touched her stomach, her mouth pouting, thinking to herself, just endure it for a little longer, meow. Then, an hour passed. Adele finally got out of bed in a hurry. Oh my God, oh my God. It was almost time for the meeting. The internship task briefing was at 9 o'clock, and it was now 8:40. It usually took Adele 5 minutes to wash up and 10 minutes to eat, so she only had 5 minutes left to get there. It was an emergency. The poor little catgirl endured her growling stomach, but Adele ran past her without even looking back. When she realized that she had been left alone in the room, the poor First Snow's shoulders trembled slightly, her beautiful light blue eyes covered with a layer of mist. Adele is a big meanie, meow. But then she saw Adele, with a piece of bread in her mouth and messy hair, obviously rushing upstairs, staring at her with a expression. Adele thought to herself that she had even spared 2 minutes out of her last 5 minutes to refill the food bowl for this silly kitten. And she was still called a big meanie. Where could she go to reason with this? She couldn't speak with the bread in her mouth, so she just acted silently. She filled First Snow's cat bowl with cute little flowers with cat food and delicious freeze-dried treats. Although she didn't quite understand why First Snow was angry, considering she had brought her the very precious and important potion, Adele also opened a can of fragrant tuna and placed it under the bedroom windowsill, First Snow's designated spot for enjoying food. Adele finally finished the piece of bread. Eating cheap bread herself while feeding First Snow expensive canned tuna, and still being called a big meanie, Adele couldn't understand. But she didn't have time to explore this issue with First Snow. She turned to leave, but as she passed First Snow, she couldn't help but reach out 2 slender fingers and pinch the girl's soft and cute cheeks. The spot where Adele touched First Snow's face instantly turned red, like red ink spreading on paper. This became even more obvious when Adele wasn't satisfied with just pinching her cheeks and even gave First Snow a little peck on the face. Then, only the tap, tap sound of the girl's flat leather shoes going downstairs could be heard. First Snow sat there blankly, and after a long time, she covered her flushed cheeks. Pink steam was also coming out of her head. Adele, you dummy, meow. She still murmured softly. But this time, Adele, who was already riding a shared bicycle towards the meeting point, couldn't hear it. According to the original plot, Adele should have received her internship task, then been ostracized and left the team. It seemed that it wasn't until late in the afternoon, almost evening, that she met Lee Legay, who was being chased, and then the story continued. This meant that Adele still had to honestly and diligently work in the cushy government job Celeste arranged for her for at least the entire morning. Fortunately, she pedaled the shared bicycle very fast and finally arrived at the address indicated in the email sent by the academy. There was a dedicated person who took her to the archives management room and gave her a brief training. The archive management work consisted of 4 processes: collection, handover, organization, and statistics. Adele didn't have to worry about the collection part, what she had to do was the handover, organization, and statistics work. A young lady with a ponytail, dressed like a typical government employee, became Adele's instructor. What made Adele dissatisfied was that the young lady kept smiling, touching Adele's hair, and treating her like a child in both her words and actions. What a cute child. This wasn't even a compliment. She was an adult, and she had even topped a mature woman. Could others do that? Please follow me. Okay. Even though she said that, Adele still obediently followed the order. Finally, Adele arrived at a dark room. It was a place where the sun couldn't reach and wasn't damp, the perfect place to store archives. Even though the world had entered the internet age, paper archives still hadn't been completely replaced. Here are the archives of Cromwell Academy, over there are the household registration archives of vampire immigrants, and over there. I've already sorted and organized the files for you, and I've also compiled the file numbers and catalog. Should she have said, for you? Adele thought to herself, this was supposed to be their job, wasn't it? Don't treat interns like fools. But complaining was complaining, Adele wouldn't say it out loud and offend people. You just need to enter them into the computer system one by one according to the method I taught you, and then they'll be archived. You know, it's hard for us older vampires to keep up with the internet and computers that you young people are used to. You're a vampire. Adele was surprised. Even now, she still couldn't tell the difference between vampires and humans at a glance. The root cause was probably because her sequence level was too low. High-ranking vampires could easily identify other vampires, some could even sense the other person's strength just by smelling their blood. As for Adele, it was already good enough that she didn't faint at the sight of blood. The receptionist smiled and looked at Adele, nodding slightly. She didn't mind that Adele didn't recognize her as a vampire. Because it was obvious that the internship task was to handle archives, a job that any human could do. It was conceivable how weak the girl was, even among vampires, she was probably one of the weakest, counting from the bottom. Of course, she was the same. If she wasn't weak and incompetent, she wouldn't have been assigned to this place after graduation, and then worked here for over a decade or two. Although she looked young on the surface, the woman was actually over 40 years old, approaching 50. The average lifespan of a vampire was about 120 years, and the stronger the vampire, the longer their lifespan. But they still couldn't be considered a long-lived species. Anyway, the final task given to Adele was to enter the archives into the computer according to the catalog. The first thing Adele did after sitting down at the computer was to look for hidden games. This was a habit she had developed since her school days when she had computer classes. Compared to boring lessons, even Minesweeper and Spider Solitaire seemed interesting. But she didn't find any games, instead, she heard a cough reminding her. Adele had no choice but to focus on her work. The morning of hard work passed quickly. When Adele left the government agency, her head was spinning, her steps unsteady, and it felt like those words were still flying around in front of her eyes like mosquitoes. She had a taste of what it would be like to work on an assembly line in a sweatshop after graduation. But it would probably be even worse, at least she had a small, dark office, with heavy bookshelves full of archives behind her. Fortunately, she wouldn't have to go through this terrible experience again this afternoon. Because Adele was planning to skip work. Screw the lousy internship task. She touched her backpack, and when she felt a distinct bulge, Adele felt a little relieved. "Dear Principal, this is the potion your kitten insisted on putting in my bag. I'm also very troubled by this, I hope you can understand." If she used this excuse, would Principal Winona forgive her? Thinking optimistically, maybe. Leela Gay met Wayran again. Unlike yesterday, this time, she drew her Gungnir. Gungnir, the legendary weapon of Odin, the Norse god, was a spear made from the branch of the world tree. But Wayran's weapon was clearly a one-handed rapier. But it didn't matter what she called her weapon, as long as she liked it, right? And the name of the rapier also revealed Wayran's abilities. The authority of unerring accuracy and piercing. No one could dodge her attacks, and all the opponent's weaknesses would be exposed before Wayran's eyes. If Adele saw this scene, she would definitely scream. Holy crap, Blade Waltz. Of course, it wouldn't be wrong to think of Wayran as Fiora. If you take another step forward, I can't guarantee the integrity of your body, Senior. As Wayran's words fell, several human ability users also appeared, facing Leela Gay, who was dressed in a black dress as if attending a funeral. Their eyes showed different emotions. Because they knew very well that what Leela Gay was going to attend was her own funeral. And they were Leela Gay's pallbearers. Leela Gay ignored Wayran's words and continued to walk forward. Leela Gay, stop. The crimes of others will be judged by justice. Leela Gay, give up, come back with us now, we have a way to reverse your witchification, at least we can try. The virtue of humanity hasn't completely left you. A woman dressed like a nun, her eyes covered with a black band, said so with her hands clasped in prayer, her voice as beautiful as a nightingale's. Wayran continued, her words serious and sincere. If it's you, I believe you can do it. Wayran rarely tried to persuade people, she was good at breaking, occasionally severing. The further Leela Gay walked, the clearer she became in Wayran's eyes. Her forehead, shoulders, heart, legs, all covered in holes, oozing blood. The mastermind behind the deaths of Leela Gay's teammates in that ancient ruin had been apprehended, and his trial would begin soon. Justice might be late, but it had arrived. But Leela Gay was still determined to go her own way. The breeze lifted her black hair, revealing her purple eyes, faintly glowing. Is it because I don't act like a witch? Like them, spreading plague-like emotions, like them, obsessed and perfect. So you think I can still be saved, you want to imprison me like a criminal, make me your lab rat? Leela Gay, we won't. Before Wayran could finish, the nun-like ability user suddenly opened her mouth wide, her expression full of shock. A cross-shaped mark slowly appeared in front of her. She panicked and interrupted when Wei ran. Demon, the demon walks with the angel, stealing the darkness of heaven. A witch's aura started to emanate from Li Ligay, overwhelming. When Weiran's eyelashes trembled violently. From this moment on, the hideous wounds on Li Ligay's body began to heal and disappear. She became perfect and holy. Yes, holy. This seemed like the biggest joke. But it was the truth, it was a characteristic of every witch. Witches walked in the world, holy and perfect. They had the ability to spread plague-like emotions, enough to cause destruction like that of Sodom. Sodom, a city said to have been destroyed by God for its sins. If Li Ligay had only revealed a fraction of her witch power, it wouldn't have been enough to make Wen Weiran and the others feel so threatened. But at the same time, the huge phantom that slowly appeared behind Li Ligay made everyone hold their breath, a fear far greater than the witch's existence spread to everyone's heart. It floated in the air, with a pure human eyeball as its main body, its figure covering the sky and the sun, spreading 6 huge white wings, each wing with 3 eyeballs observing the world, endless red karmic fire burning behind each feather. In ancient times, people called it Angel. Li Ligay let out a sneer, towards the ability users in front of her, towards the organization behind them. Towards all the hypocrites who were driven by profit and treated the lives of others as consumables. She said. The mission is complete, as you wished. I've brought the angel back. Li Ligay brought the angel back. And only she survived. Standing with her back to the huge, indescribable holy being, the woman's hair was disheveled in the wind, purple flames burning in her eyes. She gritted her teeth and said word by word. Justice never came. Only revenge is eternal. Li Ligay was as handsome when she boasted as she was miserable when she was covered in wounds. Fortunately, she had completed the revenge that had kept her alive. She personally killed her enemy, avenged Qi Li and the others. Delayed justice was not justice. Only revenge was justice. Her life was fading away bit by bit, every breath made her lungs, pierced by the rapier, tighten in pain, as if they were about to explode. Li Ligay fled to a deserted, dilapidated alley. Her blood-soaked hands had to support her against the wall to prevent her from collapsing. But she would collapse eventually. She wanted to find a suitable place to bury herself. And bury her memories. In that place where she and Qi Li had been, a small park, under that broken swing. But she couldn't hold on any longer, her vision was blurring. Perhaps it was an illusion, but a familiar voice suddenly rang in her ears. But unfortunately, it wasn't Qi Li whispering to her, the kind of hallucination that often appeared before death, where the person you wanted to see the most would greet you to heaven with gentle words. Instead, it was a mocking voice that made her want to gather her strength and tell her to shut up. It came from a certain girl who owed her a beating. Well, isn't this President Li? It's been a few days, you look terrible. Li Ligay struggled to raise her head, lifting her dim, almost extinguished purple eyes. She saw Adele looking down at her, her tsk-sking and shaking her head. The last scene of her life was to be with this annoying girl. What sin had she committed? But the next moment, the medicine bottle Adele threw made Li Ligay's fading pupils suddenly focus. Like a final burst of energy, she mustered her last bit of strength and tightly grasped the potion Adele threw. Holy healing potion, how did you? Li Ligay's hoarse voice was like a broken, leaky accordion. Adele interrupted her, her voice full of heartache. Please don't talk anymore, you're really going to die. Don't worry about where it came from, just tell me if you want to drink it or not. But don't forget, from now on, you owe me a life. Li Ligay drank the holy healing potion and was indeed saved from the brink of death. Although her body was still weak, her magic power visibly filled the fatal wounds that could have taken her life. All that remained were the wounds and pain that didn't have enough magic power to heal and repair. Li Ligay's face was still pale, but compared to before, there was a bit more life in it. And what she needed next was a quiet environment and some time to recuperate. After a few days, she would be able to regain her former health and strength. Adele did save her life. But Adele herself had become a noob. In short, she was screwed. On the one hand, the potion she had first steal from the principal was used up, and she had basically made an enemy of the principal. Adding the staff from before, new grudges and old debts, it wasn't that she wouldn't settle them, it was just not the right time yet. On the other hand, Leela Gay was alive, so she couldn't give the witch's core to Adele and let her become a witch too. Adele had given up on her first cheat in life. If possible, she didn't want to be so great, so selfless, so generous that she wanted to cry. That was the holy healing potion. But Leela Gay, because of their time together that day, was no longer just a symbol, no longer just an experience packed to her. She was a living person who had formed a bond with Adele. Just this short time together, Leela Gay's image in Adele's heart had undergone a qualitative change. Adele was greedy, but not driven by profit, promiscuous, but cherished every relationship. You could find many contradictions in her. But in the end, she would always surprise you, she would only do what she thought was right. Stubbornly unlike the opportunistic girl she seemed to be. She should have been using everyone for her own gain, ruthless like a bald eagle, climbing up one high branch after another, then abandoning them after using them, until she reached the top. But the reality was that her heart softened much faster than her mouth. As for whether she would regret it in the future, she didn't care. Adele just needed to not regret it now. She didn't come here alone to wait for Leela Gay. Celeste was also helping her. Otherwise, even if she saved Leela Gay with the holy healing potion, she wouldn't be able to hide her. At this time, Celeste, who was searching for Leela Gay in another direction, received Adele's message and immediately drove towards the location Adele sent her. Then, while observing their surroundings, the two of them carried Leela Gay into the back seat of the car. What was the crime for harboring a fugitive? But Adele had no time to worry about these things now. She asked Celeste to drive to the house where they had been intimate. Celeste pursed her lips and finally nodded. Adele could actually sense the change in Celeste's mood through the magic patterns. Obviously, Celeste wouldn't hesitate to go anywhere else, but if it was the house where she and her master had so many memories. Letting an outsider like Leela Gay live there. Even if Celeste was an absolutely loyal subordinate, she would inevitably feel a little jealous. Adele shook her head slightly, but she didn't plan to ignore Celeste's feelings. She sat in the passenger seat and reached out to squeeze Celeste's exposed thigh. Celeste was dressed very casually today, a short-sleeved printed shirt and ripped jeans, paired with her long, wavy golden hair. She looked like a tourist on vacation in Hawaii. And the spot Adele touched was right where the hole in Celeste's jeans was. Don't worry, silly girl, a house is just a house, the important thing is the people. If one day Celeste's figure no longer appears in that house, it wouldn't have any value to me. Adele's voice was gentle, making Celeste's heart itch, and her previous jealousy instantly melted away. But before she could indulge in this gentleness for a moment, Adele's tone suddenly changed. Also, mend those holes in your jeans, you can only be sexy for me, understand? Celeste's heart skipped a beat. Yes. Master. Adele snorted softly, her hand continuing to knead the girl's fair thigh. She didn't even care if it might affect Celeste's driving. Or maybe she trusted Celeste. Celeste indeed lived up to her trust and expectation. While enjoying her master's torment, she slowed down the car and finally drove smoothly to their destination. When they got out of the car, Celeste's legs felt a little weak for some reason. She held on to the car door for a few seconds before she and Adele worked together to help Leela Gay out of the back seat. Then they took the elevator in the underground parking lot directly to the high-rise apartment. Because of the holy healing potion, Leela Gay was out of danger, but she clearly hadn't fully recovered, and her physical strength was still lacking. It was visible to the naked eye that her wrists, ankles, and other joints had been pierced by some sharp weapon. As the saying went, it takes 100 days to heal bones and tendons. Leela Gay, as an ability user, had a stronger recovery ability, but it would probably still take 3 or 4 days of bed rest for her body to fully heal. These were all non-fatal injuries, including those to her lungs and kidneys. The main purpose was to incapacitate her so she could be arrested, at least that way she could still live. This was the last thing Wei Ran could do for Senior Leela Gay. But she could only control herself, not others. And in that critical situation, Leela Gay had completely witchified, and it was very likely that she would cause an even bigger disaster, so almost no one held back. This led to Liligay's heart suffering a fatal injury. If she hadn't luckily encountered Adele, she probably wouldn't have survived. But Liligay didn't think it was luck. Because the holy healing potion wasn't something you could just take out and carry around. Therefore, there was only one possibility. Adele had anticipated her death, she had sensed something. Liligay's eyes were dull, but her mind was still working. She was helped into the room by the two girls. Adele stayed by her side to guard and take care of her. Celeste took the initiative to deal with the traces they left along the way, including the bloodstains on the road and the surveillance footage in the underground parking lot and elevator. Perhaps this was the trouble of the intelligent age. After cleaning up the bloodstains, Celeste tried to use the hacking techniques she had learned in the academy to hack into the residential complex's network system and delete the surveillance footage related to Liligay. The reason she learned these wasn't out of her own volition, but because of her family's requirements. Obviously, the family of a Sequence 2 was more aware of potential dangers, afraid of producing incompetent descendants and causing their class to decline, both in the vampire world and the human world. Adele didn't even know that Celeste had this ability. If she knew, she would definitely ask Celeste to set up a private server for her. To fulfill her dream of one-shotting enemies in games. But, well, high technology shouldn't be used for this kind of thing. And hacking had nothing to do with setting up private game servers. Her vision was too narrow. Soon, Celeste did everything she could, cleaning up the traces and deleting the surveillance footage. She finally let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from her forehead, and returned to her master Adele. But what dissatisfied her was that the black-haired Easterner was actually lying on the double bed that only she and her master could sleep in. And she was sleeping soundly. She didn't know Liligay's background, nor did she know how her master met her. For now, it was her loyalty and obedience to her master that supported Celeste in doing so much for Liligay. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't care about Liligay's life or death. Just like two parallel lines living in their own worlds, without Adele's intervention, they would never intersect. She doesn't look that bad. Celeste muttered. Adele thought to herself, that's because you didn't see my holy healing potion. That green bottle, full of life force, was gone just like that. Seeing that her master didn't respond, Celeste could only ask in a different way, her tone becoming even more submissive. How long does she need to stay here, my master? Liligay's eyelids twitched, she was actually pretending to be asleep. After experiencing that kind of thing, and with the treatment of the holy healing potion, she wouldn't be so sleepy that she would fall asleep the moment she touched the bed. Liligay was completely confused about Celeste calling Adele master. Just how many secrets about Adele did she not know? Why would this seemingly noble vampire call her master? And why did she have the holy healing potion? And why did she appear in front of her and save her at such a coincidental time? Liligay's only guess was that Adele's identity was definitely far more than she imagined. She must have a very powerful network and a strong background. To be able to find out her whereabouts and provide her with that potion. Adele's image in Liligay's heart was infinitely elevated. She even suspected that Adele was actually a Sequence 1, pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. She might be incredibly powerful, to the point of deceiving Liligay's eyes. And she was also very good at hiding her strength, even when facing Edith, almost being violated, she was still unwilling to reveal her true identity and strength. Adele, how come I don't know I'm so awesome? Until she recovers, I guess. After that, I'll have to trouble you, Celeste, to find someone to take care of her. Yes. Liligay, you rest well. Adele's gentle comfort made Liligay's heart flutter. But when she heard Adele's next words, she realized that she was happy too soon. Try to recover quickly, go to work in a factory, and pay me back for the potion. Adele didn't care if Liligay was asleep or not, she just said what she wanted to say. One thing at a time, saving Liligay was to repay the favor she owed for helping Adele take revenge on Edith last time, but the potion hadn't been paid for yet. Liligay would have to work for Adele for a while before Adele would let her go. Celeste nodded. But of course, she wouldn't personally take care of Liligay, the latter obviously didn't have that privilege. She would arrange for a doctor and nurses to develop a treatment plan for Liligay. Adele left the room, and Celeste followed closely behind, closing the door. Leela Gay, feeling the surroundings become quiet, opened her purple eyes, which had regained their luster. This was the real Leela Gay. Her purple eyes were different from Edith's. One should be sparkling with gold under the sunlight, while the other was a poisonous pistol in the dark night. She tried to get out of bed, feeling her remaining strength. Her witchified body actually gave her far greater strength than before. She felt that she could reach an even more powerful realm. But what kind of terrible things would happen if she stepped into that realm? Leela Gay, as a former executor, knew all too well. She had personally witnessed a witch's outburst, not just the spread of madness that infected an entire town. People on the street started eating like crazy. When they ate up everything around them, they would gnaw on wood, eat clothes, even living people. And the witch herself also turned into an indescribable monster. Her body started to grow and split, one after another. Mouth with only teeth and tongues emerged from her body. At that time, it was no longer the witch controlling the power, but her adapting to this primal force. Her body adapted to the power, becoming the shape that the witch's power desired. It was a scene comparable to hell. In fact, she almost stepped into that realm today. What kind of ugly monster would Leela Gay have become then? Would the executors around her start killing each other because they were infected by her wrath, original sin? Leela Gay didn't even dare to think about it. All she wanted was to avenge her dead teammates, to take revenge on that person. She never wanted to do anything extra beyond that. But there was something called justice that hindered her. Justice. In the past, when Leela Gay was still naive, she was willing to believe in this word. But now, she only believed in herself, believed that blood revenge was the greatest justice. If it weren't for the angel's help, she could only take that desperate gamble. But actually, Leela Gay didn't know if it could really be considered help. The angel wasn't someone she could communicate with. She seemed like a higher dimensional being, spreading death after being awakened. Leela Gay couldn't understand why the angel didn't kill her along with the others. She even followed Leela Gay to the human world. She usually hid in the void, and Leela Gay couldn't control her. She seemed to be silently observing this world that was thousands of years away from the era she was born in a way that humans couldn't imagine. Including her appearance today, it was something Leela Gay had never expected. But when she felt the angel's presence slowly emerging behind her, Leela Gay took the opportunity to borrow her power. Without the angel, she wouldn't be able to achieve her goal. She went all the way down to the deepest level of the prison and faced that high-ranking scum. He was surprisingly calm, and his expression when he saw the angel was like that of a pilgrim, showing unprecedented emotion and shock. At that moment, Leela Gay even wondered if she had done something wrong, letting this scum see the angel as he wished. However, before she could regret it, the angel closed her eyes, as if she had seen what she wanted. The next moment, inextinguishable karmic fire erupted from the scum's body. He was eventually burned to ashes in agony. The angel also completely faded away in the air during this process, disappearing once again. Not being able to personally take revenge might be a small regret for Leela Gay. But seeing the culprit who had killed 2 exploration teams die such a painful death, Leela Gay's heart, filled with hatred, finally felt unprecedented satisfaction. This was also the best consolation for Chi Li and the others. Slowly retracting her memories, Leela Gay took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. Then, she started talking to herself. "Are you still there, angel? Are you still by my side? If you can understand my words, I want to say." Leela Gay suddenly choked up. After a while, she shook her head, wondering what kind of stupid thing she was doing. "Master, who is she?" At this moment, Celeste had a jacket tied around her waist, just covering the hole in her jeans. Her master's possessiveness was evident. A washed-up senior who's putting on a brave front. Washed up, senior? Anyway, don't get too involved with her, she's a jinx. Adele had used a precious potion for her, couldn't she complain a little behind her back? Precious, referring to tricking the pure and innocent little first Snow into stealing it from the principal for free. But master, you. Celeste wanted to say, "Master, you know she's a jinx, but you're still so close to her, you even saved her." "I'm already unlucky enough, what does it matter if I add another unlucky person?" Drive faster, I still have to go back to work, you think it's my fault that I'm so unlucky. Celeste didn't dare to speak anymore, she could hear that her master was in a bad mood. And she could tell that it was because she had changed her master's task. Master, how about I enter the archives for you? Adele looked up at her from the passenger seat. The anger in her heart dissipated. No need. She said arrogantly. You should finish your task first. Because only then would Celeste have more time to accompany her. But Adele wouldn't say this little thought out loud. Has there been any leads on that beast man? She then asked. We're still investigating. Won't your companions have any objections to you disappearing for so long? Celeste smiled wryly. Of course they have objections. But Master will always be my top priority, I don't care about anyone else. Adele coughed unnaturally and looked out the window. She didn't know if it was an illusion or because of the sunlight, but her cheeks seemed a little red. You can care a little bit, it's called emotional intelligence. But as for putting me first in your heart. Good girl, you did the right thing. If Celeste had a tail, it would definitely be wagging happily at this moment. This was the only thing she envied about beastmen and bestiared races. Half an hour later, after being lectured by the director of the archives management room, Adele, her head lowered, followed the receptionist, dejectedly heading towards her workstation. Her current feeling could be described in one sentence: although she was very unhappy, she couldn't find any reason to refute. Skipping work was skipping work, no matter what she did, even if she saved the world, it was still skipping work. Fortunately, the receptionist comforted her softly, but this old fritter in the government agency, after finishing her own work, wouldn't even type a single letter for others. So in the end, Adele could only receive spiritual support and verbal sympathy. The work she had to do was still there. She would probably have to work overtime until 10 o'clock tonight. Adele wanted to cry. She didn't know if it was her imagination or something, but the moment she turned on the computer screen, a white shadow flashed across the dim screen, along with her own reflection. Adele was startled and quickly turned around. But apart from the bookshelves filled with archives, there was nothing else behind her. Was it an illusion? Adele swallowed nervously. She carefully recalled the white shadow she had just seen. It was irregularly shaped, blooming like a snowflake. Or rather, it had 6 feathery wings. Spending the night alone working in this dark and eerie place, any kind of strange occurrence seemed plausible. Maybe a vampire was secretly lurking in the shadows, waiting to pounce and deliver a fatal blow to your neck. Oh, wait, she was a vampire herself, so never mind. Terrifying images flashed through Adele's mind, but then she matched her own image with the vampires in her mind. She suddenly felt that vampires weren't that scary after all. Not only were they not scary, they were even kind of cute and clumsy. What was going on? Besides, she didn't need to be so paranoid. The receptionist was in her office not far away, wearing headphones and watching dramas. If Adele felt anxious, she could just poke her head out the door and take a look at her, then go back to her typing work. What a miserable life. During a break to get some water from the water dispenser, Adele sent a message to Celeste. Pick me up at 10 o'clock tonight, I want to have a late-night snack. Celeste replied quickly. As you command, my master. There would be no other reply. Adele put away her phone, picked up the full water cup, and returned to her seat. She had been working for a long time without realizing it. Adele hit the enter key one last time, stretched, and looked up at the clock on the wall. 9:52, time to get off work. Her legs were numb. She never wanted to work again in this lifetime. She stood up from her seat, smoothed out the wrinkles on her skirt, packed her things, and prepared to leave. The last step was to take her internship logbook to the receptionist and get a red stamp on it. When she arrived at the receptionist's office, Adele saw the receptionist crying her eyes out because of a touching scene in the TV drama. She froze, standing at the door, not knowing whether to enter or retreat. Fortunately, the receptionist noticed Adele's presence. She tapped the space bar to pause the drama, then turned to Adele while wiping her tears. You finished your work, Miss Adele. Yes, I'm done, Sister Song-chi. Adele had already entered her office and saw the nameplate on her desk, which read Song-Chi. An Eastern vampire. She nodded, took the internship task book that Adele handed her, and stamped it with a red seal. "Thank you, Sister Song-Chi." Adele bowed in thanks. "You're welcome, you worked hard today." "Not at all, goodbye, Sister Song-Chi." Goodbye." They exchanged farewells. Adele thought she would wait for Celeste for a few minutes at the entrance of the building. But in fact, as soon as she stepped out of the building, she saw a figure wrapped tightly in a trench coat, pacing under the dim streetlights, the only bright color being her beautiful long golden hair. She noticed Adele's figure immediately. The weather was getting cold as winter approached. Even though she could wear short sleeves and long pants during the day, she breathed out white air at night. "Adele." Celeste called out, running towards Adele from afar without hesitation. Just like a golden retriever seeing its owner coming home. The corners of Adele's lips curled up unconsciously. She opened her arms and welcomed Celeste's embrace. Adele was petite, but it seemed that Celeste saw her as her pillar of life, hugging her tightly. But her grip was gentle, as if afraid that with a little force, the delicate and beautiful girl in front of her would be hurt. Celeste buried her face completely in Adele's shoulder and hair, greedily inhaling her master's scent. She whispered in Adele's ear, her voice filled with emotion. "Master. My master." The streets were empty at night, the only sound was the rustling of leaves in the wind. But if the perspective zoomed out, further and further, to an extremely wide angle, you would see that on top of the white cross of a Catholic church in the distance, in the cold and howling north wind, a strange statue of a girl had appeared at some point, with 6 snow-white wings, completely naked. She hugged her knees, looking down at the brightly lit city with an emotionless gaze. And at the 2 girls walking hand in hand in the distance. A flurry of snowflakes fell, and the priest of the church rubbed his eyes vigorously. When he looked again, the white cross on top of the church was already empty, only snowflakes were dancing in the air. Winter has come a little early this year. Celeste drove the car, turning on the wipers to clear the increasingly heavy snow. Adele stared at the snowflakes falling outside the window, lost in thought. After a long while, she murmured. "Yes, it's early. But it's just right, let's change barbecue to hot pot tonight. Cheers to the first snow of winter." "As you command, my master." The appearance of the angel was a much bigger deal for the Enforcement Bureau than the witch. Li Ligay's life or death instantly became less important in comparison. According to the reports from Wen Weiran and the others, the angel didn't cause any casualties, but the target of their mission, the witch Li Ligay, was seriously injured. This was confirmed by several other ability users, while Wen Weiran stood there silently, her hands behind her back. The deputy director of the Enforcement Bureau scanned their faces, the young men and women all standing tall and straight. "Good job, the Bureau will reward you for your bravery. That's all for today, you can all go back and rest, Wen Weiran, stay." Wen Weiran pursed her lips, her indifferent expression unchanged. The other experienced ability users, or rather, the executors of the Dongdu Bureau, looked at their junior with envious eyes. She hadn't even graduated yet, but she was already making a name for herself in the Bureau. But her abilities were indeed powerful, and she was a piece of uncut jade worth polishing. Everyone left the office, leaving only the deputy director and Wen Weiran. Although the deputy director was also a woman, she was tall and muscular. Generally speaking, when the word muscular was used to describe someone, you could probably imagine what the deputy director looked like. She had short hair, and because of her well-trained muscles, her uniform was tight, and she wasn't wearing a skirt, but normal uniform pants. In contrast, Wen Weiran still had a childish look, like she hadn't left school yet. But no one dared to underestimate her. Even the deputy director's attitude towards Wen Weiran was much gentler, her eyes full of appreciation and praise for the younger generation. But today was different. Apart from appreciation, there was also a hint of worry in the deputy director's eyes. She came to Wen Weiran's side, reached out, and patted her shoulder gently. Then she said something strange. "She was a mission prepared for you." But Wen Weiran understood perfectly. The existence of the vengeance which, Li Ligay, according to the original plan, should have been eliminated by Wen Weiran. That way, Wen Weiran could truly transform, become the real sword of humanity, and fulfill the expectations of the human higher-ups. It was for this reason that Wen Weiran could temporarily put aside her studies at Cromwell Academy, and the petty squabbles between the Student Council and the Black Feather Society had nothing to do with her. The Enforcement Bureau entrusted this responsibility to her, giving her absolute command over this mission. Even the senior agents in the Enforcement Bureau had to obey her orders, including those whose abilities surpassed Wen Weiran's. But in the end, it was obvious that Wen Weiran's indecisiveness disappointed the Enforcement Bureau. However, the appearance of the angel was a very special and unexpected event. Therefore, Wen Weiran's only responsibility was that she didn't contain and control the witchified Li Ligay in advance, and kill her if necessary. But fortunately, Wen Weiran's decision not to provoke Li Ligay and force her to witchify in the city center might have been an unexpectedly correct decision. Although this might not have been her intention, she just didn't want to attack her senior. But what mattered was the result, not the process. Because the Enforcement Bureau couldn't be sure if the angel would have appeared like today under those circumstances. If it did, then this mission might have turned into the most disastrous incident in the city center in the past decade. If the angel indiscriminately purified the city, the resulting losses and impact would be unimaginable. Fortunately, the place where she actually appeared was the Enforcement Bureau's prison on the outskirts of the city, ensuring that there weren't many casualties and that ordinary people weren't involved. Now, the trouble of the angel was no longer the responsibility of the Enforcement Bureau, and they couldn't help with that level of confrontation. So there was only one last task left, to find Li Ligay, who was said to be fatally injured but had mysteriously disappeared in Dongdu. And regarding this task, the deputy director of the Dongdu Enforcement Bureau was still willing to give Wen Weiran a second chance. Weiran, don't disappoint me this time. You have a bright future. I made the same mistake as you when I was young. But later, I finally stopped being weak, and I experienced the power of being unyielding. This is a test we must go through in the process of becoming stronger. Strength comes from the spirit. You haven't forgotten this, have you? A rare expression appeared on Wen Weiran's face. She took a deep breath and nodded. No. That's good. I hope you can gain some insights and progress from this mission. Sometimes, overthinking and hesitation will only dull your sword. Although Wen Weiran's blade was already sharp enough to make even the deputy director wary, no force wouldn't want their trump card to be stronger. Wen Weiran was undoubtedly the strongest student in the history of Cromwell Academy, and Cromwell Academy's status among the academies that taught both vampires and humans was equivalent to that of Tsinghua University and Peking University compared to ordinary universities. Therefore, it was conceivable that to stand out in such a talented academy, Wen Weiran was truly exceptional. Her significance to the entire Dongdu, to the entire human race, was immense. That's why people hoped that she would become the sword of humanity in the near future. Among the new generation, Wen Weiran was truly in a league of her own. Perhaps in 10 or 20 years, she would also be covered in glory, and it wasn't impossible for her to become a future sword saint. Among the new generation of vampires, it was Dorothy and Hermione who were leading the way. Also at Cromwell Academy, how did a little lamb like Adele end up among a group of lions? The deputy director reassigned the task of capturing Li Ligay to Wen Weiran. And Wen Weiran had no room to refuse. This task clung to her like a curse. Perhaps people were meant to be forced to do things they didn't want to do. Wen Weiran didn't have many emotions, she was relatively indifferent and cold-blooded. But precisely because of this, the little bit of emotion she had in her life became especially important. As her senior, Li Ligay had helped her a lot. Li Ligay was a person who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. She looked like a mature and unapproachable woman on the surface, but in reality, she was very helpful and kind-hearted. Adele should know this very well. Wen Weiran was used to doing everything herself, not relying on anyone else's help. The result was that Li Ligay helped her a lot. This woman seemed to be unable to read the atmosphere or other people's expressions. Li Ligay used to be very confused. Was there something wrong with this junior? The more she helped her, the colder and more sullen Wen Weiran's expression became. She was just a little kid, but she was so arrogant. But after complaining, Leela Gay still did her best to help Wenweiran. Offering her warmth, to Wenweiran's cold face, yes, cold face. Leela Gay was also the first to discover Wenweiran's talent. Without Leela Gay, this bowl, Wenweiran, this precious gem, would have remained hidden for a while longer. It was precisely because of Leela Gay's help, recruiting her into the student council, cultivating her diligently, finding her excellent teachers and professors in the academy, and asking them to take a look at Wenweiran, this promising seedling, that her talent was finally recognized. If at first it was Leela Gay who begged the professors in the academy to teach Wenweiran a lesson, then later, when Wenweiran became a sought-after talent in the academy, almost every teacher was proud to have taught her. Leela Gay silently did all this, then smiled and left. Because she knew that she couldn't help Wenweiran anymore in the future. And she didn't ask for anything in return, she didn't need Wenweiran to repay her. When she graduated, she didn't hesitate to hand over her position as president to Wenweiran. At that time, Wenweiran wasn't widely recognized in the student council. There were others who were more prestigious and popular, although their strength might be slightly inferior, but there were no buts, because Leela Gay chose Wenweiran, she didn't even want to go through the election process. At first, many people didn't understand this and didn't think that Wenweiran's joining would bring anything to the student council. But the result was that more and more people were proven wrong. Wenweiran gradually dyed the student council with her own colors, cold, powerful, and authoritative. The Black Feather Society's momentum was strong only because their leader was better at using public opinion to wage war. But in reality, if they really clashed, those vampires, whose bonds were based on interests and dirty secrets, wouldn't be a match for the student council. Leela Gay did so much for Wenweiran, not for any personal gain, but just out of kindness and fairness. Even a cold stone should have been warmed up after such a long time. Wenweiran thought she was decisive, never frowning when dealing with any enemy. It wasn't until she met the witchified Leela Gay that she realized she was wrong. She let Leela Gay go again and again. Even in today's battle, her sword only pierced the non-vital parts of Leela Gay's body. Otherwise, Leela Gay would never have had the chance to escape from that prison. So did this count as repaying her past kindness? Wenweiran walked out of the enforcement bureau and looked up at the heavy snow falling from the sky. This world used to be simple in her eyes, all she needed was her rapier to pierce through everything. But now, it had become complicated. For the first time, Wenweiran felt lost about her sword. At the same time, in a famous hot pot restaurant in Dongdu, Adele was worried that she had accidentally ordered too many side dishes, and their stomachs clearly couldn't handle it. She didn't want her Celeste to go home with a bloated tummy. Although the fact that she was the one who made her belly big, referring to ordering too much food, gave Adele a sense of accomplishment. How about I try calling someone over? Adele tentatively made her suggestion. It seemed that she had suddenly forgotten her master identity at this moment, and was interacting with Celeste more like a close friend. Celeste blinked her emerald green eyes. Master can do as she pleases. Then I'll call Hermione. Adele looked at Celeste seriously, her own expression a bit mischievous. Celeste's face instantly turned ugly, so much so that even the guests at the next table started to shrink back. This made them wonder if the pinkied girl at the next table had cheated on the blonde girl in front of her. In fact, it might be even more serious than cheating. In Celeste's heart, Hermione was still her mortal enemy. As for her master being close to Hermione, she couldn't stop it, nor did she have the ability to do so. But because of this, Celeste wanted to prove herself even more, she wanted to surpass Hermione one day. Although this was just a pipe dream considering their bloodlines. Oh, I'm just kidding, as your master, can't I even make a joke? Silly girl, I'm having hot pot with you. The first snow of winter, I, Adele, am sitting face to face with you, Celeste, eating hot pot and singing. Well, let's forget about singing, since we're not in a private room. Anyway, I'm accompanying you, stupid dog, do you understand? Celeste's expression gradually softened, and finally, her eyes reddened, and she nodded sullenly. Adele jumped up and patted her head. Even though she was a powerful sequence too, Celeste's reaction at this moment was incredibly cute. And Celeste willingly endured it. After all, it didn't hurt at all. Then I'll call someone else. Is Tang Linlang okay? No problem. Compared to Hermione, Tang Linlang was much friendlier. And she even gave her master that priceless treasure, a spatial ring, which was too advanced for students like them. Many things in the magic world couldn't be measured by the standards of the mundane world. Generally, Leviathan, the authority that governed both worlds, only allowed internal transactions. The mundane world was separate from the magic world. Their common equivalents were also different. The common equivalent in the mundane world was currency, the currencies of various countries, while the magic world, which belonged to the mystical side, preferred bartering. For example, to buy a magic staff, you didn't need money, but alchemy materials or potions of equal value. Of course, you could also use a can of tuna cat food. As long as you knew a gluttonous and cute little cat. But occasionally, there were exceptions. At this time, as long as the human with the connections could offer a high enough price, a price that was tempting enough, they could trade with mages for the items they wanted. However, this was actually illegal, and they had to be very careful not to be caught by Leviathan. Fortunately, Tang Linlang had the identity of a descendant of a vampire hunter, so even if she was discovered doing this kind of transaction, the higher-ups would most likely turn a blind eye. Adele called Tang Linlang, inviting her to enjoy first snow hot pot. Here, first snow referred to the first snow of winter. As for first snow, the little minx cat, with her sensitive tongue, she would probably never be able to enjoy the delicacy of hot pot in this lifetime. But in the Sichuan and Chongqing regions, there was a dish called bobo chicken, a kind of cold skewers. Since this world was basically based on the world before Adele transmigrated, there must be a similar dish here. If there was a chance, Adele would definitely take first snow to try it. Tang Linlang's surprise was almost palpable through the phone speaker. Celeste just focused on drinking her lemon tea as a substitute for alcohol. And Adele, feeling that it wasn't lively enough, called Sharon. This really startled Sharon, who was staying at home. But when she heard Adele's invitation, her fragile little heart suddenly started beating violently. At the same time, Sharon looked at herself in the mirror, her neat silver-gray short hair, her eyebrows that she had tried to trim with an eyebrow razor, her thin lips with lipstick on. She had taken off her bulky and concealing clothes and pants, and was wearing a dress that Sharon would never have imagined herself wearing before. She had made an unprecedented change. But if it was just for self-entertainment, it would be meaningless. So she saw Adele's sudden invitation as an opportunity given to her by heaven to take that most important and bravest first step. Although she was still scared and cowardly, if she even retreated from this step and gave up, Sharon would forever regret her decision today. Because it meant that she would also lose Adele forever. Cowards, like cowards, were not qualified to love. Sharon took a deep breath, exhaled, and finally put on a warm trench coat, covering the dress she really wanted Adele to see. She resolutely walked out of the door. The moment she opened the apartment door, Sharon realized how beautiful the night outside was. It was completely different from what she saw through the window when she was hiding in her little world. Sharon immersed herself in this romantic snowy scenery. But she didn't realize that she had also become a part of this beautiful night. Hot pot was best enjoyed with a large group. But Adele might have overlooked the individual feelings of the other three. Or maybe she didn't. This clever girl understood it all too well. She did it on purpose, deliberately bringing the three of them together, creating opportunities even if there were none. Starting with familiarity, whether they could become friends was another matter. At least when Adele got too close to one of them, the other two, for the sake of their first encounter, might be more tolerant of Adele and the other person. Ultimately achieving a harmonious harem. So she waited expectantly with Celeste, who had a bitter look on her face, for the arrival of the other two. With 4 people, they could even play mahjong. But Adele didn't know how to play mahjong, so that option was out. The first to arrive at the hot pot restaurant was Tang Linlang, who lived in the bustling city center nearby. She and her father had moved out of their old house, the area was under construction day and night, and they had also hired professionals to protect the Tang family ancestral hall. So there was nothing to worry about. And Tang Linlang could finally start enjoying a real modern life. Her new home was truly a world apart from her previous living environment. But because it was too intelligent, Tang Linlang hadn't figured out many of the modern functions yet. At times like this, she would feel like a country girl who didn't know what to do with new things. Of course, she wasn't a country girl at all, just a little simple. The kind of simplicity of a girl next door, incredibly cute. Adele had also been to Tang Linlang's new home. She was even more shocked than Tang Linlang herself. But seeing her again, Tang Linlang wasn't much different from her past self. She even had a positive change, which was that she had become much more confident. Adele waved to Tang Linlang. "Linlang over here, over here." Her voice wasn't loud, but it was enough to reach Tang Linlang's ears through the noisy crowd. Tang Linlang was still wearing her old duffel coat, British style, the hem almost reaching her knees. It should be the coat she wore last winter, simple, elegant, and cheap. The reason she wore this coat was because the temperature dropped too quickly, and she hadn't had time to buy new winter clothes yet. But before that, Tang Linlang noticed how thin Adele's dress was. So her thoughts instantly jumped from choosing clothes for herself to thinking about what kind of clothes she should buy for Adele. She noticed Celeste beside Adele, noticed her sullen expression. But Tang Linlang didn't show any emotion, she just raised her hand and waved to Adele happily. Then, she came to Adele's side and sat down. It was a square table for 4 people. Originally, when Adele and Celeste were on a date alone, they sat facing each other, able to see each other just by looking up, which was perfect. But now that Tang Linlang had joined them, her position seemed closer to Adele. Adele was also happy to lean towards Tang Linlang, making Tang Linlang blush and lower her head, silently enjoying it. "I called you out so late, Linlang, you don't blame me, do you?" "Of course not, actually, I'm also a little hungry." Hearing this, Adele's eyes widened slightly. "Really? Then eat more, Linlang, you're so thin. By the way, have you finished your internship task?" "Poor me, I worked overtime all night and just got off work." How could they do that? I'm going to complain to the academy about this unit." Tang Linlang, not knowing the truth, naturally sided with Adele and expressed her dissatisfaction. But Adele was just casually mentioning it as a topic of conversation. Actually, she was the one who skipped work in the afternoon, and the overtime work at night was entirely her own fault. So she coughed lightly and quickly stopped Tang Linlang, who seemed to be speaking up for her. It's okay, let's not talk about these unhappy experiences. Besides, there's a senior in the archives management room who takes special care of me. If you complain, Linlang, I'll have to leave there in 2 days, and the final result will definitely be her getting punished instead. That wouldn't be good." "But..." Tang Linlang saw Adele shaking her head. "Okay, but if you're wronged, Adele, remember to tell me, I'll definitely get justice for you." Adele smiled and agreed. It felt good to be pampered by her wife. Celeste, on the other hand, was grinding her teeth beside them, looking like a pitiful puppy who had been neglected by her master. She wanted to say, "I can also get justice for master." But the reason Celeste was so quiet was because Adele had told her beforehand not to clash with Tang Linlang and the others, it would put her in an awkward position. Then, Tang Linlang started talking to Adele about her internship task. Her current strength was actually very strong, she shouldn't be in the Sequence 5 class anymore. But apart from teaching a lesson to those who gossiped about Adele behind her back, Tang Linlang almost never revealed her true strength. She was a typical, hidden dragon, in the Eastern style. Although revealing her strength could obviously get her more support and resources from the academy, compared to better teaching resources, Tang Linlang clearly preferred to stay by Adele's side, in the same class as her, to protect her. As for her task, it was easily completed. Assisting lower-level executors in trying to capture a mixed-blood vampire who had entered the criminal world. Many vampires settled in the human world, most of them could live a good life relying on their above-average appearance and talent compared to humans. But there were also a small number of vampires, or mixed bloods of vampires and humans, who managed to stay out of human supervision and then used their abilities to commit crimes. They weren't actually that strong, even ordinary police forces could subdue them without the need for executors. But just in case, when they went to arrest these criminals, in addition to the normal police force, there would also be ordinary-level executors following, and sometimes even interns would have the opportunity to assist and observe the scene. There was almost no danger, it was mainly to strengthen their mental fortitude. Adele actually quite liked this kind of task, it felt like acting in a movie, like those police and gangster movies, with chases, gunfights, car chases. But Tang Linlong's subsequent description shattered Adele's naive fantasies. According to her, this task was extremely boring. There wouldn't be any FBI, open the door. Nor would there be any intense and exciting scenes of encirclement or hand-to-hand combat. There was only plainclothes surveillance, narrowing down the target area, confirming the target's location. Then, hello, food delivery, and it was quickly over, the suspect apprehended. As for that mixed-blood vampire, he didn't even have a chance to react, and Tang Linlong's internship task was easily completed. It was considered a very fast completion among this year's interns. For the next few days, she could have a good rest, just like a vacation. After the internship task was over, Adele and the others finally entered the normal rhythm of academy life. And in their future studies, similar tasks wouldn't be as grand and easy as the first internship. Firstly, the academy wouldn't be as meticulous as a nanny in guiding and protecting every student. Secondly, students could choose to accept tasks through the school's official website, and completing tasks would reward them with varying degrees of generous rewards. In short, they could choose different paths in life, such as becoming a taskmaster or a lazy salted fish. The harder they worked, the more they would gain. Adele, who had transmigrated from a country of involution, naturally chose the path of being a lazy salted fish. Tang Linlang and Adele were chatting animatedly, Celeste occasionally chiming in. Overall, it was quite peaceful. But then Adele, as if she had suddenly remembered something, stood up. Linlang, Celeste, wait here for a while, I'm going downstairs to pick up Sharon. Adele used a declarative tone, not asking for their opinions. Then, ignoring Tang Linlang's surprised expression, Adele already ran downstairs with light steps. Tang Linlang's expression was very interesting, at least Celeste, who had been feeling suffocated for a while, couldn't help but laugh when she saw it. Celeste thought to herself, do you think you're special? In Master's eyes, we're all the same. Now, it's your turn to experience what I felt just now. Hearing Celeste's mocking laughter, Tang Linlang glared at her. The two of them locked eyes, Celeste wondering how much punishment she would receive from her master if she taught this ignorant human girl a lesson now. Tang Linlang was thinking about what kind of goo worm she should release from her goo realm to get a little revenge on Celeste. But in the end, neither of them made a move. The hot pot was boiling continuously, Celeste asked the waiter to add more water and ordered another cup of lemon tea, continuing to wait for Adele to bring Sharon up from downstairs. Sharon was notoriously socially awkward even in the familiar vampire world, let alone in the human world. So how much psychological pressure did she endure, and how much courage did she muster, to travel from the academy to the mall downstairs? Adele couldn't imagine, but she would definitely treat Sharon, who had taken this brave step, more gently. The tap, tap sound of footsteps coming downstairs could be heard. Sharon, pitifully hiding in the shadows at the entrance of a store downstairs, was trying to shrink her shoulders, making her look even smaller. If you weren't careful, you might completely miss her. But Adele spotted Sharon at a glance, just like when Sharon looked up, her eyes met Adele's, who was looking at her with full attention. Sharon was stunned, her slightly parted lips seemed to have many words she wanted to say to Adele. But she was clumsy with words, unable to speak. Only her footsteps, overcoming her timid instincts, moved towards Adele. Just like Adele running towards her without hesitation, then embracing her tightly for a long time. Many passers-by looked at them, curious, confused, and envious. Sharon was already blushing, but Adele still wouldn't let go. Instead, she gently rubbed her nose against Sharon's ear. Making the latter's face flush red, the outline of her ears also seemed to be stained with color. "Hey Adele." She called out shyly, burying her face completely in Adele's shoulder, her neatly trimmed silver-gray short hair trembling slightly. "I'm here Sharon, I haven't seen you for a long time, I was just a little excited." She really missed Sharon, just like what Adele had said when she was hiding next door and heard Adele's monologue. When this was confirmed, the emotion in Sharon's heart, born from her love for Adele, doubled, even multiplied. This was the victory of the scheming little green tea, Adele. Not only did she win, but she won twice. Let's not talk about this anymore. Come on, Sharon, let's have some hot pot together. Can you handle spicy food? Two can eat a little. Wait, we. Yes, I'm with two friends, and we've been waiting for you, Sharon. Adele said honestly. She saw that Sharon's face had turned a bit pale, no longer filled with the previous emotion. Adele had expected this. Obviously, Sharon thought she was special. Like Celeste, like Tang Linlang. This was the pain that most people had to endure on the path of pursuing love. And what Adele could do was to try to minimize their sadness, using appropriate methods and means. For example, with Tang Linlang, Adele chose to deliberately neglect Celeste and talk to Tang Linlang enthusiastically. As for Sharon, she gently released her arms from Sharon's slender waist, and the moment Sharon felt surprised and uneasy, she held Sharon's slightly cold hands with her warm palms. She cupped Sharon's hands in hers, brought them to her lips, gently blew warm air on them, then closed her eyes and planted a deep kiss on them. Sharon's expression instantly softened. Especially when Adele looked at her with those gentle eyes. The girl's heart was already wavering. I want to introduce Sharon to my friends, she said seriously, giving a half-true, half-false reason. But Sharon was always willing to fall for this. Rather, as long as Adele coaxed her a little, she would believe even the most obvious lies. In a way, Sharon was the type who, after becoming a wife, no matter how unfaithful Adele was outside, as long as she came home, Sharon would definitely forgive her. A very humble character willing to sacrifice for love. It was precisely because Adele understood this that she felt a little guilty when she lied to Sharon. If it were anyone else, Adele wouldn't even feel a shred of guilt. Okay. Sharon accepted Adele's words and nodded slightly. Adele looked into her eyes, and under the falling snowflakes, she closed the distance between them again. There are people watching, I'm so shy, Adele. Although she pointed out that there were people watching, she didn't reject Adele's approach, only saying that she was shy. The meaning behind this was obvious. So Adele rarely held back, she squinted her eyes and boldly kissed Sharon's cheek. Ignoring the gazes of the surrounding pedestrians, ignoring their exclamations. A beautiful snow lotus bloomed in the bustling city center mall. But it wasn't just passers-by who witnessed this beautiful scene. As Adele led the blushing Sharon towards the elevator in the mall, countless eyes were silently watching her in the dark. No one could detect her presence. It was the high-risk containment known as the Angel. She was trying to understand this world that had changed drastically since she last awoke. And carrying out her eternal mission. To find those who were worthy of the Lord's blessing, to guide them on the path to heaven. Leela Gay wasn't her active choice. She didn't have the true qualifications and value. But now, she thought, she had found a girl who was qualified. The angel slowly closed the countless eyes on her body, her only trace of presence instantly vanishing. In the hot pot restaurant, Sharon shyly tried to greet Tang Linlang and Celeste. Hello, everyone. Silly girl, there's no need to bow. Adele couldn't help but laugh. Sharon felt embarrassed, but she also felt the atmosphere relax because of Adele's laughter. Tang Linlang didn't know Sharon, and Sharon didn't have the arrogance that high-ranking vampires usually displayed. Therefore, her first impression of Sharon was very good. She even thought that this shy and introverted girl was very cute, just a tiny bit less cute than Adele, but still very cute. At least better than Celeste. As for Celeste, perhaps because of the trauma Hermione had left on her, she didn't have a good impression of any sequence ones. And Sharon. Dorothy's #1 lackey. She didn't match the image Celeste had in mind. But Celeste was still wary, wondering if Sharon was putting on an act. And after a brief interaction, she had to believe that absurd thought. That was, Sharon was truly shy and introverted, not to mention arrogant, it was already good enough that she wasn't insecure. Strange, how could a Sequence 1 family raise such a girl? At least Celeste imagined that if she had been born into a Sequence 1 family, as a descendant of a true ancestor, her arrogance would be no less than Hermione's, if not even more. After all, the average moral level of Sequence ones wasn't very high. The Ice Queen, cold as frost and snow, was definitely among the few whose moral level was far above average. This was Sharon's first time having dinner and chatting with others like friends. She was both excited and nervous. Fortunately, with Adele's help, she managed to communicate, albeit clumsily. And she became more and more fluent in her speech. Celeste saw Adele's efforts to help Sharon integrate into society. After struggling for a moment, she decisively gave up on her hostility towards Tang Linlang and helped them overcome Sharon's social anxiety together. And they did achieve remarkable results. This night, Sharon grew a lot. But all good things must come to an end. If they continued to chat, the hot pot restaurant would be closing soon. The gazes of the waiters also occasionally glanced at Adele's table. After all, they were the last customers in the hot pot restaurant today. The longer they lingered, the later the waiters would get off work, they might even have to work overtime. Making people work overtime would inevitably cause resentment. Adele deeply understood a worker's desire to get off work on time. Therefore, she took the initiative to pay the bill, and then left the hot pot restaurant and the mall with the three girls. Finally, on the street, Tang Linlang was the first to say goodbye to Adele. She lived nearby. Originally, Tang Linlang's plan was to try to delay after having hot pot with Adele, until the academy closed and they couldn't enter. Then she could take the opportunity to invite Adele to stay at her house for the night, creating an atmosphere of two girls alone in a room. Unfortunately, this plan was aborted before it even began. With Celeste, the big light bulb, and Sharon, the small light bulb, by her side, how could she make a move on Adele? Next was Celeste. She drove Adele and Sharon back to the academy, and she went to the apartment to check on and take care of Lily Gay on behalf of her master. So in the end, only Adele and Sharon were left strolling on campus. Under the silvery moonlight and falling snowflakes, they chatted softly and accompanied each other, listening to the grass bearing its seeds. It was a beautiful scene. Adele wasn't impatient. At this point, she slowed down. Tonight was Sharon's night of harvest. She had already grown so much that she couldn't fully digest and integrate it into her heart and mind. If Adele greedily wanted Sharon to grow even more, to make her become an adult at this time, it would be like draining the pond to catch fish. So Adele sent Sharon to the downstairs of her dorm building and said goodbye to her calmly. Ending this date with a kiss that didn't contain any lust. Their pink lips parted, like blooming flower buds. Adele winked mischievously, stepping back step by step, but still looking at Sharon's dazed eyes. "Good night, my Sharon. Good night, my." By the time Sharon reacted, Adele was already gone. After a moment of silence, she added the belated words. "Good night, my Adele." A bittersweet smile appeared on Sharon's lips as she turned and returned to her dorm. Tonight, even without Adele's company next door, she thought she could sleep soundly. Because her heart was filled with warmth like never before, no longer empty and lonely. "Adele, I will definitely become the person you expect me to be," Sharon promised in her heart. If it weren't for what happened next, Adele would have thought that she had a perfect night. But the reality was, not long after she said goodbye to Sharon, she felt strongly that she was being followed. And the other party was so brazen and undisguised. When Adele finally couldn't bear the fear and started running, the other person's voice came from behind her. "Don't be afraid, child." "Adele, I don't believe you." In broad daylight, with the sun shining brightly, someone dared to abduct a girl in the academy. If you asked Adele what she thought about it, she was the girl being abducted. At least, that's what she thought in her heart. After all, apart from her beauty, she was useless. She had a good understanding of herself. Actually, at first, Adele didn't take the strange sound behind her seriously. It just sounded like the wind whooshing, something fluttering, maybe leaves, maybe a flag by the roadside. Until she passed by a teaching building, the building's position happened to block the wind blowing from the north. But the whooshing sound behind her didn't stop. At this time, Adele finally realized the problem, and it was a big problem. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Then, she started imagining scenes from various horror movies, which made her even more afraid to look back. After all, this was a classic horror trope, the protagonist turning around and instantly seeing a terrifying scene. Whether they would be scared or not was unknown, but it would definitely scare the audience. It was the kind of, you know the scary part is coming, it knows you know the scary part is coming, you know it knows you know. Even if this went on forever, and both sides knew what was going on, you would still be scared out of your wits. Therefore, Adele didn't dare to look back. And as the figure behind her got closer, the tension in her heart grew stronger and stronger, until it finally snapped. That's why Adele was running away now. And the voice behind her, "Don't be afraid, child." If Adele believed that, she would be a fool. She started shouting for help, shouting loudly. But unfortunately, in the silent academy at night, it was like a drop in the bucket. Usually, she felt that the academy's environment was excellent. But at times like this, Adele would hate the vastness of the academy. After all, it was a luxurious academy where two students could share a two-story apartment. But she didn't know that her voice was actually trapped inside a membrane, unable to reach the outside world. That was something that Angel could easily do. Her domain extended over a wide area around her body, and everything that happened within it wouldn't be known to the outside world, at least that's what the Angel thought. But the Angel was a product from thousands of years ago, and the world had changed rapidly. Many beings that were once considered uncontainable had now been locked up by the Foundation. Even angels, there were successful containment cases in history. But it was just in history. If there was an existing angel in the Foundation, that greedy human executive wouldn't have sent the exploration team to their deaths, awakening the angel from the ruins. The angel must have heard his wish, back in the prison. But at that time, the angel closed all her eyes, and then burned his sins with karmic fire. In fact, the angel didn't even need to chase after Adele. Soon, Adele was out of breath. Her stamina was really worrying, even the angel showed a subtle expression. Although, with her current appearance, 6 wings burning with karmic fire, a huge eyeball overlooking the world in the center, and countless other eyeballs on the wings, who could tell her expression? "I can't," sob. Adele gave up. She gave up rationally. She collapsed on the grass, the cool and soft blades of grass pressing against her knees. She gasped for breath, her gaze fixed on the ground in front of her, dazed. Because she realized that no matter how she ran, she couldn't escape the boundaries of this area. And, the fact that her voice couldn't reach the outside world. At that moment, Adele thought of Lee Legay. This feeling, compared to being in Lee Legay's witch's domain, well, it wasn't exactly the same, but it was basically the same. So, the one following her was a witch. Another one. Why was Adele even struggling then? Was it to make a fool of herself? She couldn't figure it out. Had she stumbled into a witch's nest? Lee Legay was fine, she was still on the right track in the early stages of the story, meeting her was fate, and Adele had only changed her ending, it wasn't a major deviation. But who was this big sister? Adele felt both depressed and angry after learning the truth. As the saying went, impulse is the devil, but sometimes, cowardly people needed a burst of impulse to give them courage. Since it was a witch, it meant that the other party was at least a person, not a ghost. Adele had been hearing a whooshing sound behind her, as if something was floating and following her. This was the main reason why she didn't dare to look back. She mistakenly thought that she had encountered a supernatural event. If it were a robber, she wouldn't be so afraid. Thinking of this, Adele finally let out a sigh of relief. Then she mustered her courage, puffed out her cheeks, and wanted to express her anger and dissatisfaction, to take the initiative. Perhaps it was because of Lee Legay that she had too good an impression of witches, to the point where she didn't even consider that this action might anger the other party. In the face of a huge power gap, it was better to stay humble. But if the power difference was too great, no matter what you did, in the other party's eyes, you would probably look cute. That was the most despairing thing. The angel did indeed find Adele very cute, reminding her of the past, of the woman who caused the fall and destruction of Sodom. Adele had a very similar aura and characteristics. She slowly floated down behind Adele, just in time to meet Adele's gaze as she turned around. Their 4 eyes, countless eyes, met. Adele's face instantly turned pale. At the same time, she felt like she couldn't breathe, her breath caught in her throat. Then, her mouth opened, her eyelids rolled back, her body stiffened, and she fell straight back onto the green grass. She fainted from fright. Unable to get up again. Angel. It was the first time the angel felt her pride hurt. She didn't expect Adele to faint directly. Although she knew that her appearance might be a little scary to humans, angels, unlike demons, didn't need to use their beauty to deceive humans. Didn't need to, right? If it were a long, long time ago, she wouldn't have doubted it at all. But now, she felt that times had changed. Under the tranquil moonlight, the unconscious girl lay quietly on the soft bed. Suddenly, the girl's eyelashes trembled slightly. This movement caught the attention of the holy being in front of her. Her name was Angel, and her current appearance did indeed match the later human imagination of angels. Holy, beautiful, with snow-white wings, and most importantly, she had to be in human form. The angel thought that her original form was also holy and beautiful, with 6 wings spread wide, countless eyes full of intellectual beauty. When she gazed at the world, she could make people feel the deepest peace in their hearts. Humans, yes, cardiac arrest, world peace. So, just like the laws of commerce, generally speaking, a product had to have an appearance that satisfied the buyer to be sold. Angels weren't products, but they were guides created by the Lord. Then the target being guided had the right to decide her appearance. That's why the angel had transformed into her current form, a girl with white hair and blue eyes. White was the color of purity, blue was the color of the boundless sky. She silently watched Adele, who was slowly sitting up on the bed, supporting herself with her arms, rubbing her temples. The moment she opened her eyes, but before she was fully awake, the angel greeted her gently. "You're awake." The witchification was successful. Now, you are the witch who governs lust. In short, the lust witch. Adele looked dazed. For a moment, she couldn't fully comprehend what the angel meant. She just stared blankly at the white-haired, blue-eyed girl who suddenly appeared in front of her, her eyes empty and confused. For a fleeting moment, Adele thought it was first snow in her bed. But with a little discernment, she could easily tell the difference between the two. Firstly, first snow gave off a much younger and more lively vibe. Although catbirds had long lifespans, their personalities and bodies matured very slowly. It seemed that she had recently entered her adolescent stage. Then she just had to run into a little scumbag like Adele, and the result was being bullied and tricked into bringing Adele a lot of things from home. The reason for the quotation marks was because the actual situation wasn't that serious, and Adele wasn't that bad. First snow gave the staff to Adele on her own initiative because she thought it would make Adele happy, and it did. But as for the holy healing potion later, it was the only way Adele could think of to save Legay in that desperate situation. She had no power or influence, and it was difficult to obtain such a precious potion through other channels besides first snow. So rather than saying that Adele was taking advantage of the pure and innocent little first snow, it was more like she and first snow, who was in adolescence, were mutually attracted to each other. Back to the difference between first snow and the angel. Apart from her younger age and lively personality, first snow also had cute cat ears and a tail, and the wings on her back were low-key and luxurious light gold. Her eyes were like clear crystals, while the angel gave off a sense of calmness. Her young and delicate face held an aura of tranquility and a steady character. In Adele's words, it was a bit like an ancient monster possessing the body of a young girl. Her eyes were also far from clear and innocent, as if reflecting the entire blue, pure, and empty sky. And as her gaze moved downwards, what Adele saw was the girl's alluring body, making her throat feel dry. At this moment, the angel thought to herself. As expected of the lust witch, even in this situation, she's still. The angel was right about this. Adele was extraordinary. In such a shocking and terrifying situation, the first thing she noticed was the angel's figure. And her first emotion wasn't fear, but lust. But she had her reasons. Everyone appreciated beauty. It was only after this appreciation subsided that the fear of the unknown in front of her instantly took over her heart, making Adele's heart race. But they were still staring at each other. An awkward silence spread. Until Adele broke the silence, asking in a trembling voice. Shouldn't I scream, to show you some respect? The angel had seen all kinds of people and things in this world, but this was the first time she had met someone as speechless as Adele. She didn't shake her head or nod, just continued to look at Adele quietly. But from her emotionless eyes, Adele seemed to see a hint of speechlessness. No need, and you don't have to be afraid of me, we are both creations of the Lord. The angel's voice had a strange ethereal quality, as if it came from within Adele's heart. Lord, who is that? And, did you save me? From that monster. What do you mean when you said I'd become a witch? Fear often stemmed from the unknown, but if the unknown was beautiful and alluring, the so-called fear would be greatly reduced. The angel's beauty largely dispelled Adele's fear. Finally, Adele mustered the courage to ask her questions. The angel couldn't answer Adele's first question, but she was willing to provide necessary communication for the next two. The angel's ethereal voice rang out again. That wasn't a monster, it was an angel, my original form. The angel originally wanted to show Adele her true form again, but she thought about it and decided it wouldn't be good to scare Adele again. So she continued with a complicated mood. As for you, you're the one I've chosen to walk with me, to spread the Lord's glory and radiance. You're called a witch. The light in Adele's pupils flickered slightly, showing her shock and surprise at the truth. She was a little scared at first, especially when the girl in front of her said that she was that six-winged monster. But then she felt that the girl in front of her wasn't someone she couldn't communicate with, on the contrary, it seemed like she was trying to communicate with her. This reduced Adele's fear significantly. Are you, an angel? She asked. Don't I look like one? You do now, but before. Adele made a complicated expression. The angel instantly felt like she had been stabbed in the heart. She didn't actually have many emotions, she mostly just mechanically carried out the Lord's tasks. So there was a saying that angels were actually the earliest artificial intelligence. But now, being with Adele, the angel felt her emotional factors soaring, and not in a good way. Well, it doesn't matter. Adele wanted to say that it didn't matter whether the girl in front of her was an angel or something else, she was more concerned about what the angel said about turning her into a witch. You said you turned me into a witch, and the witch of lust, can I take it as a joke? The angel's expression remained unchanged, clearly giving her answer to Adele's attempt to escape reality. Adele was speechless. After a while, she accepted this reality at a speed much faster than ordinary people. The angel gave Adele an approving look. But she didn't know that the reason Adele calmed down was that she was starting to accept this slightly messed-up plot. Adele even began to suspect that this was the so-called will of the world often mentioned in transmigration novels, where, in order to keep the main plot from deviating, if the protagonist did something to change the original course of events, another person or event would appear to bring the protagonist back to the original storyline. In Adele's case, it was because she saved Lila Gay that she deviated from the original storyline of becoming the successor of the Vengeance Witch. At this time, fate intervened, making the angel appear, witchifying her, and putting her back on the original track. But Adele was just suspicious, she wasn't sure. After all, if this was really the case, she couldn't accept this feeling of being someone else's puppet. All her efforts seemed to be just for the arrival of that unchangeable ending. If that was the case, Adele might as well just give up and let the world do whatever it wanted, she would run away to the countryside with Celeste and become farmers. She couldn't accept an ending that wasn't created by her own hands, an ending that wasn't better. The surprising determination that vaguely appeared in Adele's eyes made the angel's eyes flash with surprise. The angel didn't understand what Adele was thinking. But the girl with such a look in her eyes once again proved that she hadn't misjudged Adele. Her determination for lust was touching. Adele? Why did it become her determination for lust? She was clearly fighting for a better tomorrow. She was basically a guardian of the future. But actually, this better future did include Adele and the people she liked being together. To say that it was for lust it seemed to make sense too. After accepting the reality of becoming a witch, Adele began her soul-searching questions to the angel in front of her. Why am I the witch of lust? There must be a problem, there must be. Can't you see the dissatisfaction and anger towards overtime work in my eyes? Working overtime until 10 o'clock at night, isn't that enough for me to become a witch of wrath? According to the main storyline, she should inherit Lila Gay's will and become the vengeance witch. But the reality was that she was turned into the lust witch by this damn angel. Adele widened her beautiful pink eyes, even the angel couldn't help but be attracted by her beauty. The natural seductive ability of the lust witch was beginning to show. But she was an angel after all, how could she be bewitched by her own guide? So she just replied calmly. Compared to anger, I see more laziness in your eyes. To be honest, during the time you were asleep, I struggled more than once between giving you the origin quality of sloth or the origin quality of lust. In the end, it's clear that your body is more suitable for lust. No way. Adele refuted, her face flushed. She couldn't help but clench her legs together, her hands resting on the blanket, looking flustered. Then, she pouted and murmured softly. I don't feel any changes in my body. Becoming a witch doesn't feel like what I imagined. Also, you only told me that you're an angel, but I still don't know anything about your origins or your name. And aren't angels generally considered the opposite of witches in human perception? What's the relationship between the Lord you keep mentioning and the church? If angels represent human virtue, then witches represent human sin. You, an angel representing virtue, actually turned me into the embodiment of sin. I have reason to believe that you're actually a liar, you're not a true white angel, but a fallen angel, and the Lord you believe in is actually Satan, right? Adele was very good at questioning and arguing, and she could often leave people speechless. On the other hand, it was also because the angel in front of her seemed harmless that she dared to push her luck. Otherwise, if anyone showed a little bit of toughness or unfriendliness, Adele would definitely be the first to shut up. After quietly listening to Adele's questions, the angel finally started to answer slowly. Her delicate and flawless face remained expressionless, always indifferent and holy, her wings gently flapping with her even breaths. She should have more wings, more eyes, but for the sake of Adele's mental health, she didn't show them. My name has changed many times throughout the ages. For the Lord, I have no name, I am just one of his most loyal servants. But for humans, as my image in their hearts changes, my name also changes accordingly. Recently, I've been called Seraph, you can consider it my name. My Lord truly exists, he is the undeniable creator of this world. Author. Adele suddenly blurted out this word, making the angel tilt her head in confusion. But she didn't pay much attention to it and continued. Angels don't represent virtue, and witches don't represent sin. The human churches are full of hypocritical believers, and the Lord they worship comes from their own imaginations. They don't really care about the Lord or the so-called God. They are more concerned with satisfying their need for a harmless idol. Faith is just a means for them to profit. Wow, you understand so much. Adele blinked and exclaimed. This scene of listening to an angel talk about the hypocrisy of the church was simply absurd. But at the same time, it was very realistic. Perhaps reality was inherently magical. I've witnessed the era when humans created indulgences, and I spread a purification in that era. The purification, she mentioned, was said lightly. But Adele could smell the endless blood and gunpowder behind it. Adele didn't dare to say anything more, her instinct for self-preservation made her shrink her neck. As for the fallen angel you mentioned, she's my sister, she does exist, and she betrayed the Lord. When Seraph said this, she rarely showed a hint of killing intent, so cold that even the surrounding air seemed to freeze. Adele was the first to feel this, her teeth chattering. I will find her, and I will kill her. Reason told Adele that it was best not to get involved in other people's family affairs. Although she wasn't sure if this could be considered a family affair, it sounded like angels were tools created by that Lord to achieve a grand purpose. As for what that purpose was, Adele didn't care. She only knew that the angel had bestowed upon her the power of a witch. Then this power belonged to her. No one could take it away. But she didn't need to think of the angel as being so stingy. Seraph certainly wouldn't take her power away. But the angel gave her this power for a reason. She believed that Adele was the right candidate, and the angel needed her to do something for her Lord, someday in the future. Every power came with a price, didn't it? Adele was still young then, and didn't know that all the gifts fate gave had a price tag attached to them. Slowly withdrawing her killing intent, the angel Seraph looked at Adele again. "What's your name, Lust Witch?" "Please, don't call me that title so seriously." Adele was so embarrassed that her toes were about to curl into a 4-bedroom apartment. And the angel was really the serious type. That made it even more embarrassing. "My name is Adele, I'm a half-vampire, half-human." Adele smiled bitterly. She actually wanted to call herself human, but then she remembered that the student council wouldn't accept her. She also wanted to call herself a vampire, but the memories were telling her that only a very small number of vampires didn't discriminate against her. So, in the end, even Adele didn't know her own identity. Becoming a witch who was labeled as crazy seemed to be more suitable for her. Seraph's eyes narrowed, as if she saw a lot from Adele's bitter smile. "Okay, Adele." She called her by her name. "Let me teach you the first lesson of being a witch. Teach you how to get close to your origin quality." Adele immediately sat up straight when she heard this. Her desire for power was always written all over her face. At the same time, the girl thought to herself, this angel finally did something useful after all that rambling. But Adele didn't seem to realize that the angel wasn't a talkative person. It was purely because her guided one had too many questions that the angel Seraph had to put aside the important matters first and answer Adele's questions. "I'm ready. Seraph, what should I do?" Seraph opened her arms expressionlessly, revealing her pure and perfect body under the cold moonlight. "What you should do is follow your desires. That is the source of a witch's power. Recognize it, release it, and practice it." Seraph paused, looking at Adele, who was blushing because of her action of revealing her body. "Come on, use this body I've created. Unleash your desires. Unleash your lust." Adele admitted that she was almost mesmerized by Seraph in front of her. Especially after she said those shocking words and struck a seductive pose. But even so, Adele still wanted to say. What did "unleash your lust" even mean? Don't treat her like a fool whose mind is full of dirty thoughts. Although Adele was still staring intently at Seraph's beautiful, self-created body, her rebuttal didn't seem very convincing. If she had to use one word to describe Seraph at this moment, it would be doll. Or to use a more familiar object, figure. A life-size figure, a life-size doll. And that was indeed the definition Seraph gave to this body of hers. An idol to satisfy Adele's desires. Don't be afraid, Adele. Seraph's emotionless voice rang out again, devoid of any emotional color, but her gentle tone made her approachable. Follow your desires, don't hold back. We are exiles of the spirit, free and unrestrained in this world. Perhaps her words were more than just comfort and encouragement. Adele felt a slight daze in her mind after hearing them. She couldn't help but want to follow Seraph's lead. Or maybe it wasn't Seraph's charm, but her own. It was her passive ability as a lust witch, pursuing lust, unable to resist temptation. Yes, the legendary passive skill. The lust witch could tempt others, and at the same time, she was also easily tempted by others. It was a double-edged sword. In a daze, Adele had already arrived in front of Seraph. It was worth mentioning their current posture. Seraph, the angel with snow-white wings and silver hair, was waiting gracefully in a girl-like sitting posture, her arms outstretched, as if to welcome Adele's embrace. And Adele was on her knees on the bed, crawling towards Seraph, their eyes meeting. The girl's waist formed a beautiful and alluring curve, but it wasn't aggressive. Unlike Celeste or Hermione, who were like the top predators of the feline world, leopards or lionesses. Adele was more like a cute kitten, like First Snow, a cute and harmless kitten. And on Seraph's indifferent and expressionless face, her submissive demeanor made people feel even more aroused. It was like someone whispering in your heart, she's not resisting, her eyes are full of you, what are you still holding back for? Adele's pupils trembled slightly, dazedly. Her thoughts also became hazy. Yes, she didn't understand what she was holding back for either. And Seraph's seductive whisper came. Is this your first time? Seraph leaned closer to Adele, her lips almost touching her ear, asking. No. Adele's voice was barely audible, her face flushed with a strange crimson. Inside her warm mouth, her fangs slowly extended. Even as a lustful vampire and a lust witch, she could actually endure to this extent, instead of directly tearing and crushing Seraph. Even Seraph couldn't help but admire her. Although the girl was still weak at this moment, with such a mentality, when she wielded the power of lust, she would definitely shake the entire world. And Seraph seemed to have figured out why Adele was still holding back her impulses and not acting on them. The crux of the matter was precisely that this wasn't Adele's first time doing this kind of thing. On the surface, she was a promiscuous girl, but deep down in her heart, she was conservative and pure. She even wanted to stay chaste for the girls she liked. It sounded a bit twisted and unbelievable. Adele was a little green tea who flirted with everyone. But deep down in her heart, she actually belonged to the conservative camp. Perhaps for some people, the definition of pure love should be redefined. Liking one person could be pure love, and liking many people and being faithful to them could also be pure love. She didn't look like it, but Adele, you're actually a pure love warrior. Seraph slowly withdrew her gaze. Whether it is or not. Adele, don't think about unnecessary things. Just treat me as an object, a doll, and do whatever you want. Because I was created for you, a vessel to contain all of you. Vessel. Yes, as long as you treat her as an object, you wouldn't feel any guilt, Adele. Seraph narrowed her eyes, her seductive gaze falling on the girl's face. At the same time, she slowly took Adele's delicate little hand and placed it on her beautifully shaped breasts. Adele couldn't help but squeeze them, making Seraph let out a soft mm. Adele, receiving a response, stared at the angel in front of her, as if she had discovered a new toy. Clearly, she had already tasted the sweetness. Seraph was looking at Adele with that kind of gaze. Adele, I am a creation born for you, a doll for you to play with. Just like that day in the ancient ruins, when the awakened Seraph saw the corpses all over the ground, and Lila Gay, who had transformed into a witch. Even though Lila Gay wasn't the one she had chosen, like Adele, Lila Gay had undergone witchification because she was influenced by extreme emotions and broke through her mental limitations. At that time, Seraph also created a beautiful body for Lila Gay, and then, Lila Gay pierced her heart with a sword. From that moment on, the vengeance witch was born. Although they weren't from the same origin, the more witches there were in the world, the better. One day, the Lord would descend. That's why Seraph was willing to be killed by Lila Gay, to respond to her core of vengeance. Just like at this moment, she was willing to offer herself to Adele to solidify her core of lust. Relax, continue. Seraph's soft whispers were encouraging. Tonight will be a beautiful night. This is a sweet dream. The angel's blood was actually cold. The feeling of it pouring down her throat was like she could never get enough. Adele pounced on Seraph, who didn't resist at all, just submitted. Her legs spread, kneeling on either side of Seraph's body, her slender waist bending, her lower abdomen pressed against Seraph's. The girl's eyes were filled with scarlet, her teeth not gentle, more like an animal's bite, sinking deeply into Seraph's snow-white neck. At this moment, Adele no longer saw Seraph as a girl, or an angel. Adele didn't even see her as a living being. She was just a readily available blood bag, a convenient object. The witch's traits, the vampire's nature, and Seraph's unrestrained seduction created the current Adele, who had forgotten how to think, acting purely on instinct. Like a beast man hunting girls indiscriminately in the spring when everything was in bloom. To devour, to quench her thirst for blood, and to ravage. Smack. The girl's hand slapped Seraph's buttocks hard, the plump flesh trembling, making a crisp sound. It was also Seraph's first time doing this kind of thing, she didn't expect to feel pain. But after gasping, she still obeyed Adele's wishes and changed her position. It could only be said that beasts had their own ways. It was she who made Adele go crazy, to stimulate her traits. It was all her fault. Seraph, as an angel and a guide, didn't shirk her responsibility. The night deepened, and at some point, a fluorescent pink light emanated from Adele's body, like magic, but different. She straddled Seraph's waist, becoming her master. And the angel, using her remaining rationality, spread her huge wings, completely enveloping Adele and herself. The wings were like a natural cocoon, protecting Adele, who was about to undergo a transformation. Seraph probably didn't expect that Adele's power would be so strong. To the point where it even affected her, a high-ranking angel, making her want to immerse herself in this sweet dream. Inside the cocoon formed by her wings, Adele was undergoing an astonishing transformation. She let out a beast-like roar, her fangs continuing to grow, breaking through the limitations of her Sequence 5 status. They became as long and sharp as Hermione's, even Dorothy's, sinking deeply into Seraph's pale blood vessels. This created vessel was suffering almost irreversible damage. But a smile appeared on Seraph's lips. She gently stroked Adele's slightly trembling, slender back, covered in a fine layer of sweat. Expressing with her actions that she could still continue. As if sensing this, Adele's actions became even more unrestrained. Pink magic power spread throughout the cocoon, no longer satisfied with just transforming Adele's body. It even started to rewrite Seraph's will, making her roll her eyes up and stick out her pink tongue. With Seraph's millennia of experience, she had seen everything, but she had never seen this. But if this was Adele's desire, then so be it. Seraph, the pure and fiery angel, began to show the expression Adele desired on her usually cold and frosty face. Peace sign, sticking out her tongue, peace sign. Adele's attack speed instantly doubled. Finally, the continuous accumulation of quantitative changes caused a qualitative leap within Adele's body. From the girl's arched, pink-tinged back, like a sprout growing branches, a pair of soft, pink membranous wings sprouted from her shoulder blades. But rather than an angel, they looked more like a demon's. Instead of pure white feathers, there were sharp claws like crystal gems at the tips of the fragile wings. And in addition to the wings, a thin and long tail also emerged from Adele's tailbone, illusory like flames, with a small, delicate pink heart at the tip. Adele's transformation was complete. The air was filled with a charming fragrance, sweet and intoxicating. Ha, ha. After all this, Adele couldn't help but pant, looking weak and exhausted. She collapsed on Seraph, as if she had no more strength. At this moment, she didn't seem to realize the changes in her body, her mind still hazy. But then Seraph looked at the transformed Adele with satisfaction, slowly retracting her wings, and tried to get up from the bed, holding Adele in her arms. They were both covered in sweat, fragrant and alluring. Adele, with her eyes closed, looked gentle and beautiful. It was hard to believe that the person who had just treated her so roughly was this pure and harmless girl. Bath. Adele probably didn't even know whose arms she was in, and she had also temporarily forgotten everything that had just happened. She just felt very tired and uncomfortable with her sticky body, so she subconsciously acted spoiled towards the woman holding her. As if everyone would fall for her act. Okay, I'll take you to take a bath. And it really worked. Spoiled women had good lives, this saying was indeed true. The angel Seraph considered herself an emotionless being, but for the first time in her existence, she wanted to pamper someone, to treat her well. What a strange emotion, also born from the sea of spirits, worthy of being a future research target. She thought so as she carried the drowsy Adele downstairs. In the bathroom, the angel holding Adele tried to use the human shower. The moment the hot water sprayed out, she couldn't help but marvel at the ingenuity of modern human creations. Hot, hot. But she seemed to have forgotten that Adele's delicate body couldn't handle the hot water immediately. Or maybe it wasn't that she couldn't, but that she didn't want to. Adele was always afraid of pain, even though her body had undergone a witch's transformation and theoretically had a qualitative enhancement, making her completely capable of withstanding even boiling hot water. But being able to withstand it didn't mean she had to endure it like a masochist. After realizing this, Seraph felt a bit speechless. She had actually chosen a very delicate girl. Sometimes she was so weak that it made Seraph's teeth itch, but most of the time, she was so soft and endearing. It was the first time the angel Seraph had dealt with such a girl. Although she had unique qualifications, she didn't seem to have a clear goal or ideal like other witches, she was more like a drifter. To use a term that Seraph wasn't familiar with yet, it was lying flat. Adele's life as a transmigrator often embodied these two words. Lying flat when she had a wife to pamper her, persistently freeloading. Intermittently ambitious when she didn't have a wife to pamper her. After adjusting the shower temperature, the angel Seraph began to wash the girl's, and her own, body. Adele whimpered in her arms, her closed eyes devoid of any aggression. But this extreme contrast made Seraph recall everything she had just experienced. Seraph probably never imagined that her first time would be so rough. But to say that she was angry, Seraph didn't have that emotion. Even if Adele played with her whole body until it was broken and completely ruined, she wouldn't be angry. Because it was exactly as Seraph had said to Adele at the beginning. This body with white hair and blue eyes was just an object created for Adele's transformation. As long as Adele's transformation was complete, this body would have fulfilled its mission. But if Adele liked it, she would keep this appearance forever. With the rinsing of the water, the marks on the angel Seraph's body, left by Adele's nails, teeth, and kneading, gradually healed and disappeared. Her body once again became as white as new. And Adele's sweat was washed away, along with some other things. At this time, Seraph started to gently caress the membranous wings spread out on the girl's back. The gradient pink wings were very soft, attached to the girl's skin, unable to fully spread and fly yet. Even the claws at the tips of the wings were soft, incredibly cute. Adele seemed to sense something, she frowned and let out a dissatisfied The angel Seraph stopped playing with her fingers. It seems, what a pity. No one knew the meaning of her murmur. She wouldn't tell anyone either. The stories of the mythical era should be buried in the mythical era. But she didn't think her awakening was a mistake. And she would never doubt that the Lord would descend upon this world again. Seraph wouldn't force Adele to accept her faith like the fanatics in the church. But she firmly believed that one day, Adele would bathe in the Lord's radiance. Understand everything, and become a devout believer of the Lord. Adele was restless while taking a bath, but after washing and drying herself, she was once again a fragrant and soft, cute baby. Seraph, with her long silver hair loose, carried Adele back to the bedroom. Perhaps because the transformation had consumed too much energy, Adele had been in a low-intelligence state since the bath, unable to think but still able to perceive the outside world. Her dazed and submissive appearance was really cute. If it were anyone else taking care of Adele at this moment, even the most loyal Celeste might not be able to resist her master's charm and overstep her bounds. Adele would definitely be devoured in every sense of the word. But obviously, the angel Seraph didn't have such worldly desires. Rather, she could accept Adele having worldly desires for her. But she herself didn't care. The angel Seraph gently placed Adele on her soft bed. Then she tried to dress Adele, but failed. It seemed that Adele didn't like wearing clothes. The girl's curled-up body was delicate and beautiful, displayed on the messy, unmade bed sheets. Completely uncovered, pure and innocent. And before Seraph could react, Adele had already fallen asleep, her nose twitching with each breath, her breathing even and slow. Seraph looked at the girl quietly. After a long while, she covered Adele with a thin blanket, covering her delicate body and special features. Not all witches had unusual physical features, such as membranous wings and a tail. For example, Leela Gay didn't have any such features. She looked the same before and after her witchification. But Adele was special. Except for the lack of demon horns on her head, her wings and tail were very reminiscent of the succubus type among demons. But just based on appearance, what succubus could be as pure and innocent, as delicate and charming as Adele? Even the angel Seraph couldn't deny that she was also captivated by Adele's charm. Would she become the best witch? Like that person? Slowly closing her eyes, Seraph abandoned her memories. When she opened her eyes again, Seraph's gaze was cold and calm, as cold as the early moon. There was a saying that was right, angels were like machines. They could control their thoughts and emotions almost cruelly. They could erase them whenever necessary. For their Lord. They were the most loyal believers. But they didn't seem to be machines either. There were always a few moments when they would recall the distant past, or indulge in the present. Late into the night, Seraph didn't seem to need rest or sleep. The angel opened her blue eyes, which looked serene in the darkness, and watched Adele sleep. Until dawn, when the girl's alarm clock rang as scheduled. Adele let out a sleepy sigh and gradually woke up. The angel Seraph had actually watched over her all night. "You're awake." Seraph greeted her calmly. But unexpectedly, Adele, who was still drowsy, suddenly jolted awake when she heard these words. She was scared. Every time she heard "you're awake" beside her ear, Adele knew it wasn't a good thing. She hurriedly opened her eyes, which were slightly red, and started to feel her body with both hands. At the same time, she was dumbfounded. Am I okay? Did you do anything to me?" Seraph didn't know how to answer this question. If she said she didn't do anything, it would be the truth. But Adele had already noticed the membranous wings on her back and the slender pink tail behind her butt, with a little pink heart at the tip. At this time, Adele's eyes were red. No matter what Seraph said, Adele would probably think it was an excuse. As expected, Adele clenched her little pink fists, her whole body trembling with anger. "Seraph! You're crazy. Not only did you turn me into a witch, you even turned me into a succubus. I'll never forgive you. I'll bite you to death." Adele, who lacked fighting ability, the only weapon she could use at this moment was her cute little canines. This only made her look even more pitiful. Weak, helpless, and lewd. That was Adele. Angels must have excellent personalities. Or maybe it depends on the person. At least Seraph, after patiently enduring Adele's bombardment, and waiting for her to finish venting her anger with red eyes, the white-haired, blue-eyed girl finally explained slowly. "I didn't do anything to your body. That was your own transformation and evolution. You are the best witch, those lowly creatures like succubi are not worthy of being compared to you." The light in Adele's pupils flickered. Mainly because venting her anger at the angel had relieved a lot of her frustration. Plus, Seraph was still able to explain calmly, and even praised her in return. This made Adele feel a little embarrassed. But she still had to maintain a facade of restraint and dissatisfaction. "Two don't care. You turned me into this. How am I supposed to go to school, how am I supposed to work? You have to take responsibility, Seraph. Take responsibility for me." If anyone else heard the girl's accusations, they would definitely misunderstand something. Fortunately, at this moment, only Adele and the angel Seraph, whose race was unknown, were present in Adele's dorm room. Perhaps she could be classified as angel race, because she wasn't a creature transformed into an angel, but a being created by the so-called Lord. Speaking of this unknown Lord, even though Adele had read the original novel, she didn't really understand or know much about his existence. She could only sense from Seraph's attitude towards him that he was definitely an extraordinary being, perhaps even a world-class boss. After all, the original novel only focused on the love-hate relationships of the half-vampire Adele. This meant that in the original novel, readers could only see a partial view of the protagonist, Adele's growth and the characters and stories she encountered. The larger world, those magnificent histories and myths, weren't the focus of the original novel. Or rather, if a novel was false advertising, claiming to be a story about girls' relationships but turning into a mythical story about battles between gods and dragons, constantly switching perspectives from the protagonist to write about a supporting character for a dozen chapters. The author of such a novel should apologize to the readers. But it was precisely because of the original author's correct focus that Adele was destined to not know everything about this mysterious world, and she couldn't understand the past and future of those who weren't important characters. For example, Seraph was clearly not understood by Adele. Otherwise, Adele wouldn't have fainted from seeing Seraph's true form. Hearing Adele's words of taking responsibility, Seraph couldn't help but tilt her head. Her expressionless face and confused look had a unique charm, attracting Adele's gaze and making her heart skip a beat. But Adele, you can actually retract them yourself. You can still live a normal life as usual. Adele's ears instantly perked up. Really? Of course, why don't you try it yourself? Seraph was worried about Adele's initiative. This cute girl's biggest problem was probably that as long as someone could help her, she would definitely be lazy and take shortcuts, waiting for others to do it for her. Even though she could do most things herself with a little effort. But because of Adele's laziness and timidity, the situation often escalated to a point where even she couldn't control or stop it. And to help this Adele grow up gradually and learn to take on more responsibilities was the angel Seraph's duty. So, if nothing unexpected happened, she would continue to silently accompany Adele for a while, until something came up that she had to deal with. While Seraph was silently thinking about her educational approach for the girl, Adele had already started trying to retract her cute little pink wings and tail. Otherwise, walking around in this form, exuding alluring magic power, would be like saying to the passers-by, "I'm hot. Come and beat me." That kind of thing, no way. Adele thought that she wasn't that lewd. She would only be lewd with certain people, occasionally. At first, Adele couldn't figure out how to do it. Although she could control the swaying of her tail, she clearly couldn't retract it freely yet. As for the small wings, they were more like decorations, flapping gently. She couldn't imagine herself actually flying with them one day. The girl instinctively looked at Seraph with a pitiful and pleading gaze, seeking help. Unfortunately, this didn't move the indifferent angel's heart. Helplessly, Adele could only keep trying, taking deep breaths to calm her heart. Finally, after about 5 minutes, she succeeded. The pair of pink membranous wings and the slender tail were successfully retracted into Adele's body. "I did it." The girl was overjoyed. Adele finally experienced the feeling of accomplishing something through her own efforts. It was unexpectedly good. Now try summoning them. It's easier for you to use your witch powers in that state. Seraph reminded her. Adele nodded, seemingly understanding. With the experience from the first time, this time Adele quickly summoned her wings and tail. It felt like she had a fifth limb in addition to her 4 limbs. After getting used to it, she found it surprisingly easy to control, just like waving her arms or taking a step. The pitiful membranous wings were still limp, even the claws, which should be the hardest part, were soft, like some kind of candy shaped like claws. She could flap them lightly, but to think that they could carry Adele's light body, which wasn't heavy at all, into the sky was undoubtedly a pipe dream. The tail was easier to control. It extended from her tailbone, about 1 meter long, gradually becoming thinner as it grew longer, until it was almost just a line connecting the tip, forming a slightly darker pink heart at the end. Seeing this pink heart made Adele's head hurt. It was also the reason why she questioned Seraph, asking if she had been turned into a succubus. Succubi did have such tails and wings, but they also had horns unique to demons. Adele didn't have any. But if she were to encounter other foreign races in the future, maybe she could perfectly disguise herself as a succubus by covering her head with a hat and only showing her wings and tail. However, if that really happened, the problem she would need to worry about wouldn't be being recognized, but being drained dry. They don't seem to have any special use. Adele muttered as she wrapped her slender tail around the base of her thigh, the heart-shaped tip intentionally or unintentionally brushing against, making her let out a soft moan. Was the lust witch's instinct even targeting herself? Yes, they do. You've become even more alluring. Seraph rarely complimented others, but Adele only gave her a speechless look and twitched the corners of her lips. Seraph. Please be serious. The angel Seraph never thought that she would hear such words from Adele. The least serious person was asking her to be serious. But Seraph didn't argue, she just nodded silently. Being an angel was also quite frustrating. If Adele were an angel, with that level of power, she would definitely do whatever she wanted. But Adele didn't seem to think about it. Perhaps the angel Seraph wasn't always so restrained. Perhaps, she was only willing to indulge Adele. After a moment of silence, Seraph spoke again. Then I'll get straight to the point, Adele. Does the magic world still adhere to the 13-tier system? Yes, it's the magic refinement level, equivalent to the strength of a person's magic power. Adele was currently at level 0.5, Celeste was at level 7, and Hermione was at level 8. This method could clearly show the difference in strength between them. However, it wasn't that a higher level would definitely win against a lower level, the strength also depended on the individual's aptitude. And those with both high aptitude and high level, like Hermione, were somewhat despairing. Especially for Celeste, who was also an elemental vampire. But no matter how despairing it was, thinking of her master's expectations, Celeste would grit her teeth and keep fighting. One day, she hoped to surpass Hermione, for her master, and for herself. It's still the same. Seraph nodded. Then, Adele, can you sense what level you are at now? Why are you asking this suddenly? How would I know? But maybe, as you said, I've become a little stronger. Adele tried to mobilize the little bit of magic power left in her body, but nothing happened except that it felt smoother than before. But it wasn't a matter of aptitude, but a matter of skill. With Adele's skill level, she could only use her magic power to the lowest extent. As a freshman who had just entered Cromwell Academy for a few months, she was still studying in the Sequence 5 class. The teachers had given up on them, just teaching them basic knowledge and magic control skills as if they were just going through the motions. And Adele didn't have the family background and upbringing that other vampires were proud of. So the reason she became such a weak, helpless, and lewd vampire girl was largely due to environmental factors. But there was also a small part of it that was because of Adele herself, this couldn't be denied. It's not just a little, when you become a witch, your power is far beyond what you were before. Normally, Adele, your magic level might be at 1. Hearing this, Adele muttered in her heart, overestimated. But when you fully embrace the other side of the witch, when you spread your wings and tail, your magic level reaches 7. Magic level 7. Adele exclaimed in disbelief. Didn't that mean that she had become as strong as Celeste? No, she should be slightly weaker than Celeste, after all, Celeste had a good grasp of her elemental magic. And Adele had just started learning the basics of using magic, she hadn't even been to the magic training ground a few times. She didn't have a good teacher, a serious mage to give her guidance. Were the teaching resources for Sequence 5s really that bad? Yes, level 7, a neither high nor low, very awkward position. Adele thought to herself, at least let her be happy for a while before pouring cold water on her. She had gone from 0.5 to 7 all of a sudden. Angels really couldn't empathize with others at all. But her starting point was too high. So far, Adele didn't know how strong the angel's full power was. And she was smart enough not to ask. Being ignorant and innocent was endearing, knowing and thinking too much would make people wary. Who said Adele was indifferent to other things because she was lazy and liked to slack off? This was called the wisdom of survival. Your control over magic is too weak, you haven't learned any complex methods, you don't know any spells, and you can't brew potions, engrave magic circles. Stop scolding me, sob. But it doesn't matter, you can learn these things slowly, I'll teach you, after all, I have plenty of time after being awakened early. Actually, I'm also troubled, I don't know what to do these days. Until I found you, a beautiful and flawless piece of jade. You're making me blush. Adele's blushing face was easy to understand. She was clearly saying, praise me more. Seraph shook her head slightly and walked gracefully in front of her. This made Adele's throat feel dry. Because she was staring at Seraph's slender, white legs under her white skirt, and a memory of last night's passion flashed through her mind. It was her who was in the dominant position, on top of the pure and beautiful angel. To profane, to defile. Adele felt her wings and tail burning hot, and they seemed to be standing up with strength. It was worth mentioning that a succubus's tail actually had its unique use. Although Adele wasn't a succubus, perhaps she could also. Can you stop thinking about those messy things? I'm still thinking about how to teach you. Seraph's helpless voice came. How many times had Adele disrupted the angel's thoughts and stirred her emotions? Seraph didn't know herself. But she felt that it was probably more than the past few centuries combined. The benevolent and powerful Lord made her meet Adele, was it to temper her will? Adele wagged her tail shamefully and lowered her head. Ugh, yes. Although Adele was willful, she knew what was important. She would be obedient at crucial times. But usually, she still hoped that others would indulge her a little. But please be quick, I still have to go to work today. I specially set my alarm clock 2 hours earlier, I have to report to the Archives Management Bureau at 8:30. As for now, time had already ticked by to 7 o'clock. Adele thought to herself, it wouldn't be too much to spend 20 minutes washing up and eating, and then another 20 minutes to get there by taxi. So she only had 50 minutes left. It sounded like plenty of time, but if Seraph started her teaching, considering Adele's comprehension and learning abilities, it was obviously not a good time. Seraph seemed to have thought of this too, she nodded slightly. Okay, now is not the best time for teaching, let's put those things aside for now. But I have to teach you the most important ability of a witch, and you must learn it. Is it, the domain? Adele's heart skipped a beat, and she asked with a hint of excitement. The angel Seraph gave her an extra glance. Yes, it seems you've already experienced it. Is it related to that woman? What do you mean, that woman? Her name is Lee Legay, she's my senior. Adele was always protective of those close to her. She was the type who would stand by her friends and loved ones, no matter what. I don't care about her identity, I just want to ask you, after entering her domain, what did you feel? Feel? Adele thought carefully. It felt like being completely separated from reality and entering another space. Oh right, there was a translucent black sphere in her domain. Hearing this, the angel Seraph opened her lips slightly and exclaimed. It seems that her talent is indeed very high. To think of using her domain to lock her witch's origin quality, that's probably why she can appear no different from ordinary people in reality. Otherwise, ordinary witches are easily recognizable. Is that so? Adele hadn't thought that the translucent sphere had such a function. This explained why Lee Legay could endure until she reached the prison before unleashing her full witch power. Then what about me? Will people be able to tell that I'm a witch? Adele asked nervously, her slender tail swaying back and forth like a cat's when she was feeling anxious. No, you're special. As long as you refrain from releasing your wings and tail, no one will be able to tell that you're a witch. Bingo! Adele cheered happily. That's why she was the protagonist, she didn't expect to have such a special ability. Perhaps it was related to the fact that she was a witch born with the help of an angel. But your wings and tail will unconsciously unfold when you feel lust or are tempted. Seraph added. And so, Adele, who was cheering just a second ago, instantly turned pale and stiff. Question mark. Seraph tilted her head in confusion. But I just can't control my lust. Adele covered her face in shame. Can't I just restrain myself a little? It's very difficult. They're all too tempting, including you, Seraph. Why are you so brazenly exposing your bare feet to attract me? The curves of your white legs are so beautiful, the swaying of your skirt just makes me want to lift it up and admire the scenery underneath. Even your breasts are moving with your breath, all of this, it's too lewd. It's not just me, you guys should pay attention too. Adele's tail stood up straight. The angel Seraph was dumbfounded. After a while, she crossed her arms, looking down at Adele with a complicated expression, as if she was looking at lewd garbage. Although this body did belong to Adele, and Seraph wouldn't refuse no matter what Adele wanted to do to her, in the current situation, if Adele continued to unleash her desires so unrestrainedly, her future and prospects were worrying. What if one day, the Lord descended upon this world? When Adele looked up and saw the holy and beautiful Lord, would she also have blasphemous thoughts? Would she want to surpass the Lord? If that day really came, it would be terrifying. Seraph didn't even dare to imagine it. So she gritted her teeth, and a rare look of frustration appeared on her emotionless face. I understand, Adele, I will help you lock away your lewd thoughts, using Lee Legay's method. Only in this way, will you not be controlled by lust, become a source of chaos, or even completely fall. Seraph didn't want Adele to follow in the footsteps of that person from the mythical era. She destroyed the entire city of Sodom, a vast and magnificent city. Nearly 1 million people in the city perished in endless lust. It was a hell on earth, a real furnace. With Seraph's help, Adele entered her domain for the first time. Unlike Lelegay's domain, which was a cold and rational cube suspended in an illusory space, Adele's domain had a pink heart outline. It was a three-dimensional space shaped like a heart. At least the moment Adele entered it, she blushed with shame. She didn't know she was such a girly person. Seraph also entered the domain, without Adele's refusal or obstruction. She floated, spreading her huge wings, and then began to create the core of the domain. With that core, she could help Adele lock away her restless lewd thoughts. That way, she wouldn't lose control and reveal her witch form. She could also live and study normally like Lelegay used to, and of course, work, which Adele found painful. Then how do I use my witch powers? Adele asked her question. The angel Seraph was about to answer her. It's very simple, you just need to chant in your heart, Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth, as it is in heaven. That's not simple at all. Seraph frowned slightly. Focus, Adele, your biggest problem is being impetuous. Okay, focus, Seraph, I really can't memorize it, is there a simpler spell? Like. Adele's eyes darted around, as she stroked her chin in thought. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, she had an idea. I got it. Not lewd for a day, epilepsy attack. How about that? Any normal person would disagree, right? This kind of purely nonsensical response. Adele was the type who would act even if it meant death. And recently, she was enjoying teasing the indifferent and expressionless angel more and more. It felt like some kind of fun game. It was only at times like this that Adele would completely ignore the huge power gap between her and the angel. It made the angel Seraph want to ask, is she always this brave? However, just as she was waiting for Seraph to angrily refute her proposal, the angel pondered for a moment and then nodded. This sentence does fit your image, Adele. Okay, I agree. Now, it was Adele's turn to be dumbfounded. After a while, the girl's shocked voice echoed throughout the domain. Eh. And so, not lewd for a day, epilepsy attack, became Adele's incantation for revealing her witch form. What a mess. Adele's actions were like shooting herself in the foot. But Seraph was oblivious to this, still continuing her explanation. Domains have many uses, the most important being that it's your home ground. You will receive a certain enhancement. And theoretically, those whose strength doesn't exceed yours by too much, if they are pulled into your domain without any defenses, they must also abide by the rules of the domain to escape. Either you let them go out of kindness, or someone from the outside world disturbs your domain. Just like Lelegay that time, Edith, the president of the Black Feather Society, was unknowingly trapped in Lelegay's domain, unable to escape. She was even affected by the power of the domain, losing her mind, and falling into memories of the target of her hatred. And the person Edith hated was her own mother, who gave birth to her and raised her. If she could take revenge on her mother, she could resolve her inner demons and escape from the domain. But she couldn't. Without external intervention, Edith's life and death were practically in Lelegay's hands. With just a thought from Lelegay, Edith's fate could be decided. But Lelegay didn't want to cause such serious trouble for Adele, so she gave up. Then what is the rule of my domain? Adele asked softly, suppressing her frustration. The rule of the lust, which is also very simple. It is to resist your own lust. Just like the woman you mentioned, Lelegay, those who fall into her domain must kill the person they hate, the person they fear, to break free from the domain's confinement. Hatred stems from the original sin of wrath, and wrath admires the brave, believing that the existence of cowards is meaningless. The more loyal someone is to lust, the more they will be trapped in your domain, Adele. At that time, they will become your lambs to be slaughtered. Adele pondered. So, if I pull someone into my domain, and they can't resist my temptation, they will become fish on my chopping board. That's right, you have good comprehension. Seraph didn't skimp on her praise for Adele. And Adele even learned to draw inferences. Then conversely, the more pure and virtuous someone is, the more they adhere to their principles and practice abstinence, the less effective my domain will be on them. Yes, just like now. The angel seraph smiled slightly. She stretched out a hand, opened it in front of Adele, and then gently clenched it. Instantly, Adele's domain melted away. The surrounding scene returned to reality, back to Adele's bedroom. It was as if they had never left. The angel seraph easily broke Adele's domain. Because of her holy nature, Adele's temptation had no effect on her. It's just teaching, you're hurting my feelings by doing this. Adele stomped her foot in dissatisfaction. Because Seraph's actions were like saying to Adele directly, your charm has no effect on me. It was too frustrating. The angel's low EQ was evident. Okay, I'll be careful next time. But the angel wasn't stubborn, Seraph said so. After explaining this, it meant that the angel's initial teaching was complete. Adele could at least start using her witch powers simply. As for more complex applications, Seraph didn't think it was appropriate to teach Adele at this time, so she didn't cram everything into Adele's head. Just as she was about to say something else, a scratch, scratch sound from the window caught the attention of both Seraph and Adele. Adele turned her head and saw a sneaky kitten trying to pry open the window with its front paws. Or maybe it knew that it couldn't open the window, and was just trying to alert Adele to its arrival by making this sound. First snow. Adele murmured the kitten's name, then seemed to remember something and quickly turned back. But at this time, the angel Seraph had already disappeared without a trace. Although Adele felt a bit strange about Seraph's disappearance, she quickly adjusted and ran towards the window, complaining as usual. Coming. You little glutton, you really come on time every day to remind me to feed you. Don't you know your sister is poor? I'm almost in debt from studying in the academy, my monthly allowance isn't enough at all. Are there too many rich vampires in the academy, so you think every vampire is rich? Angry. Adele had never heard of any poverty subsidies at Cromwell Academy. If there were any, how could they not be given to her and Tang Linlang back then? Meow. First Snow let out a meow of unknown meaning, but Adele thought that she was probably defending herself. Saying, I eat very little, meow. I can eat even less in the future, meow. Even if it wasn't, it didn't stop Adele from opening the window and scooping First Snow, the catbird, into her arms. Then she carried her to the cans and opened a can of high-grade tuna, which was indeed an expensive item for Adele. Usually, Adele would subconsciously choose cheap and affordable things, paying attention to cost-effectiveness. But when it came to pets, she was incredibly generous. Eat well, little glutton. Adele gently stroked First Snow's back, and of course, her folded wings, as she said. I'm going downstairs to prepare my own breakfast. I'm going to work at the Archives Management Bureau later, do you want to come with me, First Snow? Adele thought to herself that doing that kind of boring work, she couldn't play games or watch dramas. Having a cute kitten to keep her company would at least help pass the time and alleviate her loneliness. Meow. This time, Adele understood. It meant, I want to go, meow. At the same time, a purring sound came from First Snow's throat. This meant that the cat was in a good mood, a kind of happiness engraved in a cat's voice. Adele smiled slightly, petted First Snow's head, and then went downstairs, took out frozen convenience food from the refrigerator, and heated it up in the microwave. First Snow tirelessly stuck out her pink tongue with barbs, licking the high-grade tuna can. She licked the sauce clean first, and then ate the tuna meat made in the factory. Although this was expensive, high-grade cat food for Adele, from Principal Winona's perspective, with her status and wealth, she would obviously consider this can of cat food as cheap junk food. Perhaps Winona would think that if First Snow liked to eat it, she could use her resources to airlift a fresh, heavyweight bluefin tuna for First Snow. But she had actually made a common mistake that many parents made when raising children. Because for children, it wasn't necessarily the more expensive and nutritious things they chose that they liked the most. Instead, it was the junk food that the fun big sister next door took them to eat that won their hearts. Obviously, Adele was that fun and good-looking big sister, and First Snow was the kitten who loved junk food. Soon, First Snow finished her cat food, that Ken licked clean. She turned around, moved her light paws, her fine white fur swaying gently with her movements, and ran downstairs with a tap, tap sound. She ran to Adele's side, rubbing her body against Adele's ankle, and meowed coquettishly. Adele's breakfast was very simple, a black pepper pasta, instant food that only needed to be heated up in the microwave. Noticing First Snow's arrival, she took the opportunity to pet First Snow's head while chewing, then patted her thigh. First Snow instantly understood. The cute kitten took a small step back, her ears flattening against her head. This was what cats called airplane ears. Then, First Snow jumped with a sprint, successfully landing on Adele's lap. "Be gentle, you dummy." First Snow's ears drooped, and she let out a soft meow ingratiatingly. But at Winona's house, whether she climbed onto the alchemy table in the alchemy lab and accidentally or deliberately knocked things down, shattering them, when facing her friend Winona, First Snow's expression was always either, "What's wrong, meow," or, "Yes, I did it, meow, so what, meow," righteous little expression. In contrast, Adele was truly blessed but didn't know it. It was the old saying again, those who are not favored will always be restless, those who are favored are always fearless. Adele wasn't really angry, because it was she who asked First Snow to jump onto her lap. She just focused on eating her pasta. The sour taste was okay, but definitely not Adele's favorite. First Snow sat elegantly on Adele's lap, her four fluffy paws together, her posture especially dignified as she puffed out her chest covered in white fur, her golden wings gently flapping behind her back. She looked at the instant food Adele was eating curiously. Seeing that the kitten seemed interested, Adele picked up a small piece of pasta with her fork and held it to First Snow's nose. Sniff sniff. First Snow sniffed it. She didn't dislike it, but she couldn't say she liked it either. But because it was something Adele was offering her, she opened her mouth and took a small bite, accurately taking the pasta into her mouth. Then she started chewing. "Is it not good? Meow. You really don't like it? But I have black pepper steak here, do you want some? Meow." So Adele reluctantly fed First Snow the few pieces of black pepper steak from her meal. Soon, Adele finished her breakfast. She changed into her shoes at the entrance and prepared to leave. At that time, First Snow was still on the floor of Adele's living room, gently biting her tail, looking at Adele expectantly. "You really want to go?" Adele smiled helplessly, then nodded. "Okay, come on up. But you have to put away your wings, can you do that?" Adele thought to herself, even she, a novice witch, could retract her wings and tail. First Snow, as a magical creature who had lived for so many years, could definitely do it, right? Indeed, First Snow meowed happily, and the wings on her back turned into golden particles and disappeared in an instant. Then she jumped onto Adele's shoulder, letting Adele carry her out of the dorm. Taking a cat to work. Considering she was still an intern, it should be fine, right? When Adele arrived at the Archives Management Bureau, she found that it was more than fine. Even her senior was excitedly petting the cat with her. However, First Snow didn't seem very happy, often letting out dissatisfied meows. This surprised Adele. So First Snow wasn't a social butterfly kitten. Adele could only say to her senior at the Archives Management Bureau, "My kitten is a little shy, I'm sorry. Sister Song-Chi, you can pet her head and shake her paws, but don't touch other parts, I'm afraid she'll bite you." Hearing this, First Snow showed her cute little canines cooperatively. As if saying, "If you dare to touch me again, I will really bite you, meow." For First Snow, her head and paws were indeed the only parts that strangers could touch. Other, more private places, especially under her wings, only Adele could touch. As for Xiao Wei, she could occasionally pet her too, meow. Principal Winona would probably never have thought that the cat she had raised for decades would run away with a bad woman after being teased by Adele for just a few days. She even let the bad woman touch her, but not Winona. Song-Chi looked disappointed. "Okay, I'm so envious of you, Adele, having a cat to be close to. Little kitty, are you a good girl? The director will come over for a routine inspection later." You have to hide well then, or your sister Adele will be punished, she might have to work overtime again tonight. Song-chi thought the kitten couldn't understand, so she was actually saying this to Adele. Meaning, it was okay to bring a cat, but she had to hide the cute kitten well, otherwise, if the director found out, she would still be punished. At that time, Song-chi couldn't possibly sacrifice herself to help Adele. As an old fritter in the agency, after finishing her own work on time every day, she wouldn't do anything extra. Her daily goal of going to work was to get off work, she lived a very simple life. So at that time, Song-chi would at most insist that she didn't know Adele brought a cat to the office. She wouldn't kick Adele while she was down, but she definitely wouldn't help her either. But what Song-chi didn't expect was that Adele didn't care about her words. Instead, it was the kitten in front of her who suddenly raised her cute little face and stared at Song-chi with wide eyes. Could it be that it really understood? Song-chi's mouth opened slightly in surprise. Adele quickly smoothed things over. I understand, Sister Song-chi, thank you for your concern. Ah, no problem, you go to work, I'll let you know when the director is coming. Okay, thank you, Sister Song-chi. Adele was quite good at social etiquette. At least much better than that angel with low EQ, Seraph. Adele still didn't know where Seraph went after she disappeared. But there was also a possibility that she was still silently hiding by Adele's side. But no matter what, it didn't change the fact that Adele was a worker. She had to work at an internship unit while she was in school, and her identity as a witch was also, in a sense, working for that unknown lord. The angel Seraph was a high-level worker, Adele's superior. But for now, she didn't have any orders for Adele. On the contrary, Seraph was very helpful to Adele. She had been teaching her how to be a qualified witch. After reminding Adele, Song-chi returned to her office to slack off. As for Adele, she held First Snow in her arms and turned on the outdated computer in the archives room. While waiting for the computer to boot up, she noticed the worry in First Snow's eyes. Adele seemed to realize something and chuckled softly. Don't worry too much, little silly cat. I'll finish work soon, and then we'll play games, okay? First Snow nodded and quietly transformed into a petite girl in Adele's arms, hugging Adele slightly tighter, showing her concern. At that moment, Adele felt her witch's origin quality stirring. If it weren't for Seraph's seal on this origin quality, with Adele's inability to resist temptation and her tendency to easily fall, she would probably have grown wings and a tail by now, ready to devour the cute little catgirl First Snow. Why suddenly, okay, I'll hug you for a while. Meow. Adele is the best, meow. First Snow suddenly kissed Adele's face, then her cheeks flushed red like she was drunk. She immediately buried her face in Adele's chest, not daring to let Adele see. Otherwise, she would die of embarrassment. Adele was touched by the girl's words. But her surprise was also genuine. At the same time, she increasingly suspected that she was marching towards a path of self-destruction. If one day Principal Winona found out that she had abducted and bewitched her cat, what would await Adele then? Adele suddenly shivered, not daring to think further. But her body was still honest, holding the soft and obedient little catgirl in her arms. First Snow loved being hugged by her sister, meow. Her sister smelled so good. Being touched by her sister in different places felt different, some were comfortable, some were embarrassing, but they all pointed to the same feeling, like. Unfortunately, Adele only hugged her for a while before gently patting her butt and telling her to go play by herself, saying, "Sister has to work." Work. What a hateful word. She hated it. A mist of grievance suddenly appeared in First Snow's eyes, making them look hazy and beautiful, like a blue crystal lake shrouded in fog. Xiao Wei also had to work, that's why she gradually had less time to play with her. Adele also had to work, she couldn't continue hugging First Snow. So, if you asked a kitten what she hated most in this world, it would definitely be work, meow. But there was nothing she could do, First Snow couldn't make work disappear, she was just a weak, pitiful, and gluttonous kitten. So, letting out a dissatisfied grumble, First Snow transformed back into a cat and jumped out of Adele's arms. Adele didn't play with her, she started typing on the keyboard, and First Snow went to find her own fun. The kitten was sometimes attracted by small insects in the corners of the walls, and sometimes she would run to the window sill and bite the flowers and plants in the pots. As for the archives piled up on the rows of heavy bookshelves, First Snow had no interest. Meow. She could read, but she didn't like to study. Time flew by. Adele kept saying she was going to slack off, but her work efficiency was actually quite high. Around 11 o'clock in the morning, she had already finished her morning's work. The director probably went to touch fish and didn't come to check. So Sister Song-chi allowed Adele to leave work early and stamped her internship logbook with the organization's seal. This meant that Adele had already completed half of her second day's task. Her internship lasted for 3 days. As long as she endured another day tomorrow, Adele's suffering would be over. If Celeste dared to arrange such a safe job for her again on her own initiative, Adele would definitely beep-dash her until she meowed. First Snow, let's go. First Snow happily jumped into Adele's arms and, when no one was around, transformed into a petite and adorable silver-haired girl. But she cleverly hid her wings, cat ears, and tail. And her fur turned into a simple white dress, draped over her body. First Snow was very experienced. She knew that this way, Adele wouldn't worry about her. She was also a cat girl who had lived in the mundane world. She knew how to hide her identity. Meow. As expected, when Adele saw her like this, her worries subsided. But she still deliberately teased First Snow. "You're so heavy." Adele pretended to be struggling to hold her. First Snow's face instantly flushed red, embarrassed. "I'm not heavy, First Snow is not heavy." Meow. But secretly, the little cat girl's heart was in turmoil. She even started to doubt herself. Was it really because she had been eating too much lately? Meow. If she became fat, would Adele dislike her? Meow. Seeing First Snow's pupils trembling, Adele coughed lightly and said, "Just kidding, First Snow is so light, I won't get tired even if I hold you for a long time." 5 minutes later. First Snow, can you get down for a bit?" "Ahem, I mean, let's just hold hands and walk, there are too many people watching, I'm shy." Hold hands, meow." First Snow was instantly moved by Adele's suggestion. The two girls walking hand in hand on the street became a beautiful sight in the city. But neither Adele nor First Snow noticed that someone was quietly following them not far behind. It was a petite woman with light brown, slightly curly hair. She covered her face with a mask, revealing only a pair of deep and mysterious eyes, staring at Adele and First Snow in the distance with an inexplicable gaze. When her gaze moved downwards, landing on their tightly clasped hands, the woman's lips pursed, her expression unreadable. They had gone from staying out all night to openly being together during the day. "First Snow, you're still naive, you don't understand the wickedness of the human heart. I have to vet this girl personally." Adele and First Snow arrived at a bustling eatery by the street. Usually, these popular places offered a wide variety of dishes made with fresh ingredients and were known for their delicious food. Adele planned to have lunch with First Snow here and then take a nutritious meal to Lee Legay, who was recovering from her injuries. First Snow didn't have any objections. The young girl curiously surveyed the surrounding scenery and people with her bright, light blue eyes. "Boss, we'd like to order." "Just scan the QR code with your phone." "All right." The technology within the book and outside was mostly parallel. Things like scanning QR codes had long been popularized in the city. Adele ordered a few of her favorite dishes and was about to pay when she looked up and saw First Snow's pleading eyes. "Then, how about another small yellow croaker?" Adele asked her. First Snow clutched her skirt tightly, a smile blooming on her face. "Meow." At the same time, at the table outside another milk tea shop, not far from Adele and First Snow, a woman wearing a mask gracefully sat down. She waved to the waiter and ordered a sweet milk tea. Then she began to silently observe the situation with First Snow. Accustomed to the bitterness of coffee, Winona occasionally wanted to recall the sweetness of the past. The time she spent adventuring with First Snow. Although First Snow had mostly been a hindrance, whether they entered ruins or ancient sites, wherever there were traps. Without a doubt, First Snow would accidentally trigger them with her clumsy paws. And then, Winona would be the unlucky one. Every time Winona wanted to teach First Snow a lesson for this, First Snow would immediately put on a pitiful expression, making it hard to stay angry. As for later, First Snow did change. But what changed wasn't her knack for causing trouble. Instead, her expression after making a mistake became, "Yeah, I did it, what about it, meow." Fortunately, later Winona realized that most cats, except for a small number who were little angels, were just like First Snow, and she felt relieved. Until today, she saw First Snow behaving so well-behaved and adorable next to that girl. Winona finally understood. It turns out that kittens are also two-faced and discriminate between people. Even though she was now the esteemed principal of Cromwell Academy, Winona couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. So many years of friendship couldn't compare to a little girl she had only known for a short time. What kind of love potion, what kind of enchanted cat food did she give First Snow? When she returned to school, she must find this girl's file and see what her background was. As for now, apart from the jealousy, honestly, Winona didn't have any other good ideas, nor could she expose the fact that she had been following them in front of that girl and First Snow. Soon, several home-style dishes were served at Adele and First Snow's table. The dishes seemed quite spicy, even from afar, Winona could see the red and green chili peppers adorning them. Quite a strong taste, this little girl. Winona thought to herself. But was she so selfish that she didn't consider that First Snow couldn't eat spicy food? She didn't even order a steamed fish for First Snow. Even if they were in a consensual relationship, Adele's self-centered behavior meant she couldn't give the pampered First Snow happiness. First Snow had just entered the catbird's adolescence and was naive and easily deceived by bad girls. Yes, that must be it. Winona became even more convinced of her thoughts. Clearly, Adele's current actions had not yet earned her approval. The next moment, Winona's eyes widened even further. The waiter delivered her milk tea, and she casually took it, her gaze fixed on Adele and First Snow. Adele, she actually picked up a piece of meat that was obviously too spicy with her chopsticks and offered it to First Snow. A troubled expression immediately appeared on First Snow's cute little face. Winona quietly clenched her fists. What did this mean? Was she forcing First Snow to eat spicy food that she couldn't handle? But First Snow, she couldn't handle spicy food at all. A bad word suddenly popped into Principal Winona's mind, a term she had only recently learned about, called PUA. PUA originally meant, pickup artist, referring to men and women who systematically train themselves to improve their pickup skills and emotional intelligence. But later, it was exploited by bad people and gradually evolved into a form of control, manipulating the minds of their partners through a series of methods to make them obedient, thereby achieving their goals of defrauding money and sex or self-gratification. Its prominent feature was to suppress the other person's self-confidence and personality and restrict their thoughts. For example, First Snow couldn't eat spicy food, but Adele deliberately made her eat it, implying that if she didn't eat it, she didn't like her, and she was a useless kitten. This was suppressing First Snow's self-confidence and personality. In this case, First Snow could only open her red-rimmed eyes and force herself to try the spicy meat slice to avoid being disliked and looked down upon by Adele. Her thoughts were restricted, forgetting that there was also the option of refusal. And this was just the tip of the iceberg. Adele might also control First Snow's behavior in all aspects of life, eventually making her lose her own will. Turning the originally lively and lovely kitten into a haggard, depressed plaything. Winona's nails almost dug into her palms. Clearly, Adele's action of feeding First Snow spicy meat had triggered many negative thoughts in her mind. It also deepened her prejudice against Adele. However, the reality was, this is my food. The small yellow croaker will be here soon for you, kitten. Adele was slightly surprised to hear First Snow actively wanting to eat spicy food, and immediately refused. First Snow wants to eat Adele's food too, meow. There are vegetables here, eat them. But First Snow was puffed up, thinking that Adele was just casually fooling her. Kitties don't eat vegetables, meow. Kitties want to share the joys and sorrows with Adele. Pfft, what joys and sorrows are we sharing? Working is sharing sorrows, eating meat is sharing joys, meow. Little First Snow spoke with conviction, her eyes sparkling with a light that made it hard to refuse. But even eating meat depends on what kind of meat it is. I've already ordered you a small yellow croaker. When you eat it later, it will be considered sharing joys with me. You can't eat spicy food. If I give you this boiled meat, wouldn't it be making you share another sorrow? That seems to make sense, meow. Eating spicy food was something First Snow wasn't good at. So it wasn't sharing joys, but sharing sorrows. But even if it's sorrow, First Snow wants to accompany Adele and eat it, meow. Now it was Adele's turn to feel helpless but also touched by First Snow's care for her. Alright, just try a small piece. If you can't handle it, just spit it out. Adele knew that no one should stand on a high pedestal and look down upon, refuse, or even despise the way others expressed their love and affection. Maybe some of their actions were clumsy, to the point where people would call them idiots. But if you refuse them when they are trying so hard, even if they don't say anything on the surface, how disappointed they must be behind your back. It's like when your parents bring back your favorite childhood snacks even when you've grown up. But you've grown up and don't like them anymore. At this time, would you refuse them and say that you are no longer a child and don't eat these snacks anymore? Even if you no longer need other people's kindness, as long as they are not deliberately stringing you along, you can accept it. If someone is deliberately stringing you along as a cash machine, then the person who gave the kindness should reflect on whether they have misjudged the other person. First Snow nodded seriously upon hearing Adele's words, then swallowed her saliva and took a bite of the small piece of meat that Adele had picked up for her. It wasn't hot because Adele had also considered that First Snow had a sensitive tongue and was afraid of hot food, so she had specially let it cool down for a while. But the spiciness still permeated the meat, soon making First Snow's face flush red. Even so, she still didn't spit out the meat but swallowed it with a gulp. Adele immediately handed First Snow the tea beside her, and First Snow hurriedly gulped down a cup, only then exhaling and sticking out her tongue, slowly recovering. Seeing her like this, Adele couldn't help but laugh. But behind her bright smile was also a deep gratitude for First Snow. But in Principal Winona's eyes, it became Adele mocking First Snow for not being able to eat spicy food. Bad woman. How could such a student who corrupted discipline appear in her academy? This was also a dereliction of duty as the principal. Winona had already shifted from disappointment in Adele to disappointment in herself. From this point of view, she was indeed a good principal. She wouldn't shirk responsibility and always wondered if she had not done something well. But it was precisely because of this that she lived such a tiring life, to the point where it was difficult to even find some free time to accompany First Snow. Even after the small yellow croaker that Adele had ordered arrived and First Snow started to happily munch on the fish, Winona was still trapped in her past mindset. Perhaps now, no matter what Adele did, it would be easy for Winona to misunderstand her as being wrong. Adele, who was still unaware of this, could only be described as speechless. Soon, First Snow happily finished her meal, and Adele also declared that she was full. She picked up the meal that the restaurant had already packed for Lelegay, paid the bill, took First Snow's hand, and walked towards the residential area outside the school. In that residential area, in the apartment that belonged to her and Celeste, lived Lelegay, the former student council president and Adele's senior, who still needed to recuperate. Winona's hand almost crushed the half-drunk milk tea cup, and the overflowing milk tea floated in the air in defiance of gravity. Fortunately, everyone around was focused on their own business, and no one noticed. The next moment, Winona calmed her anxious heart, and the milk tea fell back down. After much thought, she decided to give First Snow her current freedom. If she continued to follow them, she was really worried that she wouldn't be able to help but confront and intervene. That wouldn't bring good results, nor would it be the best time to step in. On the contrary, such behavior would only cause First Snow, a catbird in her rebellious adolescence, to have an even stronger rebellious mentality. In other words, the more Winona thought she was right in doing it for her own good, wanting to wake her up and bring her back on track, the more First Snow might resist and rebel, and the less willing she would be to listen to her analysis and words. In that case, she would only push First Snow away from her, making her sink deeper and deeper into the bottomless abyss behind that girl. The image of Adele in Winona's mind now was that of a master of PUA techniques and a catgirl seducer. Winona decided to return to the academy first and start searching for information about this female student based on the girl's characteristics that she had memorized. She would learn more about her and then prescribe the right medicine. Using threats or inducements would be the best, as long as First Snow wasn't harmed. Regarding this, don't think that Winona was overreacting. She wasn't a bad person, but her preconceived notions made it difficult for her to think clearly. More importantly, as a genius, Winona had been lonely since childhood. Even though she had climbed to the peak of the magic world and become the youngest legendary mage, it still couldn't change her loneliness. And in such a long journey, only First Snow had accompanied her all the way. She was her most precious and cherished friend. It was precisely because of this that Winona was so indulgent towards First Snow. No matter how much trouble she caused or how much mischief she made, Winona would settle it for her one by one. No matter what, as long as it was something First Snow wanted or wanted to eat, Winona would do her best to get her the best. It's not just romantic love that can be so selfless and unconditional. In fact, the weight of friendship is far heavier than most people imagine. So when First Snow was hanging out with a student who made her steal wands and potions, it was really hard not to make Winona worry about First Snow. It was normal for her to feel that First Snow had placed her trust in the wrong person. Winona let out a long sigh, holding the remaining half-cup of milk tea, and walked lonely on the way back to school. She wasn't walking in the opposite direction of Adele and First Snow, who were walking together. But they were indeed walking on two different paths. Perhaps it was because she had been on the mind of Winona, a genius legendary mage, since earlier. Adele started sneezing constantly, causing her to frown her delicate brows, mistakenly thinking that she had caught a cold. But, that shouldn't be possible. Although her physique wasn't strong, she had just transformed into a witch. If a witch could easily catch a cold, it would be a laughingstock among other witches. Because the distance from the restaurant to the residential area was only about 1.5 kilometers. It wasn't too far, but it wasn't too close either, to the point where even taxis were reluctant to take them. So Adele and First Snow simply held hands and walked all the way there. It was the first time First Snow had walked with someone for so long. In the past, Xiao Wei had been too busy. The school, the magic world, there were too many things that needed her to handle. Sometimes, it really made First Snow want to catch and eat the magical owl that the magic world used to deliver messages. But First Snow thought that she had caused enough trouble. In the end, she still didn't do such a crazy thing. Eating a message-delivering magical owl was something only a terrorist in the magic world would do. Besides, even if Principal Winona had time, with her personality, she didn't like to be in crowds, and the number of times she went shopping was very few. This was why the lonely First Snow had to go out and play alone. It was also what led her to eventually meet Adele, whom she wanted to get close to. In a sense, it was all Winona's fault that First Snow became so close to Adele. Of course, it wasn't impossible that even if Winona tried to accompany First Snow every day, First Snow would still cheat and find Adele. After all, being petted by one person was great, but being petted by two people, wouldn't it be even better? Speaking of which, although First Snow was the principal's cat, and the principal was related to the magic world, and the magic world had close exchanges and cooperation agreements with the human race's higher-ups, and Lila Gay was currently a wanted person by the Human Races Enforcement Bureau. But even with all these connections, the problem shouldn't be too big. The important thing was that Adele believed in the cute little First Snow. She wouldn't be a bad kitty who tattled. So Adele had no psychological burden in bringing First Snow to the place where Lila Gay was recuperating. The two entered the residential area, and along the way, they often saw residents walking their dogs on leashes. For some reason, First Snow was fascinated by the sight and blushed slightly. Leash, if it was around her neck, being led by Adele. Meow. First Snow was too shy to think about it anymore. Meow. Your face is so red. Is it because the sun is a bit hot today? Adele asked gently. There was also sunshine in the winter of the eastern capital, and the 1 or 2 hours after noon were the hottest time of the day. In this city, it was only slightly cold for a small part of the time and at night. During the day, it was still common to see people wearing light clothing to school and work. Yais, meow. First Snow subconsciously tightened her grip on Adele's hand. But the sweat on her little paws made her feel a little ashamed and want to pull away. In short, she didn't know what to do. But Adele still gently held her little hand tightly. When they encountered a resident walking a large golden retriever, Adele noticed First Snow's fear and pulled her closer, their beautiful bodies almost sticking together. My Mau Mau doesn't bite. The resident, a young lady, said with a smile. Adele nodded, and at the same time, as if she had thought of something, a blush appeared on her cheeks. Yes, I know. My family also has a golden retriever. Can I pet it? Feel free. Is your golden retriever also well behaved? The resident young lady looked quite curious, and of course, more of it was the closeness she felt towards a fellow golden retriever owner. Well behaved, she is quite well behaved, but she's very protective of her owner. She only lets me touch her. If others touch her, she'll definitely bite. Wow, I'm so envious. My silly dog has no guard against anyone. One day, she might be lured away by a sausage. Hee hee. Adele also laughed. The two chatted for a bit and then parted ways. First Snow finally came back to her senses and asked Adele her question. Adele, do you have a golden retriever, meow? No, that was just a conversation technique, it's easy to shorten the distance between people. Is that so? First Snow learned something new, meow. Adele smiled at First Snow, but she thought to herself that it was better to be careful and not let First Snow cause trouble. Soon, the two arrived at the corresponding building, took the elevator up, and Adele took out her key to open the door. Senior, I brought you food. When will you recover? I'm still counting on you to work for me and pay back the potion money. Adele was, of course, joking to lighten the mood. She was worried that Lila Gay would be too bored staying here alone and that her mood would be affected. She carried the takeaway food and walked straight towards the closed bedroom door. First Snow also obediently followed behind Adele, wanting to see how Lila Gay was doing recently. First Snow knew Lila Gay, meow. When Lila Gay was still the student council president, she often fed her dried fish. But the two-faced kitten's reputation wasn't for nothing. Lila Gay had fed the principal's cat so many times, but First Snow wouldn't even let her touch her. Once, Lila Gay couldn't resist and secretly touched First Snow, and the kitten got upset and teleported away, leaving Lila Gay standing there in confusion. But she was completely different towards Adele. Every day, she would beg for rubs, pets, and hugs, making people feel like she was a different cat. Adele pushed the door open, but the scene she saw next made her stunned. In the spacious master bedroom, the woman resting on the bed hadn't changed, it was still Lila Gay, who was in a weakened state. However, she forced open her purple eyes and faced the girl in front of her with a calm and peaceful smile. And in front of her, a petite girl with an aura so strong that it was almost suffocating held a western rapier, pointing it straight at Lila Gay's throat. The two maintained their respective postures, as if petrified. This made Adele, who had suddenly barged in, seem even more out of place. Sweat slowly trickled down Adele's cheeks. After a long silence, her little hands holding the takeaway food trembled, and she asked weakly. Did I come at a bad time? I'll just leave. Adele turned to escape, but she didn't expect the girl holding the rapier to move her gaze. With a bang, the door was shut tightly. Adele and First Snow were left looking at each other, seeing the same panicked expression on each other's faces. Adele, I'm just a weak witch. Spare me. First Snow, I'm just a weak magic kitty, meow. Spare me, meow. The monotonous and numbing work seemed to come alive with First Snow's company. First Snow wasn't an annoying kitten. She wouldn't disturb Adele's work. She wouldn't mischievously knock things off the table. On the contrary, she would actively massage Adele's shoulders when she stretched after working for a while. When Adele was working seriously, First Snow would also do some small tasks within her capabilities. She would even transform into her cat form, squatting obediently on the computer desk, squinting as if she was dozing off. In reality, she was doing it so that when Adele got tired of typing, she could reach out and touch her. Because Adele had said that petting First Snow could calm one's mind and relieve fatigue. In fact, this wasn't just Adele's nonsense, it also had a certain scientific basis. Scientific research showed that petting cats regularly could make people feel physically and mentally happy, effectively relieve stress and anxiety, and heal sadness. This was because cute cats satisfied humans' nurturing brain and stimulated the pleasure center of the human brain to secrete dopamine. Adele could attest that she was indeed a little happier when she petted First Snow. And the troublesome work quietly came to an end with their mutual company. Time slowly passed until evening. Adele and First Snow walked hand in hand on their way back to the academy. From afar, it looked like an older sister taking her younger sister home after school, warm and natural. First Snow's little face was flushed, tinged with the color of the sunset. Adele pretended to be calm as she chatted with her about whether there was really a water monster at the bottom of the school's lake. In reality, she would sneak peeks at the cute cat girl from time to time. Perhaps it was because of her witch transformation. Adele felt that her desires were significantly stronger than in the past. It had probably evolved from suddenly thinking about lewd things every 10 hours or so to thinking about lewd things whenever she spaced out. And the innocent and unguarded First Snow was simply the perfect target for temptation, a pure white lamb. Hold on, Adele, you have to hold on. Otherwise, you're a beast. It was worth mentioning that because First Snow had reached adolescence, according to the natural growth pattern of catbirds, she could be considered to have just reached adulthood. In other words, she was fully capable of doing anything an adult could do. It was just that First Snow's mental age might not have matured much, she was still as naive and innocent as before. While Adele was struggling with her desires, First Snow was thinking about the big fish at the bottom of the school's lake. If there really was a water monster at the bottom of the school's lake, it would probably be the big fish that she always hoped someone could catch so she could secretly snatch it away. But she probably wouldn't be able to snatch it away, meow. And the fishing enthusiasts in the school, those teachers and professors. Although they could tolerate First Snow secretly snatching away the small fish they caught. But if they really caught a big one, and First Snow dared to steal it, they would go to the principal's house the next day to demand justice. Even if she wanted to snatch it, she would have to wait until they took pictures and showed off on their social media. Finally back at the academy, Adele couldn't wait to return to her dorm and have a good night in. As expected, after work, she didn't want to do anything troublesome, she just wanted to be lazy and play. She didn't have to worry about Lila Gay, she had someone Celeste hired to take care of her, and she had also moved to a new place to recuperate to prevent the risk of someone suddenly barging in again. Adele still vividly remembered the Wen-Weiran incident at noon. However, at that time, she hadn't expected that Wen-Weiran would actually let Lila Gay go. It was just that Adele wanted to go home, but First Snow didn't. She expressed to Adele her wish to stay at Adele's house tonight. Because compared to returning to Xiao Wei's castle, for First Snow, Adele's small room felt safer and more intimate. Adele, this doesn't sound happy at all. Cats naturally like to burrow into small spaces. If you didn't believe it, just put a cardboard box in front of a cat and see if it would get in. But faced with First Snow's preference, Adele's expression seemed troubled. After hesitating for a moment, her final response was still a refusal. Under the setting sun, a cool breeze blew by. First Snow nervously wrung her fingers, looking at Adele, who was looking at her seriously. Adele's advice also rang in her ears. No way, First Snow, you've been out long enough. Long enough that even your greedy sister feels uneasy. Of course, sister also wants to continue being with First Snow. But for such a long time, First Snow, I haven't seen you contact the principal. No matter how you think about it, the principal will be worried about you. You don't want Xiao Wei to worry, do you, First Snow? Adele reasoned with her both emotionally and logically. Meow. First Snow let out a pitiful cry, still looking reluctant. But she actually understood everything Adele said. After thinking it over and struggling with herself for a while, First Snow finally lowered her cute cat head and said in a muffled voice. Meow, alright, Adele, take me home, meow. Okay, which way? Cromwell Academy covered a vast area, and Adele hadn't fully explored the entire academy yet, so naturally, she wasn't very familiar with the roads. It was conceivable how many secrets and past events were hidden in this academy that Adele didn't know about. This way, meow. Now it was First Snow's turn to guide the directionally challenged Adele. First Snow had been in the academy for a long time. Since Winona became the principal of this academy, she had flown all over the academy with her golden wings, personally measuring every area here. And the most familiar one was the mansion that the academy specially built for the stargazer Winona, which was also First Snow's home. That mansion could be considered a castle-shaped building. Adele arrived outside the castle's estate and opened her mouth wide in envy. Wow! The castle in front of her was quite in line with Adele's imagination of a mage's residence. However, this was precisely what Winona found speechless about. Because the Magic Association and the Academy's higher-ups had built the villa in a retro castle style for her precisely for this reason. But in reality, Winona preferred modern high-rise houses. Can't go any further, meow. Xiao Wei's magic circle will attack strangers, meow. Just as Adele wanted to send First Snow further into the estate. First Snow suddenly stopped and nervously explained to Adele. Magic circle. First Snow opened her round eyes and nodded. Not only Xiao Wei's house, but there are also many places in the academy with magic circles, meow. But First Snow can go in. As expected of the principal's cat. Adele exclaimed, mistakenly thinking that First Snow could enter because she had some kind of privilege, so everyone had to give her some face. Question mark. But First Snow tilted her head, her face full of question marks. The kitten thought, what did this have to do with Winona, meow? It was clearly because she could use the short-distance spatial teleportation that only legendary mages could learn. That was why she could reach places that ordinary people couldn't. First Snow had always been very proud of this. Because even the genius Winona hadn't learned this type of magic as quickly as First Snow. But she didn't care about explaining this to Adele or showing off her strength. On the contrary, she wanted to invite Adele to visit her and Winona's house. But Adele would have to wait a little while because First Snow was going to enter the castle first and tell Xiao Wei. This was the politeness she had learned, meow. On one side was her friend, and on the other was the important Adele. In First Snow's heart, she really hoped that the two could get along well, meow. It would be best if they could become the legendary besties in human relationships. That way, they could pamper First Snow together. With Xiao Wei and Adele's company, First Snow wouldn't have to worry about being lonely anymore, meow. No, next time for sure. But Adele showed a clear refusal to First Snow's proposal. Not to mention that she had already run away in the next moment, waving to First Snow from afar. See you next time, First Snow. After saying that, before the dumbfounded First Snow could respond, the girl had already disappeared behind the bushes that served as landscaping in the distance. Perhaps First Snow had never been a student. So it was hard for her to imagine the fear that Adele, as a student, felt towards the principal from the bottom of her heart. Generally speaking, there were only two situations where one would see the principal. First, it was to be commended for bringing honor to the school, and second, it was to have caused trouble so big that one was about to be expelled. Which one would Adele be? Well, the answer seemed quite obvious. But it wasn't impossible that there were principals who were very close to their students. Seeing Adele leave, First Snow could only return to the castle where she and Winona lived alone. But what the kitten didn't expect was that. The moment she opened the door. In front of her, Winona, Xiao Wei herself, appeared, having just teleported down from upstairs. The remnants of magic still lingered in the air, gradually dissipating, forming beautiful patterns. Magic was extremely beautiful, more than one mage had publicly stated this. But the current situation didn't allow First Snow to appreciate the beauty of magic. Because the expression on Winona's face was unprecedentedly gloomy and serious. First Snow, I haven't seen you all day. Where did you go? And who were you with? Winona asked knowingly, hoping to exchange her concealment for First Snow's honesty. She could pretend that she didn't know anything and respect First Snow's privacy and feelings. But correspondingly, First Snow should also do what a good kitten should do and confess her whereabouts to Winona. Winona also hoped to use this to judge whether First Snow had been led astray by staying with Adele all the time. If First Snow answered honestly, Winona might still give Adele a chance. But if First Snow lied, it would prove that Winona had to find Adele and have a good talk with her. It was easy to understand Winona's feelings. Just imagine a daughter who skipped school, had a puppy love, and her grades dropped. What would a mother think at this time? Could she still greet the bad student who had led her daughter astray with a smile? She would definitely talk to the other party, reason with her, and exercise her parental authority. Hearing Winona's stern tone and the serious expression on her face that was far beyond usual, First Snow's shoulders tensed up nervously. She had never seen Xiao Wei like this before, meow. The kitten's instincts made her want to avoid it subconsciously. No matter what method she used, whether it was lying or something else. As long as she could escape Winona's questioning. This had nothing to do with Adele, it was purely First Snow's instinct to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. First Snow went to the student council to sleep, meow. In her nervousness, First Snow even forgot that the current student council president wasn't Li Legay, the old softy who would cover for her. It was the cold and ruthless Wen Weiran. Of course, the cold and ruthless might need to be put in quotation marks now. Wen Weiran still had a little bit of compassion, otherwise, she wouldn't have let her senior, Li Legay, go at noon. But this didn't change the fact that First Snow's lie was very clumsy. Winona's heart felt like a heavy stone sinking into a lake, endlessly falling towards the dark and deep bottom. Are you going to lie again? Her voice was so suppressed that it almost trembled, filled with disappointment. First Snow, how did you become like this? Meow. I can't hear a single word of truth from you, do you know what you're doing? Not everyone in this world is as naive and innocent as you. They might use you, play with you, both physically and emotionally. Winona gripped First Snow's small shoulders, unable to help but exert the force she wanted her to understand, making First Snow bare her teeth, clearly feeling the pain. First Snow's mind was completely in turmoil, and she started speaking without thinking. The result was that the lies she wanted to tell didn't come out, and the truths she told wouldn't be believed. No. Adele wouldn't bully First Snow. As mentioned before, if First Snow even forgot to use her meow verbal tick, it meant that she was really sad. Sad that Xiao Wei misunderstood Adele. Why did Adele have to suffer such injustice? And why did she have to suffer such injustice? She did lie, so what, meow. She only went to Adele because she was bored and lonely. Adele didn't bully her, she was very good to her. She just accompanied her to work. Why did Xiao Wei look like she had done something wrong and had to explain herself and accept punishment? Moreover, wasn't it precisely because Xiao Wei didn't accompany her? Xiao Wei, big dummy, meow. Are you still arguing? Winona clearly didn't believe First Snow's words. She didn't believe Adele either. Under her piercing gaze, First Snow's emotions uncontrollably spiraled towards a breakdown. Dummy. Dummy Xiao Wei. Sob, meow. I'm never talking to Xiao Wei again, meow. The moment her tearful words fell, First Snow erupted with a power that even Winona found surprising. Surging magic patterns distorted the space. And First Snow disappeared among the magic patterns. She opened a portal and hid in her little nest, sealing off all ways to enter, too sad to control herself. Pitter-patter. Winona looked down in a daze. She found that it was a teardrop, the wet trace falling on the floor, both glaring and heartbreaking. An inexplicable sadness welled up in Winona's chest, and she couldn't say a word for a long time. First Snow had hidden herself. And she would never see Xiao Wei again. Was she really wrong? Darkness completely enveloped the sky. Winona's private office didn't even have the lights on, only a few magic world vessels emitted a faint, constant glow. They were priceless, but they couldn't even get a glance from Winona. This legendary mage, who was worshipped and admired by countless people, could only hold her forehead in pain like a helpless mother who couldn't get along with her child, her flaxen hair messy, and her eyes stinging. She had tried knocking on First Snow's door. There was no response from inside, only low whimpers that were heartbreaking. They had been together for so many years, and it wasn't like they had never had conflicts and arguments before. But it had never been as serious as today. In the past, either First Snow would apologize, or she would coax her, and First Snow would obediently reconcile with her. Only this time, First Snow's attitude made Winona start to worry, even despair. But from Winona's perspective, as the principal, she could access a lot of information about Adele. Naturally, she also knew about Adele's ambiguous relationships with many Sequence 1 vampires. Those incidents made it hard for Winona not to be prejudiced against Adele. But prejudice was prejudice. If in the current situation, even she couldn't open First Snow's door, but Adele could. Winona's heart ached. Then she was willing to put aside her prejudice and have a proper, formal meeting with this student, whose image in her mind had already fallen into the negative. If it was really a misunderstanding, Winona wouldn't hesitate to apologize. Even though her status was so lofty. Compared to First Snow's friendship, it was worthless. Winona took a deep breath, as if making up her mind. She picked up the phone and dialed a number. About 5 minutes later, Adele was happily playing games in her dorm. But from downstairs, there was a sudden, urgent knock on the door. It broke the silence of the night, startling the crows into flight. A bad premonition filled Adele's heart. She hurriedly closed the game and walked downstairs with uneasy steps. It wasn't really late, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. But Adele was still uneasy as she walked downstairs with her slender legs. She couldn't figure out who would come looking for her at this time. Sharon. She hadn't come back today, Adele had confirmed this. Perhaps Sharon had decided not to do bad things like stalking her and hiding her identity while living next door anymore. If that was the case, Adele would be happy for her. Because it meant that Sharon had decided to start liking her openly and honestly. But Adele didn't think Sharon's knock would be so urgent. Her knock should be polite and slow, maybe with pauses, as she patiently waited for Adele's response. So Sharon was ruled out. Then, could it be that her hiding of the fugitive Lily Gay had been exposed? Was someone here to investigate her? Adele gulped nervously. No, don't scare yourself. Adele gently patted her slightly heaving chest, having already reached the first floor. Anyway, she would know the answer soon, so she stopped thinking about it and adding to her mental burden. For a moment, First Snow's figure flashed through her mind. Could it be related to the kitten? Adele arrived at the entrance, the light in her pupils flickering as she leaned towards the peephole. Hello, we are members of the student council. Please come with us. Adele's footsteps were heard through the door. Outside, several humans in student council uniforms said so. Adele's heart instantly turned cold. Her first thought was that her hiding of Lily Gay had been exposed. They were here to investigate her, ah. But then, she realized that the student council members outside weren't planning to use force, their attitude was rather normal and gentle, and they even used honorifics. This was obviously not the attitude one would have towards an accomplice of a fugitive. Thinking of this, Adele felt a little more confident and asked calmly. But, why? You have to give me a reason. Even the student council can't take students away arbitrarily. And I'm a vampire, your student council must give me a reasonable explanation. Adele had figured it out. Fine, you vampires look down on me, and humans don't acknowledge me. Then I'll just decide my race based on my own needs. She was the type who would take all the advantages and run away from all the disadvantages. Call her a refined egoist, but Adele wasn't the type to lick someone's boots after being abandoned. One should love specific people, shouldn't they? So Adele wanted to love herself and the people she cherished. Soon, the people behind the door gave their response, with a hint of embarrassment. Regarding this, Miss Adele, we apologize, even we don't know much. However, the person who invited you to meet is the principal of the academy. I think, Miss Adele, you wouldn't refuse the principal's invitation, would you? Adele's expression froze, and then she thought of many things. First Snow's figure flashed through her mind again. She swallowed nervously. Adele nodded to herself. Okay, I'll go with you. Resisting the principal in this academy. As long as Adele wasn't crazy, she wouldn't do that. Her biggest worry now was that the angel seraph seal on her witch origin wasn't strong enough, and if even a little bit of it leaked out and was seen by the principal, Adele felt that she could already prepare her coffin. She could only pray for the protection of the protagonist's halo that probably didn't even exist. But in reality, for Adele, who had transmigrated into this world and lived here for so long, she increasingly felt that she wasn't the only protagonist. Rather, everyone in this world was the protagonist of their own world. Sharon had her love and hatred. When Wayran had the sword she gave up on drawing. Seraph had her lord and mission. No one's future was predetermined. Including her own. Adele pushed the door open and walked through the cold academy at night with several unfamiliar student council members. The girl couldn't help but hug her arms, rubbing them up and down, and said pitifully, "I came out in a hurry and forgot to wear a coat." The girl's frail and delicate appearance was heartwarming, making one of the girls in the student council want to care for her. So she used magic to dispel the surrounding chill. Although this consumed a lot of her magic power, not all student council members were cold and heartless. It could only be said that when Wayran was an exception, but in the student council, which believed in the supremacy of power, when Wayran used her exceptionality to suppress the thoughts of most of the other students in the student council, making the entire student council united, and the combined force it exerted was even greater. But if you looked at it individually, this atmosphere was still quite oppressive. Not to mention that there were vampire students in the friend circles of some student council members. The student council's exclusion and suppression of vampires was well known. This made them feel awkward when facing their vampire friends. Some even ended their friendships because of this. Thank you. Adele suddenly felt that the surroundings weren't so cold anymore. Then she noticed the girl who had chanted the spell, her eyes lit up as she thanked her. "You're welcome." The girl from the student council seemed a little shy, or perhaps it was because Adele's beauty was too stunning. She lowered her head, turning her flushed cheeks to the side, and her steps became erratic. Adele's appearance was the type that easily aroused people's desire to protect her, and it was even harder for girls to refuse. Soon, Adele followed the path that First Snow had taken her along in the evening and arrived outside the principal's mansion again. As if the entire estate sensed Adele's arrival, the bronze, intricately carved gates suddenly opened outwards. Without any human intervention, it was as if something was flowing and manipulating everything in this estate. Seeing this scene, one of the student council members gasped in amazement. Obviously, this was the principal's doing. As one of the 12 Pillars' legendary mages, she was the idol of countless students studying magic in the academy. "Please continue on your own, Miss Adele." "Oh, okay, thank you." "You're welcome, it should be fine, the principal is very nice." The girl comforted Adele. Adele gave her a faint smile. Then, the student council members left. Their task also included being on duty in the academy, so they couldn't get off work yet. They had just suddenly received a summons from the principal and temporarily changed their task. After watching them leave, Adele rubbed her hands, which were once again feeling the cold, and walked step by step into the estate that belonged to the principal and First Snow. At this moment, Adele roughly guessed that it was probably because First Snow's potion theft had been exposed. Otherwise, if she came here, First Snow would definitely fly out happily to greet her. The banquet she was attending tonight was a hongmen banquet. Adele shrank her neck timidly. In front of her, doors opened automatically one after another. The girl felt like she had entered a magical kaleidoscope. Entering a door, then another door, and then lights lit up one after another in the darkness. Adele followed the guidance of these lights, walking through the corridor and up the stairs. Finally, she arrived in front of an ancient door with exquisite and beautiful patterns. This time, it didn't open. Adele's heart was filled with anxiety. She thought nervously for a moment. Then she knocked on the door. Knock, knock dash. "Hello, principal. I'm Adele, a first-year student. I wonder why you summoned me tonight." At least she was polite. This was her first close contact with Adele, Winona thought to herself. At this moment, Principal Winona was sitting at her desk. Although on the surface, Winona looked like she was working. In reality, she was looking at the documents in front of her, but she couldn't read a single word. "Come in, I want to have a good talk with you." Winona paused. "About First Snow." So it was because First Snow stole the potion for her. Adele bit her tongue to calm herself down, then pushed the door open and entered. Facing a person of high authority, Adele couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. The girl's behavior was also restrained. As soon as she entered the principal's private office, she quickly bowed, her legs close together. The door behind her didn't need her to close it, it closed itself with a bang. Adele was startled. "Sit down." "Yes." Adele was meek and obedient towards the principal, which was the exact opposite of First Snow. This was the first time Winona's impression of Adele changed. So she wasn't the kind of arrogant and domineering person. Usually, First Snow was as obedient as a kitten around her. Wait, why would she describe First Snow as obedient as a kitten when she was a kitten? Then, Winona understood why. Because First Snow wasn't obedient around her at all. But she couldn't use obedient or disobedient to describe First Snow either, because First Snow and Winona were very familiar with each other, so naturally, they were unrestrained when they were together. And the result of being unrestrained was that First Snow was sometimes too presumptuous, and Winona had always tolerated her. It wasn't until the Adele incident that the conflict between them erupted. Adele obediently sat down in the seat in front of the principal, then raised her head, curiously and for the first time, closely examining the principal in front of her. Winona wasn't tall, only a little taller than Adele. Her flaxen, slightly curly hair cascaded down to the ground, but it always floated and didn't get dusty. This alone was very much in line with the style of a legendary mage. She also had a pair of light brown eyes, which looked very ordinary at first glance, but if you looked closely, you would feel like you were facing an abyss, and if you weren't careful, you would be swallowed by its depth. Was it with these eyes that she looked up at the stars and guided the human race? As the stargazer, Winona was famous for her prophecies and formations. She was probably a mage who was very good at buffing herself with favorable weather and terrain. In ordinary encounters, Winona might not be considered strong, even a little weak, compared to people of the same level as her. But if it was a siege battle, and Winona was defending a certain place, with her mastery of magic formations, she might even be able to put up a fight against several people of the same level joining forces. On a whim, before Winona could speak again, Adele suddenly bravely asked. "What aspect of First Snow does the principal want to talk about? Also, I'm very concerned about how First Snow is doing now, why haven't I seen her here?" Afterwards, Adele really admired her own courage, but if she had to choose, she wouldn't dare to do it again. Winona's eyebrows twitched. To be honest, she was very surprised that Adele seemed to be more concerned about First Snow than herself. She should have been surprised and uneasy about being suddenly called here, shouldn't she? But even when she was in a state of fear and worry, Adele still chose to ask about First Snow's situation first. This, in a sense, had already proved a lot. But perhaps Adele was a skilled liar, her fear was also fake, and she was still deceiving her at this moment. This wasn't Winona overreacting, but with her experience, she had seen far too many people. Except for naive people like First Snow, anyone would become suspicious after being tempered by time. But if Adele's feelings were genuine, Winona had to admit that she would overturn all her past prejudices and stereotypes about Adele. Perhaps being entangled with multiple vampire girls didn't mean that Adele was promiscuous, a green tea bitch, or a manipulative person. It was also possible that she had an outstanding personality. But this was a bit unbelievable because she was in the vampire race, where sequence rank was everything. No matter how outstanding the girl's charm was, being a sequence 5 had undoubtedly sentenced her future to death. Winona temporarily suppressed her doubts and decided to observe more. "I was just about to talk about this. First Snow has already rested. I want to ask you what you think of First Snow. As far as I know, you two have been very close recently, even today, you've been together all the time." Adele's heart skipped a beat. She didn't expect that the principal knew everything about her and First Snow's whereabouts today. And what was with this feeling of being caught red-handed on a date by her girlfriend's parents? Yes, we've been together all the time. But unlike First Snow's lies, Adele was very honest. And she didn't make any excuses, but turned her head and softly narrated. First Snow is a gluttonous kitten who woke me up early in the morning, probably because she was craving the cat food I bought. Winona scoffed at this. What delicacies hadn't First Snow tasted? Would she crave the cat food at Adele's house? But she didn't interrupt Adele's words, listening to her continue with an unsettled heart. After I fed her, I went downstairs to have breakfast. I originally planned to leave for my internship, but First Snow suddenly followed me and meowed at me. I was a little surprised, but First Snow seemed to want to stay with me, so I had no choice but to take her to my workplace. First Snow obediently stayed by my side, didn't disturb my work, and when I was tired, she would actively rub against my palm. We relied on each other and spent the whole day together. Didn't disturb her work. And actively rubbed against her palm to comfort her. Was this really First Snow, not the well-behaved kitten from her dreams? Winona's mentality underwent some subtle changes, and an inexplicable jealousy spread within her. Principal, you can verify this through the staff of the Archive Management Bureau. Adele appeared confident, proving that she could be held accountable for her words. This made Winona, who wanted to find fault with her, feel powerless. But the scene she saw at noon reappeared in Winona's mind. Adele clearly forced First Snow to eat the meat slice she didn't like. If that was the case, then First Snow might not have willingly accompanied Adele to work. It was possible that she had coerced First Snow in private. Otherwise, with First Snow's mischievous and playful nature, how could she possibly stay in an office peacefully for a whole day? Obviously, everyone would only believe what they believed in and were familiar with, or their memories. Even Winona, who advocated fairness, was no exception. Adele only felt that the principal's gaze towards her was getting colder, which puzzled her. She shouldn't have said anything wrong, right? Although the internship work was very boring, time passed quickly with First Snow's company. It wasn't until evening that First Snow and I returned to the academy. First Snow still wanted to stay with me, but I thought that you might be worried about her, Principal, so I refused and sent First Snow back. Winona's eyelids twitched. And then, for some unknown reason, I was invited here by the principal. Speaking of which, I still want to ask, is First Snow okay? She once again expressed concern for First Snow. If this was an act, Adele was acting too perfectly. The key was that her honest expression made it hard to doubt her. Even Winona couldn't deny that Adele had the kind of beauty that made people involuntarily believe her words. She was a true femme fatale. But Winona wouldn't fall for Adele's charm so easily. At this point, Adele's one-sided statement ended. It was time for her to expose Adele's true colors. Whether First Snow is doing well or not, do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? What do you mean, Principal? I don't understand. I mean, as the culprit who led her astray, you are to blame for First Snow becoming the bad child she is now. Bad child? How could First Snow be a bad child? Adele even dared to argue with the high-ranking principal to defend First Snow, but she was interrupted by Winona's stern tone. Adele, I'm only asking you, is it true that you have ambiguous relationships with several Sequence 1 vampires in the academy? First Snow stole a staff for you, and later took a potion from my alchemy room, which ended up in your possession, didn't it? And as far as I know, your parents are missing, your family is poor, and you live on subsidies from the organization every month. How could you, someone like that, possess a valuable spatial ring? Who gave it to you, and who else have you deceived? In conclusion, Adele, you are no longer trustworthy. It is precisely because of her contact with you that First Snow has become so rebellious. She even had a fight with me and is still locked in her room, refusing to come out. All of this is because of you, Adele. As the principal, Winona had experienced many speeches and confrontations with others, which allowed her to occupy the moral high ground during her speeches and gradually increase her momentum as her words progressed. In the end, she could often leave her opponents speechless. Adele was just a young student. Facing the interrogation of the high-ranking principal, she should have surrendered long ago. But to everyone's surprise, after silently listening to what Winona said, she didn't panic, but a trace of anger ignited in her eyes. The girl tried to calm down the surging emotions in her heart and replied in as calm a tone as possible. I know that no matter what I say, it won't change your opinion of me, Principal, but I also have a question. I want to ask you. Go ahead. Before I came into contact with First Snow, did you know me, Principal? There are so many students in the academy, I can't possibly know everyone. Good, you can't possibly know everyone. When I was bullied by those sequence ones, when Dorothy publicly declared that she wanted me as a pet, you wouldn't have known me, nor would you have cared about the life or death of a little sequence 5 like me. But now that I've finally adapted to that hellish life and am trying my best to survive in the cracks between them, you know me now. Saying that I'm ambiguous with them, implying that I, the victim, have become the bitch who seduced them, the slut. Winona's expression wavered slightly. Perhaps she could explain that this was a policy specifically for vampire students, passed by the Academy's board of directors. That is, no matter what the vampire students in the Academy do among themselves, the school should try not to interfere. Because that was the vampire sequence hierarchy, their natural law. Winona was well aware that high-ranking vampires would bully low-ranking ones. But how could she go against the sequence hierarchy theory that the entire vampire race followed and enforced? She couldn't help everyone, and she couldn't help Adele. Therefore, she didn't refute, letting Adele continue. If I didn't do these things, I could have lived peacefully in the academy, why would I actively provoke them? Principal. Not everyone is as powerful as you, able to protect themselves and others. For students like me, just ensuring that I don't get hurt is already my best effort. As for the staff and potion you mentioned, I didn't know that those were stolen by First Snow, otherwise, I wouldn't have accepted them no matter what. This was a lie, but it was common for Adele to act so convincingly that she believed it herself. The staff was a gift from First Snow because she thought I was weak and wanted me to be able to protect myself. As for the potion, it was because a friend of mine was recently injured, and I might have unintentionally expressed to First Snow my desire to heal her. The spatial ring was given to me by my friend, it wasn't obtained through deception. Her name is Tang Lin Lang, I'm sure the all-powerful principal should be able to find her information. Adele's tone was slightly mocking, clearly expressing her dissatisfaction with the principal's ability to freely search for her information. Actually, there was no need to check. Hearing this surname, Winona understood something. Now, the situation had reversed, and she became the silent one. Because almost every one of Winona's accusations had been reasonably explained by Adele. But there was one thing that Adele couldn't change, and that was the change in First Snow, which was what Winona cared about the most. Her rebelliousness, her fight with her. And the fact that she was still refusing to communicate with her, that First Snow was locked in her room alone. This was what Winona cared about the most. She needed Adele to explain this. Even if her explanation was to attack her. First Snow isn't a rebellious child, she wouldn't get angry for no reason, you must have said something that hurt her, Principal. Adele was always brave in front of reasonable people. If she encountered someone unreasonable, she would cower faster than anyone else. Obviously, she considered the principal to be someone reasonable. Hurt her. I just pointed out the fact that First Snow lied to me. She lied to me about not being with you today, wasn't she wrong? Can't she even accept a little criticism? Now Adele finally understood why First Snow was upset. To describe it in one sentence, it was, being pissed off by a dog straight woman. JPG. Straight women, like straight men, were the type who wouldn't let go of an argument even if they were right. But they often overlooked the fact that what mattered wasn't who was right or wrong, but their attitude towards each other. First Snow knew she was wrong, and she would admit it obediently. But Winona didn't care about that, she was just venting her emotions, not even giving First Snow a chance to apologize. First Snow, feeling cornered, coupled with her past resentment towards Winona's neglect and the fact that Adele, who had done nothing wrong, was being accused of being a bad influence on her, it was only natural for her to be so angry that she hid and didn't want to see Winona anymore. Adele sorted out this process after a little thought. Only Winona, the dog-straight woman, was still concerned about who was right and who was wrong. Fine, you continue to care about who's right and who's wrong. Leave me to care about first Snow, to pick up the poor little kitten. Then you'll regret it. You don't even know who you should really care about. It was understandable for first Snow to maintain her innocence for so many years. After all, her true identity was that of a long-lived catbird. But Principal, you haven't made any progress in so many years. It really makes me wonder if Winona put all her talent points into magic and neglected her emotional intelligence. At this point, Adele finally couldn't hold back anymore. With a bang, Adele slammed her hand on the table. Even Winona's eyes jumped, and she showed a shocked expression. She had been the principal for so long. This was the first time a student dared to slam her hand on her table. But this was actually just Adele's way of getting Winona's attention. Of course, it wasn't impossible that Adele hoped this would make her appear more imposing, rather than a weak refuter. Because next, it was her turn to get to the heart of the matter. Principal, after all this talk, you just want to reconcile with first Snow, right? Winona's expression changed rapidly. At the same time, the magic power that overflowed due to her inability to control her emotions made everything around them seem to be grabbed by an invisible hand and float up. Even Adele's hair was no exception, but this experience of facing a powerful mage directly wasn't pleasant. At least Adele felt a chill down her spine. And she immediately recalled, wow, I was so brave just now. Fortunately, Winona only lost control of her emotions for a short time, and then she let everything return to its original position. At the same time, she was panting heavily, showing that her mind wasn't calm. Because her thoughts had been exposed. Just like it was normal for a cat to bristle when its tail was stepped on. How could I? Tsundere is out of fashion, Principal. I don't understand what you're talking about. Winona actually blushed. She didn't understand why she was originally arguing with Adele, but now she was suddenly in such a situation. Even being teased by her own student. It was too embarrassing. She didn't know what to say. It doesn't matter if you don't understand, at least you understand this sentence. Principal, you don't want first Snow to stay angry at you, right? So you should know what to do, Principal, right? What do you mean? Ask me nicely. Ask me to communicate with first Snow, ask me to let first Snow give you a chance. Opportunity knocks but once. Humph, who would ask you? 5 minutes later. Just this once, Adele, please. Winona bit her lip, even she found it unbelievable that she was actually moved by Adele's words. She actually asked a girl who was far below her in status, even her own student. But in the end, it actually had nothing to do with Adele, but with first Snow. First Snow was truly the most important partner and friend in Winona's life, besides her family. That's why she was willing to give in to Adele. Perhaps I really misunderstood you. It was my fault as the principal for not fulfilling my responsibility. You've been wronged all this time. Even if I know I can't change it, someone should still try to change things. Even if it's just a small part, it's worth it. Not only did Winona give in to Adele, she even reflected on herself. This was something Adele hadn't expected. She naturally took advantage of the situation. It's okay, it's okay. As long as you can protect me in the academy in the future, Principal, that's enough. Why does it sound like you're treating me as your bodyguard? And Adele, you just righteously criticized me, as if you were seeking justice for most vampire students. But in the end, you're still more important. Winona came to her senses. Adele might not be as bad as she thought. But she was definitely not kind and generous either. Ahem, how could I treat you as a bodyguard? Let's not talk about that. Now, please lead the way, Principal, and let me go and enlighten first Snow, who is currently feeling sad. Alright, follow me. This was indeed the most important thing in Winona's heart. Just like first Snow was the most important person to her. If in the end, first Snow insisted on being with a girl like Adele, although Winona was somewhat reluctant in her heart, just like a parent who couldn't stop their daughter who was blinded by love, she would probably have to give in to first Snow's own wishes. Winona took a step forward, and Adele immediately followed. The doors opened automatically in front of them, and the entire castle seemed to come alive. The walls, stairs, murals, and lamps floated and rearranged themselves freely. Soon, a brand new path appeared in front of the dumbfounded Adele. Following the path forward, they reached First Snow's room. The closed door exuded a gloomy aura, reminiscent of the spring rain, a lonely midnight waking up alone in the midst of the continuous drizzle. In short, it was emo. Depressed. No matter what I do or say, First Snow won't come out. Winona's mood was a bit low. That's normal, that's what happens when you have low emotional intelligence. Winona's sharp gaze immediately swept over. Adele hurriedly changed her words. Ahem, this shows that the principal is pragmatic and a rare doer in the academy. So, I'll leave my safety in the academy to you, principal. Please pay special attention to the sequence one named Dorothy, most of the bullying I've experienced is because of her. As for the other small part, to be fair, Adele believed it was because of her devastating beauty. Stop being glib, is this how you deceived First Snow with your sweet talk? What do you mean sweet talk? If coaxing someone is called sweet talk, some people can't even learn it. Winona didn't want to stay with Adele anymore. Otherwise, she felt that she would be angered to death sooner or later. Soon, Winona and Adele arrived at First Snow's door. They looked at each other, exchanging brief glances. Adele cleared her throat and called out the girl's name in a gentle voice. First Snow. It was just a short call, but unexpectedly, there was a response from inside the room. Adele. Winona's heart instantly felt as sour as if she had eaten a whole lemon. No matter how she tried to persuade her, First Snow wouldn't pay attention to her. It's me, I came to see you. It was Xiao Wei who asked Adele to come, wasn't it? I don't want to. I don't want to listen to Xiao Wei, meow. Adele, are you on Xiao Wei's side too? How could that be? Adele understood very well that to calm First Snow down now, she had to make her believe in her sincerity. That way, First Snow would accept her. It was indeed the principal who found me, but I only care about First Snow. First Snow, I'm very worried about you. She doesn't believe you, she misunderstands you, but how could I not believe you? Then doesn't First Snow want to believe in her sister? No, meow. I believe in Adele, meow. Then can I come in and pet you? First Snow, I know you must be feeling very sad right now. I'm not good with words, I can't say anything comforting, I just want to hug you tightly, is that okay? Winona almost vomited blood. Why could Adele say such affectionate lies so casually? She's not good with words. Hearing this, even Winona, who was always elegant and easygoing, almost couldn't hold back from saying something. Sob, Adele. But First Snow clearly believed Adele's words and was deeply moved. Then. I'll only open the door for Adele, meow. Xiao Wei, I know you're outside, but if you try to take advantage of this opportunity to barge in. I really will never forgive Xiao Wei, meow. Don't worry, I won't. Winona's assurance was firm, unlike the frivolous Adele, whose words were like water poured out, regardless of whether they could be taken back. Hearing this, First Snow felt relieved. Then, the seal on the room was lifted by First Snow, and the door slowly opened. Adele was quickly pulled inside by a small hand. Then, the door closed. Winona didn't even get a glimpse of First Snow before she was shut out again. At the same time, she could clearly feel that the magic seal on First Snow's room was being reinforced, layer by layer, even tighter than before. This made Winona sigh inwardly. Whose home was this anyway? How come she, the owner, had now become the thief being guarded against? Inside First Snow's room. It took Adele a brief second to adjust to her surroundings. Then, a soft, seemingly tearful and trembling little cutie pounced into her arms. Adele hugged her tightly, filled with pity and heartache. Oh, my poor little First Snow. That was the only way to describe Adele's feelings at that moment. Moreover, the catgirl's body was as soft as a cream-filled cupcake, its sweetness captivating Adele. Even though First Snow had put all her weight on Adele, it wasn't a burden for Adele at all. On the contrary, it made her feel heartbreakingly light. Because now, the only one she could hug and confide in was Adele. That's why First Snow's embrace seemed so helpless, helpless yet using all her strength, clinging so tightly. Although being scratched by the kitten's claws on her soft skin made Adele want to grit her teeth in pain, she still endured it. That's what raising a cat was like. Could you even call yourself a cat owner if you hadn't been scratched a few times? Although Adele had never scooped First Snow's litter box, because First Snow was a clean kitty. Alright, I know everything. First Snow, you can tell me anything that's bothering you. I don't care about those irrelevant things, I'm on your side. Don't say you didn't do anything wrong, even if you did, so what? Kittens are allowed to make mistakes, they need to be loved. Adele gently stroked First Snow's hair, feeling the girl tremble slightly in her arms. Don't accuse Adele of being biased, why wouldn't she be biased? Her own kitten was meant to be pampered. Besides, First Snow didn't do anything wrong. What Principal Winona cared about was too objective. While Adele and First Snow cared about subjective emotional feelings. That's why it was said, being pissed off by a dog-straight woman. If only Principal Winona had softened her tone from the beginning and communicated with First Snow properly, instead of scolding her heathen, would First Snow have continued to hide her relationship with Adele from her? Of course not. What First Snow wanted most was for Winona and Adele to get along well. But what Winona was doing was like giving First Snow a multiple-choice question. It was as if she was forcing the kitten to choose between Adele and herself. In the end, First Snow shut down, not wanting to make such a terrifying choice. That's why she was angry with Principal Winona and chose to hide. Escaping into a small room. First Snow's room was indeed a small room, as its name suggested. At least at first glance, Adele found that it wasn't much bigger than her own dorm room. But one had to know that the entire vast castle and estate belonged to Winona and her catbird, First Snow. First Snow gave up those bright and spacious rooms and chose this small room that resembled an attic. Because cats liked small spaces. Perhaps if she was given a small cardboard box, she would turn it into a cat nest and live comfortably in it. But that didn't mean they liked to be alone. On the contrary, the smaller the space, the less cats would feel the emptiness of loneliness. First Snow could hug herself, imagining that someone was accompanying her, and that would be warm too. Meow. Meow meow. Meow. First Snow's emotions fluctuated significantly after hearing Adele's completely biased words. This caused her to subconsciously use her native language to speak. Although Adele didn't understand, the emotions were enough for her to empathize. This was First Snow crying out in grievance. Yes, Xiao Wei is a dummy. Meow. We're not going to talk to Xiao Wei anymore, okay? Meow. She seemed to be hesitating, as if saying, maybe we can still talk to her occasionally. She was so easy to understand. Even when she used her meow language, Adele could guess what she meant and even have a normal conversation with her. If she had to rate how easy it was to coax them, Celeste didn't need to be coaxed, Hermione would be a little harder to coax if Adele really made her angry. And First Snow should be the type that was very easy to coax. But even so, Winona failed to coax her. In the end, she had to call in Adele. Adele responded to First Snow's meows, adding her own understanding and comfort. Soon, First Snow's whimpering significantly subsided. At this point, First Snow should have felt much better. It was just that the kitten was still too embarrassed to accept Winona's apology, and there was still some resentment in her heart that hadn't been vented. She had Adele to comfort her sadness. Could she vent her resentment on Adele? First Snow was too kind a kitten, so she chose to bury this resentment deep in her heart, naively thinking that maybe it would dissipate one day. But Adele knew very well that resentment wouldn't disappear for no reason. It would only resurface the next time a conflict erupted, and then cause more serious consequences, damaging the relationship between First Snow and Winona. At this time, Adele needed to try to use her own methods to resolve the dissatisfaction and resentment in the kitten's heart. Negative emotions had to be vented. No matter what method was used. Meow. First Snow suddenly exclaimed. Because Adele romantically swept her up in a princess carry and walked towards her bed. First Snow instantly covered her face in shyness, but didn't struggle. The girl's heart beat faster, not understanding what Adele was going to do. And Xiao Wei was right outside. Although she had used magic to block any sound in the room from escaping and being heard by Xiao Wei, the point wasn't whether she could hear it or not, but that she was right behind the door. No matter what First Snow and Adele did inside, just thinking about this made First Snow blush and feel nervous. It was so strange, a feeling First Snow had never experienced before. Even a little exciting. In Adele's arms, First Snow curled herself up into a small ball, closed her eyes, and buried her face in the girl's chest. "Are you still sad, First Snow?" Adele asked softly. "Not so much anymore, meow." "Not so much, but you still can't forgive Xiao Wei for a while, right? You're still upset with her. Then why is First Snow upset?" First Snow's breathing became rapid, and her small chest heaved up and down. "Because Xiao Wei wouldn't let me be with Adele. She said Adele is a bad girl. That she would be a bad influence on me. Xiao Wei is the bad one. Only Adele is the best to me," meow, sob. The emotions that First Snow had worked so hard to calm down were easily stirred up again by Adele. But this was a good thing, better than having them buried deep in First Snow's heart. Everything was going according to Adele's plan. She had a firm grasp of First Snow's psychology. A playful smile appeared on the girl's lips. Adele gently laid First Snow on the bed, her posture resembling a cat lying with its paws behind its head. To Adele, the cat girl in front of her was completely exposed. "Sister." "Adele, meow." First Snow called out nervously and curiously. "Yes, sister is here." "Then sister, aren't you upset? Because the principal said I'm a bad woman, that I would be a bad influence on you." "I'm sorry, meow. I apologize to Adele on behalf of Xiao Wei, meow." There was a good word to describe First Snow, but unfortunately, that word had been tainted. It was pure. Everything about First Snow was pure and genuine. Even when she was angry with Winona, to the point of shutting herself in her room and crying, she would instinctively apologize for her friend, for her Xiao Wei. Adele shook her head and leaned closer. One of her knees was pressed between First Snow's legs, her posture like a crawling cat, completely dominating First Snow's body. First Snow felt that something was about to happen. But she didn't know what it was. She felt confused and uneasy. But because it was Adele. So she didn't want to run away. And Adele shaking her head meant, "I don't blame the principal, and First Snow doesn't need to apologize. After all, I am that kind of bad woman and I did lead First Snow astray." "No." First Snow murmured, her emotions becoming somewhat agitated. "No, meow. It was this kind of cat girl that was especially cute and endearing." Adele smiled, her eyes lowered. "Silly girl, when arguing with someone, explaining is the stupidest thing to do. They say we ate 2 bowls of jelly, we're not going to cut open our stomachs to show them. We're going to proudly say, yes, I ate 2 bowls, and I'm not paying, so what? If you keep nagging, I'll eat more." Adele's analogy was something First Snow had never encountered before. But her bright eyes were sparkling, as if she was trying to understand, and had even partially understood. "So, if Xiao Wei says I'm a bad woman, then I am. Xiao Wei says First Snow was led astray by me. Alright, then let's be even worse." "Even worse?" First Snow murmured. "Yes, even worse. Does First Snow trust Adele?" "To trust you, meow." "Then does First Snow like Adele?" "I mean, a different kind of liking than for Xiao Wei. Have you ever felt that for me?" First Snow's pupils dilated, the light in her eyes flickering even more beautifully. "Yes. I have." But First Snow didn't understand what that was. She was just attracted to Adele's dazzling brilliance. From the moment she first saw her, she had developed those feelings. Wanting to rub against her, wanting to be stroked by her. She would even let Adele touch her wings. As for anything more intimate, it was completely unfamiliar territory for First Snow. She didn't know what to do. But Adele knew exactly what to do. "That's good enough, then First Snow and I are in love." So, let's be bad together, first Snow. After venting those negative emotions. Tomorrow, she would still be a cute and innocent kitten. As Adele's words fell, first Snow held her breath, watching Adele's face descend towards her, getting closer and closer. The girl's soul was completely lost in Adele's pink, flower-like eyes. Completely lost and disoriented. Or maybe, Adele was her destination. A light kiss, like a feather, landed on first Snow's lips. Filled with love and tenderness, like kissing a flower, the dewdrop on the flower trembled but didn't fall. Like kissing a cloud, making one's mind go blank and float in it. She couldn't say anything anymore. Adele's hand moved restlessly, sliding into the gap between the girl's slender waist, touching the small wings folded on her. Adele's hand moved restlessly, sliding into the gap between the girl's slender waist, touching the small wings folded on her back. Woo! That was first Snow's most sensitive spot, making her involuntarily clamp her legs together. But she couldn't fully close them, pitiful as she was. Because Adele, the bad girl, had already placed her leg between first Snow's knees. Although she was a bad girl that first Snow couldn't refuse, a bad girl who made her feel like anything she did was okay. Gradually, first Snow's expression became hazy, and her cheeks flushed with a blush like that of drunkenness. Her eyes were unfocused, her breathing uneven. As for her lips were busy. Busy dealing with the mischievous Adele. She was really, so bad, meow. But she was bad in a way that made first Snow like her. Meow. Meow. There, woo. Adele's fingers gently glided over the downy feathers of her wings. The sensation that arose in that instant made first Snow arch her back involuntarily. However, Adele took this opportunity to mercilessly make first Snow change her position, making her kneel on the bed, her slender back trembling, facing away from her. Completely exposing her sensitive wings. Or rather, spreading them out. And Adele planted a series of dense and forceful kisses on the feathers. Like some kind of relentless bombardment. First Snow almost lost the ability to think, whimpers and soft moans escaping her lips incessantly. She knew Xiao Wei was right outside the door, and she should have felt ashamed. But first Snow couldn't escape from Adele. Nor did she want to. She had now truly become the kitten in Xiao Wei's words. The kitten who had been led astray. But why did her soul feel relaxed, no longer so heavy and tired? Gradually, first Snow lost the ability to think. She just wanted to immerse herself in this feeling. Immerse herself in this comfortable sensation. She didn't even feel ashamed of making those embarrassing meows in front of Adele. She just wanted to be possessed by Adele. Whatever she wanted, her body or her soul, she would give it all to her. In a daze, first Snow seemed to see devilish wings spread out from Adele's back. A vibrant pink, so beautiful. And a tail, thin and long, hairless, almost illusory like fire, floating in the air. Swaying seductively. The heart at the tip of the tail seemed to change with time. The original light pink had turned into a layered deep pink, a gradient of colors. The tip of the tail, the most prominent part, like the tip of one's heart, had become a luscious red. First Snow didn't mind, even if the woman in front of her had transformed into a demon with wings and a slender tail. She was still her Adele. Driven by this feeling, even first Snow's tail swayed slightly. It intertwined with Adele's tail. As if transformed into vines, entwining each other, tightly bound together. At this moment, outside first Snow's door. Winona, respecting first Snow's privacy, didn't use any magic to try to break through the seal and eavesdrop on the conversation and interaction inside. Nor did she knock on the door to interrupt. This was because she believed that Adele could persuade first Snow and bring her back from the brink. More importantly, she trusted first Snow. But this trust was soon replaced by another emotion. Astonishment, doubt, and confusion. Winona's brows furrowed tightly, and the expression on her face became unprecedentedly serious. She really wanted to ask why. Why? Did she suddenly smell the scent of a witch? In the space Xiao Wei couldn't peek into, Adele was feasting in every sense of the word. As a vampire, she tasted the fragrant blood of the long-lived catbird. She felt the powerful and restrained natural force contained within it, filling and ethereal. It was said that the blood of a catbird was comparable to the royal bloodline of elves. After all, both races originated from nature, nurtured by heaven and earth, blessed with spiritual energy and beauty. And as a witch, she continuously drew the magic power of the original sin, lust, from first snow. Theoretically, the stronger the target being drawn from, the more and richer the magic power gained. It could be clearly seen that the tip of Adele's slender tail had become like a ripe, red fruit, emitting an alluring aura. It was, too much, too full. On the one hand, Adele couldn't absorb that much magic power yet. On the other hand, she was also worried about First Snow's body. Would there be any problems if she was drained like this? But judging from First Snow's appearance, she didn't seem to be affected by Adele at all. The girl's magic power was abundant, like a deep lake. Adele only took a scoop to drink, and she was already full. But for First Snow, it was painless and she didn't feel like she had lost anything at all. This was the first time Adele realized that First Snow might be very strong. However, Adele was more inclined to believe that First Snow was indeed very strong, but she didn't know how to use her power. It was a gift from heaven that she had always neglected and left unused. Only the short-distance teleportation used for escape had been mastered by her to an unparalleled degree. It was also at this time that Adele discovered that the compatibility between vampires and lust witches was incredibly high. Vampires could absorb the magic power contained in blood. And witches could absorb the magic power contained in original sin. Combined, Adele felt unprecedentedly powerful, at least compared to her past self. If she had to face those Sequence 1 blood nobles, her current strength was still not enough. But what if it wasn't just First Snow who was being drained by her? What if Adele continuously hunted powerful women? Constantly plundering their power, making them willing to become her magic reservoirs. It was conceivable how powerful Adele would become then. Vampires absorbed blood. Witches harvested all desires and emotions derived from original sin. Through First Snow, Adele finally glimpsed her own path to strength. The power of a lust witch is so much easier to use than a vengeance witch. JPG. Adele couldn't help but think of herself, in the original novel, everything she went through after becoming a vengeance witch. She was the type who could only become stronger through suffering. She absorbed the desire for revenge from others as well as from herself, taking the path of explosive power-ups. She had to go through tragic events first to unleash the potential within her. Although this method of power-up was very classic and passionate, it was a no-go for the current Adele. If she had to suffer to become stronger, she would rather not become stronger, obediently be a kept woman, and warm the bed every night. Fortunately, the appearance of the angel gave Adele another choice, pointing her to a different path. She could become stronger through lewdness. This was much easier and more enjoyable than revenge. Adele had already absorbed a vast amount of magic power that her body was about to reach its limit. Therefore, her movements gradually slowed down. When she finally stopped, First Snow was already exhausted, just curled up in Adele's soft embrace. Crystal beads of sweat dampened First Snow's cheeks. Adele gently moved her fingers, and a gentle breeze blew, dispelling the residual heat from First Snow's body. For Adele, it was also something that made her sigh with emotion, to be able to use magic so effortlessly without worrying about depleting her magic power. First Snow felt the breeze blown by Adele and hummed cutely. Adele, sister, meow. The kitten's ears twitched with her words, quickly turning cherry red after being stroked by Adele. Meow. The current First Snow, having just experienced all that, was still too sensitive. So Adele had to be careful not to trigger a stress reaction in First Snow. Adele moved her hand from First Snow's ears to her back, gently stroking it. First Snow's breathing became erratic at first, but then gradually calmed down under Adele's soothing touch. First Snow is a good girl. Adele murmured sincerely. Unexpectedly, it elicited a dissatisfied hum from the catgirl. No, meow. First Snow is a bad girl, meow. Pfft. Adele couldn't help but laugh. So even now, First Snow was still naively following the words she had used to tempt her. Alright, we've already done a lot of bad things behind Xiao Wei's back, we can forgive her now. Meow. First Snow blushed, understanding half of Adele's words, but not the other half. And speaking of forgiveness, she didn't seem to be as angry with Xiao Wei as she was before. It felt like some unpleasant things inside her had been comfortably released. Adele didn't explain, just continued to treat her gently. This is our little secret, don't tell Xiao Wei, okay? Okay, I won't tell Xiao Wei, meow. First Snow readily agreed to Adele. After all, in her eyes at this moment, Adele was closer to her than Xiao Wei. But in terms of depth of feelings, Winona and First Snow's bond was deeper. After all, one was a friend like a sister or mother, while the other was a lover. Short-term stimulation couldn't compare to long-lasting affection, but if Adele also spent a long time with First Snow in the future, that might change. Adele nodded, she believed the kitten could keep a secret. Otherwise, if the principal found out what she had done to First Snow, the consequences wouldn't be as simple as being summoned for questioning over some unfounded rumors. Then now, can First Snow forgive Xiao Wei? Well, about forgiving her. First Snow's eyes wandered. It's not impossible. Firstly, she wanted to say that she had never really blamed Winona, it was more that she was sad and wanted to hide. Secondly, because she had already done bad things with Adele. Although First Snow didn't quite understand, it must have been something Xiao Wei wouldn't allow her to do with Adele. Very comfortable, bad things. So Xiao Wei's warning about Adele being a bad influence had become a reality in a way. Since Xiao Wei was right, First Snow didn't seem to have any reason to be dissatisfied anymore. Adele's way of thinking was incredibly unique, like a mudslide. But the advantage of doing this was that it not only vented First Snow's resentment but also gave Winona a First Snow who was willing to admit her mistakes. After all, she had just done it, so of course she could admit her mistakes, meow. Win-win. No, it was a triple win. Because Adele had also enjoyed herself. And she was the one who gained the most, whether it was blood, magic power, or the lovely First Snow, she was completely satisfied. Now even Adele couldn't help but want to thank Winona. Principal, could you please criticize First Snow a few more times? I'll treat you to black tea next time. Adele kissed First Snow's forehead, who had learned from her mistakes. It was fair and smooth, incredibly cute. First Snow closed her eyes shyly. Then are we ready to open the door and let Winona in? Not yet, meow. Why? Adele asked curiously. First Snow's expression was embarrassed and shy. Because my legs are weak, meow, and my wings are soft too. Adele was speechless. Obviously, she realized that she was the culprit behind all this. She was full of energy and greatly satisfied, but the drained First Snow's physical weakness would obviously last for a while. And there was another reason First Snow was too embarrassed to say. That was, she wanted to stay in Adele's arms for a while longer. Smell that alluring scent a little longer. Enjoy Adele's unique tenderness a little longer. Outside the door, the principal paced restlessly. Winona, why haven't they come out yet? What are they doing? Just when Winona was about to give up waiting. Bored to the point of looking up and observing the stars that had a mysterious connection to fate. The seal on the room was suddenly lifted by someone. As a legendary mage, Winona was very sensitive to the flow of magic power around her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have noticed that aura that was very similar to a witch's. But she would put that aside for now. First Snow was much more important than witches. And as for witches, the magic world, unlike the mundane world, had a very ambiguous attitude towards them. They weren't hostile or hateful, but they certainly wouldn't show acceptance either. But Winona, as the dean of the academy, was equivalent to a high-ranking official in the mundane world, so her public stance had to be the same as the official one, believing that witches must be eradicated. But privately, she could have her own judgment and thoughts. With the magic seal lifted, Winona could instantly eavesdrop on everything in the room and even see what was happening inside if she wanted to. But she didn't do that, instead waiting for the door to slowly open from the inside. Adele, holding First Snow's hand, appeared before Principal Winona. Winona couldn't help but gasp. In her eyes, First Snow's eyes were red, clearly having just cried. This made her heart ache. Seeing Winona's distressed expression, Adele guiltily looked away and tried to calm her emotions, not revealing any trace of what had happened. She couldn't tell Winona that First Snow's red eyes were indeed because she had just cried. But half the reason for her crying was because of the grievance she suffered from Winona. And the other half was because Adele had made her cry. After all, Adele after her witch transformation might not be as gentle as she was before. But correspondingly, she would also bring others a more stimulating experience. Xiao Wei. First Snow spoke timidly, quickly glancing at Winona with her light blue, gem-like eyes before quickly looking away again. Her eyes were downcast, her nose twitching slightly. Winona didn't want to say any more high-sounding words. She squatted down, hugged First Snow at eye level, rested her chin on the girl's delicate shoulder, and buried her face in First Snow's neck. Adele tactfully let go of First Snow's hand at this time. First Snow felt a little itchy at first, but then, it was warm from the inside out. Xiao Wei is good, meow, I'm not angry with you anymore, meow. Adele couldn't have imagined this scene. First Snow actually reached out to stroke Principal Winona's hair, causing the latter's body to tremble slightly. But the sound she made was deeply moved. It's all my fault for saying those things to you without investigating clearly. I won't do it again. First Snow, don't ignore me either. Actually, if you want to make friends, you don't have to hide it from me. Even if it's a flaky friend like Adele, I wouldn't object to you interacting with her. It felt like an arrow had pierced Adele's back. First Snow, I just care about you, I'm worried about you. There are many bad people in this world, and the more beautiful a girl is, the easier it is for her to deceive people. Another arrow pierced Adele's back. But, this could be considered a roundabout way of praising her beauty, right? Okay, meow, I know. First Snow sniffed. Let's not talk about this anymore, meow, I'm so hungry. Okay, I'll get you something to eat right away. What do you want to eat? First Snow glanced at Adele, as if asking if she was hungry. Adele smiled faintly. Sister is not hungry, First Snow is. You should replenish your energy. Meow, I want to eat that fish, Xiao Wei. First Snow turned to Winona and said. Winona was silent for a moment, then finally nodded. Okay. First Snow immediately had a smug look on her face. Adele quietly leaned close to her and asked. What kind of fish is it? It seems to be called a treasure fish. It spits out glowing magic stones. Winona keeps it in her alchemy room. I've been craving it for a long time, meow. Winona knew this all too well. She had lost count of how many times she had caught First Snow sneaking into her alchemy room, trying to steal the fish and eat it. But this treasure fish was extremely valuable. The magic stones it spit out were also of very high purity. In the outside magic world, they could be sold to mages who needed to quickly replenish their magic power for a sky-high price. It could be said that raising a treasure fish was equivalent to owning a gold mine. Originally, Winona treasured it very much, but for the sake of First Snow's forgiveness and to appease her, even if it was precious, Winona had to let it go tonight and make it into fish soup for First Snow to eat. Holy crap. Forgive Adele's limited vocabulary. I'm suddenly a little hungry too. Principal, is that okay? Adele wouldn't miss the opportunity to enjoy such a magical creature. Winona had finally seen through Adele's true nature. She wasn't inherently bad, she could even be said to be kind and lawful. But Adele's biggest problem was that she never hid her desires, whether it was for money, treasures, or girls. And because of this, she exuded a unique charm from the inside out. Perhaps she didn't realize it herself, but this charm of hers would make the girls who were attracted to her involuntarily want to please her with material things. Like Celeste buying Adele a house and bags. First Snow secretly giving Adele her staff to use. Tang Linlang willing to buy her a precious spatial ring as a gift. And Adele enjoyed all of this with peace of mind, while rewarding the girls who gave her gifts. Through rewards, a kind of incentive was formed, and in the future, these girls would only be more willing to support her. Adele was the one being supported, but her status was above all those who supported her. She was a natural queen. A queen who didn't have much authority but was irresistible. "All right, I'll have someone prepare the fish and some other dishes. But Adele, please come with me for a moment." First Snow looked at Winona nervously and took a small step closer to Adele. As if saying, "Don't do anything to Adele, meow." It felt like she was protecting her wife. Seeing this scene, Winona's mood was complex and subtle. "I just have some questions to ask, I won't do anything to her." Adele also nodded and said to First Snow, "I trust the principal, she promised to protect me before." "All right, you don't need to keep reminding me of that." Winona turned and left, and Adele hurriedly followed. They arrived at Principal Winona's office. Winona stopped and turned to look at Adele, asking in as calm a tone as possible. "There seems to be a witch's aura on you. What's going on?" Adele's heart skipped a beat. As expected, even though she knew that First Snow's room was sealed off from the outside world, under those circumstances, with a legendary mage outside, Adele still risked revealing her witch form. It was only natural for Winona to sense it. But fortunately, Winona either said it deliberately, not directly exposing her witch identity to save face, or she only sensed the witch's aura and hadn't yet suspected Adele. Of the two possibilities, Adele naturally chose the one that was most beneficial to her. She lowered her head and pondered for a moment, and when she looked up again, there was a certain determination in her eyes. "Principal Winona, haven't you always wanted to know what I used the potion that First Snow took from you for? What did you use it for?" Winona was indeed concerned about this. The holy healing potion was also very powerful. If it leaked into the human world, it could be said to be a second life. The competition for it would cause many casualties. "Leligay, I used it on her, I protected her." "You should be very familiar with this student, Principal Winona, right?" As expected, after Adele told Winona the truth, Winona fell into a long silence. And this answer could also indirectly explain where the witch's aura on Adele came from. It must be because she had been in contact with Leligay. This way, Adele could shift all of Winona's suspicion from herself to Leligay. "Adele, Senior Ligay, I saved your life, it shouldn't be a big deal to take the blame for me, right?" As for how Winona would handle this information in the end, Adele didn't dare to guess, she could only hope that Winona would remember her past relationship with Leligay. Ahem, by past relationship, she meant the normal teacher-student relationship, don't get any wrong ideas. Leligay was a good student council president, there was no doubt about that. During her tenure, she must have solved many trivial and troublesome matters for Winona. After a long time, Winona seemed to have finally made a decision. She looked at Adele again, but this time, there was a rare gentleness in her eyes. As if Adele had suddenly transformed from the bad woman who had abducted and corrupted First Snow into a not-so-bad woman. So she was still a bad woman. "Don't tell anyone else about this, except me." From the fact that Adele used the potion to save Leligay without asking for anything in return, instead of selling it for profit, it could be seen that she was indeed a good girl. Yes. Adele was stunned at first. But when she realized that Winona's statement meant that she was also willing to keep this secret, she responded to Winona excitedly and gratefully. At this time, the sound of a kitten scratching at the door came from outside. No need to ask, it must be First Snow, who had been waiting impatiently. Adele and Winona looked at each other. Suddenly, they both couldn't help but laugh. Only First Snow outside the door, listening to the two distinct laughs, was slightly confused. "What are Adele and Xiao Wei laughing about, meow?" "First Snow, you got my belly big, you have to take responsibility," Adele chuckled, gently rubbing her slightly rounded tummy after enjoying a sumptuous late-night snack in the castle's dining room. "Meow." First Snow was startled, but after realizing Adele was just joking, she replied in a soft, gentle voice, "I will. I will take responsibility, meow." Pfft. Principal Winona, who was drinking water, sprayed it out upon hearing First Snow's response. "First Snow. Don't listen to her nonsense. And don't be so obedient. What if you get tricked? Don't blame Winona for overreacting. She didn't want her kitten to be gradually trained by Adele into a backup plan. What if Adele really brought a child back and made First Snow raise it? Although Winona had cleared up her misunderstanding of Adele, knowing that she was a student with a good nature, she had never been wrong about Adele's tendency to flirt. Principal, you're overreacting. First Snow didn't even say anything. Adele, if even First Snow can't help but speak up, I will get angry. Ugh. Adele was immediately choked. By speaking harshly, Winona barely managed to regain some of her authority in front of her student. Indeed, once a person had a weakness, they would become weak. It was clear that First Snow was Winona's weakness. And Adele was the evil woman who held the kitten hostage to command the principal. Adele picked up her drink and hurriedly took a sip. The sweet and sour taste was quite good. Then, she prepared to leave. After all, she had already resolved the conflict between Winona and First Snow and obtained the principal's promise to protect her. There was no point in staying any longer, it would only be annoying. As for how the principal would protect her, Adele didn't know. Maybe, she could tempt fate and contact Dorothy, who had been busy with something lately. Forget it. Adele knew the principle of "don't tempt fate." Principal, First Snow, I have to go back to my dorm. Otherwise, if I sleep too late today, I won't be able to make it to work tomorrow. Tomorrow is the last day of my internship, and then I can finally escape from this sea of suffering. First Snow wanted to say something but hesitated. Winona coughed lightly, reminding Adele not to go too far. She had already occupied First Snow for many days, and as the closest person to First Snow, she finally had a short vacation, but she had to stay alone. First Snow, you can come find me anytime you want. Winona's expression changed. Just when she thought Adele might be even more outrageous than she imagined, Adele changed her tone and smiled gently. But work is really boring, and I can't focus on taking care of First Snow and playing with her. So please let First Snow stay home tomorrow and keep a certain empty nest principal company. Winona wanted to say that she wasn't old. But now that she thought about it, why should she argue with a student? Her status prevented Winona from doing whatever she wanted in many cases. Just like she also wanted to stay at home and pet her cat, but the magic world kept throwing big news at her every now and then, and the academy also had its busy times. Perhaps growing up meant taking on one responsibility after another that you couldn't avoid. And becoming the kind of person others expected you to be, having to wear a mask and live within the framework of society, becoming a part of it. Hearing Adele's words, First Snow shyly glanced at Winona. Then okay, Adele, work hard at slacking off, meow. Winona. What kind of encouragement was that? But Adele was amused. Okay, sister will work hard at slacking off. There's no way someone actually considers work the most important part of their life, right? No way, no way. First Snow immediately understood and responded with a laugh. There's no way someone works just for the sake of working, right? Winona was worried about what First Snow had learned from being around Adele lately. But just as she was about to open her mouth, she froze. Because she remembered that she seemed to be the kind of person Adele was satirizing, the kind who made work the center of their life. As a result, she had erupted in a long-accumulated conflict with First Snow today. And who said slacking off was wrong? Wasn't it only natural to slack off after completing your work tasks? Did everyone have to be so competitive, completing work and then doing other unnecessary tasks? Not only would this not make people appreciate you, but it would also make those idle leaders think, so you can do so much in a day, good, from now on, you do this much every day. As for salary, the company is kind enough to give you a job, and you still want a salary. Winona fell into deep thought. If she became a slacker principal in the future, it would be Adele's fault. Xiao Wei, I'll see Adele out, meow. Go ahead. Winona rubbed her forehead and waved her hand. But just as First Snow and Adele were about to leave the dining room, Winona suddenly looked up at First Snow's back and said, hesitantly but finally. First Snow, tomorrow, let's go to the amusement park you've always wanted to go to, okay? First Snow's footsteps paused slightly, and she subconsciously held her breath. The soft ears on top of her head, fluttering constantly, betrayed her inner turmoil. Adele watched first Snow and Winona, these two dishonest people, with a gentle and playful gaze. They clearly cared about each other, why couldn't they just say it properly? First Snow bit her lip, her muttering was faint but clear enough. It's been so long, you only thought of it now. Humph, I don't really want to go anymore, meow. But if Xiao Wei insists, it's not impossible, meow. After saying that, first Snow took Adele's hand and ran from the castle all the way to the estate. Leaving Winona, who for the first time easily understood the kitten's mood, with a rare smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Winona suddenly looked forward to tomorrow's trip to the amusement park. It might be too childish for children, but for adults, it was just right. Adele's internship finally came to a successful end under the setting sun of the third day. She even received an extra 500 yuan in internship salary and 2 bags of mid-range blood plasma as a subsidy. Setting aside the blood plasma for now, the internship salary was actually paid in cash. Cash was so rare these days that Adele started thinking about where to keep these 5 bills as a souvenir. But after thinking about it, it was too much trouble. So Adele decided to find a chance to treat someone or do something else to spend it. As for the 2 bags of blood plasma, Adele planned to sell them on the Academy's forum. There would always be low-level vampires willing to pay for them. Now, she looked down on this level of blood. After tasting first Snow's blood, Adele's taste had obviously become more refined. Moreover, her bloodlust hadn't flared up in a long time. This proved that Adele's blood intake was sufficient, keeping her body constantly satisfied with blood. But while Adele was satisfied, someone was feeling extremely upset lately. That person had endured for too long and finally reached the point where she could no longer hold back. Adele returned to her beloved dorm, she couldn't wait to spend the rest of her vacation lazing around. Only after experiencing work did she understand. Damn, staying at home was truly comfortable. But just as she took out her key and was about to open the door, she suddenly froze. Why did the door open with just a turn of the key? Adele remembered that she had a habit of double-locking the door when she left home. Had Sharon returned? If so, to be honest, Adele would be a little disappointed. Because Sharon had worked so hard to take that step, to step out into the outside world and make up her mind to change herself. If she was going to ruin all her efforts and return here, back to that dark little room, Adele would be really sad. Whether she had or not, she would only know after opening the door. Thinking this, Adele slowly pulled the door open. But the scene that greeted her made her involuntarily gulp. The next moment, Adele tried to close the door. She felt like she had opened it the wrong way. She wanted to re-enter. But the girl inside didn't give her a chance. She raised a slender hand and easily controlled the door, preventing Adele from moving it an inch. Adele, you seem to be living a good life lately. A strand of pink hair and a bewitching scarlet eye peeked through the crack in the door. It was Dorothy. She whispered mockingly, her voice as cold as the winter evening. No, it's not good, I'm tired every day, sob. Adele's body instinctively cowered in the face of Dorothy, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. The last time she saw her was during the few days she took a leave of absence after being traumatized by the Kuro and Shiro twins. Dorothy came to see her, but Adele shut her out. After waiting for a while, Dorothy gave up. At that time, Adele was a little surprised. She originally thought that with Dorothy's temperament, she would at least break in. Just like today, sneaking into someone else's home. It was outrageous. But Dorothy didn't do that then, maybe she really had something important to attend to. Without the omniscient perspective, Adele could only live her own life and had no way of knowing what other people were doing. Even Celeste, who was currently the most loyal to her, didn't report her whereabouts to Adele all the time. But it was clear that after those busy days, Dorothy finally had time to come and deal with her disobedient pet. Adele's legs went weak. She wanted to back away, but she found that she didn't have the strength to do so. As a result, Dorothy grabbed her wrist and pulled her into the dorm. Meow. First Snow's verbal tick slipped out from Adele's mouth. Hearing this, Dorothy felt a tingle in her heart. Kitten. That's not bad either. Maybe I should give you cat ears and insert a cat tail. So, why insert? Not wear. There were cat tails that could be tied around the waist. Adele shivered with anger upon hearing this. What was wrong with this world? Almost as soon as she was pulled into the dorm, Dorothy pressed Adele against the door, closing it and making Adele acutely aware that there was no escape. This scene felt familiar. Adele wanted to ask, Dorothy, are you that impatient? At least go upstairs to the bedroom, I even turned off the lights. But she didn't dare, otherwise, she would really be meowing. Stop. Dorothy. I just finished my internship, can you please be considerate of my feelings? It seemed that communication was working. Although Dorothy's breathing was still rapid, as if she had been holding back for a long time, her movements did become gentler. She wrapped her arms around Adele's waist, her body gradually pressing closer. Their chests pressed against each other, their stomachs touching, Adele could almost feel Dorothy's pounding heart. Dorothy buried her face in Adele's white neck, her suppressed breath spraying on the soft, white skin, instantly staining it with cherry blossom-like red spots. Adele looked down with a guilty conscience, her body feigning obedience as she responded to Dorothy's embrace. Even though this embrace actually made her scalp tingle. But she still slowly raised her hands to Dorothy's tense back. Gently stroking it with her fingers, Dorothy's body would tremble with each touch. In the past, Adele wouldn't have dared to imagine herself actively touching Dorothy's body, actively teasing her. But perhaps it was her recent witch transformation, coupled with the abundant magic power she had absorbed from First Snow, that made Adele's confidence gradually rise from within. Although it hadn't reached the point of arrogance. But it was enough to support Adele and make her less afraid. Although Dorothy was the one who created her miserable past, thinking about it carefully, she had been surprisingly well-behaved recently. Perhaps it was indeed because she was preoccupied with other matters. But maybe, there was also a part of her that wanted to take care of Adele, who had been traumatized by the twins. Not disturbing her was her last act of kindness. Was it only today, that she came over because she couldn't hold back anymore? Am I not being considerate of your feelings? Dorothy's fangs extended, unconsciously rubbing against Adele's delicate skin. She didn't use any force, otherwise, it would definitely leave a pink mark. Adele's gaze softened. Perhaps Dorothy was right, she was indeed being considerate of her feelings. If it was the usual, or rather, the past Dorothy, she would have already sunk her fangs into Adele's blood vessels and impatiently satisfied her body's craving for blood, fulfilling all her desires. But she still gave Adele the possibility of communication. Although the final outcome shouldn't be much different. If Adele didn't solve Dorothy's bloodlust, Dorothy would go crazy. Yes. I know, Dorothy has changed a lot. It's just that when I think about the past, I can't face you. Adele put on a pained expression as if recalling the past, her body stiffening. Dorothy's intention to question Adele about why she couldn't feel the chastity curse was momentarily dispelled. She bit her lip instead of Adele's neck. In a hoarse voice, she whispered sadly. I've changed now. For the vampire princess, stating such a fact was undoubtedly a huge concession. Facing a girl who was far inferior to her in status and power. Conceding only because of her feelings for her, crossing that unfathomable chasm. This was also a very rebellious act within the vampire race. Adele couldn't help but feel this. On the contrary, she was surprised. As for being touched, there was a tiny bit of that too. Because according to her imagination, if she, who had been avoiding Dorothy and never actively sought her out, met Dorothy again, she would definitely be treated roughly, she would be supermarket. Her blood would be drained, leaving her pale and unable to move. But reality contradicted her imagination. Not only did Dorothy not treat her roughly, but she softened her tone and endured patiently. Dorothy wasn't that cold and ruthless after all. Or rather, she was only not cold and ruthless towards Adele. As for other vampires, Dorothy would probably treat them as trash and crush them without a second thought. I understand. Whether she was willing or not, Adele believed that the best solution in her current situation was to hold Dorothy tightly and try to soften her emotions. Of course, she also had to satisfy her. So this time, she took the initiative, pressing her body closer to Dorothy's delicate frame. Adele's fingers tightened slightly, gripping the clothes on Dorothy's back, as if she cared. Can we kiss first? That doesn't hurt. Every time she makes it hurt. Dorothy silently complied, starting to kiss Adele's neck passionately. Her purpose was to sip blood and alleviate her bloodlust. As the vampire princess, and the most favored subject of the Academy and the human race, the blood she received every month, both in quality and quantity, was the best in the entire Academy. Even Hermione's allowance was much less than hers. Most sequence ones could get a grade blood supplements, a few strong ones could get scrade, and as for Dorothy, she received even more scrade. This blood came from voluntary donations from powerful human ability users, which was why even blood supplements were graded. Of course, low-level vampires could only taste the blood donated by ordinary people. Ordinary people in the mundane world probably wouldn't have thought that the blood they donated was being used to fulfill the agreement between the human race and the vampire race, supplying a large number of foreign races. But if they didn't provide blood supplements to every vampire in this way, how many innocent humans would they hurt, even kill, and keep captive to satisfy their nature? But Dorothy wasn't interested in those, she would rather endure the torment of bloodlust than drink them. Before the bloodlust completely consumed her reason, she finally came to Adele's dorm. But to her surprise, Sharon seemed to have moved out, and Adele wasn't there either. Then she used her authority to check Adele's whereabouts. She waited quietly in Adele's dorm for Adele's return. Ugh! An indescribable sensation, tingling, itchy, and numb, arose on the skin where her lips touched Adele's neck, and spread throughout her body like an electric current. Adele let out a suggestive moan, her hands instinctively tightening around Dorothy, but she couldn't stop her body from sliding down. Sliding down helplessly against the door behind her. Dorothy's posture also lowered accordingly, until they were both kneeling, leaning against each other. Dorothy had made sufficient preparations before drinking blood, kissing the girl's skin until it flushed like a rosy cloud, and moist enough to withstand the penetration of Dorothy's sharp fangs, perhaps without even a trace of pain. Because Dorothy's saliva could secrete a special substance that not only numbed pain but could also turn the feeling of pain into a more comfortable sensation. This was actually in line with the evolutionary theory of survival of the fittest. Humans would evolve, and so would foreign races. Using this method to reduce the pain of their blood food and instead give them pleasure. Over time, they would not only not resist being sucked blood but might even actively cater to their vampire masters. Dorothy had never treated Adele so gently before. Therefore, this was the first time Adele was kissed until she was dizzy, and a vague thought appeared in her mind. It was as if a voice was telling her, just succumb to Dorothy, don't think about anything, isn't it comfortable? Adele's mind went blank, neither agreeing nor refusing. And Dorothy wasn't in a hurry to enjoy the girl's fragrant blood. Instead, she raised her head and met Adele's eyes. Then, she kissed her delicate, alluring red lips. Adele's shoulders trembled violently, she was a little scared. Yes, she was a little scared of Dorothy's kiss. More than being sucked blood, she seemed to be more afraid of Dorothy kissing her. More afraid of falling deeply into it. After all, Dorothy was her final enemy. So under the control of her panicked and unclear consciousness, Adele bit Dorothy hard. Dorothy's face instantly turned pale. A gruesome gash appeared on her lips, and precious royal blood flowed out continuously. A kitten's teeth were also very sharp. Dorothy's eyes deepened, and the scarlet light flickered like flames. Even though she felt the intense pain, she still kissed Adele relentlessly. Until Adele finally loosened her teeth and relaxed, completely succumbing, even blankly licking Dorothy's royal blood. Its allure to low-level vampires was no less than the most terrifying hallucinogen in the world. An unknown amount of time passed. Only messy clothes and a scene of disarray remained on the floor. Drops of blood fell on the stairs, tracing their movements. In Adele's bedroom, the curtains were drawn, blocking out the light. Outside the window, the moon rose high above the trees. Inside, Dorothy and Adele lay naked in bed, tightly embracing each other. After everything was satisfied, a faint smile appeared on Dorothy's lips, causing the wound to bleed again. The intense pain didn't diminish her smile. She gently rubbed her cheek against the still dazed and adorable Adele's shoulder. Watching as the girl's unfocused eyes gradually regained their light and focus. As if she had finally returned to reality, instead of continuing to be tossed about on a sailboat in a sea of desire, facing the raging storm. She whispered, her voice full of indulgence. "Kitten, you bit me. Damn it, you can trust the principal as much as you can trust a pig to climb a tree." This was Adele's first thought after she regained consciousness. How else could she explain Dorothy barging into her home and doing that to her? Perhaps the protection the principal had in mind and the protection Adele envisioned were two completely different concepts. Not to mention the tricky concept of privacy. Was it better to give up privacy for comprehensive surveillance and protection, or respect privacy and risk being unable to prevent Dorothy from contacting Adele in private? Apparently, the principal chose the latter. Otherwise, she was fully capable of dispatching powerful human ability users to follow Adele around the clock, even in shifts. But if Winona really did that, Adele would probably flip out. After all, how could she keep her witch identity hidden then? Wouldn't she go from being a protected person to a criminal suspect? So, the current situation, in a sense, was unavoidable. Fortunately, Dorothy wasn't completely insane. In Adele's impression, she was actually somewhat reasonable. Perhaps it was because the original female protagonist was too stubborn and foolish, making Dorothy extreme and unable to express her feelings properly. But the current Adele was different. She could express her thoughts and feelings frankly. By directly confronting Dorothy, she made Dorothy realize the mistakes and harm she had caused in the past. Not all villains started out as villains, they also had the possibility of turning over a new leaf. Whether others believed it or not, Adele did. Otherwise, it would be difficult for her to face the current Dorothy. In the silent bedroom enveloped by night, only the sound of their quiet breathing could be heard. Adele tried to struggle, but Dorothy's burning gaze locked onto her, and her arm wrapped around Adele's waist, holding her tightly, unwilling to let go. "Ha, ha, it's a little hot." Adele tried to avoid Dorothy's aggressive gaze, closing her eyes as she spoke. Dorothy loosened her grip slightly, but still maintained enough force to prevent Adele from escaping. Her eyesight was excellent in the dark, perhaps even better than during the day. Vampires were indeed the masters of the night. Therefore, she could quietly enjoy Adele's beautiful posture and flushed cheeks after their intimacy. At this moment, Adele was lying weakly on the bed, in a sideways position but not completely sideways. Her body instinctively leaned away from Dorothy, as did her gaze. Dorothy, on the other hand, used one arm to prop herself up on the pillow, her other arm wrapped around Adele's waist. Her hand rested on Adele's flat, slightly dewy stomach. Her slender, white fingers would occasionally move gently, tracing a particular spot on Adele's stomach. Making Adele moan involuntarily, giving her an incomparably sensitive experience. The two of them looked like they had just finished something. And that was indeed the case, which was why Adele turned her head away, her expression flustered. After all, her memory was actually very blurry. But one thing was certain. The one who was so wanton and charming, even desperately demanding just now, was definitely not her. But Dorothy obviously had her own answer. Her gaze was incredibly infatuated and lingering, because Adele's body had responded to her, giving her an unparalleled experience. And she could truly feel that Adele was a demanding, little vixen. It could only be said that Adele had an irresistible contrast about her. Usually, she was so pure and innocent, but in bed, she was like a different person. On the contrary, it was Dorothy's first time, appearing somewhat inexperienced. If it weren't for Adele's cooperation, Dorothy thought to herself, she wouldn't have been able to have such a perfect experience. And now, Adele had obviously returned to her usual pure and innocent appearance, her delicate features tinged with a hint of melancholy. Dorothy was a little displeased, but she couldn't lose her temper with Adele like she used to. So, to relieve her stress, she started kissing Adele's smooth and delicate shoulders, leaving 2 obvious bite marks on her neck. She gently licked them with her tongue, so the wounds would heal faster and wouldn't leave any scars. Feeling the tingling sensation coming from behind, Adele frowned slightly in annoyance. "Stop it. Are you blaming me, Adele?" "No." Adele didn't dare to say yes. "I'm just very tired, please be understanding, Your Highness." "You are blaming me." Dorothy's mood was volatile. She suddenly flipped over and straddled Adele, her hands tightly gripping Adele's wrists, pinning them above her head. In an instant, Adele became like a fish on a chopping board, unable to struggle. Tears welled up in Adele's eyes. She closed her eyes and turned her face away. As if saying to Dorothy, "Do whatever you want. Even if you break this body, it's up to you." But Dorothy's strength suddenly drained away like a broken dam. In the silent room, Adele quickly realized that her arms had regained their freedom of movement. Phew, the strategy of playing pitiful was a preliminary success. That was close. If this extreme pressure tactic had failed, Adele would probably be beep dash until she meowed. As for why she had to play pitiful. Duh. Of course, it was to maintain her original persona in Dorothy's heart. How could a pure girl be so wild and skilled in bed, to the point of even surprising Dorothy? So to make up for this, Adele had to maintain an image of a victim. As for what had just happened, she didn't know, she had forgotten, it was all her body's instinct, it had nothing to do with her, meow. When first Snow lied, her eyes would dart around guiltily, and her tail would wag, making it easy to tell. But for Adele, lying was as easy as eating, drinking, and flirting with women. It was an instinct engraved in her green tea genes, an ability evolved for survival, in line with the evolutionary theory of survival of the fittest. Dorothy's eyes shattered like a piece of blood-colored jade, filled with hesitation and suppression. She leaned down and planted a devout kiss on Adele's lips, a kiss that didn't contain any lust, more like a loving caress. In this brief kiss, Adele felt the hard scab on Dorothy's lips, where she had bitten her. Her heart stirred slightly. If Dorothy wanted to, this wound could heal without a trace in an instant. But she didn't do that, instead stubbornly keeping this scar. It turned out that no matter what Adele left her, whether it was tenderness or a cruel scar, she cherished it. Although the kiss ended quickly, it left a faint mark on Adele's heart. At the same time, Adele suspected that something was wrong with her ears. She actually heard Dorothy's voice, faintly ringing in her ears. "I'm sorry." Adele's throat moved, her pupils trembling. Thythus, what was going on? Although it was unreasonable, it should be a good thing for her, right? This at least proved that Dorothy had the intention to repent, didn't it? After hesitating for a while, Adele wrapped herself in the blanket, only revealing half of her face, and said weakly. "It's okay. You didn't hurt me more than before, which was already beyond my expectations." Dorothy knew that Adele was still blaming her, and her face twisted in pain. She loosened her grip on Adele, letting her hide in the blanket, seeking the warmth she couldn't find in herself. The most unbelievable thing in the world wasn't Dorothy apologizing to Adele. It was that Adele didn't accept Dorothy's apology. And Dorothy wasn't angry because of this, but cared even more about Adele. Because after this night, the relationship between Adele and Dorothy had undergone a subtle change. Dorothy inevitably began to care about Adele's feelings. She was no longer just Dorothy's blood food. To describe it in terms of human relationships, although Dorothy probably hadn't realized it yet, Adele had become the woman she cared about and loved. She was actually very slow in terms of feelings. She only knew that she had started to feel heartache for Adele, but didn't know what this emotion meant. Dorothy was really at her wit's end now. She knew that she had committed an even more unforgivable sin against Adele. Whether Adele enjoyed it or not, whether she catered to her or not, it didn't change the nature of this matter. But Dorothy really couldn't help it at that time, she couldn't help but miss Adele, and she was also controlled by the chaotic emotions caused by her bloodlust. That's why. The prevailing view among vampires was that bloodlust was a more intimate act than sexual intercourse. But after experiencing the feeling of making love to Adele today, Dorothy realized that that view was completely wrong. Love was the attraction between bodies, just blood wasn't enough. Another silence passed, and Dorothy experienced a great emptiness. An emptiness that only Adele could fill, gradually devouring the light in her eyes. In her mind, the chaotic sound waves from another world played again, attempting to make Dorothy's soul eternally lost. She covered her ears in pain. But it was no use. Dorothy curled up, her whole body trembling. Compared to Adele, she, the vampire princess, seemed even more helpless. Adele quickly noticed Dorothy's abnormality. She felt that Dorothy was in indescribable pain. Two opposing forces were confronting and struggling in her heart. But in the end, whether Dorothy's pain was real or not, Adele made a choice that she shouldn't have, but at least wouldn't regret. She hugged Dorothy from behind, whispering softly in her ear, using her fingers to soothe the girl's tense and pained body. "I forgive you, Dorothy. I don't blame you anymore, it's okay, my princess." Dorothy's emptiness was gradually filled by these gentle words, and the chaotic, ghostly music also faded away. Finally, Dorothy heard the sounds of reality, even incredibly clearly. The nightingale singing outside the window, the ticking of the clock downstairs, and the familiar and beloved female voice beside her ear. Adele could clearly feel Dorothy's body relax from its previous tension. She felt Dorothy's rapid breathing gradually slow down. She felt Dorothy return to her usual self. Her usual self that still frightened Adele. That's why Adele said that she shouldn't have helped Dorothy at this moment. But even though she shouldn't have, she still made this choice that she didn't regret. For the victim to take the initiative to embrace and comfort the perpetrator. My God, what a human tragedy. But since she had chosen this path, she might as well go all the way. She knew that Dorothy couldn't say any words of gratitude, so Adele simply took the initiative to bring up another topic. "Dorothy, you realized long ago that the chastity curse on me had disappeared, right?" Dorothy was struggling with how to face Adele, who had pulled her back from that terrible state. Should she break through her bottom line again and express her gratitude? Hearing Adele's words, she realized that Adele had given her a way out, but also threw another question at her. Should Adele, who had somehow broken the chastity curse, be punished? Dorothy admitted that she had thought about teaching Adele a lesson. But all those thoughts were washed away by the comfortable memories. She thought that she could pretend that she didn't know anything and just let it go. But Adele brought it up herself. This made Dorothy feel at a loss. So what should she do now? To satisfy Adele? And satisfy herself? Seeing that Dorothy didn't respond, Adele continued. In a tone of frank confession. I went to the principal for help, and told her everything, about what you, Dorothy, and others have done to me recently. Snitching, indeed very much in line with the behavior of the weak. What did the principal say? Dorothy's gaze lowered. Seeing Adele's hand clench slightly, a desire to hold it tightly surged in Dorothy's heart. The principal said, she would protect me. But obviously, her protection hasn't arrived yet, and you're here. She also removed the chastity curse on my stomach. Principal, take the blame. But Adele really didn't know who had removed her chastity curse. After thinking and recalling for a while, Adele guessed it might be First Snow, but she didn't quite believe in her ability. Dorothy, I really hate that thing, really. Adele's tone was tinged with a hint of pleading. Then why confess to me, the bad guy? I don't know either. Adele answered honestly. Maybe, because I'm afraid of being punished more severely by you. The girl's voice trembled, pitiful, even with a hint of crying. Adele declared that this was the peak of her acting skills. I won't punish you anymore. I won't. Dorothy was indeed stimulated. She made her promise. Adele's heart leaped with joy, she wished she could record Dorothy's words at this moment. But then she thought about it, it wasn't like there was a vampire court that could judge a vampire of Dorothy's status. So even if she had evidence, it wouldn't do anything. But, following this direction, she could continue the communication. At least she could ensure that Dorothy would keep this promise for a while, couldn't she? So it wasn't like she had gained nothing. Adele declared that her plan of playing pitiful with Dorothy had achieved preliminary success. I believe you. Dorothy, I believe you. Adele looked at Dorothy with trusting and reliant eyes. This way, Dorothy wouldn't be able to go back on her word, right? As expected, when Dorothy felt Adele's trust in her and her desire to rely on her, a warmth arose in her heart. It was a feeling she had never experienced before in her interactions with Adele. Did this mean that the relationship between her and Adele had turned a new page? If so, Dorothy gritted her teeth, determined to make a decision that would even surprise herself. But Adele would surely be happy to accept it. Adele, I won't be the same person I was before. I will treat you well, be gentle with you. Anyone who bullies you, I will make sure they don't see the sun tomorrow. Forget those unpleasant memories that happened between us, those misunderstandings. I will make your future as bright as flowers and let you stand on the peak that only we can reach. The emotions in Dorothy's voice gradually intensified. At first, Adele smiled contentedly, but gradually, her smile froze. At the same time, a bad premonition arose in her heart. And this premonition soon became reality. Dorothy confessed to the pure girl with overflowing emotions. Adele, be my girlfriend, okay? Well, damn. Adele's feelings at that moment could only be described with one word, panic. It was like hearing that, a weasel wants to pay you a New Year's visit. Wait. Adele didn't mean to call herself a chicken. Anyway, it was just an analogy. When a former enemy suddenly confesses to you, wouldn't anyone panic? Turning an enemy into a wife sounded great in theory. But anyone who actually experienced this scenario would be horrified. Adele couldn't help but think of all the things Dorothy had done to her in the past. And she couldn't help but think of all the things that might happen between them in the future. If they followed the original timeline, there was clearly an unsolvable knot between Adele and Dorothy. They were irreconcilable enemies, a fight to the death. Please, let me think about it, okay? In any case, she would respond to Dorothy like this first, giving them both time to buffer. This way, Dorothy could fully consider the possibility of being rejected and adapt to it in advance. When Adele actually rejected her, Dorothy's reaction wouldn't be so hysterical or crazy. When someone is emotionally charged, and you want to present an opposing viewpoint, remember, to pour cold water on them, let them calm down first. Creating a buffer time was one of the best ways. Adele pretended to think for a while, and finally gave her well thought out, not really, answer. Sorry, Dorothy, I still find it hard to accept for the time being. I know you've changed a lot, but I'm still the same me, I'm not brave enough to be with you. Can you wait for me for a while, wait for me to become brave too, okay? What a great way to let her down gently. It's not your problem, Dorothy, it's all my fault, I, Adele, am not brave enough. I, Adele, don't have enough courage to face this love. It's not your fault, so, please spare me. As everyone knew, the opposite of not being brave enough was being brave. Then what was the synonym? It was, cowardly. As expected, Dorothy was like being doused with a bucket of cold water, her scarlet eyes instantly dimming. Her breathing quickened, and she seemed to want to say something. But seeing Adele's sincere gaze, and recalling her own past actions. Indeed, you can't rush love. She really should give Adele some time to adapt and eventually accept her, instead of impulsively confessing like this and wanting to fly away with Adele. She had just thought about respecting Adele's feelings. How could she forget it so quickly? Dorothy was a little annoyed with herself. She took a deep breath to calm her emotions. After a long while, she raised her eyes again, her gaze much clearer now. Dorothy looked into Adele's fragile, gem-like eyes and said through gritted teeth. Okay. I'll wait for you. But during this time, I want to be with you as much as possible, is that okay? Dorothy had already started to settle for companionship. That would put a lot of pressure on me. But of course, Adele didn't want that. If Dorothy followed her around all the time, what about her left wing Hermione, right wing Celeste, little wing Sharon, and so on? Dorothy's domineering personality was fine when they were alone, but once she encountered other women, she was sure to explode like a powder keg. Pressure. Why? Dorothy looked puzzled as she hugged Adele tightly again. Adele was so obedient in bed, even taking the initiative. Why would she say she felt pressured by her? Because of the difference in our status. Adele bit her lip and cried out, full of self-deprecation. You are a noble princess, and I am a lowly sequence 5. If I'm just your plaything, it doesn't matter. But if I'm by your side in any other capacity, many people will envy and slander me, and even more people will stay away from me. Who dares to slander you? A fierce light flashed in Dorothy's eyes. Adele swallowed hard. That's not important. What's important is that I want to have a normal academy life, with friends I can talk to. You know, even lovers don't stick together all the time, they care about each other's social circles and only appear at the right time. So Dorothy, I will take the initiative to contact you and go on dates with you. But under normal circumstances, please, don't disturb my normal school life, okay? Adele spoke eloquently and even offered the sweetener of going on dates with Dorothy from time to time. Dorothy should agree, she thought. Rather, she pleaded, please agree, otherwise I'll cry. Dorothy was extremely puzzled. Even if Adele has her own social circle, what does it matter if I'm by your side? If your friends leave you because I'm with you, it means they weren't real friends in the first place. You don't need such friends. Adele only needs me, isn't that right? Although what you said made sense, no way. Of course not. I've already said that the difference in status between me and Dorothy is too great, are you even listening to me? Adele's voice became weak and aggrieved. I'm not like you, what you can endure, the weak me can't. Even if you shield me, I can't. I'm just an ordinary vampire student, my power is weak, for someone like me, being able to maintain a normal and peaceful life in the vampire race, where hierarchy is paramount, is already very difficult. Dorothy, if you really like me, and not just your own feelings. Please, just do as I say. This time, Dorothy was speechless for a long time. Adele continued to cry, her shoulders trembling. Finally, Dorothy couldn't bear this atmosphere anymore, or maybe, she really felt heartache for Adele. So, her voice was a little low. I understand. That is to say, I can't come to you whenever I want like before, that would trouble you, right? So you're not a blockhead after all, you finally get it. This was something that she could figure out with a little thought, but Adele had to remind her over and over again. Of course it would be troublesome. Imagine the most popular girl in your class being taken to the rooftop by the school bully every now and then. Then after a while, an hour, or even longer, she returns to the classroom with a flushed face. Even the slowest person would know what happened between them. What would the other students think of Adele? What would her wings think of her? Hermione definitely wouldn't tolerate Dorothy, and the two of them would fight again. Perhaps others would join the battle, even Sharon might become brave and backstab Dorothy in advance. But this wouldn't do Adele any good. So she had to stop it. At this time, being a time manager, planning her time precisely and taking care of each wing was the only way to achieve a perfect result. It's good that you understand. Adele sniffed, her mood brightening. Then. Dorothy gritted her teeth, how long do I have to wait before I can go on a date with you? Adele had carefully considered this question. If she could, she would prefer once a month, even once a year would be okay. But if she actually said that, Adele would probably be bullied by Dorothy every day. About a week. I'm still in school, and the study pressure from Monday to Friday is very high, but on weekends, I'll make time to go on dates with Dorothy. Dorothy's breathing quickened. A week? She had never experienced this before. Wanting something but having to delay and wait. But Adele wasn't a thing. She wasn't an object. Adele. She was a living, captivating girl. Dorothy only realized this today. It had to be said that things were different after they had done it. A part of Dorothy's heart had been baptized this night. That's why she was willing to let go of her usual dominance and arrogance. Willing to compromise with Adele. That's too long. Then, what do you think, Dorothy? Adele thought that it was okay to be soft sometimes. Moreover, she had said a week, which was a somewhat long time, because she had considered the possibility of negotiation. 5 days, that's about my bloodlust cycle. It wasn't that the stronger the vampire, the stronger their ability to suppress bloodlust. Sometimes, it might be the opposite. Precisely because they were strong, they needed to replenish their blood more and faster. Only drink my blood. If that was the case, Adele would faint. How could she possibly keep up? Adele's blood is very delicious, but I'll be moderate. But today, I want to drink a little more, is that okay? Dorothy's lips were already rubbing against Adele's neck, right where her blood vessels were. The hot breath made Adele's body instantly become incredibly sensitive. Every little movement from Dorothy made Adele tremble slightly. Even Dorothy was willing to compromise with her. To be honest, this was already a great success for Adele. So it wasn't so hard to accept enduring and indulging her a little. Okay. Adele still agreed to Dorothy with a trembling voice. The next moment, Dorothy sank her fangs into Adele's neck, which she had already licked until it was incredibly moist. First, a needle-like sensation hit her. But then it immediately became comfortable. High-level vampires could theoretically make their prey willingly offer up all their blood and die in ecstasy. Dorothy naturally wouldn't let her Adele suffer. Soon, that comfortable feeling even spread to her lower abdomen and below, making Adele involuntarily clench her legs together. But she had to endure it. If she was overwhelmed by her lust-witch instincts at this time and begged Dorothy for more, her body wouldn't be able to handle it. So she held back her moans, waiting for the drinking to end. After a long while, Dorothy licked her lips, which had become incredibly alluring after being moistened by blood. She left a deep, rose petal-shaped kiss mark on Adele's shoulder. While being drained of blood, Adele held back her moans. But at this moment, she let out a soft, seductive moan. This greatly satisfied Dorothy. As expected, Adele's body still liked her. Sooner or later, she would make Adele's body unable to live without her. Adele buried her face in the pillow in shame. But she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now, Dorothy, you should be satisfied, right? Then after this night passed, Adele would go to Celeste, Hermione, and the others for comfort. To make up for the grievance she suffered from Dorothy. Dorothy was just work, they were her life. However, it was worth mentioning that there was only 1 day left of vacation, after which Adele would return to her normal routine of studying and attending classes. If she had to say what major events were coming up, it would probably be the Student Council and the Black Feather Society's recruitment, right? Both sides were gearing up for a showdown this time. Most likely, the Student Council would crush the Black Feather Society. But nothing was absolute, maybe there would be a turning point that Adele didn't know about. And speaking of which, according to the plot of the original novel, with the Student Council and Black Feather Society's recruitment as the starting point, Adele, the strongest sequence 5, should also start to make a name for herself. In the original novel, she became stronger after obtaining the power of Lila Gay, the Vengeance Witch. Now, because of the angel's power, she became stronger after becoming a Lust Witch. Although the process was different, the results should be the same. But Adele didn't think that standing out was a good thing. And she didn't want her fate to be controlled by the original novel. So she decided to forget about showing off as the strongest sequence 5. But Dorothy didn't seem to think so. She thought that Adele's concerns were actually very simple. The reason why Adele was troubled by being with her was because Adele wasn't strong enough, her status wasn't high enough. In terms of strength, Dorothy could help Adele become stronger, but that would be a long process. But in terms of status, she had an idea that could make Adele's status soar to the peak of the entire Academy's vampires, matching her own. So Dorothy, thinking of this, asked Adele excitedly. Adele, do you want to be the president of the Black Feather Society? After a long silence, Adele posed a soul-searching question to Dorothy. Did Edith do something to offend you? No, I just want you to be worthy of me as soon as possible. Isn't it the easiest thing to just pluck her fruit and become the president of the Black Feather Society? Anyway, those fools in the Academy are now saying that the Black Feather Society is the future of vampires, hee. Isn't that still offensive? Adele understood. This was Dorothy's, the royal princess, dissatisfaction with Edith's rebellious behavior. Of course, she didn't think that Edith could pose a threat to her status by organizing a group of rabble. But the fact that a jackal dared to covet the Lion King's crown was a big problem in itself. Dorothy didn't care about these things in the past. Actually, she didn't care now either. But because of Adele, she thought of what Adele said, "Because I'm not worthy of you, my existence will trouble you." And Dorothy's own status couldn't be changed, nor would she change it. So the only thing that could be changed was Adele's status. Very simple and crude, but extremely effective logic. Just like if you can't solve the problem, just get rid of the person causing the problem. Adele never expected that Edith's ambition would be prematurely extinguished because of her. But maybe this was the legendary butterfly effect. According to the original plot, Edith's Black Feather Society could grow into a powerful force within the vampire race. But now, the organization she had painstakingly built was about to be taken away by Dorothy without any explanation. But in fact, it would be easy for Dorothy to take it away. Did she really think that those people in the Black Feather Society were loyal to Edith? Perhaps there were indeed a few who were truly loyal to her. But most of them only joined the Black Feather Society because of their interests. As long as they were given enough benefits, they didn't really care who the president of the Black Feather Society was. And in their minds, maybe, no, definitely. They definitely thought that following Princess Dorothy, the descendant of the Black Emperor, would be more promising than following Edith, the descendant of a fallen true ancestor. As for Adele, if she was really supported by Dorothy and became the president of the Black Feather Society, they wouldn't have any objections. Because in their eyes, Adele was just Princess Dorothy's pet, a puppet to control the Black Feather Society on her behalf. The true leader behind the Black Feather Society must be Princess Dorothy. But they would never have thought that Dorothy wasn't interested in the Black Feather Society at all. She really just wanted to elevate Adele's status among the vampires. Bloodline was indeed something innate and unchangeable. But status wasn't necessarily determined solely by bloodline. It could also be achieved through money and power. Dorothy looked at Adele with an expression of anticipation, hoping to be praised for her idea. But Adele's mood could only be described as chaotic. "I don't want to do that. And that place is scary." "Scary?" Dorothy asked in confusion. But Adele didn't want to say more. Even if she did, what could she say? Tell Dorothy that the seniors in the Black Feather Society bullied newcomers and even violated them? Dorothy's worldview was already abnormal. She was the most staunch defender of the vampire sequence order. Not to mention that she was a descendant of the Black Emperor, the one who created this sequence order. She definitely wouldn't think there was anything wrong with high-ranking vampires bullying low-ranking ones. So Adele gave up on arguing with Dorothy. At the same time, she was adamant in her heart that she didn't want to be the president of the Black Feather Society, no matter what. Even if Dorothy got rid of Edith and left the position vacant for her, Adele wouldn't choose to take it. "Let's not talk about it anymore, it's getting late. You just went on for so long, I'm tired and sleepy." "Okay." Dorothy realized Adele's lack of interest and her mood plummeted. But she still held Adele tightly in her arms. After all, this was something she hadn't had in a long time. How could she waste a single moment? But that would make Adele feel very hot at night. She was too afraid to say it, so she could only complain in her heart. "Good night, Adele." "That's surprising, good night." What Adele meant by surprising was that Dorothy actually said good night. Although Dorothy's worldview was skewed, it was clear that she was changing herself for Adele. Perhaps this future villain really had the possibility of turning over a new leaf. Adele had created too many miracles so far. She even saved 2 lives, Celeste and Leela Gay. Even though Adele lived in this world mostly by the principle of self-interest, and didn't have any grand goals, she just wanted to live a better life, navigating between the various female villains. But it seemed that everything was changing for the better. Adele's future was no longer as hopeless as it once was. But she felt quite hopeless now. Being held by Dorothy. Her scalp tingled, meow. It was like a little lamb being held in the arms of a lioness, being licked every now and then. But sleepiness eventually overcame her fear. Adele fell into a deep sleep. Until morning. Of course, even on school days, the biological alarm clock in Adele's head was no match for her instinct to sleep in. It was useless. It was Dorothy's first time sleeping with someone else. It felt strange. She woke up many times during the night and stared at Adele's sleeping face. She couldn't help but kiss her gently. She would even stare at Adele and suddenly giggle. Fortunately, Adele slept like a log and didn't feel any of this. Otherwise, just imagining Dorothy waking up in the middle of the night and staring at her with a sinister smile would give Adele a heart attack. So, being able to eat well and sleep well was truly a blessing. Dorothy got up very early. Perhaps vampires didn't really need much sleep. Except for Adele. Dorothy tried to search online for what to do after sleeping with her girlfriend. And the answer online was to seize the golden 24 hours for contraception, take contraceptive measures, and buy some pills with complicated names. Dorothy was skeptical but ultimately followed the online guide and bought a box of pills, having them delivered. It also said to prepare breakfast for your girlfriend, preferably homemade, as it would warm her heart and show sincerity. So Dorothy went downstairs and tried to make a plate of pasta. When the delivery person, who had received the package from the delivery guy and was transferring it within the academy, arrived at Adele's dorm and looked at Dorothy, who opened the door for him, with a complicated expression, handing her the medicine. Adele was still asleep. When the plate of pasta went from steaming hot to cold, Adele was still asleep. When the golden sunlight from outside the window, after the curtains were drawn, shone on Adele's exposed butt as she hugged the pillow in a sideways sleeping position, Adele was still asleep. Dorothy couldn't stand it anymore and slapped her butt slightly. Adele groaned, her butt lifting slightly. This time, she woke up, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Who hit me? And the girl had a bad temper when she woke up, groggy and looking ready to fight. Dorothy sat quietly by her bed, her pink hair cascading down to her waist. She replied calmly. Me. Adele focused her gaze. Never mind then. She was a bully to the weak and a coward to the strong. Dorothy then tossed the box of medicine to Adele. Adele caught it, scratching her messy hair, confused and puzzled. The name of the medicine itself was too complicated, Adele couldn't understand it. But she flipped to the efficacy section and read it out softly. For emergency contraception within 24 hours. Dorothy. Are you freaking crazy? This sentence made Dorothy, who was about to give Adele a warm morning hug according to the online guide, freeze. The girl stood there with her arms outstretched, her top-tier status forming a strange contrast with her dumbfounded appearance. Dorothy slowly typed out a question mark. Question mark. YBB, used sarcastically to express disbelief or mock someone for doing something ridiculous or outrageous. Dorothy's antics made Adele laugh in anger. Was this top vampire princess really that out of touch with reality? She didn't even know that girls didn't need contraception. She had never noticed this silly side of Dorothy before. Maybe it was because Dorothy wasn't nice to Adele in the past. And now, she wanted to be nice to Adele. Love made people blind and clumsy. Thinking of this, Adele's mood was strangely subtle. When she looked at Dorothy again, there was more gentleness in her gaze, less pretense and disguise. Adele? Are you alright? What's wrong? Well, it's just that every time you looked at me before, your eyes were a little aggressive. Now they suddenly seem a little gentler, I'm not used to it. Black lines instantly appeared on Adele's forehead, along with the symbol for anger. So it was wrong for her to be gentle now, was it? Is this aggressive enough for you? Adele tried to widen her eyes, but Dorothy chuckled. Rather than aggressive, Adele pouting was a bit cute. But Dorothy quickly stopped laughing and coughed lightly, so as not to provoke Adele further. Come to think of it, the fact that she was worried about making Adele angry was a huge change from her past self. This was the result of Adele's repeated death-defying acts. Although no risk, no death, high risks also came with high rewards. Otherwise, if Adele had always been a submissive lamb, Dorothy wouldn't have thought about changing. She wouldn't have realized that besides making others adapt to her, there was also the option of adapting to others. Of course, only Adele had the ability to make Dorothy change herself. Dorothy stared at Adele, unblinking. It was only at this moment that Adele realized her current state and hurriedly covered herself with the blanket. "Don't look." Dorothy was a little puzzled. They had already. But seeing Adele's embarrassed and angry expression, Dorothy ultimately chose to be respectful. She turned around and heard the rustling sound of Adele putting on her dress. A certain part of her heart suddenly felt itchy, as if a feather had brushed against it. Adele was much slower at getting dressed than she was at taking them off, so it took a while. That sentence seemed a bit problematic, but whatever. When Adele was finally dressed, she was practically kneeling on the bed, picking up the box of medicine that Dorothy had brought her. Then she threw it into the trash can next to the computer desk without hesitation. Who the hell needed this thing? Cuddling with girls wouldn't get you pregnant. So Adele could cuddle with girls without worry. Fog. However, female vampires could create the next generation by forming a blood cocoon. This was also why there were more female-female pairings among vampires. After all, if even the issue of reproduction could be solved, there was probably nothing stopping girls from cuddling. "Can I turn around now?" Dorothy asked softly. Adele didn't answer, she just got out of bed, put on her slippers, and walked up to Dorothy. "Let's go, let's have lunch together." Adele had just checked her phone and was pleased to see that she had slept until almost noon. Dorothy was surprised by Adele's invitation, but after the initial surprise, she immediately nodded. Having lunch in the academy was a first for her. Dorothy's schedule was mostly free, but sometimes she would be called back to the family by the elders because there were things that only she could do. For example, during Adele's internship, Dorothy had actually wanted to see Adele a long time ago. But it was because of the summons from the family elders that she had to wait until today to get her wish. Fortunately, she had received enough compensation. For Dorothy, it was a satisfactory outcome. She looked at Adele and nodded gently. "Okay, where to?" "The school cafeteria, of course." "Where else can we go?" "I can't afford to treat you to expensive food." This was a lie, Adele clearly had money. But she was still skeptical of Dorothy's change, so investing more at this time meant more risk of loss. And if Dorothy ultimately couldn't avoid becoming the villainous boss, the nicer Adele was to her now, the sadder she would be in the future. Anyway, it wasn't because she was stingy. Adele walked downstairs with light steps, her skirt swaying. Dorothy followed behind her, but with a flash, a blood-colored phantom appeared in her place, and in an instant, Dorothy was downstairs. Damn, she was like a teleporting ninja. Multi-shadow clone jutsu, huh? But Dorothy's teleportation should be called blood shadow teleportation jutsu. This also explained how Dorothy broke into Adele's room without a key. This was a high-level vampire blood magic, but compared to First Snow's short-distance legendary magic, it was still much inferior. Although they both appeared to teleport instantly into the room, the underlying principles were different. It was like the difference between using calculus and using addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. The final answer might be the same, but the person using calculus was far superior in theoretical level. So in terms of escape skills alone, First Snow was one of the best in the entire academy. Just like in terms of cuddling, Adele was also one of the best, ahem. Passing by the living room, Adele noticed the plate of pasta on the dining table. But it had already gone cold. She couldn't help but glance at Dorothy, who pretended to be calm. "Next time, you can wake me up. Or just put the delicious food in front of Adele," her boot-up speed was top-notch. "I'll make it fresh next time." Dorothy's reply was actually what a model girlfriend would say. This made Adele look at her a few more times. After just one night. Had she really changed? From a bully who didn't know how to be considerate and only knew how to take by force, to a girl who knew how to take care of others. It was like those popular sad youth quotes, "Raising a boy is a gamble in love, I raised my boy, but he fell in love with another girl." It was about gradually making your partner mature and considerate in love. In other words, it was the process of training a high-quality boyfriend or girlfriend. So was Adele currently training Dorothy into a high-quality girlfriend little by little? Whether it was or not, it was a good thing that Dorothy could become more gentle and considerate. As Adele thought about this, she came to the cold pasta, picked up a fork, picked up a few strands, and took a small bite. Dorothy looked at Adele's actions in surprise. Well, it actually tastes pretty good. Although it's a little sour because you added too much tomato, it's the kind I like. I'll pay attention next time. Good, at least when it came to cooking pasta, Dorothy had already become, her preferences had already leaned towards Adele's. Adele smiled slightly and walked towards the door. Pushing the door open, the outside world was sunny and the breeze was gentle. Such weather really made people want to stay at home. Okay, Adele admitted it, she was a homebody. If she could stay home, she would never go out. It would be great if she could live on takeout for all 3 meals. But the reason why she insisted on going to the cafeteria with Dorothy this time was: first, it was a good opportunity to improve their relationship. Second, Adele also had the intention of borrowing Dorothy's power. Dorothy was the big tiger, and Adele was the sly fox. Dorothy, when we get to the cafeteria, you won't be familiar with the food, so just follow me and listen to me, okay? Okay. Dorothy nodded without any hesitation, her long pink hair swaying gently in the wind. Today, she didn't tie her hair into twin tails, but let her soft pink hair cascade down to her waist, inadvertently exuding a gentle temperament that was unimaginable in the past Dorothy. At the same time, the scarlet in her eyes had also subsided a lot, no longer frightening or crazy. Along the way, Adele indeed received surprised looks from vampires of all sequence levels in the academy. This made Adele's tail perk up proudly. Although Adele did have a slender witch's tail, it was obviously not something she could show Dorothy at the moment. In short, walking Dorothy felt really good. Although most people still thought that Adele was Dorothy's plaything, her pet, even if she was a plaything or a pet, wouldn't it be even more shocking for her so-called master to obediently follow behind her? There were still many vampires in the academy at this time. First, it was the internship period, and the teachers had arranged fewer classes. Second, it was almost noon, and most of the resident vampires had come out of their dorms to have lunch in the cafeteria. The academy was like a miniature vampire society, any major event would spread quickly by word of mouth. Have you heard? Dorothy and her pet, Adele, are taking a walk in the academy. They seem to be talking and laughing, heading towards the cafeteria. It's hard to imagine that the vampire princess would obediently follow behind that girl, as if she's being walked. Being walked? What do you mean being walked? The vampire princess is playing it big. The listener immediately imagined a scene of Dorothy walking Adele on a leash in the academy, ignoring everyone else. Damn, that's exciting. Then another round of spreading began, and the version evolved into: I heard that the student named Adele was leashed by the vampire princess in front of everyone and walked towards the cafeteria. Really? Where? I'm going to see it too. Hey, why is your version different from mine? I heard that the girl was wearing a collar and a tail, only allowed to wear a school swimsuit, kneeling on the ground and barking, crawling on all fours behind Princess Dorothy. Dude, you're writing erotica. Let's go and see for ourselves. Let's go. Finally, such rumors reached the disciplinary committee of the student council. A group of student officers gathered together, their sense of justice overflowing. The vampires have gone too far this time. Even if she's a princess and that student is just a sequence 5, she can't. Exactly, I even turned off the lights, can't this be done in private? Even at night when no one is around. I can't stand it anymore, even if I get punished by the academy, I have to intervene this time. The righteous disciplinary committee member said, her chest heaving. I'll go with you, senior, we'll face the punishment together. It seemed that there were also righteous people among humans. Or rather, the proportion and number of righteous people among humans were far greater than among vampires, and even some other more chaotic foreign races. There were indeed pure and good foreign races, but they were few in number, and humans, rationally and kindly, chose not to disturb them, letting them keep their habitats. Besides the disciplinary committee, there was also Hermione, who had heard the rumors and had a great relationship with Adele, who was returning from a visit to her mentor. At first, she only heard news about Dorothy and didn't pay attention, thinking that the woman had done something outrageous again. It wasn't until she heard words like collar, exposure play, and low-ranking girl that her heart jumped to her throat. She immediately stopped those low-ranking vampire students without any explanation. These vampire students had never experienced the pressure from a sequence 1 before, and their legs went weak with fear. But Hermione didn't make things difficult for them, she just asked them to tell her the whole story. As a result, Hermione received false information. She mistakenly thought that Adele was currently being subjected to Dorothy's inhumane training and torture. This time, Hermione might really fight Dorothy to the death. It was too much. Rumors stop with the wise, but most people only believe what they want to believe. Isn't that right? So just when Adele thought her borrowing tiger skin plan was a great success, she didn't realize the huge wave she and Dorothy had stirred up in the academy with their stroll. The first to come knocking was the student council's disciplinary committee, known for their Schrodinger's efficiency. It was called Schrodinger's efficiency because when it came to disputes involving human students, they could always arrive at the scene quickly and handle things fairly. But when it came to disputes between vampire students, often, the parties involved had already resolved the conflict and disappeared by the time they arrived. Double standards, blatant double standards. But this time, in Adele's case, the disciplinary committee showed unimaginable efficiency and speed. Let's just say that the student council's horse in the hearts of vampire students was resurrected for a day. Perhaps it was because Dorothy's actions were too outrageous, even the student council couldn't stand it anymore. They felt that her publicly training a girl in broad daylight was. That's why they were mobilized so quickly this time. Dorothy, the student council can no longer tolerate your cruel rule over the vampire students. Please. When they rushed to the cafeteria, ready to righteously denounce Dorothy's evil deeds, the scene before them made them all dumbfounded. The location was the cafeteria, that was right. The suspect, Dorothy, and the victim, Adele, were both too recognizable, having long occupied the top spots on Cromwell Academy's school beauty rankings, so it was impossible to mistake them. But their behavior was a bit off, wasn't it? It should have been a scene that would make people blush. For example, Dorothy arrogantly crossing her legs, holding a leash connected to a collar, pulling it gently, and Adele, kneeling in front of her, having to lean forward, then being ordered to lick her feet or eat on the ground like a dog. However, the reality was that both Dorothy and Adele were sitting properly at their seats in the cafeteria. In front of Dorothy was a black pepper steak, side dishes, and a glass of milk, while in front of Adele was a collection of snacks, Orleans grilled wings, chicken nuggets, fries, and a Happy Meal combo. Not only was it a very normal scene, but Dorothy didn't even care or panic when she noticed the arrival of the student council. Instead, she used her silver fork to pick up a small piece of tender steak, dipped it in black pepper sauce, and while it was still steaming hot, fed it to Adele in front of her, ignoring everyone else. Adele was the one who was stunned. But when the aroma of the steak hit her, she honestly and quickly took a bite. "Do you, nom need something?" Nom. Gulp. But she seemed to have eaten too quickly and choked a little, so Adele hurriedly picked up her iced cola and gulped it down. The wonderful carbonation exploded in her throat, instantly giving her the supreme feeling of coming back to life. "Slow down," Dorothy said with a hint of concern. It sounded like Dorothy was still not used to using a gentle tone. But this made Adele see her determination to change. So Adele's eyebrows twitched slightly. "Yes, I know. If Dorothy could turn over a new leaf in time, it would be a good thing for Adele. Because she had deeply realized that this world wouldn't necessarily follow the predetermined future of the original novel. Perhaps Adele was the one who would change the world. And Dorothy didn't necessarily have to become the future villain, and she didn't have to fight her to the death. Thinking from this perspective, being able to pull Dorothy into her camp in advance was definitely a good thing for Adele. As long as Dorothy didn't stop her from cuddling with other girls. You can't be too greedy. If I like a flower, I don't necessarily have to pick it. If I like the wind, I don't have to ask the wind to stop and let me smell it. if I like clouds, I don't have to ask the clouds to float down and cover me. Of course, when Adele said this, she had automatically excluded herself. The nature of humans is to be hypocritical, that was definitely true. The student council members, who had personally witnessed Dorothy feeding Adele, all looked embarrassed. So it was all a misunderstanding from beginning to end. Rumors were harmful. At this moment, they all regretted it. It was better not to get involved in matters they didn't understand about vampires. After all, the student council was the type to make more mistakes the more they did when it came to vampires. And naturally, they would make fewer mistakes if they did less. This was one of the reasons why they were passive in handling incidents caused by vampire students. Although they also wanted to bring vampires under the normal management of the student council, because of the Vampire Autonomy Agreement, most of the Academy's teachers and student council members chose to avoid this muddy water and let the vampires form their own hierarchy. Only when the high-ranking vampire students went too far would righteous humans intervene. But often, they could only solve the problem temporarily, and the punishments for high-ranking vampire students were often insignificant. "We're very sorry, we came here rashly without understanding the truth and caused you trouble." The leader of the disciplinary committee, a beautiful senior with long hair, bowed to Adele and Dorothy in apology. Although she was also confused about why Adele, a low-ranking vampire, could get along so well with Dorothy, a high-ranking vampire, when not long ago, their relationship was. But in the current situation, wasn't the student council already embarrassed enough? So she wouldn't ask this question now. The truth? Adele tilted her head, looking confused. Dorothy, on the other hand, was indifferent to all this, as if she only saw the student council members beside her as buzzing insects. At first, she would tolerate them indifferently, but if they continued to pester her, Dorothy would probably show her true, nasty self that she had been hiding in front of Adele. She was a villainous girl, she always had been. It was just that Adele was no longer as submissive as she used to be, so Dorothy had to change accordingly. This was a very strange and novel experience for Dorothy. Eating in the cafeteria like this, being watched by others. Dorothy instinctively wanted to make these insects close their eyes and mouths. But that would probably disappoint Adele. "Nothing, please continue enjoying your lunch, Miss Adele." With that, the student council members retreated. They seemed to think that only Adele was someone they could communicate with. As for Dorothy, although she was of noble status, most humans didn't buy it, so they naturally ignored her.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.